7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible 3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with Premier-ready credit cashback available through TMNA. It cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painter's Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Twin Peaks, 59 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Pinheiro, the 6-year man out of Florida, who made his San Francisco debut last week, has 6 game-winning field goals in his career. Last 3 years with the Carolina Panthers. Started as a soccer player in Miami before he started playing high school football as a senior. Trying to do what he's done a half dozen times before and win the game with his leg. Sweeps it, delivers it, and San Francisco is in first place. They win it at the horn. Mac Jones steps in for Brock Purdy and delivers the drive. Pinheiro delivers the winner.
Adam Mead on the call. Fox Sports 16-15. The final. No Juwan. No Purdy, no Kittle, also no Nick Bosa. We'll get to that. But a win is a win is a win. 3-0 on the season. We have not reacted to a loss yet, Joe Shasky. I say good morning to you, Carter, Sam, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for the week. And it is a Victory Monday, and there is no better day of the week than a Victory Monday. And we're celebrating one today. Hell of a performance all around. And wow, isn't it nice to have a kicker that you have some trust in now going forward?
Yeah.
Eddie Pinheiro, a.k.a. Eddie Money, a.k.a. Eddie Dinero, getting it done, Joey.
His celebrations we'll get to at some point because they were out of control.
I loved it.
Out of control for a field goal kicker. But that being said, just a huge win. I mean, this is a huge win for the team. And, they obviously lost some guys. James Conner got lost on the other side. And I don't know if they win this game if James Conner doesn't lose his ankle. I don't know. I don't know because he was running really, really hard in this game. I thought they made adjustments to Kyler Murray and the movement. And once again, this defense, with all these young players, having Upton Stout, a rookie who barely played in the preseason because of the injury, have him make that play at that time to get the stop and play through contact. I thought it was huge. And, Mac Jones limping around, gutsy performance. I thought it was a gutsy performance from Mac Jones. I know the throw is one that he's going to want back. He talked about that. Ricky Pearsall is turning into a bona fide stud. And then to do this without Kittle, without Purdy, without Juwan Jennings, losing Bosa in the game. Yeah, this was a gutsy team victory. And I think it goes right back to the coach. And this is week after week after week now where I'm pointing the finger right at Kyle Shanahan. He's doing a great job. He's doing a great job making the most out of the least. He's doing a great job with next man up. And it feels like he did a great job bringing in Robert Saleh, who has got this defense and all these young players all making plays. Alfred Collins looking really good. Michael Williams hurts his wrist, comes back out there. He's stuffing the run. You see, obviously, Marquis Siegel's kind of a work in progress. He's at safety right now. A couple of missed tackles, but he's in position. You see Renardo Green in position to make plays. And Upton Stout making that play when he did. I love where this team's at right now.
Again, everyone's kind of holding their breath and awaiting the news of Nick Bosa. Left the game with a leg injury early and gave a thumbs down to someone in the crowd, meaning it's not looking good. Obviously ruled out. We'll see. It's knee related. They're hoping it's not ACL. That's the initial hope is that it's not severe. But again, they're doing the MRIs. Any news that comes out, we will relay that information to the people because that would be a huge loss. He's been playing with his hair on fire early this week, Joe. And to lose a player of that caliber and to have the likes of your rookies stepping up the way they did, specifically Mykel Williams, when he was flashing everywhere yesterday. It was refreshing. Bryce Huff, again.
Looked great.
What a sign. It looked great. And it goes back to the guy that probably was the biggest part of Bryce Huff coming here, Robert Saleh, defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You could just feel it for these first 3 games. And again, there's always going to be the naysayers and, it's the Saints. Oh, it's the No. 2 divisional games. And by the way, you see what the Seahawks did yesterday against the Saints? Absolutely lambasting them. You beat that Seahawks team, right? You beat that Saints team in New Orleans. And now you've beaten a Cardinals team. That was a gritty, divisional, slug it out, physical game. And you won it. Yes, if James Conner doesn't get hurt, who knows? But you know what? You lost your best defensive player, too. So there's a big part of that. And also, Trey Benson didn't look bad in his replacement. He had a big run there, 29 yards.
No, he did.
He looked a little quicker, but you definitely felt the loss of James Conner towards the end there when they desperately needed to get that first down to ice the game away. Kyler only trusted himself on the ground. Hell, you saw it, a quarterback run there on the right. I thought, I kind of like them going for the kill shot there, but again, Upton Stout making the play of his life on Zay Jones there, breaking that thing loose, forcing the 4th down, obviously saving the timeout, and then Mac Jones setting up for the game winner, Joey.
Modern football is not about how many yards you give up. And I don't even think it's about how many points. It's about situational stops.
Yes.
So to me, this now 3 weeks in a row where the Niners have had to get a stop at the end of the game, whether it's to get the ball back or just to finish the game off. And 3 weeks in a row, they've gotten that stop. I don't think they do that last year. There are 6 3-0 teams in the NFL. You're one of them.
Yep.
This team won 6 games last year. You're halfway there. I mean, think about that. Think about that, Niner fans. You won 6 games last year.
And they've already eclipsed their division win total of last year, too, which was 1. And now they have 2 of them. Look at that.
So
improvement already.
And I know people are going to do the, whataboutisms with Seattle beating New Orleans. Look, as the weeks go on, we know this. These crummy teams become mail-it-in teams by the end of the year. So you might have got the best version of the New Orleans Saints, and it doesn't matter. Win and move on. Like, that is the goal. And I look at Mac Jones and what he did yesterday, and there's a throw he obviously wants back. His ability to gut out that performance yesterday with the bum knee clearly hurting him, with the jersey ripped and torn. I just thought he had a gutsy performance, and they're not all going to be pretty. They're not all going to be 0 turnover type days, and I think, how you respond to said turnover is going to tell me everything. Kendrick Bourne with multiple big catches down the stretch. I mean, Sky Moore making a nice catch after one of the dumbest brain farts I've ever seen, receiving the ball inside the 7 or 8, whatever it was, the exact yardage. The second time, he let that ball get into the end zone, which was really, really smart. So, look, a lot of guys are making plays right now. Valdez-Scantling is out there making a play. Tonjes is out there making a play. I mean, that's how thin they are right now, quite frankly, Joe.
And Kyle Juszczyk, right? Forgot he was out there. Then he gets the touchdown, right?
Well, there's a whole separate conversation. No, I'm being 1,000% real. There's a separate conversation about the Niner run game that we will get to later in the week. I truly believe they run the ball better without Kyle Juszczyk out there.
Interesting.
I think that it has become very predictable and stale, and they run him in all these motions, and teams just jam it. And I think that he's not as effective as he was a couple of years ago. My personal belief, I think this is his final year in a Niner uniform. I probably said that for 3 straight years, but I think that their run game is clearly getting stifled right now. All their good runs with CMC have been called back for holds. Every one of them.
Yeah, and it was very frustrating to watch that, turnover on downs there late in the game. They had 2 predictable runs up the gut. You have that one where Mac almost falls over to the right.
Oh, he couldn't get the hand off.
He couldn't. His PCL, he re-injured that after he hurt it in the preseason against the Raiders. And then obviously the turnover on downs there, throwing it to McCaffrey, who got absolutely popped by your boy Mac Wilson. So we'll get into all of it. I want to hear from the people today. You're 3-0 Niners fans. Hey, say it with your chest. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And again, hit us up on YouTube where we are streaming all day long. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And another massive part about this game, and we're going to get into all of it, I promise. We're going to break down every single aspect of this game as the 49ers move to 3-0, first in the division. Rams took an L yesterday. Obviously, you beaten the Cardinals. Seahawks won, but you beat them in week 1. So you are the class of the NFC West right now, and you did it without a lot of your best players. And the fact that you were able to do it without Juwan Jennings, without George Kittle, and with a backup quarterback on top of that, Joey, was massive. And this guy, we got to bring him up. Ricky Pearsall.
He's a stud.
Are you kidding me? Just every single week, balling. 8 receptions, 117 yards. I know you made the big trade in the Fantasy Football League for Ricky. I'm sure you're feeling great about that one. This guy is looking like a number 1 pick, a first-round pick, which he was last season.
He looked better than Marvin Harrison.
Can we talk about that for a second? Oh, my God. Listen, I talked about it before. I said I think I comped him to Amari Cooper if he has an Amari Cooper career last week.
I think he stinks.
Yeah, he might not even be able to do that. He dropped some gimmies, a walk-in touchdown yesterday that I think his father, Marvin Harrison Sr., who's got to be like in his late 50s, could have caught today and ran it in for a touchdown. What was that? You were at that game, Joe.
He's not good. He's like not good. He doesn't run hard. It's not even that he's not fast. He doesn't run hard. And yeah, his hands, I mean, he was wide open. And I know the broadcast was like, oh, well, Fred Warner was in the area. No. He turned his head to run upfield. He was wide open. That should have been a touchdown.
I think that was a tongue-in-cheek from Adam Amin and Mark Sanchez on the call. I mean, it must have been. But when you see something like that, and then you see Ricky with a dime from Mac Jones on a back shoulder fade kind of a thing, or over the top, if you will, and he just almost David Tyree's it off the helmet catch. It was pretty incredible.
You bring up Adam Amin. Just my personal opinion. I know he's come on the station and he's a good guest. A little too opinionated for me. I think just call the play-by-play there, doggy. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think he's that great. I think overrated him. But
wow.
That's just me.
Just coming to Adam Amin at 6:17 a.m.
Well, he comes off very arrogant and condescending. Getting back to Ricky Pearsall.
You can't do that.
Specifically Ricky Pearsall. He's a great route runner. And what I love about his routes is that he really uses his shoulders and head to set up some of his fluid movement, but he doesn't slow down. Brandon Ayuk did this really, really well, where you're changing direction without slowing down, which is really, really, really difficult. And then the fluidity of the movement, and then the ability, this is a huge element. Coming back to the ball, all right? And what I mean by that is that the ball is thrown, and a lot of guys, I call it drifting. They fade away, and it allows the defender to gain separation and gain speed and either make a hit on the receiver as the ball's coming through, or it allows them to break up that pass. And what Ricky does so subtly well, he comes back to the ball over and over, specifically on these like deep in routes or these little dig routes that they do, because they love to throw those in routes, those in breaking routes. And it's almost Torrey Holt-like, where he's coming toward the ball and coming down. He's a stud. He is a stud. Now, I have a different algorithm for number 1 receiver, alpha. He's a great 2. And this guy made a play down the line on 4th and 2. I think it was 4th and 2. That ball caught him. He didn't catch it. And he caught it on the top of the helmet. It was just an unbelievable play by Ricky. And I think the body control and the ability to make plays and get down and live to see another down, if this guy continues to get his body right, he is going to have a very long and productive career. And clearly the coach loves him, the quarterbacks love him, and he gets open.
He's averaging 17 yards a catch, 16 receptions, 281 yards. The touchdowns will come. They're not there yet right now, and that's another conversation we'll have as the show goes on today. The red zone offense, which is still maddening at times. That was, again, a grinded-out type of performance. I think it was a good omen this time, and it felt like the Niners were on the opposite end of this for a long time when the Cardinals kicker finally missed one to open it up. It was a Chad Ryland who opens up the game wide. I couldn't even tell while I was watching it because it was just a sea of red that just blocked out the color of the football when it went wide right. That ended up being the difference in the game. You can look at the James Conner injury. That could have been the difference in the game too. The drops that Marvin Harrison Jr. had, difference in the game. But you know what? When push came to shove late in the game, Sky Moore let that ball go out of the end zone. You get the ball back. You have a timeout. Mac Jones did what he needed to do. I know, but it was a good play at special teams that late there. And Mac Jones was able to slice and dice that defense, pick him apart, almost Brady-esque. He's not Tom Brady, relax. But the way he's just 5, 6, 7, just slicing and dicing down the field and setting up Eddie Pinheiro for the money shot.
Yeah, and you're hoping you can get some of the reinforcements back this week offensively. And you're not going to get Kittle back, that's for sure. We'll see where Purdy's at. That's number 1. And then number 2, DeMarcus Robinson should be activated off the suspension list. And that would be huge. Without Juwan Jennings, I think the first half was a big indicator. They were having a tough time getting things going. right? And they really missed George Kittle in this one, I felt like, for inline blocking and whatnot. And they really missed Juwan Jennings. And the run game right now, everybody's going to be up in arms. They ran the ball 5 times in the first half. I just don't think they were in situations to run it more. So I think you're going to hear a lot of people today say, why aren't they running the ball more? What are they doing? Why are they dropping back and throwing so much? Right now, I think their best avenue is the drop back passing game. I don't think they have a lot of room right now to start games off and be 2 runs no matter what, and we'll see what happens on third down. They ran 6 plays, 2 3-and-outs, to the Cardinals' 21 plays to start the game. There was a 22-minute to 8-minute disparity in first half time of possession. So right now they're having a really difficult time sustaining drives, at least in this game, early in the game. And I think getting the run game has been a work in progress. Their best avenue is the short controlled passes to CMC acting like the run game. Like that's where it is right now. And CMC to me right now has been the best player on the team for 3 straight weeks in a row. I don't care what his run yardage is. He is averaging over 100+ scrimmage yards per game. The year he had, which was the monster year, it was about 2,200 scrimmage yards. He's on pace for like 1,800 scrimmage yards right now, maybe more. You'll take that all day, whether that comes via the pass or comes via the run. Stay healthy, stay effective, 10 catches. He ran 36 routes yesterday. And that screen pass was the call of the day from Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
The call of the day after 3 kind of short controlled passes to Kendrick Bourne and to Sky Moore. I thought that Shanahan was in his bag in this one.
And that screen pass, we kept looking for that kind of explosiveness, that elusiveness that we've come to know from Christian McCaffrey since his days at Stanford. And I thought he showed it there late in that game. And that was very refreshing to see after all that wear and tear and all the touches that he had. Did I see he's on pace for like 400+ touches this early in the season, by the way? He's on pace for like 400 something.
But how many of those are checkdowns, though? Like, so yesterday's game.
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy considering how much we were talking about the touches from CMC before the season.
But I would rather them be on the perimeter against cornerbacks than in between the tackles. Right? Like, I think to me, they're not all the same. It's like, how many sliders are you throwing versus how many fastballs? Like, just because you have 100 pitches, what are those pitches? Are they high stress? There's a difference between those 2 goal line carries where 3 guys are sandwiching you and you're getting twisted. I mean, where did James Conner get hurt? Between the tackles.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. Kind of got twisted up there. Oh, it was a brutal injury, too.
But Joe, that's where 8,000 pounds of meat is, you know, like between all those guys. So I get it. The touches are going to be an issue. I understand that. I can slow down the amount of looks as the season goes on if I keep stacking wins.
And I would just like to see him get into the end zone. I would like to see Ricky Pearsall get into the end zone. And you know what? These are good problems to have when you're 3-0. Again, their margin of victory thus far, week 1, 4 points against your hated division rival, Seattle Seahawks in Seattle, 4-point win. Last week in New Orleans, 5-point win. This week, 1 point. 10 points has been the difference to be 3-0 thus far. You'll take that.
Doesn't matter.
Mentally tough teams, Joe, win these type of games. And it's a reflection, as you said earlier, the head coach and the defensive coordinator, Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. Their mindset has been instilled in this team early on. And you know what? Bring on the Jaguars. Bring on the Rams in a couple weeks. Bring on the Buccaneers. Bring on the Falcons. Like, you start looking at this team, they're missing some of their best players and still producing. This is a backup quarterback that is 2-0 right now. Mac Jones and Brock Purdy could come back. And what version of him, we'll see, right? They clearly felt like...
Did you hear the broadcast?
What did they say?
The broadcast, who was the sideline reporter? She's very good.
Christina Pink?
Christina Pink, yes, exactly. She was like, well, Brock is getting much, much closer to a return. He still can't scramble or run. What? Like, if he can't do those, like, I'm sorry. Like, we're in a tough spot here. So, look, everything that you wanted to have happen in terms of overall team happened. You won a game. You didn't go play Purdy and have him re-injure himself. As we saw with the Mac Jones knee injury, you can re-injure yourself at any time. Mac looked good enough to win. The team survived. Now we hold our breath on Nick Bosa, and we keep it moving. I'll worry about pitch count down the line. And I have a CMC thought. I think we're all looking at this the wrong way. I really do. I want to get into Christian McCaffrey in particular. You just got to just live in the moment right now. All right, Niner fans, I'll explain.
Live in the now. That's Shasky. I'm Spadoni. We're with you all morning long. It's a Victory Monday here on 95.7 The Game. Niners 16, Cardinals 15. Niners improved to 3-0 and are first in the NFC West, the only undefeated team remaining in the NFC West, I should say. As we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. So you have that CMC thought. You also saw something yesterday when you were at the game that was alarming for you. And you need to explain on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Joe, good luck finding some friends.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CMC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in their face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, my goodness.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club.
Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
They are going to throw it. Murray wants it all, and it is incomplete. Zay Jones could not hold on, and Upton Stout, the rookie, delivers the blow to force fourth down.
Oh, yeah, Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7, and you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What's up, Chewy? We're feeling it this morning. Niners 3-0. Adam Amin on the call, Fox Sports there, as a not quite a turnover on downs, but it was a play that the Cardinals wish they just would have executed it better. It was the right play call. I love them going for it there. If I'm a fan of the Arizona Cardinals, by the way, you need to respond to John Gambadoro of our sister station. It's not a sister station, I guess, Odyssey over in Arizona, but Gambo, our guy, calling you out saying, you got to go talk to Cardinals fans at Levi Stadium. How many Cardinals fans do you see over the weekend, Joey?
I legitimately walked the parking lot, and I saw 4.
What are you laughing at, Joe?
I'm not joking. Carter, you were at the game.
Out.
Carter, you were at the game. I did not see the Bird Gang that he referenced.
The Bird Gang!
Carter, how many did you see?
You didn't see
one.
You didn't see one? You didn't see one.
Didn't see a single.
So I saw
Cardinals
4. I saw 2 Marvin Harrisons. Okay. I saw a Kurt Warner, like old one. It was like one of those like iron-on ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
And then I saw a Kyler Murray one. But the two Marvin Harrison ones were brand new.
I think he stinks.
But that was not what alarmed me in the parking lot. And again, look, I'm not saying that they're not for everyone. Okay, they're just not for me. You guys can do whatever you want. My uncle actually likes them. All right. But the amount of black 49er jerseys that I saw, like literally I just bought this and I went to the game today. It was staggering the amount of black 49er. What are they called? What the rivalry?
Yes. Rivalry week jerseys.
Yeah. So many of them. Poor choice to wear in like 95-degree heat.
How hot was it there yesterday?
Well, it said in your the weather app was like 75, maybe up to 80.
No chance.
And I said to Michelle, Michelle, I promise you, whatever that thing says, add 10 to 15 degrees on it. She's like, you think? I'm like, I think. So she's like, all right, we'll bring sweatshirts. I go, sweatshirts?
No chance.
So I brought a jersey and a T-shirt, okay? And I brought sweatshirt for the little guy. I didn't even get to the jersey. I was dripping wet from just walking the parking lot because it's concrete. It's like cooking off the concrete.
Yeah.
Brother,
I love that meme. You bring the sweatshirt to just put over your head to block out the sun.
Well,
at
I
that
wore the
point.
bucket hat for that.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, the SPF everywhere. You're good. Okay.
I brought the clear backpack that they gave us a couple years ago. I don't know if season ticket holders got them. Anyway, I brought the clear backpack, threw everything in there. LJ went. We had a great time. I mean, a great time. And I want to give Levi some credit here. Number one, the In-N-Out parking lot. Whatever they did with the cones, do it every week. I know that, Great America was there this weekend, and that closes at some point because of seasonality or whatever. Just keep the cones the way you had them, the in and out. Whatever the ingress, egress was for the green lot, keep that there. That's number one. Easiest in, easiest out I've ever had. Number two, they did something at the food concessions. Season ticket holders, you scan your badge, and you're able to get up to four items for free at any given time that you go to the kiosk. Now, I have my own beef with that. 4 is just, if you're bringing 2 to 4 people to the game, 4 items is not enough. That's number one. You need to be able to increase that to 8. That's what I would say. Because the wait is so long. You're like 10 to 15 minute wait for food, which is understandable because there's so many people there. They upgraded the chicken tenders, and I'm just going to let them know because I know. I've ripped a lot of things about Levi's, and it made me very sad yesterday because it's too hot down there, and I miss the misty fog of Candlestick. I do. I'm always going to miss that element. I thought it made the team different. The heat makes us a different fan base, and it makes us a different team. It just does. When you play in the elements, you become a different style of team. It's just a fact.
You become a more dehydrated fan base, and thus you get grumpier. Continue.
Well, they were just liquored up yesterday, and people were hammered because of the heat.
That's why you get dehydrated.
They upgraded the chicken tenders, and they are delicious. And I just want to say kudos to Levi Stadium. I didn't notice a difference on the scoreboard. I'm not trying to be a hater. I just didn't notice. It didn't, the digital upgrades or whatever, it was kind of the same to me. They still don't show enough, to me, they don't show enough replays. You have got to make the in-game experience as close to the couch experience as possible. If you're going to charge us the money that you charge us, you have got to give us every angle. I want to see it all. I want to see every replay, all of them, quickly, in real time. And then you got to have more TVs at the kiosks where you're getting concessions. I should not have to look at my phone. You should have a big Jumbotron with the game on the feed there at every single time. But they did upgrade the chicken tender, so I want to give them credit.
You know what?
Chicken
well said. I think you could judge a stadium by the staple that is the chicken tendies. I think if you have good chicken, no, seriously. If you have a good, stable of chicken tenders with the French fry combo, now we're cooking, because the amount of times I just get that because you're with your kids, right? And that's all because they're picky as hell. That's all they want. I'm good with that. You just got to be thick enough. They can't be little shrimps. They can't be doing that. The breading needs to be on point, and they need to be crispy. And you're telling me that Levi's is crispy now? Crispy?
They're
all right.
golden. They're perfect. And sometimes you get chicken tenders where there's the actual tendon where it's chewy and it's in there. None of those.
Love
they
that.
nailed it. So whatever they did with the chicken tenders, excellent. We had garlic fries and French fries. It was all excellent.
Love that. And I love that you brought up the replay aspect of it, because I'm sure they showed the replay in the stadium when the Kyler Murray non-safety call was going on.
Okay.
And I know I had to text it in because you guys were there, so maybe you're not listening to the broadcast, the explanation.
No, I have to go to my phone. So I go to my phone because of the YouTube TV app, and I'll watch on my phone when there's times of confusion.
Yes. So this was obviously the start of the fourth quarter. The third quarter had just ended. There was a 10-yard penalty, and there was intentional grounding. And when intentional grounding happens in the end zone, that's a safety. Now, technically, it was on the 1-yard line because the entire ball has to be also in the end zone when he's done throwing it. But the fact that the ball was out of the end zone and on barely the half-yard line, it was not called a safety. I don't like that play call because it just gets away from
the rule.
The rule, excuse me.
Okay.
I don't like the rule because it's not the spirit of it. As far as I'm concerned, if both of your feet are in the end zone, that should be a safety. Now, again, it was the correct call, but I don't like the rule itself.
Now, when you cross the line of scrimmage, your body can be behind the line and the ball can be in front. Is that correct?
Yes, you can have like a shoelace still behind the line of scrimmage, and it's not going to be called an illegal forward pass.
In syncing up the two rules, they're trying to say that, both, like you have to be completely in the end zone or out of it. So here's my issue. They reviewed that. They all huddled up and looked at that. Yeah. If the threshold for a safety is a very important play, which we all agree, right? That the play is extremely important. And the threshold for a safety on that play for Kyler Murray, we're going to look at it in a million different views. And the whole body's got to be out of there. The same has to be said for the penalty that Dominic Pooney committed on Calais Campbell, which resulted in a safety. I thought, it was a terrible penalty. Thought it was ticky-tacky. Yes, he held him. It was ever so slightly around the hip. But if you watch the original grab around the hip was at like the 1 or 2 yard line. It was not in the end zone. So to me, if you're going to have this high degree of microscopic thresholds of the ball was out of the end zone, but the rest of the body was in it, all right, and you're not going to give the Niners a safety, to me, you have to use the same amount of scrutiny on the Dominic Pooney penalty where he grabs Calais Campbell around the waist. And to me, that needs to be simultaneously reviewed. That cannot be, you're giving 2 points to the other team kind of willy-nilly on a subjective play, bang, bang, as a million things are going on, and we're just going with whatever that judge threw the flag at, versus let's take a look at this Kyler thing. Both need to be looked at. If you're going to be rewarding points one way or the other, to me, whether it's a penalty or the Kyler play, I think both need to be through the same level of scrutiny to me, because it's about awarding points.
And the fact that they were able to fight through that adversity and all the other adversity they fought throughout this game, we're going to dive into, because you didn't get rewarded with the safety. The other team did. A lot of teams would fold in that moment. Like mentally, that must be excruciating to witness. Now, I know the Niners ended up getting the ball back after they punted and they got the touchdown. But when that happened, I think a lot of Niner fans are saying, man, they just took the lead. They're going to get the ball back. They're going to ice it. We're going to lose this game. But that didn't happen.
Joe, think about how they battled back from adversity. You lose Nick Bosa for the whole second half.
Yep.
All right. You can't run the ball at all. All your good runs are getting called back for holds. You get stuffed, essentially, at the goal line. You muff. You receive a punt inside the 5. You did all of these Cardinal sins you don't do. You turn the ball over on the second to last drive, right? And still you found a way to win the game.
Yep.
That was a resilient, gutty, great win in my estimation.
And we're going to hear from the phone lines today. Again, guest free.
Where are you?
Guest
Niner
free.
fans?
You're
3-0.
We are your home right now on a Victory Monday. Call us. You're the guest today. 888-957-9570 is the number. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
It's Spadoni here, and you got to know your roots. I know Carter knows his roots. I know Sam knows his roots. Does Shasky know his roots? Yeah, we'll see. But the Oakland Roots are back, and next Tuesday they are taking on Hartford Athletic, and you could watch all of the Roots home games at the Oakland Coliseum. And again, I got to tell you guys, I was at the Coliseum watching the Roots a couple weeks ago. It was the back-to-school night game against Monterey Bay FC, and it was a blast. I took my son, I took my daughter. We were chilling, have a great time. You get the cotton candy, you get all the snacks, you get all the excitement, the joy, the feels of action back at the Coliseum. Yeah, we've had baseball, we've had football, but there is nothing like soccer at the Collie. Coming out, show your Oakland pride again, and enjoy the energy of an Oakland Roots game. Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today, and you can also watch the game on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Jack here. Did you know my $3.49 sourdough scramblers are available all day? Toasted sourdough with bacon or sausage, scrambled eggs, and melty cheese. Yum. All for just $3.49. Get so much more. Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
I'm sure he's concerned, and just knowing how he would be, and hopefully we'll have some good news tomorrow.
Clarify, they've ruled out an ACL for him?
They haven't ruled it out. No, we're not sure. I mean, there is concern because of how he feels, and but they do the tests and stuff on the sideline. When usually they say whether he definitely did or not, and they didn't say that, but we are concerned with that and keeping our fingers crossed for the MRI or whatever he does.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
Oh, I love that rejoin. That was Kyle Shanahan after the game yesterday. Niners improved to 3-0 with a 16-15 victory, but basically did it without their star defensive end, Nick Bosa, who left with about a minute left in the first quarter yesterday. You saw him on the sidelines getting stretched out. They're calling it a knee injury. And whoever it was in the crowd, he's like, Nick, you okay? You going to be okay? When he was leaving, he just gave a thumbs down, which you never want to see. It felt like I was watching Joaquin Phoenix and The Gladiator, Commodus giving the thumbs down to the crowd right there. But again, we'll wait. If any news comes out regarding it, supposed to get an MRI, the results. I know Rappaport had a report on it on NFL Network this morning that he's just going to get some testing done. And again, any news that happens, we will relay that information when it comes to one Nick Bosa. But Niner fans, Joe, holding their breath, and rightfully so right now. Like, it is one thing to be able to do this without Kittle, without Juwan, without Micah Williams. I thought he was, going to be out for this game. He has the wrist injury, he comes back and makes play after play for them. But it gets to a point where you can't overcome some losses, and Nick is one of those guys where you would not just be able to overcome something like that. So hopefully it's not serious, and if anything, it's a week or two or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds like he was wearing the same sleeve that Dominic Pooney was wearing and walking in the same way that Dominic Pooney was walking when he injured himself after the preseason game. I believe he missed 2 or 3 weeks total and was ready to go for week 1, so we will see. I think best case scenario, he misses multiple weeks. I think worst case scenario, he's out for the season.
Exactly. And again, any news we will get, we're just speculating right now. No one knows anything quite yet. Again, you could come over the next day. They're trying to be very hush-hush. It could be a tear. We don't know. But
I know they have an MRI machine at the stadium. All stadiums do. All professional stadiums. So they do this thing where, like, let's do an MRI, and then they do another one the next day to just kind of confirm or deny whatever they previously saw.
And again, it happened right at the end of that first quarter. He got double-teamed, actually. He was getting double-teamed quite a bit in this game early on.
Wasn't like James Conner, you saw, like, oh, my God, the leg was folded. This one, yes, the right leg planted, but, Joe, it didn't seem like to me, it just didn't have the trauma that I associate with, like, an automatic, oh, my gosh, that's an ACL injury. Well, that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It just seemed very routine.
When I watched it, because it was the left tackle, Kelvin Beachum, and it was the guard, Evan Brown, for the Cardinals.
Yeah, he came over late.
Exactly. But they're saying it's the right knee, but it was the left knee that looked like it kind of bent awkwardly, not even, but you never know with those things.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Was that the surgically repaired knee?
I think it might have been. We'll get on that in a second. But 888-957-9570 is the number, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Niner fans, your team is 3-0. It's a Monster Monday. It's a Victory Monday. There are no guests. You are the guests. We want to hear from you. How are we feeling this morning? How confident are you right now? Fighting through all this adversity, and this team is full of fighters right now, Joe. I want to hear from what Fred Warner, the captain, again, making another DPOY kind of play yesterday. I know you want to pay off your Christian McCaffrey tease there. But this is what Fred Warner had to say about the team being full of fighters.
Well, yeah, I think it just speaks to how gritty our team is. We got a team full of fighters who are willing to go the distance all 4 quarters and some if we need it. But, we're calling on a lot of guys who probably didn't know that they were going to be needed as much as they have been. And so just extremely proud of the group and finding ways to win. And we'll just continue to try to get better and keep finding ways to win.
Michael Williams stepping up with Nick Bosa's absence. Kendrick Bourne, Jake Tonjes making plays. You mentioned MVS had a play. He had a catch there. Sky Moore learning from his previous mistake, letting that ball go into the end zone so you can set up your quarterback for a game-winning drive. They were learning from their mistakes, and they're going to continue to learn from their mistakes, and it's better to do that in wins than in losses, and they set off the tone right at home, being 1-0 at Levi's Stadium, where hopefully they play the final game of the NFL season there, that being the Super Bowl. Still very early for that. And I want to shout out Fred Warner too, Joe. A lot of class there. When obviously that devastating injury happened to Connor, they brought out the cart immediately. The entire Cardinals sideline went over Obviously, that speaks volumes for James Conner, just how he is beloved in that locker room. But I loved what I saw from Fred Warner and some of those other Niner players that were on the field and were dapping him up when he was on that cart and just, pat him on the back as best as you can. Just being a good, competitor right there, and nothing but class from Fred Warner personified.
I mean, James Conner was killing them to start this game. He is such a load and such a beast. If I'm Kenneth Walker, I'm watching James Conner film, and I'm understanding how to run with that kind of violence.
Kenneth Walker had a good day yesterday, too. Yeah.
Shaking off, the first tackler every time. He had a spin move on a play that the Niners completely, they knew exactly what was coming, and he spun out and still got the first down. I believe that was on a 4th down.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a 3rd down.
Kalia Davis, it looked like he had, I think it was dead in the rights.
I just think that right now, Jordan Elliott's playing high-level football. I think that Kalia Davis has made plays in every single week. And then now you're seeing a young guy in Alfred Collins really flash. I was so out on him to start the year, and now, he has been completely different. He's eating double teams left and right. He almost got that safety the other day, or yesterday, excuse me. That brings me to McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get right into it. He's the most important player on the Niners right now. We saw Jimmy Garoppolo before, Christian McCaffrey. It's different. His best 5 games or 4 games or whatever it was with CMC. We've seen Brock Purdy with Christian McCaffrey. We've seen Brock Purdy without Christian McCaffrey. He's way better with Christian McCaffrey. I mean, every quarterback who's ever played football is better with Christian McCaffrey. He's the best player on the team. And you've got Fred Warner, you've got Trent Williams, and you've got Nick Bosa on this team. You've got George Kittle on this team. We've seen what their record is when he doesn't play. Did you watch last year? He played 4 games. His team's nowhere near what they are when he's not on the field. That being said, I'm done pearl clutching on him. I'm done. And I was probably one of the leaders of the pearl clutching in 2023 regarding touches and saving him and this and the other. He is an old player. All right? 29 at running back might as well be 40 in pitcher status. Okay? That's what he is right now. He's coming off of multiple big injuries throughout his career. He's going to rack up a ton of touches, and y'all are just going to have to, wear it. He has an opt-out after this year where they can void the deal and eat, $18 million in dead cap. I wouldn't do that. Even if he does get hurt or whatever, I still wouldn't eat the money. I think he can be a productive, unbelievable stud player for you as a pass catcher like he's been these first 3 weeks out of the backfield. I look at someone like Kevin Falk, not nearly as God-gifted talent as CMC. At 33 years old, this guy gave you 700 yards. I'm talking about Kevin Falk. 50-plus targets, another, 75 touches on the ground. That's Kevin Falk at 33 years old. All right, he played till he was 35. I can give you the Terry Kirby numbers. Guys that are pass-catching threats are always going to be effective coming out of the backfield, even if they've lost a step or two. So this whole consternation about, how many touches CMC's getting, guys, we can't worry about next year. We're not preserving a 29-year-old running back for his 30 and 31 seasons. I think you just got to kind of go week to week, see where he's at, series to series. If he takes himself out, he taps the helmet, you go to Brian Robinson, and you just kind of just figure it out. Now, when we get to December, and maybe we've got a better record, and we're sitting here and we're like a game out of clinching a spot or a playoff spot, all right, then I'll start worrying about how to load manage him toward the end of the year. Right now, you owe it to yourself, and you owe it to the team to win as many games as possible. So, for me, you guys can all argue about the amount of raw touches that CMC's getting. I'm done. I'm done with it. If he gets hurt, it's football. James Conner got hurt between the tackles yesterday. His career's probably done.
And he's 30. He's 30.
Right?
It sucks I have to say that, and I don't want his career to be over. It's awful.
It's terrible. There is no guarantee on tomorrow. You could run him 400 times this year in terms of touches, and he can get healthy, and he gets through the whole year, and then he gets hurt next year. You could get to 200 touches, and then he gets hurt. You just don't know. But I'm done worrying about the future regarding CMC. Now, that being said, clearly this team between the tackles is having a tough time running the ball. And we know he wants to get to the outside and then cut up. I'm telling you, I think I'm not feeling juice right now on this offense. I think that they need to, when Demarcus Robinson comes back and you get a healthy Jawan Jennings, I think 3 wide receiver sets with George Kittle as your tight end when he returns and eliminating the fullback from a lot of these variations is the way to go. I think it will open up the running lanes.
I love that you brought into the receiving stats right there and the receivers, because this has been a throwing team early on. Look at this. Look at this.
They ran the ball 5 times in the first half, and I thought it was the appropriate tact.
Look at this little tidbit. The Niners are one of 2 teams in the NFL right now. Small sample size, 3 weeks, but again, just kind of speaks to what you're talking about. They're one of only 2 teams that have 2 players in the top 15 in receiving yards. The Rams with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, and the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall.
I mean, Ricky's on pace for 1,800 yards.
He has 281 right now. He's 3rd in the NFL in receiving, and he doesn't have a touchdown yet, but that'll come. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba and Puka Nacua.
I know.
Those are the only 2 above him.
And CMC right now is an all-pro.
He's above Justin Jefferson through 3 weeks receiving yards.
He's been amazing.
Carter knew all along, by the way. They laughed at him when he dropped him in
Carter
fantasy.
was right. Look,
Carter was right.
Look, I'm pivoting. I'm admitting where I'm pivoting. Like I'm telling you, I'm done losing my mind. Just win these games. Just win each game. I'll worry about the future in the future. Because look, George Kittle had the best camp ever. They rested him. They did this. They did that. He still randomly got hurt. Like if he was 22 or 23 or 24, hey, you know what? I would understand being a little more cautious. He's 29. And I also want to acknowledge, I'm not being disposable and flippant about his body. I'm not treating him like an avatar and a battering ram to just waste him. I don't want to be inhumane. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a fine line with how we discuss this. Like, I don't want to make it out like, just waste them all up. No. Like, be somewhat practical. But losing our minds about him getting too many touches, guys, they have to win these games. Yeah. Win these games. Would you rather, Christian, have 15 fewer touches and be 1-2?
No.
Or be right where you're at right now?
Right now. 140 all-purpose yards yesterday for CMC. And again,
he was the best player on the field.
He has more receiving yards through 3 weeks than Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Michael Pittman Jr., Cortland Sutton, Trey McBride, Brock Bowers. The list goes on and on of other number ones around there. It's pretty insane for a running back, and they've needed every bit of what he has done in that receiving game. He's been the trusted agent alongside Ricky Pearsall, not only for Brock, but for Mac Jones too, and hopefully Brock can come back sooner rather than later. But again, when he does come back, you're going to see more of that.
And there's a deep Mac Jones conversation. I don't think he's as good as Purdy overall, but there's something to be said. The guy fits. I'm not creating some quarterback controversy. So I think that he has been awesome these last 2 games. Are there some plays he wants back? Yes. Do you know how many sacks he avoided yesterday by climbing in the pocket and getting rid of the ball?
Just getting rid of it, yeah.
I thought he was excellent yesterday, just in general. And there were a couple of throws that maybe the ball placement wasn't as spot on as you would like. But all things being considered, I think you lose both the games the last 2 weeks with any other backup quarterback that they've had the last few years. Hey, Mac Jones deserves a ton of credit. The fact he gutted that out with the knee injury and threw some big-time throws, and I thought Shanahan dialing up that screen pass was exactly what they needed. He was awesome. That throw to Ricky Pearsall on 4th down, they don't score a touchdown if they don't convert on that play.
I mean, through 2 games as a backup quarterback, he has 4 touchdowns and just 1 pick.
He's been great.
I'm taking that every single day
and a
of the
fumble.
week.
He has 2 turnovers.
Yeah, fumble, exactly. But again, just 1 interception throwing the ball there, as we all thought.
And the lack of sacks, too.
Yes.
I think that's important.
Yes.
I thought he's done a really good job identifying the free rusher and getting rid of the ball.
It matters. Backup quarterbacks, as we saw yesterday in Minnesota, matter with Carson Wentz absolutely destroying another backup in Jake Browning, the Cincinnati Bengals.
There was one play in particular that's going to get lost. There was a free releaser. They're in kind of like no man's land. Are you going to kick this field goal or are you not? And it's right before halftime. And the free runner comes right up the middle. And Mac just fires one to Christian. Now, you don't convert on 3rd down, but you get enough yards to make you go, all right, we're kicking the field goal here. So you get points before halftime. I thought it was 2 weeks in a row. Clock management, Kyle, was excellent.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Jay, Miguel, Harmon, we'll get to all of you shortly as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour down, 3 to go here on a Victory Monday / Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. It's Spadoni and Shasky. Niners are rolling at 3-0, first in the NFC West after the Rams fell yesterday to the Philadelphia Eagles. And what was a crazy game. The early slate was just absolutely insane in the NFL. And I was just hoping the Niners were going to be one of the other victims, like the Bucs, like the Eagles, or like the Rams, I should say, where it was a blocked kick field goal happening for a touchdown of the opposite way. I was hoping that didn't happen at Levi's Stadium. It didn't. Eddie Pinheiro,
dude,
money,
his celebrating
Eddie Money
was insane.
Oh, he was yelling at the Cardinals sideline. It was great.
Why?
Because he's got swag. I wish Jake Moody would do that. I wish he yelled at the other sideline. Good for Eddie Money, a.k.a. Eddie De Niro. Jay in San Rafael, kick things off. What's up, Jay?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Fired up.
Awesome. I just wanted to say I am so excited about our 3-0 start. That's off the hook. And, hey, shout out to the special teams coach for actually coaching. The Fox broadcaster said, look at that veteran move, faking the catch and letting the ball bounce through the end zone. No mention of the previous safety-inducing mistake. Anyways, I wanted to see more variety of receivers used. Spread it around, Mac. Give me a pump fake. Look at Ricky, then hit the open guy because they started cheating off their coverage to help out with Ricky. Anyway, let's get a new Niners cheer, guys. How about, or not, bring back the old one. One side would say go, the other side would say Niners. That's all. Thanks.
Hey, wait, Jay, you still there? Oh, he got out of the hospital. That's Jay in the hospital. It's Jay in San Rafael now. He's back.
He's floating.
He's
probably
hold on,
feeling no pain.
Can we bring a chant back? It's an old one, but a good one. Go Niners. It's really, you know what? It's an oldie but a goodie. Let's bring it back, guys. Hell, bang bang Niner gang. Go Niners. That's an original one.
So we were in this. We were in our.
God, I love Jay.
I was in my seats in the end zone, and the guy behind me, I forget his name. I apologize. I always forget your name.
Oh, you're doing the Bonte?
Yeah, but he was like, "Hey, man, we haven't done the for a first down." I go, "Yeah, it's because we've gone 3 and out twice to start the game." He's like, "Have we?" I'm like, "Yeah, we have." You know, like that game started off ugly, and it felt like they had no momentum because Arizona had the ball for 20 some odd minutes in the first half.
Just plays being made left and right from everyone. Michael Williams, Upton Stout. Hell, D. Winters on that play with James Conner in the end zone, which would have been a touchdown, by the way, a running back that can go all the way out there, back post to the end zone, trying to make a play there. And D. Winters keeping up with him, a la a Dre Greenlaw. Again, we keep talking about the Dre Greenlaw top. I'm just going to keep saying it's D. Winters and D. Winters. But, you know, it's hard for me not, as a Niner fan, to look what's going on in Denver as they lost yesterday. Dre Greenlaw, he's going to be out. He's put on the IR. I mean, I hate that, like, we saw this coming as a fan base, and clearly John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan did too, and it was the right call to move off of him. But I didn't expect to see this level from the linebacker position outside of Fred Warner this early, and D. Winters keeps making play after play after play, Joe. It's infectious.
Yeah, he looks like he's shot out of a cannon.
Yes!
Multiple players on this team throughout the first 3 weeks have made great plays through contact and through the ground on balls in the air, and I think that the last 5 years, you can't really remember a lot of plays where DBs, safeties, and linebackers are playing through the ground like they have. Like that Upton Stout play, which no one's brought up this morning, to force them to punt the ball and give it back up at the end of the game. That's the play of the game.
Well, it looked like it was a catch until it wasn't. It looked like Zay Jones is falling to the ground. Upton Stout pulls that thing out. And Zay Jones, say what you will about him, he's not a household name, but he's been a solid 2 to 3 receiver who's had some big-time clutch catches in the past, whether it was for, you know, the Raiders or the Ravens. He's bounced around a bunch, but he's a legitimate NFL receiver. And for him to make that play was massive. It was the play of the game, quite frankly, on top of, you know, Sky Moore and Jay and San Rafael bringing it up there. Sky Moore letting that ball, learning from his mistake, go to the end zone, getting good field position for Mac Jones, had the timeout in the back pocket there, and they just methodically picked apart that defense towards the end there. And it was a gritty win, a divisional win. And I know Bonte likes to say it. He didn't come up with this, by the way. The division games are different. Yeah, we know. And we'll talk to Bonte tomorrow, who'll be with us after Baldy every single Tuesday. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, and Bonte from 8 to 10. I know both of them are fired up after that Niners win. I'm sure Miguel in San Antonio is also fired up about it. What's up, Miguel? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, Victory Monday, 3 in a row. What's up, Shasky? What's up, Spadoni? I am fired up. I believe these games are important, must-win games. We're 2-0 in the division, 3-0 in the conference. Our guys are banged up. Let's get them the rest that they need. Let's be ready to go for the long season. I'm pumped. I know in my mind I'm trying to say, oh, well, we don't have this. We're playing these teams. I don't care. These are wins. These are important wins. I'm just fired up. Just one thing about those safeties, I agree. Like there needs to be some real look at how you're officiating these. But in the end, I'll take it. You know, Arizona, they were up. They had that 2-point confidence because of that safety. They punted it to us. We were down. We had to get the game winner. So, you know, it is what it is. It's football. A lot of emotions, ups and downs. But, you know, I'm watching that game, and I had a great night. I know Shanahan had a great night now that he can actually sleep without kicking nightmares. I said it last week on my call. We signed a veteran. This is what we expect. I know we're all a little traumatized, and we're cheering for Eddie Money, Eduardo Dinero. You know, this guy. Thank you. We needed this. Another thing about our defense, Warner, is he DPOY? I mean, what is going on? He not only does he make plays, he makes the most important plays at the most important times. He's my guy. I'm just through the moon. You know, our defense is playing great. I said it last week on my call too, but Green, he scares me a little bit. I don't know if I'm overreacting, over-exaggerating. Renardo Green, yeah. Wow. I mean, it just seems like last game he was getting picked up. He had that penalty that led to that touchdown. I don't know.
How many teams are 3 deep at cornerback?
Yeah. Thanks, Miguel. Not many.
I would say none.
Yeah.
You know, like none right now. So I think right now you've got 2 young players in Renardo Green and Stout who are just going to continue to get tested. Diamond Lenore made a hell of a play earlier in this game, made a great tackle on a short yardage play. The cornerbacks are going to be a work in progress. I had a bigger issue with Marquise Siegel on a run play, just totally whiffing in space. He's got to clean that up. Pinnock was a little slow, but the back end of the secondary has been significantly better. They had 3 specific blow-up plays, though, yesterday. Marvin Harrison dropped one. He had a big catch later on, and I believe McBride was open for a wide open one. McBride is an absolute stud.
He is.
I know Bowers gets a lot of love. McBride's the closest to all-around George Kittle. Ooh. No, he's a beast.
No, Brock Bowers owners are not very happy right now.
Well, maybe we shouldn't crown someone after 1 year. Well, maybe we should relax.
No one out-crowned him. He just was first-team All-Pro as a rookie. It was pretty impressive. This is a great year.
I know,
Can you
but
agree it was a great?
Like,
just say it was a great year.
He's the greatest tight end in the league.
No. Well, he was last year because he was first-team All-Pro.
No, you're not the best tight end in the league if you had a great year. You have to do it for 4 or 5 straight years. That's how sports works,
for
guys.
That year, he was the greatest because he was voted the greatest amongst his peers. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to do zeros and heroes on the other side, Joey? You want to do that?
Yeah.
Let's do it on the other side, Sam. You know, you're looking at me. You made a good open for it. I want to play it and reward you for said open. We got Harmon, John, and Sally on the phone lines. We'll get to you. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Plus, Miguel was saying, hey, Fred Warner playing like a DPOY. He's played like a DPOY early on in seasons before, but the Niners might actually be missing their DPOY going forward. And that's Nick Bosa. How big of a loss would that be? Shasky and I will talk about that on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Mac Jones got a man in Pearsall, but he throws it away. Picked off by the Rabbit.
Adrian Taylor Demerson with the interception, the first of his NFL career, and Arizona's got it with 5 minutes left.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, he reminds me of Buster from Arrested Development. That's a deep cut for you. This party is off the hook. Jay in the hospital, a.k.a. Sander Fell, who just called us last segment, and he's feeling it. Niner fans are feeling it. They're 3-0. And Soulja Boy is feeling it this morning. I like the song selection, Carter. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys. Text line Harmon and Danville. We'll get to you in a second. Phone lines are open. No guests today on a Victory Monday, Joe. The guests are the people.
Last year, the blitz is what Gannon used to really stymie the Niners. This year, they were mixing and matching it. And it felt like on the final drive, they threw the blitzes at Mac Jones and the Niners, and they were ready for him with quick hitters. Sky Moore makes a play. I think back-to-back plays to Kendrick Bourne. Yeah. Huge plays to just keep the sticks going on that final drive. Then they backed off. And on the play they backed off, Shanahan dialed up a screenplay. I'm telling you, Shanahan has been coach of the year type stuff through 3 weeks. You guys can talk DPOIs all you want. I know players got to play. I understand all that. But if we're going to criticize Kyle Shanahan ad nauseum for personnel, for play clock, for creativity, for stubbornness, for all these things, where are you at this morning? That's what I want to know from Niner fans. Because I feel like he has been the best element of the Niners. Yes, Robert Saleh has been amazing. Yes, Robert Saleh's defense, you could argue, has won them a couple of games. They've been without George Kittle. They've been without Brock Purdy. They've been without Jawan Jennings. All right? Multiple games. They've done this with their backup quarterback. They've done this without being able to have a 100-yard rusher. They're doing this with guys who most people didn't even know were on the team. Valdez-Scantling making plays.
MVS, baby.
They did this without the kicker they started the year with. So, look, I know that Robert Saleh deserves a ton of credit. I'm not taking away anything from him. All I'm saying is all you Shanahan haters, and I have my own gripes, but I am sitting here today giving him the kudos he deserves. Where you at with giving Kyle Shanahan some credit?
Where you at, Niner fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. And listen, what have you been more impressed with through 3 weeks? Or just let's stick on yesterday. The offense or the defense? You could take one or the other. Robert Saleh, again, I think there were major question marks heading into the season, and rightfully so on the offense. I think when you pay the quarterback that much money, when you have, Jawan Jennings holding out, who's the number one wide receiver, you have the question marks around Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle's getting older. You don't know what to expect from Christian McCaffrey. There are a lot of question marks on that offense, but specifically for the defense, you had 3 guys who you knew about, and everything else was up in the air, Joe. You knew about Nick Bosa. You knew about Fred Warner. And for the most part, you knew about Deommodore Lenoir. Outside of that, it was, okay, who's going to step up? You drafted this kid out of Georgia, Michael Williams, who stepped up the last couple weeks in a big-time way.
He's looked great.
He's looked great. You got Upton Stout making contributions, right? I know Renardo Green's been up. He's been up and down. I thought he's made some plays, though, for the most part. There was a lot of question marks there. Hell, there was an aspect of this game, the special teams, made some plays. They didn't make a lot, but they made some plays. And that's been kind of their Achilles heel throughout the most part. So I just thought yesterday was a total team effort, and I keep coming away every week saying it was a total team effort from all 3 phases. And it's not one part of them has been the detriment of the team for them to lose. And that's a big aspect of it, because last year, this same game, I circled one player that was just god-awful, and it was Devondre Campbell. And I keep coming back, the jump from him to D. Winters, it cannot be talked about enough. And it's reverberated in the middle of that defense. It's reverberated with the swagger that they play with. D. Winters has been my most surprising Niner so far this year. And I just keep coming away. It's impressed every single game.
Kyler dropped back almost 40 times yesterday.
He was feeling, by the way, he was so damn frustrated. You could see it. Whenever, the players weren't lined up correctly after James Conner went, he kept getting the running backs that didn't know where they were going. Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't know what he's doing. It was palpable if you're watching from your couch, Joe, the frustration from Kyler Murray. Just the body language is awful.
It might be. He's a stud, though. And his guys let him down. I mean, what, you don't think he is?
I was the guy that said last week if Kyler Murray was the 49ers quarterback early on in 2019, I think they would have had a Super Bowl. So I'm a Kyler Murray guy.
You needed defense, too. So, I don't know if they would have got there. Whatever. Kyler's really good, dude. Like, when you go to the game, you realize, yes, he struggles to throw behind that line because he's so short. That is a real thing. I think Purdy does, too. Not as short as Kyler, but, Kyler's arm talent is unbelievable. His feet are unbelievable. To me, the stat was 6 for 37. That's what he finished with. That's rushing attempts and yards on the ground. He had 37 yards on the ground in the game. He had 23 at halftime. So I thought they bottled him up a much better in the second half as a runner. There was a play where Jair Brown in the first half came blitzing in, and he just ran right around him. He's unreal. And he made some really nice throws. There were, I think, 3 giant drops from Arizona. One of them in the end zone, I didn't even consider it a drop. It was a great throw. I mean, only his guy was going to make that play. Kyler is infinitely talented. You might be right regarding, his attitude as a quarterback with his teammates. Guys were not lining up before the play clock was draining down, and he had to call hike with less than 1 second left or less than 2 seconds left over and over and over again because his guys didn't know where to be. They literally didn't know where to be. So I'm not trying to defend Kyler. I just thought that his teammates really let him down.
Well, no, listen, I don't want it to sound like I'm crushing him for it. He just clearly was bothered by it. I'm just calling it how I'm seeing it. He was clearly
Brady
frustrated.
does that same thing, if Brady does that
Tom Brady.
That's
I know. But he's Tom Brady, so that's why.
So Aaron Rodgers, is he allowed to...
Well, what's the narrative around Kyler Murray? It's what? You talked about it last week. What's the narrative around the guy?
Well, work ethic.
The work ethic and the
watching
give
him
a damn and
yesterday,
being a leader.
He was ready to go. There multiple times wide receivers and running backs were on the wrong side of where to be. He's like, no, get over here. To me, I was like, oh, actually, Kyler knows more of the playbook than I gave him credit for. No, I thought yesterday was a revelation. That being said,
he had a tiptoe one down the sideline where he picked up that first down. I thought he ran out early, but they did great camera work on the Fox broadcast where he just, ever so slightly, just tiptoed, got the first down easily. It's amazing.
He's one of the best athletes you've ever seen.
Yes.
I'm not even trying to joke. He's the smallest guy on the field, and he's ridiculous. That said,
he was drafted in the first round in the Major League Baseball draft.
He's unreal. Dude, he's really he's a great watch.
Billy Bean.
But in the pocket, he really struggles to see the underneath stuff when he's stuck in the pocket. And there was a play where I thought Fred Warner should have intercepted him underneath and literally ran into his own player. 2 guys, I don't know, was it D. Winters? I forget who the other guy was. They collided into each other. Trying to make it loud. That was really the only play that I thought he made a bad pass on.
It was Fred Warner and D. Winters, actually. And it was D. Winters. Fred had a perfect beat on it and probably would have gotten the pick. But D. Winters, they were both so excited to get it. They kind of had friendly fire there. Before we get to zeros and heroes, we'll do that in a couple minutes. Harmon in Danville wants to join in the conversation around Christian McCaffrey. And again, him being a receiver this year, being top 15 in receiving yards, it's pretty incredible. The Niners are one of 2 teams with 2 players in the top 15 in receiving yards through 2 weeks. You got the Rams, Puka Nacua, and Devontae Adams, probably both potential Hall of Famers in their own right. Early on for Puka, Devontae's going to the Hall of Fame. And the Niners with Christian McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall. Pretty incredible. What's up, Harmon?
Fellas, how's it going? I wanted to say I am driving over the Bay Bridge with crazy traffic instead of taking barks. I'm passionate about this take. So, Shasky, you got me going this morning when I got in the car. But here's my thing: is I am a 44 lifer. I love juice. Incredible Niner. Should never buy a beer for the rest of his life. With all that said. I think the Niners probably should have let him go after the Super Bowl. He's an incredible player. Incredible player, but his time is done. They need to have Brian Robinson as their back more, and they need to install Christian McCaffrey more in the Debo role. The job is to get the best players on the field, and if they do that, first off, the element of disguise will be way more prevalent.
I agree.
And also as well, too, I mean, look, like Christian McCaffrey in the slot, man, that may be what he'll thrive in the twilight of his career. So just my take. And last thing, shout out to Coach Sala, man. When you play Pop Warner football, you get taught a couple things. Run to the football, use your hands, tackle well. And the little things are just popping out so much. So shout out to Coach Sala. Shout out to Levi Sandy yesterday. Was rocking. And go Niners, man.
Yeah, you know, the juice thing is very interesting. So I think they ran 62 offensive plays yesterday. So he was only in for 22 of them. Now, you get the benefit of that play-action play where he's wide open, and Max sold it so brilliantly. And I think that was set up by some of their, predictable goal line runs earlier in the game. That being said, Brady said it 2 years ago, and I'm now in agreement with him. You got to get your best guys on the field. And right now, I'm not sure Juice is one of your best guys on the field. I think this number 22, which is about a third of the snaps, should probably be closer to 10. If we're being real, he's a short yardage type of a fullback, and I know they use him in a variety of ways, and it mimics a tight end. And they miss George Kittle. Big
correct.
Time.
That's the biggest.
They
one
miss
there.
him.
Yeah.
Farrell's a better blocker, and I think Tonj is a better blocker. And so I just think formations right now, where he is going back and forth on early rundown situations, are really predictable, and he's not blocking anybody. And I want to see three wide receiver, one tight end, one running back sets. And I think that you'll have that luxury when you get Juwan Jennings back and when you get Demarcus Robinson back. So now you would have these are your best offensive players. Like, I like Juice, and he's useful. No one's saying, I don't think he needs to be off the team. There's a spot for him. I'm just saying now he's more of a way more situational player. And it really was evident to me they are struggling to run the ball between the tackles. So what they need to do is they need to get that third wide. They don't have it right now.
No.
When you're playing without Jennings, that means Kendrick Bourne is getting elevated. He's not a 2.
No.
I don't even think Pearsall's a 1, but like he looks good. He's a great 2. But you get Jennings and Pearsall out there. You get DeMarcus Robinson out there. You get CMC. I think you'll be able to get into more nickel formations on defense, and you'll have an easier time running because you're spreading out that defense.
Hell, Christian McCaffrey's your 2 right now, quite frankly. No, and you don't need him. You don't want him to be.
He is.
But he is. But I hear what you're saying when it comes to wide receiver room. It's absolutely been
they're always going to run 5-man fronts, and they're going to have 7, 8 in the box. But you got to spread these guys out. And I think part of why they're throwing as much as they are is because the boxes are completely stacked and there's nowhere to go. Their 4 best runs on the season have all been called back for holds.
Quick correction here. I said that the 49ers are one of just 2 teams to have 2 receivers in the top 15. It's actually 3 teams, because the New York Giants, who have not yet won a game, also have it in Malik Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson there. So 3 teams.
Nobody was coming in. Correct.
Well, it's okay. Boxer and Gruesome work injury attorneys text line. We got the sticklers out there, and that's fine.
Get a life.
No, it's okay. No, we strive for excellence here on the Morning Roast, Joe. It's okay.
They're the only team in the NFL without a rushing touchdown right now.
Christian McCaffrey hasn't had a rushing touchdown. Do you know since?
Probably 2023.
Since the NFC Championship game a couple years ago.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised.
It's pretty incredible. No, I'm just saying it's pretty incredible.
I'm honestly not, though. I'm not surprised at all. And look, yesterday, that Juice touchdown was a direct result of the play action off of Christian McCaffrey.
Correct.
So
even if he's not getting them, he is being a part of them in some sort of way. And Ricky Pearsall hasn't had a touchdown yet receiving. So
Ricky's been awesome.
It's been incredible.
That throw on 4th down, the guts to go for it. I love that they ran the ball on 3rd down knowing they were going to go for it on 4th down. Again, I just feel like the clarity with the kicking situation has actually made Kyle a better coach.
And I'm glad you brought that up. We'll hear from the coach. We'll hear from Mac Jones. We'll hear from all the players after the game. Again,
awesome.
We are monitoring the situation with Nick Bosa. Left the game with about a minute to go in the first quarter yesterday with a knee injury. Hoping it's not ACL. That's per the Niners. We'll get more about that today at some point, and we will relay that information to the people, because obviously that would be a massive gut punch for this team that's playing pretty well in spite of losing some of their big names. But eventually it gets to a point where you can't keep missing some DPOI, all-pro players, that being George Kittle and Nick Bosa. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's up, Oreo?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy Victory Monday. It was a nail-biter yesterday, huh? But it looks like that's how we're going to be playing most of our games, man. They're going to be close. Our defense is going to keep us in it. So I'm very encouraged about that. But going back to the offense, you guys were talking about the wide receivers. We're going to have some guys coming back, man, and that pushes people down a bit. I know we didn't have Jennings, but Jennings, I guess, becomes a number 4. We have Robinson, we have Pearsall, and then we have Ayuk coming back. My boy Kittle comes back. So those pass catchers are going to come back, and like you said, they're going to open up the box because there's too many in the box right now. Kyle knew that we had a pass to get that win, and he did it towards the end. Ricky Pearsall, that's my white boy Tupac, baby. Yay!
Is that a walk-off from Oreo Cookie? White boy Tupac, Slick Rick? By the way, third in receiving yards through 3 weeks is Ricky Pearsall, playing like a first-round pick, 281 on 16 receptions. It's pretty incredible. Only Jackson Smith and Jigba and Puka Nacua with more. Ricky Pearsall has absolutely been a hero, Joe. Did you know that? He's not been a zero, Carter. God, that's a Mona Lisa again from Sam. I wish they could put audio clips in the Louvre out in Paris, France. Sam would have his own corner there right next to the Mona Lisa. I swear.
With you dancing, which was ridiculous, while it was going on. Like, yeah, that's how my dad used to dance.
Oh, I am a dad. Father of two.
And then you sounded like Mr. Mackey in South Park. I don't know what.
No, he sounded like Trey Parker doing the narration for Rob Schneider is a stapler, rated PG-13.
Oh, so what is Zeros to Heroes? Let's hear it. So Zeros and Heroes? Is that what we're doing?
That's it. So he's doing the Hercules theme. Shout out Disney. I know you're a Disney dad, so shout out the theme there.
Okay.
Zeros and Heroes. We do it every single week.
I had never heard that song.
Oh, that's great. You didn't watch Hercules in the 90s? I thought that was your era. The Disney movie?
I was a little older than that.
Yeah, what?
Animated Disney movies?
Yeah, it was like you were like 12 when it came out probably, right? Like 93, 4?
What's it called?
Hercules. No? All right, that's fine. It's a very simple game, Joe. It's not really a game. You just talk about this past week and who were the zeros and who were the heroes. A hero is someone that performed well. A zero is someone that did not. And I'm going to start first to the zero. And it doesn't have to be a Niner exclusive. It could be the other team, too. Marvin Harrison Jr., oh, my God. This guy, first-round pick last year, I thought he was, and again, his career, he could turn this thing around. But right now, we were talking about bust in the summer with Ricky Pearsall, and I apologize there. He just needs to stay healthy. Marvin Harrison, oh, my God, dropping a wide, and I mean wide open touchdown that could have been the difference in this game. He ended up being the leading receiver, 3 receptions, 44 yards. But the amount of times, and you were at the game, Joe, that there was just miscommunication. I mean, it's been a year now in 3 games, and there's still miscommunication with your first-round pick. What was the talk about this guy coming out of Ohio State? The most polished route runner. He was smart. He's got the size. He's got the speed. He's got the hands. He's got it all. Well, it looks like Malik Neighbors was that guy, not Marvin Harrison Jr. He's my zero. Yikes.
Yeah, I think the heroes for me is the entire defense. When you hold Kyler Murray to 160 yards passing, and then you hold him to only 37 yards rushing, like you held that one guy down. And he is that good. And one throw can change a game, as we saw. One run can change a game. So CMC is definitely, Fred Warner is definitely like going to be the guy that gets most of the credit. But like D. Winters has been amazing. D. Winters has been absolutely amazing. But the rookies for me have been what's like really separating this thing. When you lose Bosa and Michael Williams and Collins step up in the absence and are making plays. Collins, I was like, is this guy going to even be a player?
Right.
I thought he was going to be a giant stiff. He's already shown me more in the first couple of weeks of the season than I thought we were going to get, in the preseason. I really thought we'd get nothing from him. And then Stout making the play of the game.
Shanahan talked about the D-line stepping up after the Bosa injury after the game.
I just saw him step it up. I mean, I saw a number of guys make plays. I thought they contained Kyler pretty good, which is a huge challenge. I mean, the whole goal is to keep him in that pocket, and it is extremely hard with how fast he is and how quick he is. And I thought we played the run game very well. They didn't give any big ones, and I was real proud of the whole defense, but especially the D-line.
And the other guy that hasn't gotten mentioned enough, I feel like, the first couple weeks, yesterday it really was evident. Bryce Huff was awesome yesterday. Bryce Huff snuffed out multiple screens. I thought his speed on the edge was desperately needed. He's been an excellent acquisition.
A guy that I heard his name a lot. It didn't really come up in the the box score, if you will, but Sam Okawanu was running yesterday. He was trying to get Kyler. God bless him. I mean, how much does Sam Okawanu weigh? He was trying to get little Kyler Murray out there multiple times. He just kept pushing him and pushing him. He had 7 total tackles, 2 solo. But Sam Okawanu was a guy that I kept seeing trying to make the play. Didn't make the big one, but again, the motor out there. These guys playing with some intensity and with some purpose instilled by the defensive coordinator, Robert Saleh, for sure. All right, so those are your heroes. Let's get to my hero of the game.
Yeah, I've got more, though.
Oh, I know you got more, but I want to give mine first. All right, is that okay?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. My guy, Eddie De Niro, a.k.a. Eddie Money. It's Eddie Pinheiro, baby. When called upon, he delivered 3 for 3 along of 51 yards, and he was the difference yesterday with the game winner. The place going nuts. I'm actually thinking that earthquake that happened in Berkeley was a direct result of that game-winning kick. Maybe it just reverberated all the way to the East Bay, and that was what caused it. Hopefully there's no serious damage. I don't think there was. I've been watching the news all morning. I mean, the guys camped out in front of a Halloween store thinking like there was actual damage to the storefront. It was a 4.8, people. It shook for like 5-6 seconds. All right. But Eddie Pinheiro is my hero of yesterday. And here's the head coach talking about the confidence level he has in him.
Confident, we don't have a lot of life experiences together, so I don't, so I was feeling good with it, and he definitely kept that going. We were going to kick along. We were in field goal range earlier before that. I love the screen that Christian did. The guys blocked great for him, got it in there, made it easier, and then we centered it, and he hit the game winner.
I love snarky Shanahan and sarcastic Shanny. He's just like, we don't have a lot of life experiences together. I guess I'm confident in the guy. But clearly he was. Clearly the game plan, he felt confident in him in those kicks and situations that he definitely wouldn't have had with Jake Moody if he was still on this team. So shout out Eddie Pinheiro, who's, again, made all of his field goals with the 49ers.
There was a small part of me, that was like, I might take a shot at the end zone here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just because I just don't trust anything. And also, if you watch any of the highlights from the first half of games in the morning, like how many block kicks were there? They were much deeper tries.
The Jets, with a couple minutes to go, went from winning the game because they blocked the field goal attempt from the Bucs, who were trying to basically ice it out there. They take the lead, then the Bucs come all the way back down and attempt a game-winning field goal. Just incredible games all around in that early slate. And the Niners definitely were clean when that came to the kicking game yesterday. So that was good.
I'll save my last couple heroes here, but I'll give you my 2 zeros.
Thank you.
From the game. Zero number 1, the run game is clearly just an issue right now. There's a variety of reasons why they just can't get the run going. All their good runs are getting called back for holds. I think there's a variety of things happening. I do think the O-line's playing okay. I think we're overrating, or I guess underrating, how well they're playing. I think the O-line's done a good job for the most part. The other zero, the biggest one, it's the blue tent. Every week, the blue tent does us in. Mac Jones had to have the knee brace put on during the middle of the game, and then Nick Bosa left the game with an injury, and we already know Jennings was deactivated for the game. Purdy didn't play. Kittle's on IR. They're just like, they can't go a week without a devastating starter going down. It's really frustrating. So the blue tent and the run game are my 2 zeros.
888-957-9570. If you want to provide your own heroes and zeros from the game, you could call or text it in on Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. This is a halfie. This guy's half hero, half zero, but he ended up being a hero. I'm going Sky Moore. You can split it in half. You can play both, Carter, if you want, because he made the boneheaded play of catching it inside the 10 on a punt. Well, first off, why When did we start doing this? I thought we all agreed forever.
Well, no,
my dad told me this. You never catch it inside the 10. You let it go, always.
But inside, I guess earlier there was a shorter punt that bounced at like the 21 and ended up bouncing. He was back.
Yeah.
He didn't come flying up to catch it because that is a tough play. You don't want to like fumble it right there.
He salvaged some yards on that one. He ended up catching and got a couple.
I think that play kind of affected him a little.
Maybe, but this one was definitely going to land inside like the 6 or 7. You let that go, bro.
I agree with you.
You let it go. And then it obviously led to the safety because the holding in the end zone. He learned from his mistake, though. Let it go over the end zone the next time, and that set up the game-winning drive for Mac Jones. So you know what? He ended up being a hero. Thank you. Shout out Hercules. I love this bet. It gets me fired up.
Are you going the Eddie Murphy movie, Nutty Professor, or are you going the...
It's the name of the movie is Hercules. So I'm saying Hercules. The movie is Hercules. This whole
Is this
song.
a cartoon, though?
Dude, it's from Disney. I thought you were a Disney guy.
Yeah, I am, but this one is not in my...
You need
Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Because I think you're mixing pop culture references.
So I'm just saying Hercules which
is when I
but
think
it's
of
the name of
Eddie
the
Murphy.
But it's the name of the movie. All right, I thought you were the Disney guy.
Okay, so I'm all right.
No, I'm
Thanks.
Just be honest. My pop culture references and knowledge are superior than all of yours. That's okay. Just give us the thumbs up there. I'm the hero of this segment. Continue. Thanks, Carter.
Christian McCaffrey has been an unbelievable stud for this team. To me, he's the MVP through a couple games just for the team. And look, you don't get MVPs for 3 games. That's not even a fourth of this season. But he's been amazing. They don't win any of these games without CMC. And I also think that Mac Jones has been excellent. Gutty, gritty. It hasn't been perfect. I think he's hung in there and thrown some really tough balls with guys hammering him in the face. I will not question his toughness. Has he held on to the ball a little longer than I'd like? Yeah, on a couple plays. But I think overall, the fact that he has been as efficient as he's been and the ball placement's been as good as it's been and his connection with Pearsall, they don't win these games without Mac Jones. And I think he deserves a ton of credit. So him and Christian McCaffrey are my last 2 heroes.
There we go. 888-957-9570. That concludes this week's version of Zeros and Heroes. But if you want to continue to text or call about them, we'll do it all show long. Again, no guest free on a Victory Monday / Monster Monday here on 95.7 The Game, reacting to a huge 49ers divisional win over the Arizona Cardinals to improve to 3-0 on the season. First place in the NFC West. What does first place mean in week 3? Absolutely nothing, but it feels good. And the way they've won these games, Joe, by 10 points, that's been the margin of victory of all 3 games combined. 10 points, mentally tough outcomes. And a lot of people are texting in, oh, did you guys see what the Seahawks did to the Saints? Clearly, the Niners should have beaten the Saints by that much. Seahawks, well, again, week-to-week league. Is anyone saying the Green Bay Packers are a horrible team because they lost to the Cleveland Browns yesterday? Are you ready to say that? We're just going to, the Packers stink. They're done. Stop. Any given Sunday. It's the old cliche, but it's true. You can lose to any team on any given Sunday. The Eagles should have lost yesterday, but they didn't. And the Rams probably feel like they let that one go, and they lost. Hell, the Jets easily could have beaten the Bucs yesterday.
Here's what I would say. 3 weeks is not going to make or break your season, but it is a good indicator of where you're trending.
Well, it could break your season because there's only been one team in this century that have gone 0-3 and made the playoffs.
I'm talking about being this good this early,
sure.
not the reverse end.
Yes.
Like it's a good indicator. Like if you look at all the playoff teams last year that ended up in the playoffs, most of them have a winning record. Right? This time last year, the Packers were 2-1. They went on to go to the playoffs. The Texans were 2-1. They went on to go to the playoffs. The Vikings were 3-0. They won the division and went to the playoffs, or lost the division, and went to the playoffs. The Eagles were 2-1. Now, the Saints were 2-1. They ended up being garbage, as we found out. The Chargers went to the playoffs. They were 2-1. Steelers started off 3-0. Like, just go right down the list of last year and who was good. The majority of them started off the year 2-1 or 3-0. So you're in the driver's seat right now, and you look up at this division and you say, Seattle's not going away. The Rams aren't going away. You now have one more win in division than you had last year, all of last year. You have half as many wins as you had all of last year. Like, check. And you're getting reinforcements back.
And that's going to be the huge part. And obviously, we're awaiting the news on Nick Bosa because that would be just a brutal loss. And hopefully it's just for a couple weeks. We'll see. We do not know the severity of the knee injury after Nick Bosa left yesterday's game with a minute to go in the first quarter. They're hoping it's not an ACL per Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I said it before the season started, Joe. And again, it's early. But I did say it is wide open, the NFC. Like, I know we're all shoehorning the Eagles in. And listen, we respect them because they are the defending champs. And they got studs out there. They got the big boys. They got the players. We get all that. And they're going to be there towards the end probably again, at least be in the playoffs. But outside of them, like, the Niners absolutely are up there with the Rams, with the Packers, with all this. I give so much respect for what they have done. Different iterations of this team, whether it's Jimmy, whether it's Brock, now with Mac Jones winning his last 2 games. I've been so damn impressed. They've been one of the most impressive stories early on in the season. I think it's them in the Chargers, because the Chargers started off their season with 3 divisional games. Chiefs, Raiders, Broncos. They won 3-0 in all those. Again, Jim Harbaugh talking about, the Harbaugh-Shanahan comparisons there. Both those teams winning tough and gritty in tight games in all of them. Again, I feel much better about that and these style of wins. It kind of sounds a little crazy. Like, every fan would love to win blowouts. And I don't know if this team is going to have any blowout wins this year. They might not. Or they might beat the Jaguars next week. They might blow them out. Who knows? I don't know. But there is something to be said about kind of having these eking victories and setting the tone early when you weren't having them last year, Joe. Well, when these ones were slipping away from you last year.
You always hear from the gambling guys. I hear this all the time. This team won a bunch of one-score games last year. That can't continue. There's not a skill in winning. You sound like someone who never played sports. The ones, like, there is a skill, number one. Like, there is a skill.
Yeah.
Joe Montana was the comeback kid for a reason. Patrick Mahomes is considered one of the great players to ever play because of his comeback ability. Multiple 10-point deficits in the Super Bowl, and he comes back and wins, right? There is a skill. I'm sorry, there just is. Some teams find a way to battle back, and other ones find a way to crumble. Now, year over year over year over year, if your team doesn't have one of those all-time greats at quarterback, I'll listen to you. But I think within a year, I believe there is a skill to winning close games. And I do believe that there are certain times, you see this in college, where teams aren't accustomed to playing maybe a tight game. All their losses are blowout losses or they're blowout wins, and they're just not used to being in one-score games. You play differently and you play in a one-score game. I like winning ugly. I do. Now, would I like to win 48-10 like the Vikings did yesterday? Yeah, mix in a couple of those.
Sure.
But I will take it any way I can get it.
The Minnesota Vikings have their studs still. I know Jordan Addison's come back from a suspension, but they have those guys. The Niners have been doing it without their all-pro tight end and Hall of Fame tight end. They've been doing it without their number 1 wide receiver from last year. They've been doing it without their starting quarterback. They've been using a backup in Mac Jones. I call him the Mac-up. The Mac-up Jones, baby. I'm trademarked that. Like, he's been that dude, though, and the calmer. He really has. There is something about his presence in that offensive line, whether the group, whatever. They trust in Mac.
Well, and the fact that he threw the interception, which was bad. I mean, it was bad. And I felt like, ugh. Then the defense bailed them out. The defense got the stop that you wanted. And he gets the ball back. And for him to bounce back with a great little drive, he had a nice, no one ever talked about this, he had a nice throwaway on that final drive where it was like, don't force something that's not there. Yeah. Like, live to see another down. I thought that was savvy. Had he been a younger player, maybe earlier in his career, maybe he forces a play right there.
Before we get to the injury report here, let's go to E in San Jose. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, E? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, fellas. I'm going to do my best to channel my inner Shasky here. What we have here defines the Shanahan era. It's either penthouse or outhouse. They either miss the playoffs or they go all the way. And these gritty wins are what define a season as all the way or define a season as 6-11. And these kind of things is what the Niners need. So many times it was just a lesson learned. Now, this season, they're wins. They have no business winning that game yesterday after what happened with the whole safety and everything that happened. So I'll take ugly wins over lessons learned any day of the week, and I'll take my answer off air.
They had special teams gaffes. They had a turnover late. They got stuffed at the goal line. right? They had some defensive mistakes where they blew coverages on the back end, first time all year, and they still found a way to win. They gave up a safety, and they still found a way to win. Like, I do think there's something that's kind of special brewing right now, and this unit feels just the team as a whole feels very connected, and it feels very next man up style.
Given the circumstances, I do think this is their best win of the entire season. It's early. I know that's not saying a whole hell of a lot. A lot of people will go to that Seahawks win in Seattle, but given you lost your best defensive player, or 1A, 1B, Bosa or Warner, but you lost that guy, and everyone stepped up, and as E alluded to right there, that a lot of teams would just fold in that scenario. When you didn't get the safety call, and they did, and they're getting the ball back potential to ice the game.
I know.
And it was a great play call, design. Zay Jones had it, up and stout, ripped that thing away. It was a great play there, all involved. I thought the execution was just lacking, but shout out Upton Stout, just not giving up on a play. And that's when I keep coming back to this team, not giving up on the play, offensively or defensively, or knowing when to give up on a play and taking the loss there and taking the down. You mentioned Mac Jones. I think it was Mark Sanchez on the broadcaster saying it was a great throwaway. Hey, it's not there. Don't put the ball in harm's way. Toss that thing out of bounds. It's fine. Now, we don't want intentional grounding, but just feeling the offense and letting the plays develop in front of you. And he just found a rhythm there late. And it's funny. Like, I feel like a lot of fans and former, fans of Mac Jones are probably like, it was like an accident waiting to happen. But why did I feel confidence in him in that final drive? I just did. I had confidence in Mac that he would get it done, and he did that late, even shaking off that ugly interception he had. And he was actually, Mac's sneaky funny at the podium. I didn't know he had this kind of personality. He's got some dry humor. We'll play it on the other side where he's not giving the defender any credit. He's like, psh, I throw it right to him. But Mac Jones, I love what I'm seeing. And if this is all he does going forward, hey, great job, Mac Jones. He won the 2 games. He did his job. You should be happy. Niner fans should be grateful for him. And hopefully we'll see some Brock Purdy coming up here shortly. But before that, it's the injury report. And it's the biggest injury in football yesterday, potentially. Nick Bosa had to leave the 49ers win over the Cardinals in the first quarter yesterday with a knee injury. Television cameras caught Bosa giving a thumbs down to the crowd as he walked towards the locker room. Initial tests did not show a tear in the ACL, and he will undergo more tests today, which will shed more light on the severity of said injury. While the test did not show a tear in the ACL, Kyle Shanahan did not rule out an ACL injury, saying that we should, quote, keep our fingers crossed for the MRI, end quote. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Let's dive in to that injury and that potential big loss for the 49ers with Nick Bosa. But again, this team finds a way without Nick Bosa for 3 quarters to win the game. Mykel Williams stepping up, Upton Stout stepping up, Mac Jones stepping up. It was a total team victory again. We're talking about it all as the 49ers improved to 3-0 on the season. First in the NFC West, halfway home here on a Victory Monday. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and you on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. And that means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek for just $239 per month. Just $239 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease, no security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Acquisition fee $650. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number JF2GU ABC 8SH271247. Stock number 1250885. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up.
time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, and we are rolling just like the San Francisco 49ers, 3-0, 16-15, the final at Levi Stadium. The home opener was popping. So much so, there was an earthquake this morning. Must have been the aftershock and after effects of that win yesterday. Eddie Pinheiro, Eddie Money, a.k.a. Eddie Dinero, getting it done. 3 for 3 on field goals yesterday. Obviously, the big story, though, aside from the win, is Nick Bosa. Where's his health at? What's going on with that knee? Left the game yesterday with a minute to go in the first quarter. Thumbs down to a fan when they were asking how he was doing. So we will await that news whenever it comes on our timeline, whether it's Schefter, Rappaport, whoever. We will relay any and all news with Nick Bosa. It would be a huge loss, and we can get into that hypothetical scenario here. But we are reacting to another win, Joe. They are 3-0. It's a victory Monday, and for them to win it in that sort of fashion, Christian McCaffrey just balling out in the receiving game again when the running room was not there, going out there and doing his thing with the hands. Ricky Pearsall, I mean, are you kidding me? This guy, Joe, I don't think we talk about this enough. This time last year, he was recovering from getting shot in the chest. Let me say that again. This time last year, Ricky Pearsall, who's been the number one wide receiver for the 49ers, third in receiving in the NFL, was recovering from a gunshot wound. We didn't know if he'd play at all last season. He ended up salvaging the season with a couple nice games, a couple nice moments, but there was a huge question mark there. We didn't know what we were getting from Ricky Pearsall. If you're a 49er fan, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you were hoping you were getting a first-round talent. That's what you drafted him to be. He's been a revelation early on here without Brock Purdy in these last 2 games. The Jones to Pearsall connection, it's been on point.
Well, there's a whole other separate conversation about, the 17-year-old who was arrested multiple times, who shot him, is now being tried as a youth. There's a variety of issues that I've got with that whole situation. And Ricky's been more gracious than I would be in the situation, saying that he's, allowing to forgive and move on.
That speaks to his character.
It really does.
It speaks to him as a human and his ability emotionally and mentally to try to clear that hurdle.
And to play football, you got to be super tough.
Yeah.
But I think this guy has unbelievable instincts as a football player and is so extremely tough. I underrated it. He also has a great ability to run his routes at full speed without slowing down stride and really doing all the herky-jerk stuff without breaking the momentum or the timing of the play for the guy throwing the ball to him. And I also think this speaks to Shanahan. Ricky Pearsall, in this game, when push came to shove, with no Kittle, with CMC getting bottled up to a degree, it was 6-6 after the Arizona Cardinals kicked a field goal, and there's about 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's winning time, right? We're at the end of the third, going into the fourth. I call it the Pearsall drive. 4 separate times they went to him before they eventually got stuffed on that 4th and 1 pass where Mac threw it to Christian, and Christian got absolutely crushed by Mac Wilson. 4 times they went to him over and over. Everyone in the stadium knew the ball was going to Pearsall, and he kept making plays. Then later on in the game, after they got stuffed on that yardage situation, that goal line situation, they are tied 6-6, and it's 4th and 2 from the 40. And they throw a one-on-one lob ball down the line. And it was a beautiful pass from Mac Jones. But to throw that pass in that situation, 4th and 2 from the 40, you don't go for the field goal, smart move. But to throw to him in that particular, and Kyle Shanahan talked about it after the game, like that was the right read, the right play, everything. And that spoke everything I need to know about how Shanahan views Ricky Pearsall, how Mac Jones views Ricky Pearsall. And I get back to Shanahan, I say, he made the right pick. We were all wrong. I didn't think Ricky Pearsall was going to be this good. I was like, maybe he's good. Maybe it takes some time. We'll see. And look, he's missed on position guys at the skill spots. He's missed on quarterback. He's missed on running back. He's missed on wide receivers. Heck, he's missed on a tight end.
Yeah.
You could make the argument he's hit on 12 or 13 guys who have had their best year or a career year or were identified by Shanahan on just offense. Let's look at it. George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida, Jimmy Garoppolo, Marquise Goodwin, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, Jeff Wilson Jr., Brock Purdy, now Mac Jones, and Ricky Pearsall. I don't know what else anyone else needs to see. Kyle Shanahan is him when it comes to identifying people. And also, if he doesn't think you're him, we should probably listen to him. Now, that being said, am I ticked off that I see Jordan Mason go for like $150 yesterday and I felt like he could have been good? Yeah, he could have fit the situation. He could have been good. Maybe he wanted out. I don't know. That's another guy that he found. But Kyle Shanahan's pretty damn good when it comes to identifying offensive skill players and putting them in a position to freaking succeed. And Ricky Pearsall is in a long line of all these guys. I think he has a chance to be one of the top 4 or 5 guys that he's ever drafted.
And again, he is taken over for George Kittle, who's on the IR, for Juwan Jennings, who was the number 1 wide receiver last year for Brock Purdy in this 49ers offense in the absence of Brandon Ayuk and a down year from Deebo Samuel. Ricky Pearsall has stepped up to be that number 1 receiver when this team desperately needed him to be it. And he's doing it in a way that is, Julian Edelman-like, where he's not the biggest guy on the field. He's not the fastest guy on the field. He's not the strongest. But you know what he does, Joe? He catches the ball, and he gets open. That's the name of the game for the receiver. Get open and catch the ball. And he is doing it better than almost anyone else in the NFL right now, outside of 2 other receivers that are all-pro talents in Puka Nacua and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And by the way, all 3 of these guys, in what division? The NFC West. Should we be calling it the NFC Best, by the way? Sparky and Alameda, we'll get to you in a second. Stop it. I'm trying. I'm feeling good this morning, Carter. You can't bring down this high that I am feeling. All right, the NFL, week 3 in the NFL, give me that over any playoffs in Major League Baseball and any playoffs in the NBA. All right, week 3 in the NFL in a regular season game, just it hits different. The Scott Hansen, the red zone, all of it, it was hitting yesterday right before the Niners game started, and it was special. Shanahan, it is Mike Tomlin. Did they end up winning yesterday, the Steelers? Yeah, they did, right? It was a close game against the Patriots. Aaron Rodgers had some dimes in that one. Shanahan talked about Pearsall, though, Joe, and how he stepped up.
This is how Ricky's been for a while. We felt it towards the end of last year. He's been this way all through training camp, and it's one of the reasons we wanted to draft him here, and hasn't disappointed us at all. So he stepped it up big, and you got to do that even more when you have guys out like JJ and guys like George. There you go. He stepped up big time, and Mac Jones, he loves him, some Ricky Pearsall.
Honestly, I got like a lot of reps with Ricky in OTAs and training camp. He was kind of hurt and was working back in and stuff, so got a lot of reps with him, and I love watching him in college. I'm like a secret fan of him always because I just enjoyed his tape and like watching him on highlights. So he's a really fast guy. He's really twitchy and then has straight line speed, and then his cuts, in and out of his cut speed is really, really good. Probably the best I've seen. And he just does a good job on those in-breakers and then out-breakers too. And then that catch at the end was amazing. So he's a guy who just makes plays.
The year Brandon Ayuk went off, which was 2023, how many double-digit target games did he have that year? And now they had Kittle, they had Deebo, and they had CMC. I'm just asking you.
Oh, not many. I don't think so. I'm like 4?
1 10-target game.
Wow. It's pretty incredible. In today's passing league, I know they're a run-first team, but that's pretty incredible for a second-team All-Pro player.
Right, and he had a monster year.
Yeah.
He had 8 catches one time that year. Everything else was 7 or less, and he had 7 once. To give you an idea of, I think, where they're at offensively in terms of having to force-feed Ricky Pearsall, and also how Ricky Pearsall is viewed by the quarterback and the coach. 11 targets in a game for this offense, it's just, you don't see that.
And now this offense is going to add Demarcus Robinson coming back from a suspension. They're going to be adding, hopefully, George Kittle here in a short while. We'll wait and see with Juwan Jennings and the nature of that injury. But again, getting healthy throughout the season is huge as we are monitoring a massive injury with Nick Bosa and we will relay any information when it comes to that.
Like Juwan Jennings, he's desperately needed right now. And the holdout, I understand from his perspective why you wanted to hold out, right? It's like we all kind of, I hate to say this, but like we all kind of had the feeling like, dude, the way these things work, the guy that holds out always gets hurt, it seems like. Whether that's fate, whether that's, a direct correlation toward you not working hard every day. I don't know. Look, George Kittle was there every day. He got hurt. So maybe it's just football. But it's like we all could feel the omen of like, he's going to probably have a lost year and everything. Like, for as great as his year was last year, it really feels like it's going to be difficult for him to replicate that this year. I'm talking about Juwan Jennings.
Yes.
And for Pearsall to step up this early in the year and just look so good so quickly, boy, I mean, where would this team be at without Ricky Pearsall?
Well, absolutely.
1-2?
Probably.
Maybe 0-3?
I mean, you're looking at your number one wide receiver potentially if Ricky's not doing this, like Kendrick Bourne. Like that's where this team was at. They needed to find Kendrick Bourne to be the wide receiver,
he had some
too.
Big catches yesterday.
No, he did. He's like,
there's an attitude, too, that he brings to the stadium. He'll make a play. Like, I know, like, people probably watch on television, like, come on, Kendrick, like, pipe down. But, like, when you're there and, like, the team does feed off Kendrick Bourne's energy.
Listen, for a guy that, like, just was off the scrap heap, basically, for 7 receptions for 70 yards combined the last 2 games, you're absolutely taking that for a team that desperately needed someone to be making plays. And he's got some hands on him. He does.
And, like, the whole first half, I was thinking to myself, like, damn, we missed Juwan. Damn, we missed Juwan. Damn, we missed Juwan. Like, that's what I kept thinking the whole time in the first half because the offense was just a tick off. And then in the second half, I don't think we really missed him that much. Now, would it be great to have him? Of course. But I think that speaks to how good CMC and Pearsall were and Kendrick Bourne making plays.
Just dream for a little bit, Joe. It's halfway through the season. The Niners are rolling. They're feeling good. And then you could potentially have an offense. And we'll see what the health and we'll see the versions of these players, but you could potentially have an offense with George Kittle, Ricky Pearsall, Brandon Ayuk, and Juwan Jennings. And how good are you feeling about that going forward, potentially, with, obviously, Brock Purdy and where he's at with the toe and everything? Feeling pretty good, right? You're feeling pretty good.
And the thing with Pearsall that I think is, I think people are going to be like, oh, like Edelman. He's like Edelman or he's like Ladd McConkey. He's actually more of a deep threat than I gave him credit for. He's an intermediate guy. And I don't mean like short slants. I'm talking like 10 to 20 yards downfield on the deep in cuts. He works this guy deep and can run those ones. There's a third down pass early in the game that they didn't convert on that Mac kind of lobbed up over. Ricky had 2 steps on the guy. And if Mac's not getting hit in the face, he probably hits him. But it's the deep in cuts where he comes in, he works back to the ball. Dude, I'm telling you, Ricky is going to average 15 to 20 yards per catch for a couple of years here moving forward if he can stay healthy.
Again, through 3 games, 16 receptions, 281 yards for Slick Rick Pearsall. He has been on fire, and the Niners are on fire to start off this season 3-0. Don't care how you get it done. They got it done. 10 points combined, the margin of victory through these first 3 weeks, Joe. And they have been gritty. They have been tough. They have been mentally taxing on the fan base and on the players. Yeah. But you know what? Caller called in earlier. I would rather have, the lessons learned in wins than in losses any day out of the week. Sparky and Alameda wants to join the conversation. What's up, Spark?
You're saying it. When there is a win, when somebody doubts on the quarterback and you still win, man, it's a double win for the winning. And I'm just grateful because I took a bet with my friend. And thanks to that, I'm $4,000 richer today.
What was the bet?
Okay, the moment he find out, how it was before the injury report, we find out that Mike Jones was going to be the quarterback. Then he took the bet. Okay, Mike Jones is going to be the quarterback. Bet you $4,000 against the Niners. He thought Mike Jones wasn't going to get the job done. I was money on the line, everything. At the end of the day, everybody say, what? When they pulled the Hail Mary pass, my hat down, I'm very grateful today. And I just want to say, go Niners.
Did you get paid out in cash? Did he Venmo you? Did he Zelle you? Now I want to know, $4,000. Did he peel off 20s or hundos?
Well, let's not get the tax collectors on him.
It's the money on the table, brother.
Oh, it's on the table.
And this is an old school bet. like the OGs used to do it. There is nothing, just the money on the table. Money walks bullshit.
Okay. Well, yeah, just dump that. Thank you. It's all right. He tried it. He tried to tiptoe the word he knew was bad and still he butchered it. But that's okay. We love Sparky in Alameda. He doesn't
I
care
think
who
he's
wins.
still partying from the tailgate yesterday.
Yeah, well, there's someone out there yelling. I don't know what was going on, but you know what? God bless him. It's
the guy who gave him the $4,000.
It's a victory.
No!
It's a victory Monday, Joe, and people are feeling good. And you know what? You can't yuck their yum. 888-957-9570. Call or text. Guest free today. We want to hear from the people. And by the way, shout out to those joining in on YouTube where we are streaming. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And as always, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. Looked like they had a great time yesterday. Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. I saw Social was popping out there.
Oh, nice.
They all different games. Low Neal, Evan Giddings. Again, every single home game, they're going to be out there and having a good time. Look,
I mean, Carter's never going to shake the family money accusations.
Oh, the sweet life?
This guy was in a suite, and I mean, you want to talk about the upper crust of society hanging out. Like, it's just, I'm out here with the commoners, just sunburning like crazy.
You know how I knew he was in good spots? Because he sent a picture from where he was at, and I just saw shade immediately. I was like, oh, that's where you are. Those are the nice spots. Yeah, well, no, it's the sweet life of Carter Chickering instead of Zach and Cody. There you go.
I'm driving down in my car. I got a car full of my wife, my niece, the little guy. We're driving down. I go, hey, Carter, did you, because I was going to get my credential and everything. I go, hey, did you go? He's like, I'm actually in an Uber ride from the city all the way. I go, whoa, you're in an Uber from the city to Santa Clara?
I thought it was going to be a Waymo. Look at him.
Was it a Waymo?
No, I wish. Oh, my God. That would take 2 hours.
Oh, no, I thought they were faster, the Waymos. They've been like rolling through stop signs and like red lights lately. They're a little aggressive now.
My one this morning took me around the block 3 times before it dropped me off.
Carter was like, we're not tailgating. We don't hang out with the normal people. We're going straight to the suite.
Well, remember, it's not Carter. On the birth certificate, it is Cartier, but he goes by Carter just to save face a little bit.
I mean, it's not my suite. I got to go in with the guy who's bringing me in.
It's not my suite.
What's in the suite? I've never been in the suites at Levi's. What's in them? Like, is it?
It's like an island right in the middle, right? And then like you can customize your suite. So like a lot of the companies then have a wall of like, you know, like this is a wine suite, for instance. So they have the family that started the winery, yada yada.
Gotcha.
And then they have the little buffet.
Is the wine included, or is that separate per bottle?
No, it's you have to order it.
Okay.
So like you're ordering bottles basically for everyone in the suite. Does that make
Similar to
sense?
Chase Center when I went to a suite at the Valkyries game. It was very similar there. And they had some delicious chicken tendies, little nacho action, little pulled pork sliders. It was delicious. Shout out to Valkyries.
So, okay, the suite, does it have seats that come out into, like, you know, when you go to a Giants game, they have the suite, but, like, there's seats out front of the suite where you're, like, you know, out, I guess, out from underneath the shade a little.
Yeah, so there's, like, 10 stadium seats, so to say, and then there's a little bar with 4 bar seats where you can, like, eat up there. And then
do you have the radio feed or do you have the television feed inside the suite?
No, they have televisions in there, and that's the reason people go in is because they play Red Zone up until the game starts.
No, but I'm saying, could you hear the television broadcast?
No.
Or was it the radio broadcast?
You can't hear anything.
Neither.
No.
But you get the replays, which is sick there that you would not
get them
normally
anywhere.
get.
Yeah.
But it's. I'm getting this on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Apparently Roger Goodell, and I did see this on the broadcast, was also there, and they're saying they saw Carter rubbing elbows with Roger Goodell, the commissioner there. That's crazy.
He was with Kay Adams.
He was with Kay Adams too?
Also, could we have a conversation about Kay Adams? She looks so different than what she looked like 5 years ago. No. It's okay. You can admit it. Like we can admit it. I don't know what work has been done, but she looks very different. She's almost unrecognizable from 5 years ago. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, like, I almost can't recognize what she looks like.
Hey Kay Adams does a great job on Amazon and FanDuel. So there you go. Hey Kay Adams, rubbing it. There was a bunch. I think she was there for YouTube TV. There was a bunch of influencers there, and obviously this being the home of this year's Super Bowl, they're probably going to have that sort of thing every single week at home games for their Levi Stadium, and another home game next week taking on Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars, who got a win yesterday over the Houston Texans. In the meantime, Manny is on the Dumbarton Bridge. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Great Victory Monday as always, right? We are off to a 3-0 start. Shasky, this is around the time that I'm going to start becoming a prognosticator and say, this team looks like we're going to the playoffs in comparison to last year. I know it's early. I'm not going to jinx it, but I'm going to double down in a couple of more weeks. You know why? Because Shanahan has proved, and Niner haters and Niner fans that hate Shanahan, his system works. We have plug-and-play players. No offense to Ricky. He had an outstanding, one hell of a game, 100 yards and how many catches? But you know what? We had Scantling, Sky Moore, Tongas, Brian Robinson. They were all contributing. You know what was killing us the last couple of years? And this is so blatantly obvious. Special teams. Goodbye, Jake. Thank you, Eddie Pinheiro. And I made a joke about that, but I'm not going to say it on air. And Robert Saleh, thanks for coming back, because Sorensen and Wilkes were the death knell of this team, and now we are where we should be. We have a defense that'll lock any team down just enough for us to be able to pull out the dub, and that's what we saw yesterday. And with our kicker being what he is right now, I have every confidence that come late in the season or early January, we're going to have how many games should we play now? 13-4 season. At best.
I love it.
13-4.
Good call, Manny. I love it. You know, he made a point that my buddy Kenny Caraway does Sacramento radio. He said, did you know for the last 22 seasons, the 49ers have literally either made, at minimum, the NFC Championship game or just simply have not made the playoffs at all? There's no in between.
Since when?
Since 2002 season.
Wow. It's pretty incredible.
I remember that last loss. It was to John Lynch and the Tampa Bay Bucks. They lost to Green Bay the year before, and then they lost to the Bucks that year. This was after the famous wild card game where
the Giants.
Yeah, against the New York Giants, exactly, where they came back and won one of the great home games of all time at Candlestick. But they lost in the division. They got snuffed out 31-6 in that game to the Tampa Bay Bucks. They were not even close. I'll give you a name that was on that defensive staff. Everybody knows Jim Mora was the DC. You had Dan Quinn, Jason Tarver. Like, those were some of the names on that defensive staff.
Dan Quinn getting after yesterday. He got bumped on the sideline, blood gushing from his nose in that Commanders-Raiders game, and they just laid the woodshed on his old head coach, Pete Carroll, obviously, during their Seattle days. So Dan Quinn gets the win, and with another backup quarterback. Another one. God, it was so many backup quarterbacks starting over the weekend. Marcus Mariota getting the job done there. But another guy that was on that game, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I believe Dan Campbell was a starting tight end for the New York Giants in that game. Campbell.
Well, not a starter, but he was a backup.
He was probably the number 2.
Shockey was the starter.
You're right. Sorry, he was not. Yeah.
But I think where Manny was going with this is to go to that stat. Like, when the Niners are good, they're really good. When they're bad, they don't even make the playoffs.
You know what?
It's the weirdest thing.
As a fan, I almost kind of prefer that. Don't give me the 8-9, 8-8 Jeff Fisher teasing me, and give me the blue balls. I don't need that on a Monday.
I would also say that the losses are much harder to swallow. The farther you go, the worse it is.
And how big of a loss would it be if Nick Bosa cannot suit up the next couple of weeks? We'll get into that on the other side. We are monitoring and awaiting the news.
A couple of weeks feels good.
Bosa, who left the game yesterday with a knee injury. We'll get into that. We'll get into more of your calls, more of your texts. 888-957-9570. The 49ers are 3-0 in the best in the NFC West. And by the way, I just checked DraftKings Sportsbook. Yeah, there's a new favorite to be the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Niner fans, it's going to make you happy. We'll get into that on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Mark Randy, and I want you to join me and Evan Giddings at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 for their fall clearance sales event and to take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Find seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off sustainable wild-caught fresh swordfish steaks with Prime through September 23rd. Just add lemon butter and herbs for a delectable dinner protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, hut.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy Joe Spadoni and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
Go!
Love Goo. By the way, catch Steiny and Goo with us each and every Friday at around 9:45 for our version of the crossover. So you get a little double dose crossover on Fridays with the Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo, and then after their show is over, they get the Steiny and Goo show with Willard and Dibs.
Do you think Guru felt that earthquake driving in from Utah?
Utah?
Yeah, he's like, he doesn't need to live like 6 states away.
What?
It's a joke.
Oh, I thought there was gonna be like a Dallas Cowboys joke in there somewhere after like Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears.
Did I not call that?
You did. Caleb looked good. Looked real. The deep ball was never a problem with Caleb. It's the layups, all right. And they got a big one next week in Las Vegas. By the way, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Niners, 3-0. We're talking about it. Victory Monday. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. James is in Dublin. We'll get to James in just a second because he wants to touch on the special teams, which I thought the best play the special teams made outside of the game-winning field goal from Eddie Pinheiro, which was great, was Sky Moore not receiving the ball, electing for it to go into the end zone, giving the Niners better field position to set up Mac Jones.
He scares me. And
Sky Moore?
Sky Moore scares me.
Yeah, I don't love him as a kick return. I'm just going to be honest.
He's better than what they have, though.
Well, let's...
Like, what do they have? You want Garendo?
Well, no, I would actually keep... Well, this is how it's going to happen. Once they start getting some of these guys back, why not put, like, Kendrick Bourne back there? Like, do you have more confidence in Kendrick Bourne being back there than Sky Moore? He probably doesn't have the legs that Sky does.
I don't remember Kendrick Bourne ever being a kick returner.
No,
so
I'm saying, like, if you want to keep some of these guys, you're going to have to find uses for them somewhere else. Because I want to keep the connections there. And obviously, Kendrick Bourne knows the offense more than Sky Moore does. So I'm just saying, because DeMarcus Robinson's coming back this week. We'll see Juwan Jennings. DeMarcus Robinson, maybe. Do you put him back there?
No.
No? Okay.
It's going to be a guy that's a special. They're probably going to keep Sky Moore there, and they're probably going to keep him.
Jacob Cowing, if he comes back.
Valdez-Scantling's the guy that I think's on the chopping block. No, I mean on the chopping block.
Oh, yeah, probably. Practice squad, or he'll probably get picked up somewhere else.
I don't know.
Yeah. So we're talking about Ricky Pearsall and him breaking out. I'm going to throw this guy under the bus real quick. We just have Matt Steinmetz walk in here, waltz in here.
Oh, no, he flung the door open.
First off, called out your hat saying it's bleeding red. It's burning his eyes. It's so red.
What's wrong with my hat?
No, your hat looks great. I don't know what he was trying to say there. It's too red. It's okay. It was a sea of red.
Sitting in the Levi's sun,
But he said something that was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. And I'm throwing you under the bus right now, Steiny. You can't walk in here and just say this and don't think I'm going to call you out. He said, Ricky Pearsall is already better than Brandon Ayuk.
I'm done discussing sports.
Yeah, you should be with that take. Please. After 3 games, we're crowning a guy, and I love Ricky.
Wait a minute, not you. You're not doing that.
What do you mean?
You said like Puka. He's a Hall of Famer. It's like, dude, he's played 2 seasons. Come on.
Relax. I said Hall of Fame talent. All right. You need to differentiate the words, Joe.
Brock Bowers, the best player in the NFL at the position. He had a great year.
Last year he was. He was literally first team All-Pro. They elected him as the best at his position. That's what first team All-Pro means. See, this is where there's nuance to takes. Because you're first team All-Pro, that season you were the best at your position. Just like Lamar Jackson, Carter, and Joe, and Sam was first team All-Pro as a quarterback, should have been the MVP, but because of the narrative, we had to give it to Josh Allen because he's married to a celebrity named Haley Steinfeld. Me. This is stupid. All right? So yes, Ricky Pearsall's having a great season. He is not already better than Brandon Ayuk. That being said, he's made me forget about Brandon Ayuk a little bit these first 3 weeks. But how about this, Joe? Because I'm a team player here. You know me. I'm a team guy. Just think, in a few weeks' time, potentially, 5, 6, 7, who knows, of an offense that consists of Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings. Yeah, I'm feeling good about that.
Well, look, they need Jennings bad because they need a big body receiver to complement what Ricky does really well, which is all that intermediate stuff. But they need a chain mover, right? They just do. They need a chain mover and a guy who can box guys out. Win those one-on-ones, those contested battles. They desperately need George Kittle in the run game and as a formation deception because you don't know whether they're going to run or throw. off the play action. And then they need Brandon Ayuk as well. But I think the element that they're not going to get this year that they need moving forward, they do need a vertical threat. And they lack that guy. So I don't know if they'll be able to solve that particular element this year. But long term, I'm thinking like, all right, they need somebody, either a big guy or a small guy, who can really stretch the field vertically. Now, that's not necessarily what Brock's going to be doing left and right, but like Mac does have a great arm to stretch the field, and it just feels like they're not utilizing it as much because they don't have the personnel to pull it off. Kendrick Bourne's great on the underneath stuff, great on that stuff. They just don't have anybody to really, make those safeties honor them over the top.
We haven't really brought up Brock Purdy, and the whole angle is obviously didn't suit up, was listed out. Juwan Jennings as well yesterday. There was talk about him potentially being the backup or the emergency third quarterback. Elected not to play at all, which I think, again, we were both talking about would be malpractice if he even plays this week, given the initial report that he'd be out 2 to 5 weeks. Now he's in that window. So he served his 2 weeks. Will he come back next week? Do you want him to come back next week? We'll see how practice goes along. Obviously, they await the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are coming off a big division win as well.
I think for me on Purdy, my setting for this week is simple. I want to see a video of him rolling out and moving. Until I see that, I'm going to have a hard time seeing him play. Now, if I see that, all right, he's playing. That's just kind of like my setting. Also, where's Mac's knee at?
Well, that's
middle of this week.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, too. Now you got 2 of your quarterbacks with injuries, the PCL injury for Mac Jones and his knee. You saw it yesterday. Before they ended up having the turnover on downs, he was stretching it out. At first, I thought it was the calf, the way he was barely putting weight on it and stretching. I was like, oh, God, that'd be awful. Not to say that the knee injury, the PCL, also isn't bad and something to monitor, but I thought, God, calf, you can't do anything on that. But it ends up being the PCL re-aggravation there that he hurt in the preseason down in Las Vegas. So we'll monitor that as well. They were panning to, this is what you don't want. At one point in the game, they were panning to the sidelines to Adrian Martinez. I was like, oh my God, no.
They said the CFL MVP, I think. No, they didn't. Or USFL MVP. What did he play? What league did he play? No, they did. They said that.
We'll get on that in the back, wherever he played prior to this. It's not who's my guy? Was he a Cornhusker, Adrian Martinez?
Well, there was a Martinez quarterbacking the Cornhuskers for the last 15 years.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, Nebraska, 2018 to 2021. He was the UFL.
There you go,
UFL MVP last year in 2024 and the champion. So good for Adrian Martinez.
I just think that we're kind of look, Purdy's gonna, when he comes back and he's healthy, like he's the guy. There's no doubt about it. I've really appreciated what Max brought to the table. Like devoid of quarterback controversy, independent of the two thoughts. I feel like Mac Jones has been really good. And I'm really happy for him. And I thought he gutted it out yesterday. And I thought that he's done some really nice things. And, I just leave it at that. Like I don't think I have to take it 5 more steps and say, like, oh, we got a quarterback controversy. All the players are responding to him. Like, I've just been really pleasantly surprised with how he's played. I feel like Kyle's made the most out of the crummy situation that they're in right now. No Kittle. The run game's not going. They don't have Ayuk. They don't have Jennings. You got Pearsall. You got CMC. And you're getting tagged. Like Matt got hit a lot yesterday, and so I feel like he's playing good ball, and I'm really happy for him, and I'm grateful that they've had him. I don't think they win these last 2 games without him.
In the last 2 games, the running game has really not been able to get it going. Max had to win it with his arm.
Yes,
you have to give credit where it is due. They have been a throwing team these first couple weeks, and especially these last 2, with a backup and having the trust in him, Pearsall and him. That connection is real. And his connection with Kendrick Bourne obviously was real going back to his New England days. That was a hell of a move. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, God, skillet hands Kendrick Bourne. Carter, he's coming back over here. Hey, he's looked anything but that. He's been solid. He's been serviceable. He's looked great. Yeah,
Kendrick Bourne. Yeah. Fun fact. Not only does he have a rap album, but the other one is that he was your leading playoff receiver in the 2019 playoffs for the 49ers, including the Super Bowl.
You put some respect on him.
Kendrick Bourne.
That's right. Not
Debo, not Emmanuel Sanders, Kendrick Bourne.
Not Kendrick Lamar either. So there you go. Sizzling.
And he made a couple of big plays on that final drive.
Before Adrian Martinez, it was Taylor Martinez back in like 09-13 Nebraska days. So there you go. I know
in
you
the
were
words
really,
of Steiny as we opened up this segment, they all stink.
James in Dublin does not stink. He wants to join the conversation. What's up, James? You're on the Morning Roast. How we feeling? Niners 3-0.
That's right, baby. 3-0. I just want to talk about how important it was for Sky Moore to run away from that punt. That the play before he caught it, I believe, on like the 5 or 3 yard line. If he would have let that bounce into the end zone, we get the ball on the 20. We never have that safety. The game never finishes how it did.
Yeah.
I think when he went to the sideline, those special team coaches were in his ear because the way he ran from that punt looked like he was scared of the ball. And allowing it to go into the end zone allowed us to get the ball on the 20 and go down for a game-winning drive. And I just think that was such an important play, because the play before that was so boneheaded. Even us at home were saying, what the heck, why not let that go into the end zone? And I just think that's so important. And then how Mac Jones on a bum knee, stepped up at the end of the game and was just slicing apart that Cardinals defense. Kendrick Bourne brings a swag to this team that, him and Ricky Pearsall together is major, especially losing Debo. Because Debo was kind of that swag guy that we had. So just real happy. Can't wait for, Kittle, Robinson, Ayuk, everyone to be back healthy. Hopefully we don't lose anybody else in the process. But once we get rolling, I think, we're going to be the team to beat. So go Niners, baby.
There you go, it's James and Double. I think it's a good point, though, Joe. Like, the fact that you can win these games without your top dogs, like, you always have that in your back pocket. Hey, when things aren't going our way, we could still win these games. Just, you don't have your starting quarterback, your Hall of Fame tight end, and then you lost early in that game, your Hall of Fame defensive end, and you still won against a division rival that was also heading into this game was undefeated. Yeah, that's a character-building win, as we've said every single week leading up to this.
Yeah, and they've gotten 3 defensive stops at the end of games that they've desperately needed. They've had 2 game-winning drives now. They're checking off all the lists right now, and the fact that the kicker is actually making kicks right down the middle. Now, the first one, I'm convinced it would have kept going right and would have been not good if it was 10 yards back. Maybe I saw it wrong from my vantage point in the end zone, but the first one was not good. The second one, right down the middle. So I felt really good. And the last one, I always hold my breath with these kickers.
You have, the Niners have showed you kind of have to.
Also, and something that only Joe Shasky would be not angry about, but just like, what are we doing? The number 18. I want you to Google Gene Washington. Gene Washington was one of the classiest 49ers of all time.
Is he related to George? Continue.
Gene Washington was a great football player in the 70s for the 49ers and wore number 18 with pride and represented the league and the league office for many years and the 49ers. It does bug me how flippantly they give out some of these numbers for these all-time legends. And though his number not retired, Gene Washington, number 18, should not be worn by a kicker. I'm sorry. It's just, I hold that number in higher regard. And I know it's something that only I would care about. I get it. Some of my OG Niner fans out there know Gene Washington was awesome.
No, I've been saying it's so weird, and that's a good point. That's fine, and he's a legend and maybe a kicker. I mean, Eddie Piñeiro's, he's doing it proud right now. He's won the game for you yesterday. But I hear what you're saying. Local guy, Stanford. But
he had a hell of a career.
I'm looking at it right now.
And this is in a non-passing era.
3-time first team All-Pro, 1-time second team All-Pro, 4-time Pro Bowler. I mean, that's kind of like Hall of Fame kind of status right there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and he gets lost because we tweet like Jerry Rice and like Freddie Solomon's another guy that gets kind of lost in the sauce. But like Gene Washington was a great player.
Well, and he was playing in an era where like you think of the Steelers and Lynn Swann. He was playing like all those great wide receivers in the 70s. That one were winning
100%.
Super Bowls. He kind of gets lost in the shuffle there.
The Allworths. Yeah, exactly.
But it's a good point because I was watching a bunch of games yesterday and I saw Von Miller, who I didn't even know was still in the league. Like, he's still there.
What team's he on?
It's in Washington. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know that.
Didn't even know. Him and Bobby Wagner still making plays.
I knew Bobby was there.
Yeah. But Von Miller's wearing like 27. I was like, what? Von Miller's wearing like 27? This is stupid. Like, it's just dumb. Like, so, like, I get it. You want to go back to like your college days and like the running backs wearing the single digits. Fine. But in no way, shape, or form should Von Miller, Hall of Famer, be wearing a number in the 20s.
Well, this guy, Mac Wilson, wearing number 2 for the Cardinals.
Number 2.
I had to look him up. I didn't know he was a linebacker. I thought he was a safety. was like, damn, this guy's all over the box, dude.
It's even worse. He's wearing Von Miller's 24. That's his cornerback number. It's like Charles Woodson or whoever you can think of. Like, what are we doing? 24?
Yeah,
Jack Bauer.
That's an odd number for a defensive lineman.
Very odd. You know who's not very odd? Who's one of our best callers? It's Austin, Redwood City. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Austin? How we feeling, man?
Hey, not much. How y'all doing, man?
Doing great, bud. How we doing?
Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm doing pretty good. Look, hey, man, I want to tip my hat off to Mac Jones, man. Hey, keep riding this high hand while we can. Hey, he's showing Shanahan why he passed up on him and this talent that he got, first-round talent that they passed up on for Trey Lance. This is crazy. This crazy work Mac Jones is doing right now with less talent on the Niner team right now. He did that in New England with less talent and got them to the playoffs his first year. What y'all think about this, man? Hey, if you keep riding this high hand, how far we can ride it? No disrespect to Brock Purdy. Your job ain't gone, not yet. Also, I want to say shout out to Robert. Man, thank you for coming back, showing why you're the best defensive head coach. And, I like his enthusiasm on the defense. But every time the defense do something, you see Robert Saleh, cheering them on and everything. I just want to see Shanahan do the same thing when the offense do something good. I need that same energy. That's all.
What I liked from Robert Saleh's defense in the first half was they were flying around, but they weren't tackling. There were a lot of missed tackles, and I thought that it was James Conner running really hard in the open field, and then they kind of figured that out, and they really made a bunch of really good open field tackles in the second half. But the only area of concern is that there were probably 3 blown coverages where guys were wide open. Couldn't say that through the first 2 games. Something that Arizona did, they got some wide open looks from Marvin Harrison a couple times, and was it McBride? Someone else dropped the ball. Maybe it was a running back who was wide open underneath. But Arizona could have had some big chunk plays. There were some wide open busted plays.
There is no quarterback controversy. Riding the hot hand is interesting because when you're riding the hot hand, generally that means that quarterback is hot. I don't know if I'd use that performance yesterday to describe or use that word to describe Mac Jones' performance yesterday as hot. It was clutch. He needed to make the plays and have a game-winning drive. He put the team in a position to win.
He managed the game pretty well.
He did what you needed to do as a quarterback. He didn't. He made the one mistake. You know what? And he owned that. And this is actually him talking about the interception. He's not really giving the defensive back any credit. He said he just threw it right at the guy.
I threw it right to the guy, so it wasn't like he made a good play. I mean, good for him. He caught it, awesome. But it was technically second part of my read, and I took a hitch to it and ripped it. I don't know. And he was standing right there, so I just got to get off of it. And I had an outlet down the sideline. That would have been my second part of the read. So could definitely do that, or just throw it over his head and maybe play 4th down, or whatever. Try and kick a field goal. I know it was pretty far at that point. But yeah, I wasn't. Never want to do that. But at the end of the day, I did rip it and committed to my throw. So
yeah,
I'll take that one back.
I thought he forced it to Pearsall. Pearsall hadn't even come out of his cut yet. Pearsall was playing defense on that ball before it even got to him. So that was a bad play, no doubt. He got a little Pearsall happy and stared him down. He said it was his second read. His face mask barely moved then. Well, I didn't see a lot of movement.
It was funny
on the replay.
No, and I'm glad you brought up the replay because we in lockstep. I think we sent the same text basically at the same time in our group thread. The slow-mo replay of Ricky just watching the ball go right past him and just intercepted it.
He turned into a defender before it even got there.
Exactly. So I know Austin Redwood City said, you got to ride the hot hand, right? Hot hand. If Brock's ready to go this week, and I know you want to see the video of him rolling out.
I just want to see him move.
Yeah, you want to see him move around. I think. Again, you have 2 injuries at these quarterback positions right now that you got to monitor.
I think that we've underrated it through 2 weeks. Mac's footwork has actually evaded a lot more pressure than the stat sheet might show you.
I've been impressed by Mac Jones. I have too. How could you not be impressed by what he's done these last 2 weeks? One, on the road against the New Orleans Saints, the Saints got destroyed yesterday. Yeah, they're a young team, but they're playing at home. When you play at home as a young team, new coach, you got Spencer Rattler who's never won there. They're going to play with some more juice. And that's still a tough environment to do that. And he was outstanding in that game, fumbling withstanding. And then this week, at home, a lot of pressure on him. I'm sure the butterflies are going. It's hot out there. Division rival. Cardinals are a much better team. They were physical. And for him to put the team on his back and slice and dice his way down the field and put the team in a position to win late with Eddie Pinheiro, I thought that was impressive.
Today is about, reflecting on yesterday's game. But as I kind of look forward, I'm viewing Jags-Rams as split. If you split it, you get a mini bye, if you will, where you get 10 full days before the Bucs. That's what I would be going for here. So either I win against the Rams or I win against the Jaguars. And if I get both, great. Cannot go 0-2. I think we all would agree. Split these next two, lick my wounds, get George Kittle back, and let's see where we're at.
There would be a revenge factor if Mac Jones were to quarterback this week, though. Obviously started a bunch of games when Trevor Lawrence's absence last year with Jacksonville. He's from Jacksonville. We had Mia O'Brien on ESPN Radio, who covers the Jags down in Florida. She said, hey, you know what? Those Jags loved them some Mac Jones down there when Trevor Lawrence is out. You know who did in particular? They're stud wide receiver, Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, I know. I drafted him in every league.
Oh, how's he doing this year?
Not good.
Oh, that's tough. Trevor Lawrence, I keep watching that guy. I was a truther for Trevor Lawrence when he was coming out of Clemson, and I think he's just been living off that freshman year with that college since then. He hasn't really done a whole hell of a lot outside of
their
one
whole
year.
Offense was 3 wide, and I'm either going to dump it off to Etienne or I'm going to throw slants.
And you don't think that Robert Saleh,
slants.
Who knows DeMeco Ryans and vice versa very well, you don't think they're already watching the film of that and saying, oh, look at my chops potentially. Now, that's all, on the shoulders of what's going on with Nick Bosa. And this was the latest from Ian Rappaport, NFL Network.
When does Shanahan talk today before you play
Media conference calls usually, I want to say at 11 or 12-ish, around that time.
Steiny and Goo get all the good content.
Could be a little later than that. But again, this is when he has his weekly media conference call, usually around 11, 12, 1 o'clock. We're around that window. I'm giving him a couple hours there. But this is what, there you go. Rap sheet, NFL Network this morning. What's going on with Bosa?
The San Francisco 49ers, the 3-0 San Francisco 49ers, another kind of wild win yesterday. Nick Bosa, their star defensive end, left the game early with a knee injury. Kyle Shanahan saying after the game they do not believe it is an ACL injury. That is a good sign. They're going to check everything in that knee, going to have an MRI. I believe that is going to be today. Any absence for Nick Bosa on the stellar defense would certainly be something that would hurt the 49ers.
Okay. There's the Bosa injury, which is real, and we're all holding our breath. Why does Rappaport have to deliver it the same way every single time?
You mean it's
Joe Spadoni. He's the host of the Morning Roast and the lead dog, who's had a great start to his young career, is nursing a vocal cord injury, and he may be out 1 to 9 weeks. We're not sure. But while he's out, we know great coach Matt Nahigian is going to find some sort of a backup. So we will wait for further testing before we come out. Like, it's the way he delivers this thing. Just tell me what the injury status is.
I wonder if they're going to ride the hot ham of Sam Lubman when he fills in for me. One could only hope. Am I right, Sammy? There you go.
It's like formulaic for Ian. Is it just me?
Well, that's what they all do. Him, Schefter, whoever it is. They always, Sham Shrania, they always have
their sources.
They have, exactly. They have their TV voice. That's what they do. According to sources. But both of them kind of sound the same. Schefter and Rappaport almost have the same voice. It's kind of crazy. But he is talking about Nick Bosa there. This is what Shanahan had to say after the game yesterday about the concern level in the locker room.
I'm sure he's concerned, and just knowing how he would be, and hopefully we'll have some good news tomorrow.
To clarify, they've rolled out an ACL for him?
They haven't ruled it out. No, we're not sure. I mean, there is concern because of how he feels, and they do the tests and stuff on the sideline. When usually they say whether he definitely did or not, and they didn't say that. But we are concerned with that, and keeping our fingers crossed for the MRI or whatever he does.
And that's Shanahan after the game. Here's Fred Warner, who made another Fred Warner type of play with the blocked pass yesterday of Kyler. It was huge. And this is what Fred Warner said about potentially losing Bosa.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's one of our best players, right? So it would be a huge loss, but like I said, hoping the best with the news.
And this is what, finally, Trent Williams also had to say about the injury.
Anytime you lose a guy like Nick and he doesn't come back and his status is unknown, it's a real buzzkill. I can honestly say that, going down to win the game, to drive to win the game, I thought about Nick plenty of times while I was in the huddle. So, I'm just hoping, praying that we get some good news. But, it's cliche to say it's the next man up league. When you lose a guy like that, you need 3 or 4 guys to come and fill those shoes. So I think we got the depth and we got the youth, so hopefully they can continue to improve.
Well, if I were to tell you before the season started that, hey, you're going to be 3-0, but then you lose Nick Bosa, you would say, oh, God, well, after that, we're going to go, I don't know, like 1-1, 1-2, like however long the weeks are, it's not going to be over 500. You probably feel that way about it. But the way they've gotten here, Joe, the way this young defense has stepped up, and obviously in the absence yesterday, and it is cliche to say next man up, but that's literally what it has to be. Someone has to come in, whether it's Connor Colby coming in for Ben Barch, right? Like, you have to step up in these other people's absence. And Michael Williams being a first-round pick, and there was a lot of pressure on him to produce this year. There was. Absolutely. There's a lot of question marks outside of the big three, Lenore, Warner, and Bosa. Someone needed to step up. And if you're a first-round pick, kind of like Ricky Pearsall, there's a lot of pressure on him this year, too, and he's shown out. Michael Williams showing up the last 2 weeks the way he's done. I know Adam Amin and Mark Sanchez on the broadcast for Fox News yesterday saying, hey, those are kind of flashes of Eric Armstead with some of his run stuffs that he had there. Absolutely. The guy is just a physical specimen.
Yeah, but
when
he's
you
not
see
Bosa.
him out there. No, he's not Bosa. He's not. But if you can get everyone else elevating their game around him, it's not. You can never replace a guy like that. He's a DPOY, Joe. Are the Green Bay Packers going to replace Micah Parsons if he gets hurt? Or the Bengals going to replace Trey Hendrickson? The list goes. Myles Garrett, who looked incredible yesterday. You think the Browns are replacing him? You don't replace those guys. But everyone stepping up around him is how you kind of ease the pain, if you will.
Sure. If it's a couple of weeks, they can figure out how to, navigate it. If it's the full season, we're in big trouble. We just are. When Hutchinson left Detroit last year and got hurt, like their defense collapsed. I think our defense is different than theirs. So, you never know. But the one thing that Robert Saleh does have going for him is that he was the DC the year that Bosa tore his ACL. So if there's any solace in this, he does have some experience putting together a defense absent Nick Bosa. We'll see what it looks like. It's a huge loss. Like, there's no other way around it. Like, you just don't replace those guys. You might be able to replace them for a couple series here and there, maybe get through it with a game. But, like, a month, 2 months, you're going to feel that absence. Like, I'm starting to feel the Kittle absence. Aren't you?
No, absolutely. And I love what Ton just has done. Luke Farrell and the run
they've
pass
been
game.
admirable.
They've been admirable, but they're not the pass catcher that George Kittle is. They're not they don't have the speed and the burst like that guy has. I mean, you saw Trey McBride on the other side. Like that is what you're missing. That guy.
Well, and there is something to be said, like when you think a guy's out for a couple of weeks, the team can kind of like galvanize and come together because they know that one of their dudes is coming back. Mm-hmm. I look at the way Cincinnati played yesterday, and that looked like a team that knew they're done.
Telling me I have T. Higgins, the guy got like 2 points in fantasy. I was just like, oh, I'm cooked. I thought Jake Browning was going to be that dude. I was like, oh, God. Again, a battle of backups. Again, as we're talking about it, having a good backup quarterback matters.
T. Higgins is going to be that dude.
Well, with Jake Browning, I thought he was going to be like, because in the past, it was the T. Higgins show and Jake Browning was the quarterback, not Jamar Chase. And now it just looks like
what they need?
Poo.
They need Brandon Allen, who originally backed up Joe Burrow. That's what they need.
They want Mac Jones right now. Mac Jones stock sky high right now as these teams are floundering with backup quarterbacks. As you're listening to 95% of the game, KG&Z FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios.
Ricky Pearsall wears the bandana, and I want someone to ask him a question directly. Is the bandana more for aura, or is it to keep your forehead from getting all super sweaty and nasty? Because when I would wear like a catcher's mask and whatnot, I would always try to wipe the face mask because it gets really bad. You get like, your skin on your chin and on your forehead would get, for lack of a better term, you get a lot of acne and stuff like that because of the sweat and the dirt.
I'm assuming it's for the sweat because the guy's got a lot of lettuce. He's got a thick head of hair.
He does.
But talking about swag and aura, that is what Ricky Pearsall is right now. The tattoos, the style.
Oh, I like the way he wears the wristbands and the gloves. Like the whole look it's a look.
Hey, he's cool, man. Ricky's cool. They called him Slick Rick for a reason.
A lot of number 1 jerseys out there, too.
A lot of them.
A lot of them.
Him and Kendrick Bourne's handshake is really quite something, too.
Oh, they have one?
It's quite something.
Okay.
Do explain.
Well, he can't really can you
I don't think he'd go over the radio very well.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't really describe it. Well, they do backflips and they do some back tabs. I don't know. But this is what Ricky Pearsall had to say yesterday about just how much fun he's having.
I have fun every day, especially when KB's out there with me. We're constantly dancing. But yeah, no, I'm having a great time. You know, I'm super blessed, super happy to be in the situation I am. You know, especially considering the situation, what I had to go through last year, being able to, wake up every day and, just be thankful the day that is to come, and, being able to get in this locker room with these guys like them, and, and being around great coaches. It's, there's a lot of things to be happy and excited about each and every day. And I wake up and I just remind myself that every single day, because, there's a lot to be thankful for.
That's twice now where, Mac Jones and then Ricky Pearsall like giggling like little school children, like in their press conference. I love it. They're having fun like they are in school.
That
again.
was not Ricky Pearsall. That was Richard Pearsall. That's like Phil Mike when he's like
Richard Pearsall.
Like that was not Ricky Pearsall. That listen to that did not sound like who I thought it sounded like.
Well, we'll listen to another
Give me
one.
just the first couple lines.
Oh, okay, here we go.
I have fun every day, especially when KB's out there with me. We're constantly dancing.
So that's Ricky saying how
that's
much
him on the interview.
And this was Mac Jones with the giggle. So you're the giggling like school children. Mac Jones on the interception, and when he threw it right to the guy.
I threw it right to the guy, so it wasn't like he made a good play. I mean, good for him. He caught it. Like, awesome.
No, but the best part of that,
they both sound like they were in Carter's suite yesterday.
But no one else laughed. No one else laughed in the locker room or the media room or whatever. They were just like, yeah, what are you laughing at, John Gambador? We're laughing at the Arizona Cardinals. Tough loss for them. Yikes. There you go. Gambo kind of trying to troll us last week, saying, the light's a little bit too bright. Gambo, I didn't really notice a tan on you either, by the way, buddy. All right? Just calm down a little bit. He had some sort of a background in his
I've got some tan.
in his YouTube.
This is where my wristwatch would be.
Oh, look at you. Okay.
Yeah, I got a good
with the SPF.
Yeah, I got
You're getting there. I know LJ was so cute, little cheeks a little flushed yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty red. It was pretty red yesterday.
Was Michelle upset?
Well, I told Michelle, I go, Michelle, it says, she's like, it says 75 in San Jose. I go, Michelle, I am telling you, whatever that app says, add 10 to 15 degrees on it. She's like, nah. So, of course, we pull up. I got the AC blasting. It's like 73 degrees outside on the hood. And I'm like, I guarantee it's not. I open it up. I walk to the porta potty because of the long drive from the city, and I just start sweating. I come back, and she goes, yeah, no sweatshirts. I'm like, yeah, you think? It's T-shirt weather.
Dude.
It was hot.
Niners are hot right now. They're 3-0. I'm feeling great about this team. And, I'm paying off this tease finally because I teased it earlier. Can you guess what team right now has the best odds to claim the NFC's number 1 overall seed?
Eagles.
They're number 2 at plus 370.
Really?
Yep.
Surprising.
Can you guess? Come on.
Niners.
Oh, well, yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm going with the 3-0 teams. There's only so many of them.
I thought you were going to go maybe the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who obviously had a big one yesterday. But it is the San Francisco 49ers with currently the best odds to claim the number 1 overall seed of the NFC at plus 340. Now, again, that's not to say that they have the best. They're going to win the NFC in entirety and go to the Super Bowl, because if you do go there to like who's going to win the conference, I think the Eagles are still the favorite. But that just goes to show Vegas likes their odds because of the schedule, and it's favorable more for them going forward. Now, again, like I know we don't like to play the schedule game. It's early. They're 3-0. Take what you can get. They've only had a margin of victory of combined 10 points within these first 3 games, so they've been tight every single one of them. But Vegas likes the Niners to get the number 1 overall seed. It's early, but you got to be feeling good if you're waking up this morning, if you're a San Francisco 49ers fan. All the adversity they fought through. Don't have Brock Purdy these last 2 weeks. You're 2-0. Don't have George Kittle these last few weeks. 2-0. Don't have Juwan Jennings yesterday, your number 1 wide receiver last year. Doesn't matter. We got Ricky Pearsall. He's our number 1 right now. Obviously don't have Brandon Ayuk at all to start this season. You lost Nick Bosa, your best player on that defensive line early in this game with the minutes to go in the first quarter. Michael Williams steps up. Bryce Huff, he's flying all over the place. I didn't know he was this fast. No, seriously. Bryce Huff, I don't think we talked about him enough today, Joe. The guy flies when you just see him on the television screen.
He's thicker than what D Ford was, but similar to him, his burst off the snap on the line, like he bends around that edge. He is a perfect complement opposite the power rusher of Nick Bosa, because they need that pure speed guy. Here's the only thing that I was a little alarming yesterday was that
2 QB hits for him, by the way.
Did he have? Okay.
Yeah.
He also snuffed out a couple of screens where he just kind of got in the way. Kyler running is just such a problem. And I was really worried after the first couple of drives because they had basically 22 plays to 6 to start the game. Arizona to the Niners offensive plays. And then they like slowed him down. They didn't go straight up QB spy with their linebackers, but the edges, setting the edge and staying in contain was extremely important yesterday. And I thought they did a really good job of that. But it's tough for me to know how much of it was like, hey, James Conner getting hurt and kind of changed up their game. And they had a guy that had never even touched the ball that they were talking about in the second half who was getting passes and carries. And so, hey, we'll take it, man. It don't matter who's out there. We got a bunch of guys that were backups and guys that were practice squad players, and we're out there winning. So that's just the league right now.
Well, no, I thought it was still a good adjustment, and it might have been obviously harder on the Arizona side, but I still think it was a good adjustment from the defense of the Niners because Trey Benson, he's faster than James Conner. So there is an element there where you weren't expecting this guy, and it could sneak up on a team, and you saw it. He had that long run, what is it, of 29 yards. I was like, oh, God, he's showing some burst here.
Yeah,
like, this guy's, he's got legit
Siegel
speed.
just totally whiffed on that tackle.
Whiffed. And we're talking about Bryce Huff right now. He did have the team's only sack yesterday as well. 2 quarterback hits, a pass deflected, and there's a lot of passes deflected yesterday. You're talking about Kyler Murray. Size matters, folks. 5 passes deflected yesterday for the 49ers.
Wow.
5 of them.
More than I thought.
2 from Fred, 1 from D, 1 from Upton Stout, 1 from Bryce Huff as well. So 5 in total.
The Stout one was interesting. That was a play. He showed blitz early, and I was like, oh, don't show it so quick. And then they tried to, like, throw the quick screen, and that was the one where Diamonor came flying up. Like, they're using Stout in a variety of ways. Those guys are going to keep getting tested. Chase Lucas went out there, and they tested him.
Yep.
After, I think it was Renardo Green fell on the ground after the tackle over the middle of the field. He got, taken off the field.
And then we've mentioned him all morning, and this is the guy I keep watching pop each and every week. That gives me so much confidence in the 49ers defense just getting better and better. It's because Fred Warner has his new running mate. This guy's going to be sticking around. He's a player. D. Winters. Like this guy, he's just scratching the surface. You don't believe me? Well, believe in Fred Warner.
Yeah, it's so fun. I'm so happy for D, and again, the work that he's put in to be ready for his moment in these first 3 games, and he's just scratching the surface of what he's capable of doing, right? Like he's got that big playability in his body, to make the interceptions and force fumbles and sacks and all these other things that we're going to see as the weeks go on. And, just to see a player who plays with as much speed, violence, coming down the flat, making these big tackles, bro, it's unbelievable to see. So we're going to need him to continue to just get better every week.
And that was Fred Warner, obviously, after the game yesterday. He's got his new running mate. As Dre Greenlaw is struggling to get on the field in Denver, it's hard not to think that the 49ers already made the right decision, sticking with D. Winters. Obviously, the Devondre Campbell mess that was last year. Guy quit on the team. Stinks. Again, I keep bringing up that game last year at Levi Stadium. Like, it was just night and day compared to last year yesterday, Joe. First and foremost, they thought this through. They saw before the season even started, hey, September game against the Cardinals at home, it might be a little toasty. So you know what? Let's wear the whites. And it proved to be the great, move from them. It was a chess move, if you will. They were thinking ahead. I know everyone's scoffing at it.
I have no problem with the all whites, but next week they're going to be wearing the white with the gold bottoms.
Oh, yeah.
That's a no-no for me.
Well, they should have just done the all whites back-to-back weeks. Why not just do that?
I don't get it, because I think you're only allowed so many throwback designations.
Why?
I think it's foolish. I don't know. And also their helmet was a throwback helmet, the 94. That's the logo we should roll with. The black with no gold.
It's kind of ridiculous. And I get it. It's because there's a scarcity. No, I know what you're talking about. There's a scarce amount of games in this league compared to others. But aren't like the baseball teams, they can pick any uniforms they want. Like if they're rolling, they'll stick with what they got.
You have to designate in April. That's what they said with Kyle Shanahan last week. You have to designate in April what colors you want to wear. And, this is why the Miami Dolphins, for the most part, wear all white at home.
Let's dive into a conversation that we kind of touched on in the start of the show on the other side, Joe, as we're going to hit a break here. Christian McCaffrey. This guy's on pace for 400-plus touches. Does anyone even care about that at this point? The guy's been their basically best receiver outside of Ricky Pearsall. Yeah, the explosiveness might not be there all the time, but when you need it, it was yesterday, and he showed out. Let's touch more on Christian McCaffrey, because I think he's flying under the radar today as the 49ers 3-0. No guests. This show has flown by. No guests, Speak now, forever hold your peace. One more segment to go before handing off to Steiny and Goo. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni, it's Jasky. It's the Morning Roast. Rolling, baby, on a Victory Monday.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger. Why? Because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. So here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credit on the Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning, they're about to expire on September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Shasky, the butcher, sent you.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Let's go. We're fired up, baby. We got one more segment? This show's already over? What? I don't know about that, but yeah, we're feeling great. 3-0. Niners rolling. First in the NFC best, as I'm calling it. The Seahawks looked good yesterday. The Rams should have won that game, but they didn't. You hate to see it for Sean McVay and co. You really do. I know you had to actually... I don't know how Niners fans felt about that one, because you had the Eagles and you had the Rams. Like, you were hoping for a tie, I guess, but the Eagles ended up winning it.
I was rooting for the blue tent.
No, stop. We don't
joke.
We don't root for injuries around here.
It's a joke.
Although there used to be a point in time where it was like celebrated, like good, like you're supposed to hurt the other team, and now we're like coming as a society. No, we don't want anyone to get hurt. No, literally, that's the point of the game, is to hurt the opposition, right?
There is some weird stuff going on with the Philadelphia Eagles. I can't put my finger on it. There's like a 2019 Warrior-like vibe on that team.
Oh, so they'll get to the promised land, but
well,
lose?
No, they're awesome.
Yeah.
They're an awesome team, but they're a little something's off. I don't know what. I don't know if it's Jalen. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
Are you referring to the fact that they got the blocked field goal and got the touchdown? Jalen wasn't celebrating
I think
at all?
AJ Brown is really difficult to live with. That's what I think, and I think he's miserable.
Well, he was complaining in the Super Bowl last year when they were winning in a blowout. Like, he's just never happy. But that's
my point.
That's wide receiver culture in general. But the good ones separate themselves from that. We talked about why Jerry was Jerry, and like Fitzgerald, Larry Fitzgerald heading into this one. Like, those guys separate themselves because of they're just good people and they're just good teammates to have and be around.
There's this misnomer that T.O. was like, throwing pouts on the sidelines. Yeah, he had moments, but he never took it out onto the field. He would always block really well. He'd run all his routes really well. Like, I just watch AJ Brown, and he's like Linus. He's just got this like dark cloud around him at all times. He's awesome. He's an awesome player. But it's like, if I'm not getting fed 15 times a game, even if we're up 3 scores, I'm mad. And I think he's really tough to live with.
Niner fans, where were you at? 3-0 on the season, 16-15 the final yesterday. As Shasky just alluded to, the Rams no longer undefeated. The Cardinals no longer undefeated. The solo undefeated team in the NFC West is the San Francisco 49ers, and they've done it without Brock Purdy. They've done it without George Kittle. They did it without Juwan Jennings yesterday, and for 3 quarters did it without Nick Bosa. We are awaiting the news on Nick Bosa. What is going on there? In the meantime, hey, Giants fans, everything sucks, but it's okay, because Joe Shasky is back on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. All it took was the arrival of Bryce Eldridge. Catch the latest episode where Shasky and Sam Lubman react to Bryce's debut, the end of the Giants' playoff hopes, and finally, a farewell to Clayton Kershaw. Subscribe and listen today wherever you listen to podcasts, as the Giants fell 3 games out of 4 yesterday, but salvaged the series yesterday with a win. Bryce Eldridge had a bases-clearing double I saw over the weekend. Yay.
Yeah, it was a beautiful swing.
Nice. It was good.
Give me 30 seconds on Giants-Dodgers over the weekend.
30 seconds. Starts now.
First, Boom. Bryce Elder needs to play every day the rest of the way, period. I don't care what happens. He needs to play every single day. Rafi Devers is the best left-handed hitter they've had since Bonds. If this is a down year, we are, wow, what a great trade. Last, I hate his guts. And he's not this player in this sport because he didn't start here because he came from overseas and whatnot. In terms of being built in a lab, Shohei Ohtani is as close in his sport to LeBron James in terms of the body looks unlike anything I've ever seen. And his ability where he has almost no weakness on the field, like he's built in a lab. Now, Aaron Judge, you would say, Joe, Aaron Judge is, look, no doubt. There's no doubt. But this is like the duality of being able to do everything that on pitching and hitting. And Shohei Ohtani owns the Giants. I hate his guts. But he's also one of the most remarkable athletes I've ever seen in my life. Now, will he be able to put together a resume long enough to be considered one of the greatest players in the history of the game? Like, that's a different story. We're only like 6 years in. Like, to play as long as Willie and Musial and all these, like those guys played 15, 20 years at an excellent level for so long. But in terms of looking like he was generated in the lab, Shohei Ohtani is on a short list of athletes that, I mean, he's remarkable.
And thus,
I hate him.
Thus concludes Giants-Dodgers talk for the day as the Giants are
pitching them.
3 games back of the third wild card spot, but the Cincinnati Reds are above them. They're actually taking over for the Mets because they have the tiebreak over them at 80 and 76. They've won 5 in a row. So now all of a sudden the Mets, they might be finally, as we've all been watching them tank here, they might finally be cooked as the Reds are.
They were up 4-0 before that game started, the Giants. And then they were down 7-4 within the blink of an eye.
There you go.
And it was like, game over.
And no one watched their win yesterday. So there you go, because it was at the same time as the 49ers who got their win yesterday. And we're talking about it all. And you know what? This guy usually talks Giants. Maybe we'll touch on him, but he wants to talk Mac Jones right now instead. That's Richie in Queens.
Oh, what's up, Richie?
Hey, boys.
What's up, dog?
Yeah, I did speak to you about, I felt that Jones was going to be good and, not great. Wasn't great yesterday, but, he's kind of a game manager. With the Giants, I heard you talk about them real quick. Yeah, they're pretty much done. The big talk here in New York is how the Mets have collapsed. This is monumental what's happened with them, along with the Detroit Tigers and Houston Astros and how the Guardians came back. And we had the opportunity, we just didn't do it. So we're still mathematically in it, but I don't see it. We have to win every game. We don't have tiebreakers. Is Bob Melvin back on the hot seat again? Possibly. So, on to football. Did you guys watch the game last night, the national game?
Oh, I watched Russ.
You know what's funny, Richie? I'm glad you brought that up because the first time in a long time, I looked at a primetime game and saw the Kansas City Chiefs, did not care.
Was it because of the Giants?
I think that was part of it, but also because I hate watching the Kansas City Chiefs on TV. That like their whole style is just so boring. I don't know what it is. Like it's like watching paint dry for me. I hate watching the Kansas City Chiefs, Rich.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he made one of the greatest plays I've ever seen. When he took that ball away from Oakery, think about that, guys. That's a Derek Jeter play with the flip. Where did he come from to go down and take it away from a 240-pound linebacker? I mean, there's no quarterback that would do it. He has just really been elite. He's not when you look at him, you got to put him in the top 5, obviously. I think at times his arm strength is not what it was. I think, he's 30 years old now, but he's a winner. And that was such a big play because that was a big 9-point swing. They wound up getting 3 points and the Giants could have had 6. So, and as far as the Niners go, I just think each game is so important. I mean, McCaffrey looks good again. I think Bosa's okay, right? He kind of...
We'll see.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know, Rich.
Thanks, Richie.
Thanks for the call. By the way, the Mets are bad.
I hate Patrick Mahomes.
The Giants are bad. The Jets are bad. Like, the only thing they got right now is the Yanks.
Aaron Glenn. Okay.
What about Aaron Glenn? What?
The dance.
What did he do? He danced?
You didn't see him dancing on the sidelines?
No, I saw them like sad after they lost that game.
He was like doing some high knee dance on the sideline, going up and down the sideline. You haven't seen that yet?
Oh, hold on, I'm pulling it up right now.
And then I flip open the phone at one of the breaks while I'm at the game. I'm like, they lost? The way Aaron Glenn was dancing, I thought the game was over.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah, he's doing like the march step and say, hey, he's having a good time out there. Can you imagine Shanahan being excited like that, dancing on the sideline? Never in his life. A tough
Shanahan
loss
could
there.
win the Super Bowl and still be miserable.
Oh my!
It bothers me.
Oh, stop! He was having a great time at the Super Bowl just a couple years ago during that press row, right? He was having a great
I didn't
time.
say he didn't enjoy himself at the lead up. Yeah,
you go.
exactly.
Oh, Richie in Queens, we appreciate it. 888-957-9570.
Oh, but I am done watching Russell Wilson play football. That is for sure. I'm
so
done
is Chris Jones. I don't know if you guys saw it after the game as we're going around the NFL real quick. Niners 3-0, but they asked Chris Jones after the game yesterday because I guess Chris Jones wanted the jersey swap with Russ, and the sideline reporter, her name escapes me right now, apologies, but she was like, "Hey, you still want to swap jerseys, Chris, with Russell Wilson?" He's like,
To do a jersey swap, and you've never gotten one.
Never gotten it.
Did you ask him again tonight?
I don't even want it. It's all good. I don't want it. Hey, you know, over time you kind of understand that now I don't even want it. It's love and war.
I don't even want it. I'm good.
4 years ago, I wanted it, but now he's played himself out of the Hall of Fame. I don't want it.
I think he's legitimately, like, we were on this early, more so than anyone else, and I will pat ourselves on the back. We were both, you and I lost step. I think he's out of the Hall of Fame. Russ. He's not a Hall of Famer. His second arc of his career is that awful. Truly.
I mean, he's played on how many teams? Broncos, Steelers, now the Giants, and he'll be a Jet at some point.
Hey, who knows? I mean,
he'll be on the Jags.
Who knows? Maybe hopefully this Mac Jones injury isn't concerning. Maybe he's the Niners backup at one point, the emergency third quarterback.
And Jackson Dart wearing the chain on the sideline. Did you see the chain that he had on?
It's pretty sick. I love it. Hey, he's got swag. He's got the hair and everything. Talking about swag with Ricky Pearsall, Jackson Dart's got some swag. You know who else got swag? Coach in Los Altos. What's got
up,
swag.
Coach?
Gentlemen, Victory Monday, baby. Victory Monday. So, Shasky, first of all, yesterday I was there, and I like a ding-dong, I let my buddy convince me to sell my season tickets, which are on the shade side, because he wanted to see the Niners run out.
Oh, my God.
So ended up being over there, like row 11, great seats, 50-yard line, baking our butts off.
Dude,
it was so stinking hot. You know, and we had a couple of people wearing Packer jerseys, and they were inside because they were literally melting. They were like puddles on the floor. These poor people from Wisconsin, I felt for them. But hey, I just wanted to say I love this rookie class. Like, I don't know how they did it, but they got, not only did they get dogs, I think these guys are high character players. I think they're picking each other up. It's great to hear how articulate and thoughtful they are at the microphone. I mean, I love me some Upton Stout. Like, I love that guy.
I do too.
He makes a mistake and then he comes back and he fights through it. So I just think, and it fits the adage, the old adage, that success comes when opportunity and preparedness meet. And these guys work hard. They're prepared for the moment, and they're doing it. And I tweeted this out a little while ago. I said, you know, watching Collins and Michael Williams, it's a little bit like Buckner Armistead, or it's a little bit like
what about this one?
Danafield.
It's Stubblefield and Bryant Young, younger, like totally different versions. But remember those two youngsters coming together?
Absolutely, and I'm getting that vibe. Now, we're not going to go, I don't think, as far, because I think what people are misreading on the Bosa thing is Bosa commands double teams, and he commands so much attention, and they game plan that makes it easier on everybody else. If he's gone, and now they're going to, quote-unquote, game plan for Michael or Huff or whatever, it's just a different – that is such a huge loss. So prayer goes to Nick Bosa.
Hey, Coach, before you go, how long have you been going to Niner games?
Back since Joe Montana, Like I love that you were talking about Freddie Solomon and Gene Wash. I'm 61, so I've been doing this since early Candlestick.
So you're my dad was probably 5 to 10 years older than you, but like, and look, only people that have been going to games would understand what I'm saying. So it's going to come off a way, and people are going to interpret it wrong. I'm not saying I'm not grateful for the stadium. I absolutely am. But the fabric of the fan base and the team has changed so dramatically in that heat for 3 months of the season. It's just so different. And I cannot get over how poorly designed that stadium was in terms of shielding the fan base and the team from the heat. The mist and the fog that you used to play in, that presented its own elements. And I know a lot of people didn't like the location and whatever. But like I don't think people understand the way they play and the way they prepare and how the games like go down for the players and the fans. It's such a different experience. I saw the new jumbotrons and I say to myself, yeah, we spent $300 million in the wrong direction. We should have put shade. Like, I'm sorry, yesterday was ridiculous. It wasn't even 90 degrees yesterday, and it felt like the sun was on my face.
Yeah, no, I definitely 100% agree that the peak, if you've ever walked down, I know you have, but if anybody on the phone, if you've ever walked down on Candlestick, your foot sunk into it. It was a bog.
Exactly.
It was the locker room was just sort of mildewy. I mean, it was just old school, nasty football stuff. You're now down in, like Cisco headquarters in Levi's. It's high tech. It's gloss. I love the clubs, but you end up spending your time in there, not out on the football. So they gotta fix the shade side. In fact, I looked at pricing. It's half price on the sun side.
Really?
Because it's so miserable. It's half.
I know.
For the same row, it was half. So they've got to fix it, and there's ways they can do it. They can put retractable sun roof over that. They've got to do something because it was, I look like Adonis. I'm this tan, bronze dude now. Yeah, that's not why I go to football games.
And I'm with you.
Thanks,
I'm with
Coach.
you. And look, I know, look, they won the game. I don't want to sit here and complain, but I'm telling you, like, they just spent $300 million on these jumbotrons, and I'm sure the NFL was like, you need to upgrade your jumbotrons to have a Super Bowl or whatever. Like, dude, we're coming up on over 10 years of this stadium.
Yeah,
they got to fix the sun thing. Like, if you're gonna stay there, all right. Like, I'm happy you're in the Bay Area. I'm very grateful. But if you're gonna stay there, like, we can't have 2 months of the season. Your coach is choosing uniforms based on the heat. Think about what I just said. Your coach is choosing uniforms in April. That is a talking point. What color uniforms we're wearing because of how hot it is. All right. And I'm not saying that the heat doesn't exist on the East Coast and in other elements. I am telling you, the way the stadium sits in relation to the sun for 2 months of the season, it's an element for your high-paying, devoted customers, and they got to fix it. Like, they legitimately have got to fix it.
They're the only team now on the West Coast outside of the Pacific Northwest that doesn't play in a dome in the NFL. There's something to be said about that.
Say that again?
So they're the only team outside of the Seahawks on the West Coast. If you want to invest,
I guess the Broncos,
Arizona, the Broncos to an extent, but they're building a new stadium.
That's true.
So like they're going not
That's
be.
True.
So they're again like
they don't need a dome though.
They just need
shade on one side.
Well, they just need what the Hard Rock Stadium did in Miami. They just built a shade over there.
That's like a canopy with an opening. Yes, I totally agree.
That's exactly what they need to do.
And look, I know like the majority of people are consuming the game at home. Okay, this is about a small fraction of the people, but I'm telling you, the way the team plays football is affected by the weather. It is. Like, I watched Arizona, their red uniform looked burgundy from all the sweat.
No, it didn't.
Did it not? Was I the only one?
I think it had, an effect towards the end of that game. It had to. That was a physical game from start to finish, and that had to wear down the opposition later in that game. The roof at Hard Rock, so good job. It's great producing from Sam Lubin in the back.
I know this is a silly thing on the radio. People are like, Shasky, not everyone goes. I get it. But, like, I'm watching my team play a different brand of football because of the weather. Like they've got to adjust the stadium.
Well, Joe, let's play this out. The Super Bowl is going to be there. You like as we've seen seasons change a little bit and warmer temperatures in the wintertime, there's absolutely a possibility in February you just get a hot day in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some complaining about that in the Super Bowl. That is what you don't want if you're Jed York and company. The roof at Hard Rock Stadium, when they installed it, it cost $550 million.
I mean, we're looking at $1 billion fix.
Yeah.
At that point, you start thinking about a brand new stadium.
At that point, but
well, I mean, there are like the stadium is 10 years in. How long are they going to be there?
Well, are they going to pull, what is it, like an Atlanta Braves where they build one and after like 25 years? It's so hard in California is what I'm saying, especially a football stadium.
No doubt. But I also think when they built the stadium, let's go back to, the early OOs, like everyone's like, there's no room in San Francisco. There's no room. And they were right until COVID hit. And now there's room everywhere. Nobody goes to work in offices like that anymore. So I don't know. I think the happy medium would be somewhere in between San Francisco and where the stadium exists currently. It's just so hot.
And we'll see how it is this week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Another team that actually plays outside. I don't think they have a roof in Jacksonville. They probably play in the heat a lot as well. And they're supposed to be getting a new stadium. So all these teams that are dealing with the elements are addressing it. The Buffalo Bills, same thing. Now, it's not quite a dome, but they're having the overarching hanging over all the stands. And they've been playing in that place, Highmark Stadium, whatever it's called, like 60-plus years. So every other team is addressing it.
No doubt. And again, like yesterday was like mid-80s. Yeah. And it felt in the 90s. And so I'm saying, like, okay, wait till, because at some point in the next couple of weeks, they're going to have a day home game that's going to be in the 90s.
Yep.
It's going to feel like 100. Last year when they played Arizona, it was
100. It was 100 degrees.
Which at that stadium, where it's at, if you ever played like in these baseball tournaments there at Twin Creeks, it is literally 10 to 15 degrees hotter than whatever it says on your phone.
So I'm pulling up the Levi Stadium weather
I know
right
this
now.
Sounds insane, but team was gassed yesterday.
Well, tomorrow it's going to, thank God they don't have Tuesday night football tomorrow or Tuesday football.
What's it going to be
92 degrees tomorrow in Santa Clara, so that's nice. So it feels like 100 on the field. Sunday we're looking at, again, this is the weekly forecast, so things can change. But Sunday we're looking at, again, 75 degrees. So
no, that's not bad at all.
That's not bad.
No, that's not bad at all. But like when your coach is choosing to wear white tops and gold bottoms for the first time in franchise history, come on, guys. Like, and I look. It's a great thing that they kept the team here. They've paid for all the players, everything. But you got to treat your fan base and the roster. You got to treat them right. You got to figure out how to put a shade in there. I don't know what the solution. Now, Hard Rock, they did it around the whole stadium.
Yes,
maybe. Even though it's years later, maybe it could cost similar on only one side of it. You don't need it on the press box side.
Well, and Hard Rock also did that because they realized they are an event place as well.
100%.
They want to be in the Super Bowl Rolodex, if you will. 100%. Same with New Orleans, same with Vegas, same with SoFi Stadium. They are competing with all these other teams because they want all those eyeballs every couple seasons. So,
you don't get that fog blowing in the evening, which is like that cool air that you need. It's totally different.
I want to get back into something the coach had to say in Los Altos because he said something which I actually don't agree with. He said if they lose Nick Bosa for an extended period of time, he doesn't think they could overcome it. I disagree. I think they can. Now, is it going to be difficult? Could it result in some losses? Absolutely. But I've seen enough from this team getting better every week, Joe, that I have all the faith in the world in Robert Saleh, in Kyle Shanahan, these coaches. They are doing something right now that, listen, I don't want to toss around the word special. It's 3 weeks into this season. But the way that they have fought through adversity, it's inspiring early on here. Like,
would you agree, though, each week after the other teams are allowed opportunities to game plan and they get a little better at exposing. So, like, for example, Kittle goes out in the middle of the Seahawks game. You kind of figured it out with Farrell and Tonjes. But each week since then, they've been less effective.
Correct, but people have been stepping up outside of them.
Sure.
Like the Kendrick Bournes in the receiving game, stepping up. Ricky Pearsall, he's just been stepping up every single week.
But the offense is more constipated.
Yes.
All right, as we've gone farther. This is now the second week with Mac Jones. I think this week was a little more difficult for Mac than weeks prior because of some of the guys, because of the scheme, because they know where he's going to throw. So, like, George Kittle's absence, I feel like we're going to really feel it over the next 2 weeks.
But again, and it's a good point from the defensive perspective with Nick Bosa potentially being out for an extended period of time. Again, we're waiting on any and all news about that. We'll get it to you when it is provided. But I saw Fred Warner, again, doing what he does. He's so freaking good.
No, he's amazing. He blew up a play. Shanahan, by the way, is
so good.
Shanahan, it's not at 11:30. I guess Grandy's texting me.
Grandy, man.
Shanahan's conference call for today is set up at 3:30 p.m.
Oh, okay,
so
we
Willard
know.
and Dibs will have that 3:30 p.m.
Okay, great. Fred Warner stepped up yesterday. D. Winters has been stepping up.
He's been amazing. He's probably been the most improved player on the roster.
Yes. Bryce Huff might have been the most surprising player on the team thus far when you weren't expecting a whole hell of a lot from him. It was like, hey, if we get something from him, it only costs us, a 5th or 6th round pick? We'll see. He made some sweet music with Robert Saleh in New York. Maybe he could do it again. Right now, he's proven to be right about that. He's made some plays. Upton Stout made some plays in the secondary. Our guy, Michael Williams, making plays. The guy, I love Michael Williams, funny guy too. He's got some swagger to him. Listening to him in the post game, he's playing with confidence, Joe. This team, it felt like, was so unsure of themselves defensively last year that a lot of the young guys that they were relying on were afraid to make mistakes, or the veterans themselves just looked old. And like they ripped the Band-Aid off.
A lot of old guys.
A lot of old guys on that team. And this isn't like, I'm not seeing a slow team. I'm seeing a physical team that's fast. And yesterday they over pursued a little bit at times. They need to be able to play a little bit under control, but they'll improve every week. So yes, this team might be without Nick Bosa going forward, but I'm not throwing dirt on this entire defensive staff. Not at all. Not with Robert Saleh back there. They got to get creative. Absolutely. And guys are going to have to continue to step up.
If it's a couple weeks, they can do it, Joe.
Yes.
It's like, if you're talking 6 to 8 weeks, I think we're in big trouble.
It's tough.
Right?
Yes.
Like 6 to 8 weeks, you're in big trouble. Can you weather the storm? That's why the 3 wins at the beginning of the year were so important. You can weather the storm. Like in this hypothetical, it's 8 weeks, and they go 4-4 over the 8 weeks. Well, now you're 7-4. It's pretty freaking good. You're still in line for a playoff spot.
Yep.
I think 10 is you're right there. I think 11 guarantees you a playoff spot. Wins. I'm talking about wins.
Speaking of Nick Bosa, this is what Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, had to say yesterday about the concern.
I'm sure he's concerned, and just knowing how he would be, and hopefully we'll have some good news tomorrow.
To clarify, they've rolled out an ACL for him?
They haven't ruled it out. No, we're not sure. I mean, there is concern because of how he feels, and they do the tests and stuff on the sideline. When usually they say whether he definitely did or not, and they didn't say that, but we are concerned with that, and keeping our fingers crossed for the.
I'm interpreting that as they said that it was they didn't say it was an ACL injury.
They didn't say it was, but they're not ruling it out.
Exactly,
yes.
Which is probably the pragmatic thing to do right now, especially given all the injuries that they've been occurring. Monday's been the most dangerous day of the year.
I mean, I see guys just leaving left and right. Again, I think we do this and we kind of like jump our skis a little bit. There's always a lot of injuries that happen in the NFL, and we always say, this is the most we've ever seen. No, it happens every single year. It's just a violent football game. And, I saw it yesterday. I mean, Najee Harris just went down on a routine, just handoff, just fell, Achilles. He's probably out. He's done.
Is that what happened to him?
Achilles injury. Yeah. Brutal. Just brutal.
What a 6 months he's had.
I know. And this is what
sad. I mean, James Conner, I'd be shocked if James Conner takes another carry in the league.
I mean,
his ankle was sideways.
These are 3 of the top running backs, or at least names. I know Najee's not the number 1 technical on the team. It's Omarion Hampton, the rookie that they drafted, but Austin Eckler last week, right?
Yeah.
Thursday night. This week, Najee Harris. And then, as you just mentioned, James Conner, just brutal to watch. And the entire Cardinals sideline coming out, support their guy who's been a leader on that team. And then I thought it was very classy. The Niners that were out there on defense, Fred Warner, just kind of like patting him on the shoulder, being like just being a good, competitor. And that's what makes Fred and makes him a great ambassador for the game. This is what Ian Rappaport had to say this morning, NFL Network, on the latest from Nick Bosa.
The San Francisco 49ers, the 3-0 San Francisco 49ers, another kind of wild win yesterday. Nick Bosa, their star defensive end, left the game early with a knee injury. Kyle Shanahan saying after the game they do not believe it is an ACL injury. That is a good sign. They're going to check everything in that knee. Going to have an MRI. I believe that is going to be today. Any absence for Nick Bosa on the stellar defense would certainly be something that would hurt the 49ers.
And the only little piece of news there is having the MRI today after and you've mentioned it in all these places, whether it's the Warriors, Niners, Sharks, all these places have MRIs in their own facilities. They just want to double down on it, double check, triple check, and we'll see the severity of the injury. And hopefully it is not severe, because this is a guy that has been playing incredible the first few weeks, Joe. He's just been playing with his hair on fire. He was looking like a DPOY candidate. It was.
At one point up on the Jumbotron, they put questionable, Nick Bosa, questionable to return, Nick Bosa, out, knee. And then they put, questionable to return, out right now, Michael Williams.
Yeah.
Wrist. And it was like, oh my God, we're losing 2 defensive linemen? And somehow, some way within that game, they held serve, and then Michael came back. And is it Michael or Mikel?
Michael, not
yeah.
Mikel. Michael, not your Kel or his Kel. Michael.
Well, my buddy's son is Mihal.
Mihal?
Yeah, it's Irish.
Oh, Mihal, not Miguel.
No.
Okay. Look at this. Michael's everywhere. I have a brother named Mikey.
Mihal.
There you go. Mikey Spadoni, the great. I think he's coming into town next week from Oregon. There you go. Here's Shanahan talking about yesterday, the team stepping up big, and specifically the guy we've been talking about all morning, Slick Rick Pearsall.
This is how Ricky's been for a while. We felt it towards the end of last year. He's been this way all through training camp, and it's one of the reasons we wanted to draft him here, and hasn't disappointed us at all. So he stepped it up big, and you got to do that even more when you have guys out like JJ and guys like George.
And here's the quarterback who's built the Jones to Pearsall connection has been special the last few weeks. Here's Mac talking about him and saying he's just open a lot.
Yeah, it was my alert on the play, and we don't really throw it that often, so it was just a great catch. I don't know how he caught that, but it was a great play, and he did a great job in the game. He was open a lot. I could have hit him even more, so I'll watch the tape and see how I can get him the ball more, but Ricky did a great job.
He was open a lot, and that is what you want to hear from your receiver. Not only is he open a lot, you're getting him the ball, because it's one thing to be open, it's another thing to execute it, because we saw that on the opposing sideline yesterday, Joe. Yeah, Marvin Harrison was open. What did he do when he was open? Butterfingers. Dropped it. Or he was running the wrong routes, and there was miscommunication with his quarterback, Kyler Murray, who was, again, frustrated all day, and it was more so not what the 49ers defense was doing, even though they did a hell of a job. It was his own offense just not knowing what to do, and that's, you're alluding to the loss of James Conner. That was a big part of that. It's kind of a trickle-down effect.
Yeah. So going back to last year, Ricky Pearsall, to end last year, he had 16 catches for 281 yards. 18 catches for 247 yards to end last year. This year, he's got 16 for 281. His last six games total. That's a third of the season, if you will. 34 catches, 528 yards. That breaks down to 101 catches and over 1,600 yards for a season.
It's pretty incredible.
So think about that. That's the pace he's been on the last 6 games. Is 100 catch season, 1,600 yards. That would be better than any 49er wide receiver season in the Shanahan era. We haven't done anything like that since T.O.
His yards per reception, Joe, 17.6, which is 5th in all of football. He's had an incredible year thus far. He's 3rd overall in receiving, as I mentioned. The only 2 above him, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Puka Nacua, again, all in the NFC West, which is now feels like a loaded division when it comes to the wide receiver position. You got Malik Neighbors right behind him. He is amongst the biggest names in the sport.
I told you the number for Brandon Ayuk, who had a monster year, 2023, with CMC and Debo and Kittle. He got targeted one time more than 10 times. One time, and it was exactly 10. Ricky's had that happen twice now in 6 games. To the last 6 for him to be targeted more than 10 times. So I think there's a couple of things going on here. Ricky's clearly a trusted agent with the quarterbacks. I think Kyle loves him, and I think he's a great player. And not good, he's a great player right now.
And that is something that we don't take for granted, because we know it is very difficult. As a wide receiver in this offense, Kyle Shanahan has high standards. He also has high standards for Fast Five. You want to kick us off, Joey?
Yeah, from my boy Rocco. The current Chiefs are the Spurs of football. Just so boring.
That's such a great comp. No, seriously. Joe, I love football. I love it. The fact that I saw the Kansas City Chiefs, one of the greatest teams of our time, one of the greatest quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes. Are you okay with me saying that, by the way, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time?
Well, yeah, because he's played almost 10 years.
Great. All right. So Patrick Mahomes. The fact that I even looked at that game and said, nah, I'd rather watch the newest Batman with Robert Pattinson tells you all you need to know about how I feel about watching them. It was great. I loved it.
Liked it.
The little teaser at the end with the Jokers. Spoiler alert. That was fun. That
More
was cool.
emo Batman.
It was a little more gritty and grimy, but I liked that. Angst.
What?
Well, it's because he's a younger version of Bruce Wayne. I like my guy who plays Gollum. What's his name? Andy Serkis? Yeah, he's Alfred. I like that. That was a good casting choice. And Zoe Kravitz is Catwoman. Pretty strong. Still Michelle Pfeiffer for me, number one, but Zoe Kravitz, sliding to second place there. Was not Anne Hathaway. Yeah. What do you think, Carter?
Yeah, I have no thoughts on that at all.
Thank you.
My final thought of the day is I want to shout out Michael Williams. He had the most pressures yesterday on the team with 6, and this is just great to see. I mean, finally we're getting some support on the defensive line. It's wonderful as a Niners fan.
And they're going to need him a lot more going forward, potentially with this Bosa injury. It's going to be massive. Again, I'm not throwing dirt on this team if Nick Bosa has to miss some time. I have a lot of respect for what this team has shown early on in the season. They're going to have to fight through adversity, but if the offense can fight through adversity, losing their quarterback and their tight end, why can't the defense do it, Sammy? That is pretty good. And will we see Brock Purdy at all this week? That's going to be something we'll monitor. Mac Jones' PCL injury. And again, we are awaiting the latest news when it comes to Nick Bosa. My final thought is the NFL's just the best. I love it so much. It's like those early games were insane. The blocked field goals for the touchdown. Like, is there anything that's better than to win a game like that? And for it to be one of the fat guys, the big boys, the Jordan Davises. You see what his MPHs was? Jordan Davis is what, like 375 pounds? He got up to like 19 miles an hour? That is scary.
I actually think there is a better way, and it's the only way. It's the way Candlestick ended. It's the pick six.
Pick six? Okay.
Come on, man. It's the greatest play of all.
That was one of the best witching hours we've had. Seriously.
Yesterday was insane.
I wouldn't know. I was at the stadium with the Commoners, not in the suite.
Do they not, at the stadium, do not put on the red zone? They should.
No, not leading up to the game.
Well, they do.
They do? You have to be in the suite, though. You got to be in the suite, Joe. He got you. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. And I guarantee you, Steiny's in a good mood, but I don't know about Goo after his Cowboys took the L yesterday. Yet again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here
Grandpa
for you.
Goo.
Here for good.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
Coming to Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com.
Sponsored by Merck.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
The Oakland Roots return to the Coliseum Tuesday, October 7th to take on Hartford Athletic. Be part of the movement. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. You can also catch all the action live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
and he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh. Oh, there you are. I was looking at the YouTube.
No, I'm here,
I didn't
baby.
see you.
I didn't see me either.
Something was funky there. What's going on, everybody?
How you doing?
Good.
Are you doing good as the Niners?
Better than the Niners.
I want to say thank you to them. We're 3 weeks in, and we need a seatbelt. This is seatbelt football. It's been a roller coaster. I mean, up and down, safety. I mean, good God, what didn't that have yesterday? And they escaped 16-15.
It didn't have two prolific offenses. It didn't have a team with a running game.
Hey, look at
you want to know what else?
They're 3-0, Jack, in a 4th and 2. There's so much to get to, but Steiny, I got to tell you, sometimes coaches have the guts of cat burglars, and sometimes coaches tuck their tail. But for the Niners on a big 4th and 2, to go up top, Kyle, to Ricky Pearsall and have him catch a 34-yarder, I just was not expecting that. And that helped him get a dub. They are 3-0. Steiny, this is shaping up to me. This is my biggest takeaway of the best coaching job of any manager coach in the Bay since I've been watching sports. It's early. It's 3 weeks in.
What?
But it has the – listen.
3 days?
No.
3 games?
With what you're without.
3 games?
With what – and Bosa
Settle
news,
down.
even if it's bad news, I'm like, okay, I got to see him without whoever. Like,
Better
that's
than
the
Bill
takeaway.
Walsh?
That's the – tell me when Bill was missing all this. It just seems like there's a theme of this team, this man, these coaches just plug and play and wake me up when it catches up to them. And I know this is not good. I get it. Bosa goes out first quarter. But damn it, they're 3-0, and they're 3-0 missing everybody. It just youngsters step up. Veterans step up. Dude, you just got in town. Kendrick Bourne stepping up. That's all. I can't ignore that. That's all, Steiny.
Yep. Very early in the season. Very early in the season.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
The reality to me is that they're 3-0, and the reason they're 3-0 is because there are 5 or 6 plays every game that have determined whether they win or lose, and they've made them. They've made those plays, and last year they didn't make those plays. I don't necessarily think
you're right.
I don't think they necessarily played 12 great quarters of football, but every time they've needed something to happen on offense or defense, it's happened.
Yes.
And they've gotten stops when they need to have gotten stops. They've made plays when they need to make plays. I'm just not, at this point.
And neither am I, though. Give me that, Steiner. I think I know where you're going.
Shanahan's started one of the greatest coaching jobs in the history of the Bay Area.
He's in the process through 3 weeks.
That's not. We're 16%.
Okay, but I'm saying we're talking about through 3 weeks with what they don't have at their disposal. Yet, like, I can't come in here and stylistically say, "Oh, this was wrong, that was wrong," and nothing's perfect. I'm just blown away. What you just said. They're Martin Luther King at the right time.
And that's why I don't think I can't come in here and today.
You didn't have to. I'm saying it. You can give me your take. I'm saying it.
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, you just went against it, so you do know what I'm saying. I say he's in the midst, Kyle and Robert Saleh, of one of the greatest coaching jobs in the NFL we season.
Okay. All right, fine. We're 3 games in.
And what's the record?
3 games in, and you're willing
What's
to
the record?
No, see, I wanted to come in here. I wanted to come in here today and praise the 49ers.
You can still do it.
No, I didn't realize we were seeing something.
You're just
historic.
a wet towel, man. No,
dude,
you are.
Dude, it's
I'm giving you my thoughts on the game. You can still do what you want to do.
Okay.
Why are you so reactionary?
Because
who cares what I say? These are my thoughts.
Because your hyperbole is just crazy.
Okay, so where's yours?
They've won 3 really tight games. I just tried to say they've made every play that they've needed to make.
Why are you acting like it's hemorrhoids?
Because I don't think it's the time to say that
So you don't think Kyle's doing a great job through 3 games with what they don't have?
I don't.
You're being a hater if you say yes.
Guru, what you just said was that Kyle Shanahan through 3 games is in the midst of his great.
I believe that with Robert Saleh and this young defense.
Okay.
How does that get you in a bad mood?
It doesn't get me in a bad mood.
It seems like it.
Well, it's just hyperbole that means nothing.
Oh, so the youngsters aren't growing up right in front of your eyes
Is this a better
through 3
job
weeks?
than Steve Kerr?
We're not all the way done.
Right,
through
so
3
why
weeks,
would you say that?
This young defense is playing their ass off. Am I wrong?
Okay.
I'm asking you, Michael Williams, am I wrong?
Like, it's almost like you woke up today and say 3-0 is not good enough. I have to say something crazy, so I'll say that Kyle Shanahan
Steiny, you're
through
tired,
3
man.
games.
You're just tired.
Dude,
you're just tired.
They're playing
you
well.
are not the police of my thoughts.
God.
Share with us what you saw. I don't know why my excitement on what I'm seeing, you got to take it all the way to Canada.
Because you know how...
the team's off to a 3-0 start. They missing everybody, and I'm giving kudos to the coaching staff through 3 games. And this young defense that Robert Saleh fixed it with Swiss cheese. What is so ludicrous to you about that? It's my energy. I know what it is. It's my energy.
No, it's...
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Well, if you're going to ask, then will you listen or will you talk over
I'm listening.
The 49ers are 3-0. They're having a great year. They've won 3 tight games. You know how I am about words and hyperbole. He's in the middle of the greatest coaching job in Bay Area history. I'm just going to say, okay, if that's what you're saying 3 games in, all right. I think they're doing a nice job. I think he's off to a nice start. I think McCaffrey's gritty. I think Mac Jones has done all those things. But, I'm just pump the brakes on the greatest coaching job in Bay Area history.
I'm not.
Okay, you don't have to, but then I don't have to take that seriously after 3 games.
Well, you don't take anything I say seriously.
I do if it makes some sense.
No, it does make sense. I know. Are we watching a young defense grow up right before our eyes?
I don't know. We're 3 games into the season. They've gotten off to a good start.
So you can't give credit for what they've done.
You know what, buddy? I'm not going to say after you know me, Goo. I'm not going to say after.
And I'm not asking you to.
Well, I'm saying I'm not ready to say. I can't even get a word in, Goo.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
But you're stumbling and fumbling.
888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, greatest coaching job in the history of sports. Is that what we're seeing? Is that what we want to talk about? We can. I was fully ready to talk about Kyle Shanahan off to a good start. The 49ers off to a good start. But we're jumping all the way to the greatest coaching job in the history of the Bay Area. All right. They got to go 17-0 for them to do that. That's what I would say. Let's see. Let's talk about the game. Nick Bosa. Hurt.
Now, you have fun with me about that. And listen, I hope Niner fans don't come for me. And I've been thinking about this. Hopefully he doesn't miss any time. You say I'm Captain Fear, and normally I am. If somebody's hurt or going to miss time, what I'm telling you, partner, is next man up. If Bosa happens to miss some time, nobody wants him to, Steiny. But the bottom line is what I'm seeing from Robert Saleh on the defensive side of the ball and Kyle is next man up. And until I see it prevent them from being in a game and winning a game, I'm going to proceed with, it stinks, but they've been down Kittle. Bosa leaves the first quarter. Jawan Jennings didn't play. I'm just giving kudos to the Niner coaching staff and mainly the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator it's not pretty at all. It's not supposed to with this injury stuff that's going on. But, man, to get out of that game yesterday after you're down after a safety, I mean, man, you're 3-0. Teams are starving for a win. Just look at your TV and all the NFL games yesterday. I'm just focused on that.
Niners go to 3-0. How good is this team?
How good do you think they are?
I think they're good. I don't think they're great.
And I don't think I said that either. I just said with what they're working with, partner, we got to give credit through 3 weeks. That's
okay. All. If that's what you would have said, I wouldn't have reacted the way I reacted. But you said that Kyle Shanahan was in the middle of the greatest coaching job in the Bay Area that we've seen in forever. And I'm like, all right, let's just pump the brakes. Like, I can't go anywhere with that.
Yeah.
Then they're going to go 17-0.
And I didn't say 17-0. And I said through 3 weeks, I can't ignore that, especially what Robert Saleh's doing, too, with this young defense growing right before. Upton Stout, the play of the game, to me, Steiny, there were so many plays of the game. But to make Zay Jones not catch that ball, which would have been night-night and game over, I mean, I got to give them kudos. We're watching them grow, make mistakes, all of them. But yet they get it done, and they withstand, staring down the barrel of an L.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What was the best part of that game yesterday, 49er fans? Was it Mac Jones winning his second game? Was it the defense coming up big? They're 3-0. They lead the division. Was it the big drive? Another game-winning drive for the San Francisco 49ers. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Pinheiro, the 6-year man out of Florida, who made his San Francisco debut last week, has 6 game-winning field goals in his career. Last 3 years with the Carolina Panthers. Started as a soccer player in Miami before he started playing high school football as a senior. Trying to do what he's done a half dozen times before and win the game with his leg. Sweeps it, delivers it, and San Francisco is in first place. They win it at the Horn. Mac Jones steps in for Brock Purdy and delivers the drive. Pinheiro delivers the winner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Pinheiro with the game winner. Adam Amin, Fox Sports on the call. Niners win 16-15. They're 3-0. And now we wait to hear news on Nick Bosa. Find out what's going on with Bosa. He got hurt yesterday, obviously. And we'll find out if the 49ers have to play any weeks without him.
First quarter, he gets hurt. It's just like, when does it stop, man?
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. How we feeling about this game, 49er fans? It feels like the first couple games or the first few games last year with the Niners, they didn't make any big plays that they needed when the game was on the line. And it feels like this year, every time they've had to make a play with the game on the line, they've made it, whether it's the 4th and 2 to Pearsall, whether it's a game-winning field goal by Pinheiro. And, I don't feel like the 49ers have been dominant. I just feel like it's been similar to last year in that some of the games have been close, and it's come down to a handful of plays. And this year they've made the handful of plays, and that's why they're 3-0 right now, because they've made all the plays that were game-winning or game-deciding plays, or at least most of them.
Yeah. I feel like you owe me an apology.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
All right, well, you do, because you're sitting here, and now you got stuck on one statement that I said. I didn't mention Super Bowl, but everything you just said I agree with, and I think that stems from coaching. But you got your panties all in a bunch like I came in here and said this team is on its way to win a Super Bowl.
No,
and you need to be better than that.
Well,
I know what I said.
Right, so
this has the ingredients to be, but you can't.
I did challenge it.
They're 3-0.
I know.
And what we've seen with Kyle Shanahan, and I'm doing it. Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh are doing a hell of a job through 3 weeks overcoming who's not available. And what you just stated, my friend, stems from great coaching, and that's all. Is it pretty? Did I say they're going undefeated? No. But I'd let you get away with this stuff too damn much. And today, I'm putting the stop sign.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm putting the stop sign.
Stopping anything, Goo.
Yeah, I'm stopping you.
Stopping anything.
I'm stopping you.
Don't do this, Goo.
I'm doing it.
Goo, do you want me to
do it every day. I didn't say they're going to win the Super Bowl, so say that. I didn't tell you that you were mad because I'm excited. Whatever you had go on the last 2 days, you came in here in a pissy mood trying to take it out on me, and it ain't happening. Like, I got to apologize because I'm excited about coaching on both sides of the ball from the offensive and defensive coordinator. I got to apologize like I said they're winning the Super Bowl. You need to be better than that. That's not what I said, and quit playing with my words.
What you said, Goo.
I know what I said. I didn't ask you what I said. I know what I said. I'm a grown-ass man. I know what I said. Okay. Quit playing with me.
Hey, Goo, you said after 3 games that Kyle Shanahan is the greatest coaching job in the Bay Area, in the history of the Bay Area.
It had the ingredients of one of the greatest. Stop.
Hit the pipe.
You hit the pipe. Oh, wet blanket ass.
Just do me a favor. Think about what you're saying.
Watch the game. You do that. I'll do that and you watch the game.
All right, Goose. Just relax.
Quit playing with me, Steiny. I'm serious.
Dude.
Quit playing with me.
Hey, Goo.
The jig is up.
Goo.
Quit playing with me.
Goo.
Quit playing with me, man.
Goo.
You talk to you know how to you talk to Evan. Hey,
because he doesn't say stupid stuff.
I'm saying so Kyle hadn't done a good job thus far coaching.
Well, if that's what you would have said the first time, I would have agreed with you.
No, it's what I'm saying now.
No, you wanted to make something crazy after 3 games. Let's go to Hal in Oakdale.
You just use me to have a take because you ain't got one.
Just think about what you're saying.
That's over with, pal.
Think about what you're saying.
Have
next
a take,
time.
Steiny.
Let's go, Hal. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, fellas. Love your show. Love the energy this morning.
No, you don't.
I do. And Steiny, usually you're the voice of reason on the show. You have logical points, but I got to go with Goo here this morning. You are not giving the flowers where the flowers are due, my friend. I mean, look, if you're a basketball guy, I'm a basketball guy too. If the Warriors were to go like 20-4 in the first quarter of their season without Stephen Curry, would you give Steve Kerr credit?
Yes, absolutely. And let me tell you what I had here. I was like, this is another indication. Here's what I have written down. This is another indication to my way of thinking of why Kyle Shanahan is a great coach. That's what I had on my notebook. The only thing I objected to is we're in the midst of seeing the greatest coaching job in Bay Area history. That's you guys know that I take things literally. So there you go. My bad. So what else, Hal? What else you got?
Fair enough. If this continues, I mean, you're missing your top 5 quarterback. You're missing Hall of Fame tight end. You just got your kicker in the door. To Guru's point, if they continue to be successful, when would you say this is the greatest? Because, I mean, with what they've got, they've done some pretty impressive stuff so far. I'll take your answer off the air. Thank you, fellas.
I mean, I don't think we know that till the end of the year. What do you think, Goo?
All we can go on is through 3 games. And, I mean, it was abundantly clear to everybody with how many guys they drafted and were counting on the defensive end thus far. Has it been pretty? Has there been blown coverages on the defensive side of the ball? Yes, but every time with their back against the wall, Seattle, last week against New Orleans, and especially yesterday, man, you just see them come up. They make plays, led by Warner with no Bosa. So that's why I'm sitting in here. It's always about the players, right? But I cannot ignore the common theme that Kyle and Robert Saleh, Steiny, I'm giving them both the flowers right now through 3 weeks. They're in the right spots for most of the time. You're down, you get a safety. You're 4th and 2, your guns blazing, you're going up top. I mean, Kyle Shanahan was putting himself in harm's way in regard to Monday morning quarterbacks, but he didn't care, and they got it done. And that's why I came in today like, Steiny, nothing compares to this in the past in regard to seasons. And why I'm so strong on that is, I mean, when does it stop? You lose Bosa, you find out Jennings is not playing. And every team has a story. It's football, I get it. But I'm not going to sit here and ignore what the Niners are facing. And normally I'll be like, oh, yeah, that wasn't the best win. It wasn't the prettiest win. But they got it done. They live another week undefeated. You're 2-0 in the division. And that's all I was telling you.
The other thing is, And if you want to really know what I think 3-0 is great, obviously. It's as good as you could have hoped for. But I said this before the season, and we're 3 weeks in, and I kind of still feel it. I think it's going to be hard to get a read on how good the Niners are this year. I really do. I mean, especially through the first 3 games. Yes, they're 3-0. They've won 3 one-score games. They've sure, they could be 1-2, 2-1, or 3-0. They're 3-0.
That's the most important part.
Yeah, it is the most important part, but it's not. It doesn't make me automatically say that this is a great team and that this is the team that everybody's got to see caught in the NFC.
And I didn't say any of that. Like, they could be 0-3 if you want to keep it real.
Let's go to Ann in San Francisco. What's up, Ann?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call. Guru, I just had to tell you, I am more than happy to commend you for standing up for yourself right then. I know that had to be hard. I listen every day. In my barbershop sometimes, they won't let me keep you guys on YouTube because a lot of people don't like Steiny's narratives, how he comes. So for you to stand up for yourself for once, that was just beyond tremendous. And I know it was probably hard, but that was a great take. I definitely think the past 3 games is great coaching. What else could you look to or debate towards the team doing what they're doing? So that was it. I had to say that. And I don't know, Steiny, I don't know why you work for the flagship if you hate the Warriors, you hate the Niners. You never have anything positive to say about any team for the Bay. It seems like I don't know why you will work for the station.
Well, it's because I try to give you a different perspective, and appreciate the call. Let's go to Tony in Pacifica. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? How you doing?
Hey.
First of all, the flagship, this was a Raider station, if you want to talk about flagship stations, right? So, and I don't think Shanahan's doing that great of a job. So, but, I guess they're doing 3-0 is all right. But obviously, to me, Mike Jones is the difference. So, I don't think Purdy would be doing the job that Mac Jones is doing.
You think they would have lost the game with Brock Purdy at quarterback?
Oh yeah, definitely. Come on, dude, it's night and day. You can't see the difference.
No. What I'm saying is, do they lose any of those games with Brock Purdy?
Yeah, absolutely they do.
I don't know about that.
I do.
All right, appreciate it, Tone.
That's just my opinion.
No, I appreciate it.
That's just.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My opinion is that he's a better quarterback. Obviously, I mean, I don't know how no one can determine that he's not. How is he not better?
Well,
anyway,
come on now.
As far as, come on now, what? He won a championship. What Purdy ever win?
A championship? Oh, you going to college on me.
All right, I got you, Tony. Thanks for the call. I mean, if you think Mac Jones is better than Purdy, you can think Mac Jones is better than Purdy. I think Purdy's better than Mac Jones, although Mac Jones threw 80 passes in the last 2 games, which is pretty amazing.
And threw interception that I thought cost him the game. That's how I watched Steiny. 5 minutes left. I'm like, oops. And defense had his back. He got the ball again and did his best work. And the play of the game, too, there's so many you didn't ask. But I'll share it. That screen on that last drive to McCaffrey to get in field goal position was just Kyle in his bag again.
Nick's in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I love the passion, man. Everything in life just can't be the same because then we'd all be bored to death, man. You know what I'm saying? Understanding, I don't care who you root for. So I like your views, man. Everything ain't always what, you have a certain view. I love you guys, man. You guys are fam. I love the way you guys go back and forth. You like the odd couple. But let me tell you something, man. Look, here's the deal. Robert Saleh and my boy Winters, little teapot, little stout. Man, we're clowning out there on defense, bro. Even though we lost Caps, we got big hogs coming off the bench, man. Some players have stepped up. Mac Jones out there playing with a ripped jersey. Did he change his jersey at halftime? No, he wasn't going out there with a new jersey because it got ripped. Mac Jones was doing it. And he threw the ball away a lot of times because there was nothing open. And he didn't try to force something down in there with triple coverage or double teams and try to, because he already threw one. So he just let him go out of bounds. It was beautiful. But you know what I'm saying? The line, and he's not the most evasive guy. You know what I'm saying? So our lines, on some plays, our lines just they weren't there. They disappeared sometimes. And I don't know if it was the play calls or whatever, but, we're always heckling the team for what they do wrong and everything. But let me tell you something, man. Those few little plays Shanahan called in the last drive when he went straight down the seam, the little 5-yard little hitters like Bill Walsh used to do, dink and dunk, man, that opened up the outside for us on some of those swing passes. And I love the way Shanahan is starting to throw the ball into the flat. He's just getting rid of it. And Mac Jones, man, he was firing the ball around. He ain't no check-down quarterback, man. He's firing that thing around. And as far as I'm concerned, man, he got some more. Purdy throws it one way. He throws it up there. He got touched. But, cats can run under touch passes. And even though Mac is a little wild, he's a gunslinger, man, as we all know. We can see that. So, man, as long as they play complimentary football and we're a defensive team. If it wasn't for Solid, we'd be 0-3. That's my point. That's what I'm saying, y'all. We'd be 0-3. What y'all think about that?
Appreciate the call, Nick.
He's doing a hell of a job.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners win yesterday, 16-15. Game-winning field goal, Pinero. What'd you think of that game, 49er fans? Mac Jones threw an interception with 5 minutes left. 49ers got a hold. Arizona punted down to the 2, and then the Pooney penalty in the end zone with just over 3 minutes to go. Man, they got away with one there, the Niners.
Hey, and then on top of that, you thought you had Arizona for a safety. I don't know if you saw that, Steiny, where they tackled Kyler Murray, what looked like to be in the end zone, but half of his body or the ball and arm was out of the end zone. You get them to punt the ball, but then you go get a safety. And I'll say this, if we could talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, why is Sky Moore fair catching a punt inside the 5-yard line, Steiny, for that safety to happen? But you came out with a win, and Mac Jones, I don't care what, it wasn't pretty, but this team is not pretty. It's growing and is getting what everybody, 31 other teams are trying to do Monday through Sunday, Steiny, and get a win. They got 3 of them.
Let's go to Niner Romo in Concord. What's up, Niner Romo? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing, fellas? I like the energy this morning. I love when you two mix it up. I love your energy, Goo, but I got to be with Simons on this. It's been a very good coaching job, but we got to see where this thing goes. Can we do it against a team like the Ravens? Can we do it against a team like the Eagles? I know they're not on our schedule, but those are the teams that I'd like to see us win down the stretch against. It's a great season so far. I'm excited about everything I've seen. Yesterday, though, a couple catches Arizona makes, and maybe we don't win that game, but we're finding ways to win games that we would have lost last year, as mentioned earlier. I'm super excited, and I think Shanahan is learning a lot how to win these games down the stretch, which he didn't do in the last Super Bowl and the Super Bowl in 19 and the game against the Rams in the NFC Championship. So maybe that comes into play later down in the season. Who knows? But I think Steinmetz, you're spot on with we got to see this thing play out before we could say the greatest coaching job. And I think you guys meet somewhere in the middle on that thing and get back to having a great show.
I mean, the thing that hit me about this game yesterday was, to me, it was like the Rams game last year. It's like if DeMarcado catches that ball in the flat, they score a touchdown.
What about Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Well, yeah.
My God.
If DeMarcado catches that, he scores. But last year, if Ronnie Bell catches his ball that's right in his hands, the 49ers win that game. So they made the plays down the stretch, and the Cardinals, they didn't. It's pretty simple. The Cardinals' clock management down the stretch was awful.
And that's been the theme. You didn't ask, Donnie, but that's been the theme through 3 games, and we've talked about it and said it at different times. This team's winning games last year they would have lost. You got the players even saying that. And it's obvious to anybody that's watching them. What's changed? Some personnel, you could say some luck, but you make your own luck. But the fact that Fred Warner on a big 3rd down can't get to Kyler Murray, and then he goes Mutombo and bats the ball down, that's what leaders do. And he's playing his ass off. And again, my premise is this is 3 games. I can't give anybody an award. I'm just telling you how I feel with what they're enduring as far as injuries and what's not out there. If this Bosa news comes down, Steiny, and he's out a few weeks, again, they control what it looks like. But I would be panicked. But I don't know if I'm panicked now just because other guys are just stepping up, filling holes, and making plays.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers win 16-15 yesterday, and they're now 3-0. Jacksonville next week. But let's talk about this one from yesterday. 49ers game-winning drive, second time this year. And I'm hard-pressed to remember a game-winning drive all last year, quite frankly. Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore. What's up, Richie Rich? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? First of all, that caller a few callers ago, Tony, go back to the circus, man. You're a clown, okay? Because there's no way that Mac Jones is better than Purdy. Second of all, Kyle Shanahan's coaching his ass off. And, Goo, I'm with you, baby. I hate to rain on the parade, Ray Ratto. I mean, Steiny. But, dude, they have been in the blue tent every single damn game, and they're figuring a way to still win ball games, okay? No quarterback. You won't have your tight end. Now you lose Bosa, but you still put it together. Last year, we are 0-3 easily. We do not finish these games. And what is that? That's coaching, man. They're coaching these youngsters, these rookies combined, and they're playing their ass off, and it's showing. You know what I mean? And this is great to look at because, you know, although Bosa's down, I hope it's not long-term. We're getting some dogs back now, right? You're getting Robinson back. You're going to hopefully get Kittle back within 2 to 3 weeks. And if you're doing this right now and you're winning these grit and grinding games, it's only going to get better, man. I think the coaching's amazing. And, yeah, Guru's right. They're off. He is off to an amazing start for what flowers he's given right now. So hats off. Come on, Steiny, give him some love, man. Don't be such a Debbie Downer, dog. Guru.
No, I got you. I appreciate it. I got you.
Appreciate it. Nobody's saying he's not doing a good coaching job.
Then why did that set you off?
Because you said he was doing the greatest coaching job in Bay Area history.
All right,
like I don't like hyperbole.
But it's 12 quarters.
Exactly. So why would you say it?
Why did you take it?
I don't know.
Because through 3 games, he's knocking it out the park.
Let's not do it.
We've done it. We're dancing. Let's dance.
No, I don't want to dance. You
can't dance because you
we're almost over.
No, it don't matter. If we doing 4 hours like that, we're finished. The hell you talking about? It's almost over. I'm enthusiastic at the coaching job they've done. Just say, Goo, I get it.
If you would have said that, I would have agreed with you.
But you don't disagree.
I disagree that after 3 games, anybody who's watched sports for their whole life could make a stupid-ass statement like it's one of the greatest coaching jobs in the history of the Bay Area after 3 games. That's who I am.
Yeah, but I'm sorry.
I apologize.
I said it had, you don't have to apologize because you don't mean it. But it had the ingredients. Through 3 games, give Kyle and Robert Saleh their credit.
Just pretend you said something else.
What does that do to you? Does that bother you giving credit to Kyle and Robert Saleh?
No, it doesn't.
Get in the game. Nobody's saying, how can it be the best job, idiot, through 3 games?
I don't know. You said it.
And I called you an idiot.
You said it, not me, Goo.
But why take it like a dumbass? It's through 3 games. And every caller is seeing they're talking about what we're talking about, but you got to go take it somewhere stupid. It's not a definitive statement because we're only 3 games in. That's on you. That's on you to take it that way because you're a sourpuss.
So when you say that Kyle Shanahan through 3 games
and Robert Saleh, say what I said. No, I said both of them.
Well, you actually didn't.
Said Robert Saleh and Kyle Steiny. Damn. I know you got your little shtick. It's not working today, man. Yeah, I didn't come in here. How can something be done if we ain't seen the whole movie? I said through 3 weeks he's coaching his ass off. They're coaching their ass off, and everybody knows it. But that offends you because I'm excited about the coaching job with the injuries and everything they've had to endure on the fly. That bothers you because I'm saying it's the best job ever in sports. That's how you cripple me, man.
Do you think?
Because I didn't say that.
Do you want to leave today or should I leave today?
You've left a show before. I've never took my ball and gone home. Right. You've gone home before.
Right, I'm probably going to roll.
So you've done it one again.
I'm probably going to roll.
No backbone.
I'm probably going to roll.
Where you going?
I'll probably go home.
That's
just
weak.
Crap.
That is weak.
Yeah, you can say it. Yeah. I mean,
you've gone home before. Okay. You've gone home before.
Like, I just don't want to be.
Yeah, you've gone home before.
All right.
Yeah. Let's not forget that.
All righty. Let's see. I got to read here. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Serramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Serramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at serramonteford.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
There is nothing like a Monster Monday.
Are you ready for some football?
The day after every 49ers game, we're there for the faithful.
CFC!
Football, and more football.
Hit him on the face, enjoy it while you do it, and laugh in the face as you do it.
There's no other place to be the day after every single game.
95.7 The Game.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we got to know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're going to take me out, it's going to be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 49ers 3-0 after 16-15 win over the Cardinals on Sunday at Levi Stadium. Nick Bosa got hurt in the first quarter. Let's listen to what Kyle Shanahan said.
Nick's injury.
No, we can't rule anything out. I mean, they checked for ACL and stuff there. It was good with that, but we're still not sure, so we got to check with more thorough things here tonight and tomorrow.
Does that give you more nerves, or is that just the standard of? I mean, have we ever heard? Help me out. We halfway got the report on the injury. That's what has me a little nervous. If you're waiting for good news, that you would give the good news, but you don't got the whole report.
I think they're bracing for some bad news, but I don't know for sure. But hopefully we'll get some more news today. And we'll also find out about Brock Purdy at some point, you would think, this week.
How you think Mac did in totality?
I thought he was pretty good. I think Purdy's better than him. But,
I'm with you.
I'm wondering why Mac Jones, what did Kyle Shanahan see that allowed him to use Mac Jones to throw 40 times in 2 games?
There's something. Maybe it was even in college, Steiny. Like, I'm being serious. There's a confidence there that this is the second game in a row that your boys threw it 41 times. But, Steiny, I'm sitting here saying, again, I haven't said this thing has been perfect. It's not. A break there, you might be 0-3. But that was last year's Niners. Right now, ride it. And the fans feel the vibe, 3-0. But I am wondering, Steiny, again, just on the McCaffrey meter, another, day, 17 rushes for 52 yards. I know Arizona, they're a good defense, but Steiny, only 3.1 on the ground.
I mean, that's one thing that, again, they're getting wins despite not running the ball like they normally run the ball. And they're 3-0 without Kittle, without Purdy for the last 2 games.
Jennings in play.
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
Mike.
Hey, what's poppin', man? Let's start this off. First of all, James Conner is a real one.
Yes.
And for him to go out like that, it hurt me because Conner he be tagging our ass every year, man. So shout out to him, man. James Conner, very underrated running back in the NFL. I got on the station. Y'all up here talking like y'all at 25 Fitness. I'm thinking it's a WWE station. That was hella funny. Don't quit playing with me. That was hilarious. With that being said, it's nothing like winning gritty. And for a young team to be winning the way that we winning, that's the most encouraging sign. You know what I'm saying? You could go through life without no bumps and bruises, right? But Did you really go? Did you really have life? Did y'all really have a relationship if everything was peaches and cream? You find out what your mate, whoever you dealing with, is really about when y'all have to go through some adversity. So for them to build this up, first 3 games, 3 tight, hard-fought games that you really have to execute and pull it out, that's the most encouraging thing. And so, like, that's what I think you were kind of talk about, Guru. Like, you were impressed by that. So for rookies to come in here and to play like the way that they playing, they're playing like veterans.
Yeah.
You feel me? So it wasn't expected. So I understand where you coming from, Guru. Y'all be cool. Y'all stay doing what y'all doing, man. For real, for real.
Steiny, I'll say this to that. Thanks for the call, Mike. I mean, we keep saying, and James Conner, Exhibit A, guy comes back, beats cancer, plays his ass off. So thoughts and prayers to him because his season's over. And that was ugly. And you saw both teams, come to the middle of the field and do what players do when they see a guy down. It's serious. But we keep assuming, and I'm part of it, that everybody's going to be back. Everybody's going to be healthy. But yesterday was just another example of, you think Kittle's coming back, but when you get Kittle, do you lose Steiny? Do you lose Goo? And that was just on display for me when Bosa went out in the first quarter. It's all fluid, right? You never know. And they're getting these wins as ugly as they are, because I admit that, Steiny, you never know when you're really, truly going to be whole. And that's why every week that you go out and seek a win is important. And they got they're 3 for 3.
Did anybody have an issue with Shanahan going for it on 4th and 2 down by the goal line? It was no, that was the play
when Mac was limping, he got hurt.
Where he threw to McCaffrey, and McCaffrey had nothing.
Steiny, before then, I do. Before then, he barely made the handoff, Mac Jones. That play was supposed to go out, wide, and he barely got the ball to him. So I'm like, damn, Kyle, you being Jesse James, although that play got stuffed, and then McCaffrey, Steiny, if he were in Kaiser this morning from the hit he took and the refs didn't call targeting, I thought he was gambling. Like, they lose that game, that's what we're talking about this morning.
I actually was thinking I would have taken the field goal there because the defense is, was playing really well. You have a backup quarterback. I figured take the 3, go up 9-6, and then let your defense try to win that game. But he ended up going for it, didn't get it. But the 49ers got a hold, and they were able to get the ball back around midfield. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. Lee, what's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Good morning, Steiny. Good morning, Guru. Hey, I'm sitting back watching the 49er game. Sitting back, and that offensive line has been really, really good. And the game was so boring yesterday. As a fan, we're trying to sit through it, and guys, I've been the worst Kyle Shanahan hater ever. But I just thought that everybody, with this 3-game win streak, everybody is getting better. Everybody is kind of putting their ego aside and going, hey, I need to do some things different. And Kyle Shanahan was the first person that I thought wouldn't want to do anything different. It was always to me like, hey, it's my way or the highway. But he's changing. I love how he's throwing on 1st and 2nd down. I love how he's trying to mix it up. And even though it's kind of vanilla, hey, you throw a screen here, you throw a screen there, yes. But I like how he's mixing it up and doing some of the things that he hasn't done over his career, which means he's changing. And when you change, you get better. But also the players are changing. They're focusing more. They're buying in to go, hey, Kyle Shanahan's going to have some stuff where we're going to have to catch some tough passes across the middle and in traffic. Okay, but we got to do it. We got to execute the plan, And so I just think everyone as a collective is getting better. I don't want to give too much credit to Kyle. I don't want to give too much credit to the players. I just think as a collective, they're doing great. And I think that's what it takes to get back to a Super Bowl.
Appreciate it, Leroy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, they win 16-15. They're 3-0. They lead the NFC West. Mac Jones, another solid game. threw a pick with 5 minutes to go. It didn't end up hurting him.
Pasta, do we have that sound? Steiny, I don't know if you heard him at the podium or the fans, but I'm liking this dude's podium game. Can we hear Mac Jones talk about that pick?
I'll grab it real quick.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah, Steiny, he's got a little humor or wittiness to him about that throw. But he's growing on me. I got to slow down. But Steiny, I do wonder when Brock Purdy comes back, do we see 40 pass attempts? Like there's a confidence Kyle has in Mac throwing it, right?
I mean, it might be a simple case of with Mac Jones, they don't want to get beaten through the air, so they got a lot of guys, up in the box, and it gives them those intermediate passes. I mean, it just felt like Mac Jones dropped back all day and threw a 6-yard pass for 7 or 8 yards. And maybe with Purdy, the defense thinks that, they want to let Purdy beat him through the air because McCaffrey can get him beat. But, I don't know. Maybe Kyle Shanahan's seeing something that clearly some other people don't see.
Let's you got it, Pasta, play it for Steiny.
I threw it right to the guy, so it wasn't like he made a good play. I mean, good for him. He caught it, awesome. But it was technically second part of my read, and I took a hitch to it and ripped it. I don't know. And he was standing right there, so I just got to get off of it. And I had an outlet down the sideline. That would have been my second part of the read. So could definitely do that, or just throw it over his head and maybe play fourth down or whatever, try and kick a field goal. I know it was pretty far at that point. But yeah, you never want to do that. But at the end of the day, I did rip it and committed to my throw. So I won't take that one back.
Mac Jones talking about the one pick he threw midway through the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Steiny, I thought it was game. One more thing we hadn't talked about. You tell me what you think. I'm going to slow down for you. But, Steiny, you said this coming into the season. Willard even alluded to it, but Ricky Pearsall, man, has all the makings of maybe the future number one receiver here, even when IU comes back. But 8 receptions, 117 yards, Steiny. He's got 16 on the season. 14 have gone for first downs. I mean, what are you making of this dude through 3 weeks?
I think he's good.
Yeah.
I think he's faster than you think, though he's not a burner. I think he's quicker than you think. I can't remember him dropping a ball last year or this year. He seems to be really sure-handed. Seems to be able to make a play in the 10 to 15 yard area, in the 20 to 30 yard area over the middle. He seems 34. To be kind of automatic. So, no, I think he looks good. Yeah. I think he looks real good. And clearly, Mac Jones, that's the guy that Mac Jones, along with McCaffrey, is leaning on without Brock Purdy in the lineup.
Yeah.
Let's go to Marvin Livermore. Hey, Marv, how you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Enjoy your show as always. And Goo, love your passion.
Hey, thank you.
But you guys got me going on this. I'm not a Niner fan, but I just can't believe the hyperbole about being 3-0 against a weak schedule like this. You guys have 6 guys in the top 5 at their position. You have the weakest schedule almost in history. I called a month ago and said Niners are going to go 12-5. But when you guys went to the Super Bowl, you went 13-3, and you had the best roster. If they would have won on the Super Bowl, that would have been considered one of the best teams in the history of the league. And now they're 3-0 against a garbage schedule, and you guys are giving them praise, giving them flowers for some winning games that they should be winning, period, no matter who's hurt compared to the competition. I can't imagine, where's the Niners standard? Like Pittsburgh, there's the standard. What is the current standard that the Niners live by? I don't hear anything about their past glory. You guys are one of the best franchises in the history, and you're giving this guy a pass because he's 3-0. I mean, please explain it to me. I'm a Denver Bronco fan, and we used to get our butt kicked in the Super Bowl until we won, and then we got our flowers. This guy hasn't won a Super Bowl. You guys have 5, and you're acting like he's a genius like Bill Walsh. No way. It doesn't compete to me. So please just explain the flowers given to Shanahan and the team when they have not completed the job.
I'll just take this year, and I think it's two things. One is this team was 6-11 last year. That's just the bottom line, and they were 1-5 in the division. They had a terrible year, and there's been questions about whether this is not a good team or whether it was an outlier year. So the fact that they're 3-0, I think, has definitely gotten some fans feeling good about this team. I also think the other thing is the fact that, they won 2 of these games without Purdy. They won 2 of these games without Kittle. They won 3 of these games without Ayuk. That they're kind of, the 49ers are stacking wins right now while they're hurt, which has the fan base fired up.
Yeah, and I know he said he's a Bronco fan, but I one of my good friends, Phil Steiny, is a diehard Steeler fan. I don't know what he's talking about, because let me know the last time the Steelers won a playoff game. It's been a minute. But the bottom line and how this conversation started this morning for me is I just simply told you and the listeners, with what you just talked about, I can't ignore the injuries. They do happen. But this team, how they're having, when they're having them, and they still are winning games that they would have just tricked away last year, and they've won 3 of those games thus far. I don't know where this thing is headed, but through 3 games, I don't think you could draw it up any better as far as what type of medal do we have. Did it change from last year when we squandered every Sunday, it felt like, or couldn't meet the moment, and they've met the moment 3 times.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners push their record to 3-0 with a 16-15 win over Arizona. Their defense solid again. Their offense good enough. They haven't been prolific offensively, but then again, they're not exactly 100%. But 49er fans, how good are you feeling about this team? How real do you think they are at 3-0? Or do you look at this schedule and say, we still have a lot more work to do, and I got to see some more, wins against quality opponents before I start buying in? Or do you see something building here? 888-957-9570.
What if I asked you your play of the game? And the reason I'm posing that to you, Steiny, is I got 5 options here that I could choose that I thought were my play of the game, but I'm going to hear your answer, and then I'm going to give you mine. If you Stagoo, your play of the game yesterday.
I thought it was DeMarcado's drop with 5 at the 5 when he was going to walk in. He catches that, and he dropped it. You're up 10-6, but he drops it, and now it's 6-6. It's like you can't give up a play that looks like a touchdown and think you're going to beat a good team. And
on the road,
that's the biggest team. To me, that's the biggest play. You make that play, you probably win the game.
Mine is, and I got that, and I can also one-up you, if you don't mind, on Marvin Harrison Jr. dropping one in the sun. That was another, killer that kept the Niners in the game. But mine, to me, Steiny, is when you're losing, everybody in the stadium knows it, the announcers. 3rd down, Zay Jones looked at it, caught the ball, it got the space to catch it, and Upton Stout played that thing. Steiny, he caught it. He just didn't complete the catch. So that's what you call an incompletion. But to me, that was the one, like, Steiny, you get a first down there where they could do the Geno Smith night-night.
The other play obviously was the 4th and 2 to Pearsall. If they don't make that, that's a gutsy play. They don't make that.
Calling for his head.
They don't make that play, and
yeah. They'd be calling for – were you shocked the ball was in the air like that? I couldn't believe it.
I just thought it's a pretty gutsy play. Play. But I think he also is feeling pretty good about the defense. That is Kyle Shanahan. Speaking of Shanahan, this is what he said about Mac Jones.
I thought he did some really good things. I know there's a couple that he'd love to have back. I thought his pick was just a bad play. Love for Ricky to be able to break that up, but I thought it was a bad call. The way he came back on the end on that last drive, he was unbelievable. Even scrambling around when his knee was bothering him, but he was real good today.
Kyle Shanahan talking about Mac Jones.
You think we're done seeing him? Again, it's Monday. I know, Steiny, you're not a doctor. you feel like, one more or against Jacksonville, or you think, to me, it felt like Purdy went down to the wire in regard to playing or not playing. I do wonder how far he is from getting the reins back.
Yeah, I mean, I think they both got all week to kind of heal up.
But Mac re-aggravated that Achilles injury, though.
Yeah. Let's go to Robin in San Francisco. Hey, Robin.
Our girl.
Hey, you guys. I just wanted to say that, or ask you guys, it's obvious our team is flawed for a variety of reasons. But can somebody explain to me why the DBs in secondary always playing off so soft, 20 yards, and they're slow as hell? Why won't Kyle Shanahan fix this? Because all it takes is a damn good quarterback to pick our secondary apart, and it's done and over with. Peace out, you guys.
So I was going to say, Robin, they only threw for 159, but you talked about that drop. And then also, if Harrison Jr. holds on to it, those are breakdowns. But, Robin, this is a young defense and a young secondary, Steiny.
I mean, the defense through 3 games hasn't given up a ton of points. So what have they given up? 15, 21, and 16. I mean, I think you'll take that average, whatever it is, all season long. Nick Bosa is the story, though, at least injury-wise, of this game. And here is Kyle Shanahan talking about what the concern level is, if it's an ACL, if not, and where they go from here.
I'm sure he's concerned, and just knowing how he would be, and hopefully we'll have some good news tomorrow.
To clarify, they've ruled out an ACL for him?
They haven't ruled it out. No, we're not sure. I mean, there is concern because of how he feels, and they do the tests and stuff on the sideline. When usually they say whether he definitely did or not, and they didn't say that, but we are concerned with that, and keeping our fingers crossed for the MRI or whatever he does.
I didn't know what to make. I didn't know just signing when he put his thumbs down. I think he was looking at his parents, but the more I think of that, he knew right away something wasn't right.
Yeah.
But how long is something not going to be right is the question.
And what specifically isn't right.
Right.
And how long will that keep him out of action? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to more Kyle Shanahan here. The confident. Oh, no, yeah. It's how confident was he in Pinheiro as opposed to Moody?
Confident, we don't have a lot of life experiences together, so I don't, but yeah, so I was feeling good with it, and he definitely kept that going. We were going to kick along. We were in field goal range earlier before that. I love the screen that Christian did. The guys blocked great for him, got it in there, made it easier, and then we centered it, and he had the game winner.
Kyle Shanahan on Pinheiro.
Man, remember, I was rooting for Jake, but that's an L I'll take. I mean, because it seems like now, Steiny, the whole circus is packed up and gone out of town. And for him to be, I don't know, demonstrative like he was just letting it out after he made the game-winning kick. But honestly, I'm just telling you, you know how I watch games. Mac Jones' interception, Steiny, with late in the fourth quarter, I thought that was Saran. I thought that was going to be the game. And I get it, it wasn't. And then also that safety, just the way that happened after you almost got a safety. I'm thinking there's no way. And then third down, the Zay Jones incompletion, and the Niners just go down masterclass. Kendrick Bourne, Tonjes, and then McCaffrey, just wow.
One of the big plays of the game was the 4th and 2 from midfield where Jones hit Pearsall. What did Jones see on that play?
Yeah, it was my alert on the play. And we don't really throw it that often, so it was just a great catch. I don't know how he caught that, but it was a great play, and he did a great job in the game. He was open a lot. I could have hit him even more, so I'll watch the tape and see how I can get him the ball more, but Ricky did a great job.
I mean, Steiny, you don't get that there. My goodness.
I mean, that tells me. That tells me how much confidence Shanahan had in the defense at that point. It was still kind of early in the fourth quarter, but nevertheless, it was, obviously if they don't get that and they turn the ball over there on downs, who knows Who knows what ends up happening there. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan talking about Christian McCaffrey. Had over 100 yards through the air.
Tough as he always is, Christian is never not like that. He battled, did a lot of good things in the run game and the pass game, but that's how Christian is to me every day of his life. So very grateful to have him.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan on Christian McCaffrey, who's now played 3 straight games. Looks pretty good.
And that was a heavy workload yesterday, Steiny. I was talking about how many touches from him, but, man, 27.
How many did you end up with?
27.
Yeah.
17 on the ground, 10 in the air. Man.
All right, 888, when we come back, we'll get more into the San Francisco 49ers. 888-957-9570 is the number. They're 3-0 heading to next week against Jacksonville. The San Francisco 49ers are atop the NFC West. How real do you think this is? They've won a lot of games without some of their important players. Are you buying into this team? Or do you still need to see more? 888-957-9570 is the number. And coming up on the game, whatever it is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak Bone-In Mega Packs, just $9.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
A solo spin out.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Car that overturned.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Jones takes a shot. It is Pearsall. Did he hold on? He did. One-on-one ball, and number one holds it in for the best catch of the day. It's 1st and goal, San Francisco.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Adam Amin on the call. The big play to Ricky Pearsall from Mac Jones that put the 49ers down in scoring territory.
And I'll tell you what,
4th and 2.
If that's incomplete, we're not talking about Mac. We're not talking about Ricky. Steiny, we're talking about Kyle. But he was letting them hang yesterday.
888-957-9570. I've been thinking about this, and it's you're looking at the 49ers offense, and Kyle Shanahan is doing it with a backup quarterback, backup receivers. Obviously, his tight end's not healthy. And then you look on the other side of the ball, you got Robert Saleh, who's got a young team, new faces. Yeah. In other words, there's a lot of new faces on both sides of the ball right now for the San Francisco 49ers. Who are you more impressed with, Saleh or Shanahan? Both are taking kind of, I don't want to say makeshift, but both are making do with some new faces, doing the best they can. In Shanahan's case, it's some backups. In Saleh's case, it's some younger players. So if I would ask you that, Goo, what would you say?
I'm going with Robert Saleh. And, Steiny, we just saw how bad this defense was last year. They couldn't stop a nosebleed. And I'm looking at Mykel Williams, and it's not just about his stats. You got to watch the game. Him throwing around that girth up front, helping stop the run. And, again, I'm not saying this is the 94 Niners defense, but at the end of the day, they bend but don't break. And then you try to have fun just thinking about, okay, they're learning. Where are they going to be 8 weeks from now? And I'm assuming you're still in it. And where are they going to be 6 weeks from now? So I just got to tell you, Steiny, it's the defense, because they had so many – and it's a close battle. It's a close answer, but it's the defense for me. And it's just like, how can I ignore Robert Saleh coming in and not fixing what Sorensen couldn't do? And maybe he didn't have this personnel, but miss me with all that. Now, you asked me a question. It's the defense. How would you answer? Because it's close to me.
Yeah, I guess I'd say the offense just.
That's where
just because, I don't know, they're playing with a lot of backups and I mean, it's close. It's close. They're both, both units are doing a good job. And special teams, too, has been better.
Now, I got to be careful, and I really want your assessment on this day, and I'm going to explain it. So I've come in here, and I'm excited about the theme of this year, offensively and defensively, as next man up. And, right now, hey, they're 3-0. It could have gone another way, but it hasn't. Steiny, why when this Bosa news, and I'm assuming, only asses assume, let's just say he's out for a few weeks. I'm not telling you and the listeners they're not going to miss him, but would you have a problem with me feeling like Robert Saleh, even though that's Bosa's man, that's your dude? But Steiny, I feel like if it's just for a few weeks, what if I told you I think they could be okay? They might lose a game, but they could be okay. Whereas the last year, if you told me Bosa was out for 4 weeks, I'd feel like they were going to go 0-4 because their defense couldn't do anything.
I mean, I look at Bosa's kind of, in the same vein as Brock Purdy, and if he's going to miss, 2 or 3 weeks, can you, or 4 weeks, can you win a couple of those games? I do think, if it gets longer than that, that's when you start really feeling it. But if he misses a few games, maybe a month tops, I think they can overcome that.
But the importance of why stacking these 3 wins and 2 in your division are what they are. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's go to Javier in Vacaville. Man. What's up, Javi?
How you guys doing today? Mr. Jerry Guru Johnson.
Hey.
I ain't going to lie to you. I'm very impressed. I didn't have any faith in them being a competitive team to this extent. I thought they'd be a 500, maybe just above 500 team. Kudos to the Niners, but I do have a few quick gripes, and that is one quick gripe and then one thing about defense what we're doing. We got Brian Robinson Jr., a starting tailback in his league, and you see on that toss action he had for 11+, you just see him just smack his hands in disbelief because he has that nice carry, and he gets taken off the field. And we've seen this before, handing this hand over fist over and over again. Shanahan gets so in love with McCaffrey touches, but don't forget this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We got 14 more of these, and then you guys want to make the postseason for 49er fans. This is how you get Chris McCaffrey worn down. You're telling me if he had 10 less touches and played 10 less snaps, the Niners lose a game? No. Brian Robinson is ready to go. He had 27 touches. If he had 20 touches and 10 less snaps, would the Niners lose that game? No. He's not. Brian Robinson deserves 5 to 7, if not 10 carries a game. Not because they keep out just McCaffrey press, but because Brian Robinson is a football player. And the reason why we're winning games, even with the lack of production in the run game, is because football is a mentality-based sport. And Shanahan got his mentality back from what they wanted to rush the passer, play that cover 3, erase your defense in the back end, and most importantly, have a good run game. But they got the guy at the helm in Saleh. And people are saying, why are they giving him so many yards? Because Robert Saleh is going to – yes.
I do have a question for you about the Shanahan. It's like, I know you're worried about all the touches and stuff like that, but haven't you kind of given up on that in terms of, like, Shanahan's going to use him as much as possible to win that game that weekend? Like, are you ready to say that's just who Shanahan is and we have to live with it?
No, until they win the Super Bowl, no. I'm not going to give up on that because Shanahan can keep beating his head into the wall. But what happened in the Super Bowl? McCaffrey fumbled the second drive from scrimmage. I know that whether that, it's wear and tear, this, that. Until they get the job done.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right, test showed that 49ers Pro Bowl defensive end Nick Bosa, yikes, suffered a season-ending torn ACL during Sunday's win over Arizona. Sources tell ESPN. This is Adam Schefter. It's a clean tear, but Bosa now will need season-ending surgery.
Steiny, wow. Thanks, man. Steiny, wow. We just talked about. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just.
Wow, man.
The news just in. Nick Bosa has suffered a season-ending injury, torn ACL.
I mean, where do we start? I'll say this to you, partner. We just talked about. Hopefully, it's a couple weeks, but Steiny, I got to go here. Now, can we? There's something to something in regard to this team, and you just lost your best player, man, on defense.
Yeah. Cardinals lost their best player on offense yesterday.
That happened. Not the news they wanted to hear, man.
No, absolutely not.
Wow.
All right, 888-957-9570. You've heard the news.
Damn.
Bosa's out for the season. Nick Bosa tore his ACL. He's out for the rest of the year, and obviously puts a damper on the 3-0 start for the San Francisco 49ers. But
thank God they're 3-0, though, Steiny. That's where you start. You know what I mean?
Yep, and that one hurts.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
And now that I just asked you, double backing on him putting his thumb down, pointing to his family, then he knew something was up for real, Steiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to Let's go to Drew in Sunnyvale. Hey, Drew, how you doing?
Oh man, do I have to follow up that news now?
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry, buddy.
No doubt.
Yeah. I mean, it's all good, guys. I mean, I was about to give like Robert Saleh a bunch of props for how he's coaching up this defense, and you know how they played without Nick Bosa for the majority of the game yesterday. And coming back to the coaching thing, like. This is the best defensive coordinating that Saleh has done in his career. Like I've seen a lot of growth in him from the last time he was a defensive coordinator with the 49ers to now. I see more variety in the fronts. I see more variety in the blitzes coming off the corner. We didn't see enough of that, frankly, like the last Saleh tenure. But now I'm seeing a lot of that, and I'm just seeing a lot of putting players in a position to succeed, changing up the line fronts, and putting Bosa against a D tackle instead of a D end at times. Obviously putting Bryce Huff in a position to be successful. I think the combination of Bryce Huff and Mykel Williams yesterday was really good in the run game and in the pass game as well. But man, like losing Nick Bosa for the season, that is going to be a huge adjustment for the team, especially given that the secondary, the Niners have done a good job hiding some of the flaws in the secondary, especially Renardo Green. And that's another thing I wanted to give Saleh props on, in addition to coaching up Upton Stout. But I mean, the team is playing so well. They have the vibes are immaculate. At least they were immaculate before this news. But man, this is a blow, no doubt about it.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Drew.
Man, Steiny, it is. And I'll sit here and say this. You still got the trading deadline. I don't know what's out there, but my gosh, you're in need. And now that I sat here, and it's not a bad thing, giving Robert Saleh his flowers and Kyle, being able to coach next man up, I mean, now that's staring you in the face big time, going into a game against Jacksonville Jaguars and thereafter. But, I mean, man, Steiny, the first quarter you're without him, and now he's out the year. Like, damn.
Yep, if you're just joining us, Nick Bosa tore his Achilles. Going to miss the rest of the year. Tough piece of news for the Niners, no doubt about it. What does it change anything for you? Does it take some steam out of these 3 wins? Do you still think you can accomplish whatever it is you wanted to accomplish? I mean, I don't really think that a lot of 49er fans have had Super Bowl expectations.
But they had playoffs, Donnie.
And they're 3-0.
Okay.
So they've got a little head start on that. But how about you?
What's it doing for you? Just so I know we got the news, but Steiny, I got to watch it. I've learned my lesson.
They're 3-0, and they've got a lot of easy games. They just do. So I think they should be in this thing all year, with or without Bosa.
And I'll tell you what, if I'm Matt Stafford.
It's an ACL. I'm sorry. Good. It's an ACL, not an Achilles.
Okay.
My bad.
All
My
right.
bad. ACL.
Yeah. No, all good. If I'm the Rams or, I'm in the division, nobody's going to sit here and say this, but now I think about when you just talked about the, better opponents, and they're coming with the Rams Thursday night, right? That's just a couple weeks away. Now that you don't got 97 up there, man, it's going to be hard. So now can Robert Saleh manipulate, dial up pressure, like I've been saying, it's crazy, but let's be honest, Steiny, and again, I know it's Arizona. They beat the Cardinals basically without Bosa yesterday. Is that a stretch?
Well, he got hurt, I think, late in that first quarter. So, the defense played well after Bosa got hurt yesterday for 3 quarters.
Damn, man.
But, Nick Bosa is going to be out for the rest of the year. He's got a torn ACL. Adam Schefter reporting from ESPN.
Oh, man.
Let's go to the Waterman in Corte Madera. Hey, Water, what's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Unfortunately, this news has changed the total, I guess, bearing of my call, but I'll still stick with it. I think we all, through 3 games, have seen how important a legitimate defensive coordinator is to an organization. Robert Saleh, and I know earlier in the year people were kind of like, nah, we don't want Saleh back, and there was kind of that thought. I was thrilled because it was something we know, and it's something the team knew, so there wasn't going to be a big adjustment of learning that scheme. The core is there, and you got rookies to train. The veterans can help train the rookies up quickly, which it seems to be they're showing. The secondary does have me a little scared. They are kind of getting confused on some. There was way too many wide-open players yesterday's game, the Cardinals. Thank goodness for some drops. But when the defense needs to come up with a stop, it seems like Fred Warner or Bosa are always there to stop it. And, I mean, the game was, in my opinion, yes. The offense had to go down and get into field goal range, which they did. But really, this has been 3 weeks in a row where it's really taken the defense to really create some major stops in order for the Niners to win these games. And so, yes, with the strength of schedule, that I'm sure has a lot to do with our 3-0, but I'm never going to apologize for a win in the NFL. Every team's trying hard, right? Anything can happen. And I think we can say last year, the Niners are probably 0-3 if this is last year. But this is this year, so we're looking up. Now with the Bosa news, who knows what that's going to do, because that changes all your scheming now on the defensive line with how they double-team Bosa all the time and what pressure that takes off the rooks. But, man, I tell you, this game is brutal, man. It's just one play. I mean, we saw it with James, with Connor, man, and I just felt sick to my stomach seeing that young man go down with all he's been through. And I'm just praying for that guy that it's not a career ending. And then now with Bosa with this, and, it seems like with ACLs, they can repair these things and you can come back. But, this is now Bosa's second ACL tear. And I was going to ask you guys, did they confirm, was it the same knee that he had repaired?
Yeah, it is. Oh. It's the same one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, when I saw him lay down on the ground after he walked off the field, that was the same reaction he had when he tore his knee in New York. He laid on the ground with his helmet off and just was like, I think, in disbelief because he knew something was wrong. And gosh, I mean, when we got that initial news that it maybe wasn't an ACL because they rule out the initial how they bend the knee in the room with the doctors and stuff. But gosh, man, this is just brutal news. But we can just hope that the Niners can keep this thing going. And real quick, sorry, Mac Jones is not an overall better quarterback than Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy has way more mobility. The Niner offensive line should get some huge praise for the amount of protection they have given Mac Jones. Mac Jones can throw the ball. He seems to be very accurate. It's exciting to have a great backup quarterback. Gentlemen,
thanks,
it's nice
Water.
to talk to you again. Let's have a good year.
Yeah, appreciate you, Waterman.
Yeah, that thumbs down, Steiny. That, I know you said it just a second ago. That meant he knew. He knew his body. Something was serious, man.
Oh, you know what? Let's reset here.
Okay.
The injury is an ACL, and now Adam Schefter is reporting of ESPN. He's reporting that it's not the same knee.
Oh,
It's not the same knee. So it's an ACL tear.
Is there good news in that,
knee.
Steiny?
I have no idea.
All right. Bottom line is now Michael Williams, Kalia Davis, Jordan Elliott, and who else, Steiny? Alfred Collins, all these youngsters. I mean, they got to take it up a notch, man. It was
a right knee the first, and yesterday, right knee yesterday, left knee in 2020. Let's go to the Warrior in Phoenix. What's up, Warrior? Warrior, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, the Warrior's fine. Thanks for asking. I got to start off by normal. Hey, Steiny, you're doing a great job. Guru, you've come a long way in the last 4 months. But the Bosa injury is devastating. But you said something earlier about next man up. And as far as the offense, hey, I was a little disappointed yesterday. But before anybody says Devo, let's look at what he did in Cleveland yesterday. As far as Mac Jones, he did what he needed to do. And then I want to tell you why the Warrior isn't Nostradamus. After the safety, I was so disappointed. And I turned the radio off as I was working yesterday. And, I'm not Nostradamus like I said. But, I'm very confident in the offense with Purdy coming back, and I'm not as pessimistic as you guys.
Appreciate the call, Warrior. I'm not pessimistic. I just know that the Bosa injury hurts, but you've gotten off to a good start.
Yeah.
So, this is where nobody's saying it's going to be easy, but this is where you still have an opportunity to take advantage of the schedule. And I would say, sure, your odds to win the Super Bowl maybe went down a hair or a little bit. I still think you got a shot at the division.
I mean,
absolutely got a shot at the division still.
Yeah. Nobody's going to quit, Steiny. That's bottom line. And again, I'm not concocting or making stuff up. The bottom line is, if any team is equipped to kind of keep moving and next man up, like the Warrior said, we talked about, is this team here, playing two games without a starting quarterback, and the starting tight end is on the IR right out to shoot. But this is, I don't want to say debilitating, Steiny, but it's funny. I come in here and I say, in Robert Saleh, I trust, and I've saw it now, Steiny, for this defense not to falter or keep up. As crazy as that sounds, without Bosa, I mean, now just how difficult of a task is that for Robert Saleh and the players?
This was Fred Warner yesterday after the game, and he was asked at the time, what if the Bosa injury were serious?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's one of our best players, right? So it would be a huge loss, but like I said, hoping the best with the news.
All right, well, the news is not the best. Nick Bosa tore his ACL. He's going to miss the rest of the season. That news coming out about 10 minutes ago from Adam Schefter of ESPN. So very sobering day for the Niners after a big win against the Cardinals. And now we'll find out how Robert Saleh addresses coaching this team without Nick Bosa.
What do you have
really
for
that simple?
Yeah, no doubt. What do you have for me if I sit here and look at it from this vantage point? With all the injuries you've endured, and I know every team has them, right, Steiny? But this one just kind of sends it over the top. The best part about everything right now in Ninerville, and I guess this is how it should be in every city, is the fact that they're 3-0. Like, that's how important getting off to this good start is, because it's going to be tested ASAP.
Yeah. I mean, these wins count as much now.
2 of them in the division.
As they do at the end of the season. So, you're 2-0 in the division, and one of those wins is on the road. And now you got a game against Jacksonville that I got to believe you're going to be favored in. And so, again, if you can take advantage of this schedule, the goal now is just to absolutely get to the playoffs and then just see what happens. Can you do that even without Nick Bosa? 888-957-9570.
And a replacement, Steiny. They're not done. I know Lawrence Taylor's not out there, but you don't know what they can do in regard to trying to facilitate a trade or whatnot to get some reinforcement. But, man, this is crazy.
888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of news coming out about the 49ers today. Of course, they win yesterday, 16-15. Pinheiro makes a kick at the buzzer, and the 49ers raise their record to 3-0. They're the only undefeated team in the NFC West. And the only problem, Nick Bosa. He's torn his ACL. The 49ers were hoping for the best, but unfortunately they got the worst news possible. Bosa's going to miss the rest of the season with a torn ACL. And now Robert Saleh, who's done such a great job with his defense, has a bigger challenge, and that is trying to keep this thing going without one of their best defensive players in Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number, and also Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And that segment was brought to you by Serramonte Ford.
Serramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Serramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, my goodness.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Cliff from Richmond. The crew that came to repair our gate were amazing. So polite and friendly and helpful, they got us back up and running in no time. Their professional attitude kept our team and fleet of vehicles operational. Thank you, Fred and Sal.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
In North Beach, 59 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Kubiak, first game as the OC here. Sends in a call for 2nd and 4. Darnold. Hit as he let it go. The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. It's Bosa. Nick Bosa and the 49ers closing the door on the Seahawks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Joe Davis of Fox. That was Nick Bosa's strip sack, sealing the Week 1 win over Seattle. Bad news, though. Nick Bosa's torn his ACL, and he's going to miss the rest of the season. 49ers announcing that. Adam Schefter announcing that today. So, boy, just some bad news for the Niners after an uplifting win with some backups and young players.
Yeah, and you may throw something at me, Stoney, but I'll say this. We came in and they won the game 16-15. But if you told me you could lose the game and keep Bosa for the duration of the season, I'd tell you, let's hand us an L. We'll be 2-1. But Dibs just sent us a nugget too, Stoney. I don't know if you're aware. Bosa tore the same ACL in high school. Lost his senior seat, partially tore it in high school. But I mean, man, wow. I don't know why I came in here today thinking it would just be at worst 90 multiple weeks.
Yeah, Nick Bosa is going to miss the rest of the season with a torn ACL. Let's go to John. John's in Oakland, wants to talk about it. Talk about the defense still, even though it's going to be missing Nick Bosa. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think I'm going to be able to help a little bit here with the optimism, okay? On a day when, Guru, I know you're usually Mr. Positive and feeling a little down. So here's what I'm thinking. Here's the way I see this. I will take an unhealthy Nick Bosa with Robert Saleh as the coach and an inspired defense every single time over a healthy Bosa, a healthy Dre Greenlaw, and Nick Sorensen at the helm, and all the firepower that they had last year. And on top of that, I think you mentioned earlier, Nick Bosa is irreplaceable. He is one of a kind. But we have seen some amazing stuff from the defensive line, and defensive lines are a unit. They are not a single player. And with the way Mikal is playing and the way Bryce Huff is playing, I think by committee they can make a difference here. And, I'm not a genius football mind or anything. The last thing that I will say here is I would not be feeling optimistic in saying the same thing if it was Fred Warner versus Nick Bosa. Fred Warner would be the deal breaker, game, season ending, and I don't want to wish anything because he's the man and he's one of the greatest players in the NFL, and he is the lifeblood of both the defense and the team. As long as we've got him and we've got Saleh, we really can maintain that consistency, that feeling from the last game. And what better time for a character-building win the way that they won this last weekend and enter the season 3-0 to have something like this happen. So they feel like they can beat anybody, and I really do believe that is still the case. So, yeah.
All right.
Take my call, guys.
There's some optimism for you, and it centers on Robert Saleh. That is a piece of silver lining. You'd probably rather have Robert Saleh be the defensive coordinator of a team that just lost Nick Bosa. Small solace, but it counts.
Yeah, and you know what? You hit me like a bag of bricks when you said, without saying it, Steiny, it's football. It's a violent sport. Look on the other side. Connor out for the year with that gruesome injury he had. And when you watched this play in real time, did you think he was seriously hurt? What I didn't like is there wasn't collision. It was just, what do you call it, non-contact.
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of it. And I must have missed where he gave his thumbs down to his parents or whatever. But, I saw him laying around over there, which obviously wasn't good.
Now, if you're the Niners, you're looking at every practice squad, every roster, right? Because, you're going to give it the old college try. But, Steiny, this is why you got Lynch. And I'm not saying, again, Lawrence Taylor or Reggie White, rest in peace, are out there. But, man, you got to scour everything you can to try to see if somehow you could find a diamond in the rough because this hurts. And now everything that you've accomplished through 3 weeks and, that had everybody saying, okay, hey, they're on to something. Now that gets tested just this week against Jacksonville because you lose somebody like Bosa.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers win yesterday, but they find out today that Nick Bosa is going to be out for the rest of the year. Torn ACL, and just a tough piece of news for the Niners who've already been banged up early this season. The energy was so positive because, they're closer to getting guys back now than they had been in terms of Kittle and Purdy and Jennings. But now they find out Bosa's not going to be around for the rest of the year. And so with a 3-0 team right now, and you're a San Francisco 49er fan, how much sting does this take out of yesterday's win? Or juice, if you will.
What if I told you all of it for me?
I was just wondering, has anything changed? I hate to. Well, I don't hate to say it, but I still think the upside is they're in first place in the NFC West.
Facts.
And to my way of thinking, they're still every bit the contender they were. I still think they can win the NFC West. Just got a little harder, no doubt, but they got to play without Nick Bosa, and they got to find wins somewhere on this schedule.
Yeah, wow, man. It's not the first time somebody said I'm doing a 180, but it's kind of funny that you're there, and I was coming in here on a high about what I've seen, but you're asking me, Steiny, can this keep up, and can they duct tape it and Gorilla Glue it without Bosa, who was off to a good start, and I called him out before the season. I wanted to see more, and we talked about the fumble recovery, what he did in Seattle, and now you don't have that all year long. So, I'm going to hold off, Steiny. I still think somehow they can get to 10 wins. I don't know what that means, but I just know on the defensive side of the ball now, not for a week, not for 2 weeks or 3, those are big shoes to fill.
This was Kyle Shanahan talking about the defensive effort yesterday after Bosa went out.
I've just been so proud of the guys in all three games. All three of those games were games that could have gone either way. I've had to overcome a lot in those games going into them with some injuries and some people we've lost during the games in all three. I think, those were some of the games that I think we struggled to win last year, and to have three like that and to win all three, can't say enough about the guys in there.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about the defense, which has been solid through three games.
Yeah, and Michael Williams, Steiny, I like what I saw in the run game. Now all of a sudden, all the positivity we've seen from him, along with the rest of his teammates, they got to take it up a notch. Alfred Williams, the rest of the gang, and Fred Warner looking like DPOY through 3 weeks, Steiny, but he's your dude. And a secondary's best friend, I ain't got to tell you, is pass rush. So now, can they get home without 97? I mean, that's the question.
This is more from Adam Schefter of ESPN. If you're just joining us, Nick Bosa's torn his ACL, and he's going to be out for the rest of the year. Adam Schefter broke that news today, and here's him adding some detail to his report.
Well, it turns out, Matt, that the tests on Nick Bosa's knee showed a torn ACL, a season-ending torn ACL. It's a clean tear, but nonetheless, he's going to require surgery that's going to end his season. When we saw Nick Bosa walk off the field yesterday, he flashed a thumbs down. He sensed that something was wrong at that time. Now, after the game, Kyle Shanahan said that they felt like his ACL was intact. That's what the first test on the field showed. But further testing today, an MRI showed just minutes ago that ACL was in fact torn. It's the second time in his career that he has torn his ACL. It's on the same knee. He did it against the Jets at MetLife Stadium, and now he did it again yesterday against the Arizona Cardinals. A huge loss for a 49ers defense that was off to a strong start. They now will have to make do without their best defensive player.
All right, that was Adam Schefter. Now, he had a subsequent report where he said it was a different knee.
Oh, all right.
So I think he corrected that report and made it clear that it was a different knee than the one he hurt in New York. But apparently it's the same knee that he tore his ACL in high school. You going to add something, Risotto?
Yeah, this is the right knee. So this is the second report that Schefter had. He said, this is the second time Nick Bosa's torn his ACL in his NFL career. His first what he said in that clip against the Jets in 2020. And this is his right knee. The last one was his left knee.
Gotcha. All right.
And in high school, he tore his right one. The same.
Yep.
Yeah.
So where do the Niners go from here? I mean, I'll tell you exactly where. Jacksonville. And they got a game next week that they have every right to expect they can win if they play well. And you got to keep winning as many games as you possibly can, because the only way you're going deep into the playoffs is if you make the playoffs in the first place, and that's step one.
Yeah, and that Jacksonville, I believe, is at home, Steiny, so that'll be your second home game, and that's all you can do as a player, right? You don't train, you don't do anything differently. I mean, this sucks, this hurts, but, man, you just think about the guys that I can go down. Mustafa, started the season. He wasn't ready to go after having a tearing his ACL, I believe, or Achilles. And then you got this one with Bosa, and then you got Kittle. It just seems like it doesn't end, man.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Will in Oakland. Hey, Will, how you doing?
Doing about as well as you can with the news, fellas. I was, like Guru, very ecstatic after the win yesterday. We found a way to win with basically half of our payroll out the last few weeks. And you just get the news. It didn't look too bad. He was jogging. It was eerily similar to, remember when Klay Thompson in Game 6 of the Finals, he's doing jumping jacks in the hallway. You're kind of optimistic, maybe he can make it work. But you just get the news. It's gutting. Man, it's been a rough stretch because for me, as a Niners fan, I was born in '93, so I haven't gotten to see a Super Bowl title. And I've been so close, whether it was 2011 at the stick with the Kyle Williams fumbles, 2012 Super Bowl against the Ravens, the Sherman, in Seattle incident with Crabtree, and then these 4 NFC championships and 2 Super Bowl appearances in the last 6 years. It's tough. It's tough, man. But, I think I'd be interested to hear your guys' take on this, because it's crazy to me that we have arguably the best, not even arguably, I think Fred Warner, we could all say at this point, is the best linebacker in the game. And then George Kittle is one of, if not the best tight end in football. And they wouldn't even be in my top 3 most important players on the Niners. It's Trent Williams for me. It's Nick Bosa. And honestly, he's a running back. But Christian McCaffrey, what he does and everything is in my top 3 is like the most important Niners. And losing that one-of-one pass rusher that Bosa is just, it really took a hit to our Super Bowl chances. And it really hurts on so many different levels. Like Guru said earlier, man, give me 2-1 over this pain right now, because it sucks. The one, silver lining out of this, I'm seeing Twitter kind of thinking like me right now when I logged in. Trey Hendrickson, what's the deal with that? He signed for 1 more year with Cincinnati, but he's a free agent next year. If Cincinnati thinks he's going to jump ship, why not try to go after him? We love Bosa here, right? Hendrickson has the most sacks since 2023 in the National Football League. So there's something out there. There might be a chance to go grab him. That would be kind of a lifeline, at least to give us a little bit sense of hope, but gutted right now. I'd be interested to hear who are your top and most important Niners players, and what do you guys think about Trey Hendrickson? Niners fans, let's bound together, man. It's tough times, but we'll rally through this. Thanks, guys.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I'll say this to that, Steiny, and I love Hendrickson. 17 sacks last year for Cincinnati, and life without Burrow didn't get off to a great start yesterday, getting crushed by Minnesota. But I don't think the Niners have the money to take on Hendrickson's contract. So, I mean, that name, you would be like, oh, hell yes, bring him in. But I don't know. I don't know how you can finesse or what have you. But, man, oh, man, Steiny, this is crippling. And I'll say this. Who are your 3 most important guys? Because Bosa's in my top 3, but Warner is too.
Warner, I think,
incredible,
if you're asking me, would I rather lose Bosa or Warner? I guess Bosa. But, they're both great players. I think Purdy's obviously very important to this team, and McCaffrey. They've got a lot of guys who.
Well, we seen McCaffrey last year. The season just went down the drain.
Let's go to Matt in Napa. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Feeling pretty good, guys. I'm actually in a good mood because I'm ready for some Lions football tonight. All
right.
But, Lions had 21 guys on IR last year. They lost their best defensive end last year. They lost their defensive tackle last year. It's not going to come about your defensive line. It's going to come about the safeties, and the corners are going to need to step up. And with Salah there, I think those safeties, and I hate the Niners, but I think if they can get those corners and the safeties to play the right way, you're going to miss him, but you can still get out the year and still win some games and still make the playoffs. And first place, Steiny, doesn't always mean great things. Lions were first place last year, and they lost to Washington, and they were 12-5 last year. So it's going to come down to the defensive players stepping up, and that's what I saw last year with the Lions. Players stepping up and trying to get a role player from Kmart, Farmer Jack, Meyer, wherever you want to find these guys. That's what the Lions had to do.
Yeah, it felt like
they got nobody's last year to fill in these spots.
It felt like that caught up with them in the postseason, though.
It definitely did. It definitely did. But same time of injuries. October is when Hutchinson got hurt. September is now when Bosa got hurt. So it catches up to you. But I think it's going to be next year that's going to be the really big one because you're paying Bosa, and it's going to take him another year to fully get back into playing football after an ACL injury. This year is going to be okay. I think next year is going to be the tough year for him because they got the big contracts next year.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate Matt and Napa.
And I'm just keeping it real with you, Steiny. That's what we do. But, you scored 17 and you won against Seattle, but you only gave up 13. You just wonder now how much more pressure is on the offense to get more production. I know you scored 26 against New Orleans, but just 16 yesterday. if the defense were to take a step back, and it has all the ingredients to do that without 97 coming after the passer, I mean, it's imperative that you get guys back and keep them healthy offensively so you can put up more points.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Niners improved to 3-0 yesterday. Today they find out they won't have Nick Bosa for the rest of the year. He tore his ACL, and the 49ers now play Jacksonville this upcoming weekend. And, obviously that's a game they can still win, but it's going to make things tougher. Defense was humming, and now they got to figure out a way to get it done without Nick Bosa.
Yeah, and I'm sitting up here, and rightfully so, I'm not the only one singing the praises of what I've seen from these youngsters as second-year players on defense, Steiny. But now you talk about, baby steps. Now you're in the deep end of the pool, the object is don't drown, because now I feel like, just when I hear this news, quarterbacks are going to have just a tad bit more time until we see otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, the question I have for some 49er fans is as difficult as this injury is, and it's difficult. I mean, the 49ers have played without their stars before. I mean, they played the last two games without Purdy, and they got a win. They played last season without McCaffrey, and they felt the pain of that. They don't have Ayuk. They've been playing without him for almost coming up on a full year at this point. George Kittle always has been talked about as a hugely important player. They just won 2 games without George Kittle. So how do you put Bosa and into this group, and what the 49ers are going to be able to overcome in the short term and in the long term? I mean, when you talk about guys you can't win without, do they even have a player they can't win without? Because that's the thing about Kyle Shanahan. I always feel like he can make up for a loss or two.
Well, McCaffrey, I think, proves that, right? Or do you say that was injury? Yes, last year they were without him, and it was over. Would that constitute a no for you? Because to me, it's like that guy.
Well, so that's kind of what I'm asking. I mean, how much of McCaffrey's injury last year cost the 49ers their season? Was it? That's my point. Is if McCaffrey, if his injury last year is the reason 49er fans look back and say McCaffrey injury was the reason we didn't make the playoffs, is Bosa as important as McCaffrey? Like, do you feel a sense of doom like you may have for McCaffrey? This is kind of what I'm talking about with McCaffrey, one of the best running backs, obviously, in the NFL. You only won 6 games last year without him, but the running game moved along with Jordan Mason, at least for 6 or 8 weeks. So how do you overcome the injury to Nick Bosa if you're the San Francisco 49ers and Robert Saleh as we head to week 4 next week?
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'd be a liar. And I'd be a liar if I came in here after I came in here on cloud 9 about what I've seen on this defensive side of the ball and the youngsters. So last year you didn't have Robert Saleh. You didn't have Mykel Williams and Upton Stouts of the world and all these other guys that are, Alfred Collins trying to help you. So, Steiny, I want to say All-State, you're in good hands because last year you didn't have that at your disposal. But, man, until I see it, how can I not have confidence or get that confidence if I'm a Niner fan that, everything is going to be copacetic? Like, I mean, this is a big blow. How big? I don't know.
888-957-9570 is the number. The other thing I was thinking is, I don't know if I'd call this a silver lining. It's probably way too strong. But we've talked about injuries a lot with Kyle Shanahan's teams. And I guess if you're looking for a bright side, they've played without stars before. Hell, they've played without their stars a lot of the tenure during Kyle Shanahan's coaching history here, 8+ years. I mean, they've won without Purdy this year. They've won without Kittle this year. McCaffrey was hurt last year. Ayuk's hurt last year, hurt this year. I mean, the way I look at injuries, at least as it relates to the Niners, is at some point, it's who you become. And Evan, who's not here, put up those rankings of the 49ers injury history under Kyle Shanahan, and the reality of the situation is this is kind of more par for the course than anything else. Yeah. This team has suffered a lot of injuries. We don't know the reason. There are probably a million reasons, but at some point, I think you just, at what point are you not snake bit? You just have players that get injured all the time.
I know we're up against it. I would just say, damn, Steiny, when you say it like that, it sounds like you got the antidote to kind of prevent that, but you don't. But I'll say this, last time Bosa in 2020, Steiny, when he went down early as he did, 2 games in, they were 6-10. And I know that was years ago, but, man, you just, I'm riding high, and I ain't by myself with this defense and these youngsters. But now you're asking them to come together, and Robert Saleh, who better to have, right, to see if he can kind of trick it up, Steiny, and dial it up to where you miss him, but it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Nick Bosa, today we found out he tore his ACL. He's going to be out all season long, and now the 49ers, who started the season 3-0, they got to play the rest of the year without either their best defensive player or their second best defensive player, depending on who you like more, Warner or Bosa. I would say, just not that it matters. Yeah. I'd call him my second best defender, just because in a perverse way, I'd rather lose Bosa than Warner. That's just me.
Well, no, you're not by yourself.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive.
Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit MerckHelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer and Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson. Justice for workers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Adam Amin, Fox Sports on the call. Upton Stout breaking up a big play. And the 49ers go on to win that game yesterday, 16-15. That's the good news. The bad news is we find out today Nick Bosa is going to miss the rest of the season with a torn ACL.
Damn. I mean, man, Steiny makes the game just feel like a just afterthought, man.
Yeah, if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, how do you view the events of the last 2 days? You get a big win in the home opener against the division opponent, and then you find out the next day you're going to have to play the rest of the year without Nick Bosa. And do your expectations change for this team? Are they no longer a playoff team if you thought they were a playoff team? 888-957-9570.
Now, you got me thinking. You brought up a question in the last segment about what does this do for you if you're a fan, you love the team. just in regard to now, Steiny, is this part of who you are? Are these injuries like, it was cute to me, and it wasn't cute because I was saying it just seems like it keeps happening and we had fun back and forth. But when you know a guy's out for some weeks, you know he's coming back. And I believe that hits different. We just got to hold it down till Steiny gets back. But now that you got this again, the second time that you lost arguably one of your best defensive players, now do you tap into why is this happening more? And I guess if you do, what can you really come up? Like, that's just wasted energy, right? But just how do you feel as a fan if you're the Niners? Like, dude, is this just part of who we are?
Yeah. Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. Wants to talk about the injuries. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Before the break, Steiny, you asked a question, is there like if you had to name a key 49er that you just couldn't withstand losing them to an injury?
Yes.
That would be a great question if it was just one player.
Yeah.
It's never just one player with the 49ers.
Yeah.
It's multiple players at important key roles on the team that are high-dollar, high-priced players. And to me, personally, my expectation for the season doesn't change a lot because I didn't really think that they were going to go far, even if they did make the playoffs. This isn't a team that's going to win a Super Bowl, and really that's all that matters, right? That's what we're starving for. I think it's trial by fire, like Guru said. You got to see the young guys step up and see if John Lynch had a good draft, because we need several of those now to sustain these older veterans that are constantly getting hurt. And lastly, the last thing I'll say is it's inexcusable at this point to not study why the 49ers are constantly so injured. I mean, the stats prove that they are consistently one of the most injured teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
And it's inexcusable to not really, really dive into why that is. Because I agree with you. It is the 49ers' identity now. It's their identity. And no more excuses. If you extrapolate one injury, I see how you can make an excuse. Oh, it's fluky. It's a football play. They're football players. Injuries happen. There's too many of them. There's way too many consistently. They really have to study why this constantly happens to this team, and it derails them.
Yeah, I hear you, Ryan, and I think I think you share a lot of the frustration of 49er fans. I just don't know how to get to the bottom of it.
And what does that look? Where do you start? Because right now, Steiny, it's the black cat. It's just bad luck.
Mark Grandy, 95.7 The Game producer, he threw this up on Twitter just for a reference. Here are the 49ers injuries to the starters so far. Nick Bosa, he's out for the year. Brandon Ayuk, he's out till midseason with an ACL. Mustafa, he's out at least till midseason with an ACL. Kittle's out with a hamstring. Ben Barch is on injured reserve with an ankle. Brock Purdy's missed 2 games. Juwan Jennings has missed a game. So they've missed some players, no doubt about it.
Man.
Question is, what do you do about it? I'm just not convinced you can do anything about it. You just got to – you have to be a team that maybe relies more on depth.
Yeah, and here we go, Steiny, because you talked about those guys that they're missing. Up until we got this news about a few minutes ago, they've been able to stay afloat. And, I like what I see from the youngsters on the defensive side of the ball, but that's different than can they hold it down without 97. Now, when you're 3-0, there's a lot to beat your chest about. Now, I told you it wasn't Picasso. There's no, but they were winning games that they wouldn't win last year or couldn't win. Now, is this the one injury, Steiny, that you can't just trick up and fix and have it not bite you in the ass?
Well, they're going to have to play without Nick Bosa. And Robert Saleh was hired as the defensive coordinator. All the veterans seem to be excited about him. The defense has been great. How do you make up for it without Bosa? This was Trent Williams yesterday, and I have a feeling the team kind of knew what this really may be all about, because Trent Williams was asked how you balance the win with the injury to Bosa.
Anytime you lose a guy like Nick and he doesn't come back and his status is unknown, it's a real buzzkill. I can honestly say that, going down to win the game, to drive to win the game, I thought about Nick plenty of times. I was in the huddle. So,
I'm just hoping, praying that we get some good news. But, it's cliche to say it's the next man up league. When you lose a guy like that, you need 3 or 4 guys to come and fill those shoes. So I think we got the depth and we got the youth. So, hopefully they can continue to improve.
That was the offensive lineman Trent Williams talking about the injury to Bosa and how, it's a buzzkill.
And you tell me if I'm over the top with this one, but just like he was thinking about not on play, Trent Williams, and I get it, thinking about his brother in the huddle as they try to go down and win the game, he's thinking about Bosa. I mean, Steiny, where do you put, if we were to go try to scientifically find out why this team is snake-bitten? Again, I'm just calling it bad luck. What about the Super Bowl? And a guy that I wanted the 49ers to retain, thank God they didn't, because it looks like Greenlaw is not ready. But you're in the Super Bowl, and one of your guys, your gladiators, is running out there on the field and has the injury that he did. I mean, just think about that, man. On that stage, it's like going to the prom and slipping and breaking your neck as you're walking in. Like, that's bad luck. You can't blame anybody for that. But you had to endure it, and they lost the game.
Let's go to Lance. Lance is in Fremont. Hey, Lance, what's going on, man? Lance in Fremont. Hey, Lance, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. The Bosa thing, it really hurts. 3-0, it's great, but that does take some wind out of the sails, kind of like what you were talking about. It's like we're 3-0, we're great, but, man, it just hurts so bad. And, I know a lot of people talking about the Niners injuries, but it's just bad luck, man, and it's just kind of what we are. But the good thing is we got Kyle Shanahan, we got Saleh, the defense is looking good, and until proven otherwise, like, the Niners, they're going to win more games, and I got to be proven otherwise until I can really lay that the team is bad.
No, I mean, look, they're 3-0. If they go 7-7 over the next 14, they're probably going to make the postseason. So they got to play 500 football, and if you look at the schedule, I think that's within the realm of possibility.
And I just want to be optimistic because we're 3-0. We don't have a loss. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I got you, Lance. Appreciate the call.
And that's what they're going to do, Steiny. I just like it. Everything that even qualifying for the playoffs, you know what? Shame on me, because the players are probably like, it's just Operation Jacksonville. But just from what we do and how we do it, I got to see if they can just overcome this or minimize the impact that Bosa had. And that's up to Robert Saleh and the defensive guys, man, especially the youngsters that they brought in.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, they win yesterday 16-15. Their kicker makes a game winner. Ricky Pearsall looked really good. McCaffrey over 100 yards receiving. They did what they had to do to win that game, and the issue now becomes replacing Nick Bosa, who suffered a torn ACL, and he's going to miss the rest of the year. And 49er fans have certainly seen this before with the injuries.
And his second time in his career, Steiny.
I always hesitate to bring him up because I don't, unless somebody out there thinks they have a solution to why the 49ers get hurt as much as they do. It is what it is at this point. They're an injury-prone team, and they need to rely on depth, apparently.
Man, and I'll say this to that. I mean, at this point, as far as the Niners, they got games to win. You know what I mean? So that can't start right now. If it had happened in the past, it's very complex. I get it. But, man, oh, man, you talk about Evan putting out that tweet with that info about, hey, if this team is close to having the most enduring the most injuries, they're up there. But this is the second time for Bosa, Steiny. Last time was week 2. This time is week 3, early in the game. It's just like, man. So now you wonder what he's going to be when he comes back, and how long is that going to be?
Let's go to Will. Will's in San Bruno. Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
What's going on, gents? Haven't talked to you in a while.
Hey,
how we doing? All right, hear me out. Yeah. What's going on?
We're hearing you out.
Sorry, I thought I lost you guys. Oh, yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Anyways. All right, let's get this straight. When are these nerds, right, from Stanford Hospital, medical, whatever you want to call it, when are they going to figure it out? All right? When are they going to figure out to help and heal this team? We have so much money and so much resources in this area that it's insane that we're constantly getting hurt. Someone could fart in the locker room, and someone could, I'm surprised Brock doesn't, bust his spleen open, right? When are we going to figure it out? This is insane. All the money we have, right? I go to Seton, right? I go to Kaiser, right? I could barely afford insurance, but they helped me out. So what are we doing? What are we doing, fellas? That's all I wanted to say. This is ridiculous. This reminds me of similar to like Jimmy G stuff. Always just getting hurt. Always relevant, but getting hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
I mean, it's ridiculous, but there doesn't seem to be an explanation for it.
We can go. We'd be here to 5 o'clock. We don't want to do that. We'd be on Willard and Dibs shows, Donnie. But injured to Klay Thompson. How long did he have to endure? The black cloud that was over him and what he had to do to get back. But I'm going to say this to you. I don't know how defensively, Steiny, the San Francisco 49ers in 2025 are going to handle and what they'll look like without Bosa, but I do feel confidently in telling you this. I know the offense has to score more now. It's just imperative. Oh, Goof, thanks. 1 + 1 is 2. But that's how they got to win games. What we've seen through 3 games has been good enough. And they fought and they're 3-0. But Steiny, you got to believe that, it's going to hurt. And now you got to score more maybe to win.
Yeah, as it relates to Bosa's injury, it's hard for me to connect what happened yesterday to the training staff. I don't know how you get. I don't know. I don't think Kyle Shanahan knows. I don't really think anybody knows why the 49ers seem to be more injured than other teams. But again, it happens enough now that if you want to use it as an excuse, you seem to have it.
That's where I was going to
year out.
Where are you at on that?
It's part of who they are.
Wow.
Let's go to Joel in Berkeley. Hey, Joel, how you doing? Joel in Berkeley.
Doing well, fellas.
How are you, man?
Great. Doing well. I was driving when the ACL thing hit me, and I almost had to pull over. I was like getting dizzy with I think the team's going to be okay. I think we got a lot of young talent. They were going to definitely give them a chance to grow up quick. But, man, I'm just gutted for Nick. You see that dude work in the off-season, the amount of effort he puts in, the way he comes into camp in, like, Superman shape. Just gutted for that guy. You know how bad he wants to play? Damn, man. Anyway, I got faith in the Niners. We're 3-0.
Yeah.
We got the soft schedule. And like I said, we got a lot of young talent. Looked like they did a good job on that draft. I'm sure there's some dudes on the practice squad that are chomping at the bit to come try to next man up this deal. But I think Trent's right. It's more like 3 men up because, dude, we got to have some push from the interior. All of those guys that we were cheering on, Collins and Big 99. We got to have all of those guys perform, and the edges have got to be tucked in and ready to go. And yeah, it's 3 men up. So.
Yeah, and that's.
But I think we got them in.
Thanks, Joel. Appreciate the call. Yeah, that's what Trent Williams said. More than just one guy up when you're replacing Bosa, you might need 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so Robert Saleh's got that to deal with.
But you trusted him on how to call it,
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're just joining us, the 49ers, they win yesterday, but they get some real bad news today. Nick Bosa is going to miss the rest of the year with the torn ACL. And
yikes, man.
Yeah, it's another blow to a team that suffered a lot of injuries already early this season, and obviously injuries were part of what defined them last season. So they're kind of used to playing without big boys, so they're going to have to do it without Bosa for the rest of the year.
No, that you said it all right there with that one, and that's what it is, and that's all it can be moving forward. But I will say this from the youngster standpoint, Steiny, you tell me what you think. Williams and Alfred Collins and just the rest of the gang, all second-year players, this doesn't change their growth patterns. The bottom line is now you got to be ready for the test, or you got to get a better score on the test sooner than later. You know what I mean? And Bosa was a luxury to where, again, I stand on it, Steiny. I sound like John Madden, rest in peace. A secondary, best friend is a pass rush. And now if you think that you can't get home, you got the likes of Stafford coming up and other guys, Baker Mayfield down the line. Where are they going to be collectively to kind of offset this major blow? Because this is the big one of them all.
So far it is. Absolutely. Wow. Nick Bosa is going to miss the rest of the season. 49ers have started 3-0. They're without Brock Purdy. We'll see if he plays this weekend against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I don't know. I mean, the 49ers and these injuries, I don't know how to address it.
Has this took you in the end zone of having this thought that you're struggling with as far as what you do with it?
Well, I'm not struggling with it because I've watched it year in and year out. I'm more interested in how 49er fans feel about it year in and year out.
That's it, man.
I can tell you the way I feel about it, and I just feel like at this point it's kind of becoming who they are, if not already. We've followed Bosa's career. He's now going to miss his second year because of injury. Warner, obviously, Iron Man. McCaffrey, banged up a little bit. Kittle's gotten a little more banged up as he's gotten up there.
Yeah.
Maybe part of it is age. Part of it's usage. I don't know. I just know that, this is also a team where they've got some veteran players. When I came into this season and I see Trent Williams on the offensive line and it's a 17-game season, I can't count on him playing 17 games. I just can't. If he does, that's great, and then it becomes a problem that you never had to worry about. But, I mean, is anybody going to bet me right now that Trent Williams is going to play every game this year? That's what happens with older players, and maybe the 49ers got to make some more adjustments there or incorporate it more as their normal strategy.
But the cool part about what you just said is look at Brock Purdy. He's missed 2 games already. Who saw that coming? And he's not up there in age. So it just injuries just happen. But I do, Steiny, because I'm a fan, I do wonder under this Kyle regime in a crazy way. We saw Shasky and his family at the game, and Bonte and the rest of all the Niner gangs, and the Willard and everybody, Dibs. But, Steiny, at some point, does this take some fun away from watching your team? Yeah, they're winning, but watching guys look like a mash unit and getting this news after a great win, am I off kilter by saying, I know how I think, you can't even enjoy the win because now you're without one of your best players 24 hours after the win?
Yeah, I'm looking around the NFL. 5 starting quarterbacks were out on Sunday. We see James Conner get hurt. Let's go to Kay Bueno in Oakland. What's up, Kay Bueno? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just what a Monday, huh?
Man,
I think that quake we all felt in the middle of the night was really the news about Bosa dropping. I think that was really what the shaking was. Like, it was such a strong, just like, what? Gut punch. But yeah, it's just, early yesterday I saw Pat McAfee tweet something out. He tweeted, are the Niners inevitable this year? Just because they're finding ways to win. But I think what's inevitable with us now is just major injuries. That's what's inevitable with this team now. That's just, like you said, that's just who they are. It's more about who's it going to happen to this year. And so it's just, we got to win, but also I think a bigger loss after yesterday. The thing I'm worried about now is, like, how do they pivot? Like, I know we've got, next man up. That's the mentality. All gas, no breaks. That's what Salah's got them. That's the speed that Salah's got them up on. They definitely have stepped up the intensity, but you can't replace a Bosa. It puts a lot of pressure now on a young rookie in Williams. And I know Huff has been stepping up this year, looking great, but he seems to be more of a specialist than an everyday edge. So I wonder, what do they do? Do we just watch and let the guys we have try to make up for it, or at least do their best, or do they pivot and try to make a move? It's still early in the season. Is someone like a Hendrickson out there on a 1-year rental to get that could come in and maybe try to somewhat fill that void for Bosa? It's just it's a gut punch, man. So what a Monday indeed.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Kay Bueno. Appreciate it. They are 3-0, and they still lead the NFC West. So that's why those early wins, those first 2 wins, so important.
And what was the goal before Bosa went down, Steiny?
It was probably to make the playoffs / win the division.
What's the goal now?
It sounds like it's probably still the same thing.
There it is.
I do think their ceiling in the postseason got lower, but I don't really think that their chances to make the playoffs
took a hit.
Dropped significantly. It takes a hit, obviously, without Bosa, but I still think this team
they got 3 wins under their belt already, Steiny.
Yeah, I think they can still win this division for sure. It's going to be tougher. But what do you guys think, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570 when you hear that Bosa is going to be out for the rest of the year? Do you think that, oh boy, this season, yikes, it's a wash? Or do you look at the Nick Bosa injury and say, you know what, we still have enough, we can still get to the postseason, and then once we get to the postseason, we'll see what happens. But that's, to me, the goal that still remains. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak Bone-In Mega Packs, just $9.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus $500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-ready credit cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? it might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
It's time to get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings going on now until September 28th. Party like it's 1985 with hourly cash prizes every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m. And don't miss the grand prize drawing at 7 p.m. where you could win up to $15,000 cash. Get away today and cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Tulsa is my home now. Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Nick Bosa has sustained a season-ending injury, an ACL tear. He's going to be out the rest of the year. 49ers, Adam Schefter reported that today. Here's the actually, I don't want to play that because he's still got that wrong info in there. But Bosa tore his ACL, a different one than the one he tour in 2020, but it's going to cost him the rest of the year. And the 49er fans, does it change your expectations of this season? It certainly made it more difficult, but how do you guys get through this Nick Bosa injury? 888-957-9570.
Steiny, I'm conflicted, and I know nobody's crying over there, the Niner players and coaching staff, but if I'm going to come in here as a spectator from afar, whispering sweet nothings about they can, and I said as much in the first segment, no, that got out of hand from me, but I said as much, like, man, if Bosa's going to miss a few weeks, they can hold it down. So now I have to test that, and the Niner players and coaching staff will. So if I guess what I'm saying to you all is if any team is prepared to go to battle without one of their best players, because I believe Fred Warner's the best defensive player on the Niners, Donnie, but Bosa's right there. It's the Niners just from what they've had to deal with offensively and this is par for the course this season.
Yeah,
pass.
it's not
Good.
something that they haven't dealt with in the past. Let's go to Scott and Hayward. Hey, Scott. How you doing?
Gentlemen, good morning. I'm doing good. 3-0 does feel pretty good. I would like to add a little perspective. Yeah, I'm bummed Nick Bosa's out again. It's a bummer. He wasn't playing great last couple of years. He was finally looking great this year. He made a critical play last week to win the game. But, the perspective I've got is we won those 2 games. Guru keeps talking about we're 3-0, but, so we got a little credit in the bank, which is nice. But those 2 games were one with Mac Jones at quarterback and without Kittle in one of them. So, it's one player. Niners are killing it right now with backups. They're juiced. They're running great. You got a solid defense that can finally stop the run, which is something they couldn't do at all last year. Your backup quarterbacks winning you games. I think there's a lot to be excited about still. I think the Niners are definitely a playoff team still. And, Nick Bosa going out sucks, but they drafted great on the D-line. And, I don't think it changes their playoff picture.
I'm with you, Scott. Obviously, it's going to make it more difficult to make the postseason without Nick Bosa, but I don't see how this alone would prevent him from making the postseason.
Yeah, and that'll be tested right out the gate. But could you imagine us talking about how this injury impacts the team if they were 0-3? And the fact that they're 3-0, that gives you time. That buys you time. You earn that time. Bosa was a part of helping you earn that time, but that's the skinny of it all. Hopefully you're 4 or 5, 6-0, but Steiny, let's just say you get to 3-3. You still are in it, and you still got time. And I'm assuming 3 losses, and that might not happen. But man, you've bought yourself time to work on this and see how you can best get over this. This brutal injury that has Bosa out for the whole year and hopefully doesn't change the complex of your defense.
One of the things we hear a lot is who saw this coming? And obviously nobody really saw an injury to Bosa coming, but do we think that Christian McCaffrey can make it through the whole year the way he's being used right now? Like if we're talking about a guy who's got over 75 touches in 3 games, he's coming off an injury, and he's getting up there a little bit. If something happens to him and he gets banged up or nicked up, are we going to say, man, how could you even see that coming? Like, I think you've got to start preparing for your older players or your veteran players to miss portions of a 17-game season.
And I'm hearing that, and I'm not disputing it. I guess Uncle Injury, Steiny, can come, rob, and strip and impact any player. And that's why I guess I look at what you just said, or I think about what you just said, and I think of Brock Purdy. He's a puppy, and he still got hurt. It happens. But to me, about your Christian McCaffrey one, I feel like the more pounding that we've seen him endure over these first 3 games, you're going to laugh. Steiny, I'm like, okay, maybe what happened or what was bothering him last year with the bilateral knee tendonitis in both knees and all that good stuff, maybe not that was a fluke because he's been injured, but the fact that the heavy pounding, 27 yesterday, 31 touches, like moving forward, I feel more confident in McCaffrey that the engine hasn't blown because it was getting tested. So I could be wrong, but I'll tell you this, it doesn't look like Kyle's got McCaffrey or anybody on a pitch count, including your backup quarterback, letting him throw it around the yard.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What did you make of Mac Jones playing his second consecutive game where he threw about 40 passes?
That's wow.
He's thrown 80 passes in 2 weeks. Brock Purdy threw 40 passes 1 time last year, and Mac Jones essentially has done it 2 times in 2 games. Is that some of the greatness of Kyle Shanahan and what he's seeing? Is Mac Jones a little bit better than we thought? You got to feel good about that, though, if you're a 49er fan. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not trying to be negative, but do you have a problem with me? Klay Thompson had this injury, and, Bosa had it in high school, and it was the other knee that he had in the pro his rookie season. But do you have any problem, Steiny, thinking to myself, have we seen just from physically the best in Nick Bosa?
I have no idea. I don't know. I just know that, this is the second time it's happened, and now you got to play 14 games without him, and now you got to worry about what he may look like next year, and it's a part of football that a lot of teams have to deal with. Let's go to Mac in San Jose.
Mac.
Hey, Mac, what's up, man?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to talk about the injury bug the 49ers got and the way Kyle handles it.
Yeah.
I think it's probably pretty good. He gets guys to go full blast, and he doesn't worry about injuries. If you're going to get injured, that's part of the cost of the game. He has guys slam into these zone blocking schemes where you're slamming into a brick wall hoping to find a crack. When it works, it's great. When it doesn't, it's not so great. It's rolling the dice. So there you go.
I actually,
but isn't that football around the?
Yeah, no, actually, globe? I agree with Mac. I think that is the way Kyle Shanahan views the game of football. If they get into a game next week against Jacksonville, and he thinks that the best way to beat them is to run McCaffrey 33 times. He's going to run McCaffrey 33 times.
But shouldn't he do that, though, or any coach? I agree with that.
Well, then.
Are you saying you need to change it up? Is that what the caller's saying?
Well, I'm saying if you're concerned with the injuries,
he's shown us
why would you run a guy 30 times a game? Like, he's more likely to get hurt in that situation. But my point is this: I agree with the caller. Kyle doesn't register for Kyle Shanahan. It just doesn't register. Yeah. He's going to go into the game.
I get it.
And he's going to utilize who he thinks is going to win him the game or gives him the best chance to win him a game. And he's just going to put the ball in that person's hands as much as possible. If he's going to put the ball in the hands of his best offensive player as much as possible. That's what he's done with McCaffrey since the minute he got here. Let's go to Wendy in Minnesota. Hey, Wendy, how you doing?
Hey, boys. I just heard about the Nick Bosa. Yeah, I just heard about the Nick Bosa thing, but I want to say one thing real quick. I was all ready to go to the Vikings versus Cincinnati because I wanted to see Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Look what happened. Didn't go to the damn game. Waited all year. Anyhow, the Nick Bosa thing, I'm not it's obviously not great. But I think because Robert Saleh is there, they'll be okay. And Nick Bosa is not always consistent. Last year he wasn't good. There are some games where he shows up, and there's some games where you don't even know he's on the field. So do I think his career is on the downslide? Yes. We don't know what he would have done the rest of the year. So my advice would be do not re-sign him next year. Do not re-sign Trent Williams. Get some younger players in there. And, yeah, injuries can still happen. But guess what? This is the second time Nick Bosa has had an ACL injury. And if he comes back next year, it's not going to be till, fourth or fifth week of the season. I think it's time to move on from Nick Bosa. And I think if you didn't have Robert Saleh, you'd be in real big trouble.
Thanks, Wendy. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Steiny, Bosa's Carfax report. And outside of the 1 year where he tore his knee up, in 2019, he gave you 16 games. 2021, he gave you 17, followed by 16 in 2022, 17 in 23, and 2024, he had 14. Obviously, you want that, but, that wasn't 8, and the sacks had gone down after having 15 and 18 in 2021 and 2022. But, man, as far as durability and being out there for much of the year, he had that after pretty much – messing his knee up in 2020.
So Nick Bosa's out for the rest of the year. And, Christian McCaffrey is a guy who a lot of people are kind of concerned about him. He's played 3 darn good games after his injury. This is Kyle Juszczyk talking about Christian McCaffrey and how he trains and whether or not you need to worry about injuries with him or how Kyle goes about it.
I train with Christian in the offseason, and I'm telling you, there is nobody on this planet that trains like Christian McCaffrey. I'm telling you, he put absolutely everything into getting back to his form for this season. I mean, that guy literally 6 to 7 days a week from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. He has a trainer with him 24/7. He was grinding, and you're seeing that pay off. And quite honestly, it's needed for, like you said, the amount of touches this guy gets. He gets tackled 30 times a game. I can't imagine. I get tackled once a game and I'm sore. So, man, it's just a testament to his work ethic and his dedication. And he's always got a little something left in the tank. No matter how many times he got hit there, he had that huge screen at the end of the game to put us in good field goal position. And that's a guy that we're going to call on in those type of situations because the whole team, Kyle, has all the faith in the world in him because he's one of the best football players on this planet.
All right, so that was Kyle Juszczyk talking about Christian McCaffrey, and, I mean, he didn't say it, but it sounds like I heard it, and that is, this is why McCaffrey trains like he does, so that Kyle can use him as much as possible, and that's what Kyle Shanahan does because he thinks McCaffrey's one of the best backs in football, and if McCaffrey's doesn't have the ball in his hand, I guess that in his hands, that means somebody else has got the ball in their hands, but he wants to put it in McCaffrey's hands the most because he thinks he's the best.
Yeah, and I hear that. I think of Jerry Rice. What made Jerry Rice so special, Steiny? Not just what he did on game day, but, the stories and the videos that you see of him working and running hills, just being a warrior in that regard. So when I hear that's what makes McCaffrey great too.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Frank in Santa Clara, wants to talk about Bosa and his injury. What's up, Frank? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing? I see the injuries for the Niners, and I think it's related to the turf on the field. There's always been issues with that grass. And just ask James Conner, right? He's out for the season too. So I think something has to be done with the field. I don't know, put the fake stuff down or whatever. Something to do with the grass. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, but Bosa got hurt in New York, although they said they have some issues with that turf.
That fake stuff.
I don't know.
And, yeah, speaking of grass, Donnie, that side looked so beautiful like the Coliseum back in the day, the A's grass. The Niners yesterday, I was just like, man, that looks like – and they're having the Super Bowl here, but that was grass.
Austin's in the city. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I just want to piggyback on what I was saying about Nick Bosa and McCaffrey. Just not having the backup presence. I mean, we only got backup presence for McCaffrey, but we already had the backup with Grindo and the rookie that they just drafted. I feel like we should have drafted, backup help for Nick Bosa and George Kittle. We can't say that we didn't see these injuries not coming because they coming, and they get injured every year around the same time. So just not having that backup presence in Nick Bosa really sucks. I hope Robert make it through the season. Yeah. That's all I got.
No, I appreciate it.
You got Alfred Collins and Big Michael Williams who's popping, helping stopping the run. So you got some young stuff. And those guys they're going to take on a bigger role, but now we're going to be, focused and honed in on them way more. But it's not like you don't have youngsters on the defensive line. That they were popping. That's what had me excited.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers, if you're just joining us today, they are 3-0. That's the good news. The bad news, they got some, tough info on Nick Bosa. He's going to miss the rest of the year with a torn ACL. It's different than the one he tore in 2020, but the same one he tore in high school. And the 49ers suffer another big blow injury-wise, and we've seen that over the years with Kyle Shanahan teams. And what do you make of it? I have no idea what to make of all these injuries that have happened fairly consistently over the Shanahan era. I'm all ears, though.
No, I'm with you. And I'll say this. You kind of asked me about the offense and defense, but to be honest with you, Steiny, the offense is the one, this year that's had to endure more injuries. I brought up I brought up our guy Greenlaw, and that happened a couple years ago in the Super Bowl. But the bottom line is, I mean, it's just been musical chairs on the offensive side of the ball. Defense, it was just about youth, them going through their football puberty together, good days, good plays, bad plays. But now you take out a captain, a rock, an anchor on the D-line. I mean, man, Steiny, we'll see how they overcome it. And I know Fred Warner and D. Winters are going to hold it down. But the bottom line to me is, how's this impact the guys up front? Mykel Williams, the Collins of the world. Those dudes got to get busy and get after it, and we'll see if they're up to it.
Yeah, and the kind of the extension of the Nick Bosa injury, we're also talking a lot about Christian McCaffrey, a player who's been hurt last year in particular. And Mac Jones was asked about CMC and all his touches and how tough he is and whether they can keep this up in terms of how they utilize Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, we were just like both in the cold tub next to each other just watching. I was asking him, like, you took a lot of hits. He's like, yeah, I'll be good though. And he's just tough. Like he'll be out there and practicing, and that's just who he is. And he takes care of his body, the best I've ever seen every day. And I've learned a lot about the body and what you need to do to get ready for the next game, being around him. But yeah, he's really tough, and he did a great job. We had a couple plays where, we weren't on the same page for various reasons, but at the same time, I know he's my safety blanket. I can just throw it to him, and he'll get you between 6 and 15 yards every time.
That was Mac Jones talking about Christian McCaffrey. His toughness.
He was a beast yesterday, Steiny. Nothing came easy. And I'm sitting here looking 10 catches. They needed all of them, 88 yards and 8.8 a pop, and also 17 carries against a stout Arizona Cardinal defense that was not going to let you beat them running the ball. And Arizona, that bird even started looking evil to me as I watched them play defense, Steiny. Like, they were aggressive, but man.
This is so Christian McCaffrey, again, a lot of touches, and he was asked if he takes pride in how many times he gets hit during a game. That's a new one.
No, I do not. No. I don't like getting hit. I don't want to get hit. But no, I mean, sometimes there's games where, you take a lot of shots. Sometimes there's not. But I feel great right now. And, once again, I think just the nature of the beast is sometimes when it rains, it pours. And I've been very fortunate in this league to have a lot of success. And I've had leagues or seasons that have been humbling. And I've realized that it's better to not focus on anything but what you can control in the moment and continuing to grow and get better every week.
Christian McCaffrey doesn't like to get hit.
You got to love the media, right? He got to stand to know.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Bob's in San Francisco. Wants to talk about the Niners, their injuries, and what he sees. Hey, Bob, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? Great show, fellas. It was a little heated this morning. I'm glad you guys made up.
All good.
I basically, let's see, I kind of agree with Mac, right? But let's just, for the sake of argument, let's just say from Pop Warner to the pros, players get injured. So it's just a matter of, sorry about the sirens. Here they come. Anyway, so that's that. But everybody's looking for a scientific reason why the Niners are getting so frequently injured.
Right.
I don't have a scientific reason. I've got something else. I call it the curse of Dr. York. When he took over this team, he ran this team into the ground. The best thing ever happened to this team was letting his son take over. And as a result, I don't know what the issue is with the Niners, but I'm just going to blame it on that. Anyway, that's my take.
All right. I know a lot of other people say it's the curse of moving down to Santa Clara.
Yeah, to that one caller, Sonny, I ain't forget. I mean, they were on grass, so he blamed it on the grass. But I don't know what's going on. I don't know if you heard this news. Nobody cares here in this market, but it's in the NBA, Steiny. Speaking of stuff being torn, Van Vliet tore his ACL, so he's out for the season.
Fred Van Vliet?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Man.
This is from the 707 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Kyle needs to continue to diversify. Like he manages a game, and he knows how to manage the players. You can't burn out CMC. you've got to diversify. Well, that's kind of not been his MO since we've gotten to know Kyle Shanahan over the years. And, the other thing is he's got a running back in Christian McCaffrey that wants to carry the ball as much as possible. And if you've got a running back like that, I think a guy like Kyle Shanahan is gonna milk you. And that's what he does with McCaffrey, and he's done it ever since he got here. Yeah. I'm talking about McCaffrey.
And I know we kind of got away from the game, rightfully so, Steiny, about this injury, but I was coming down Kyle's road just for a little bit. Now, McCaffrey was running hard, 17 carries on the ground. Steiny Robinson had an 11-yard run. It was a toss. And to me, and it was hot out there, to me it felt like the Cardinals was like, good Lord, don't give it to no dude who's is fresh. And I felt like Kyle could have tapped in that to a tad bit more. He didn't, but I thought it was odd. It was just, he had 2 carries, Brian Robinson Jr., but one was for 11 yards, Steiny, and I felt like he was Marshawn Lynch just because I felt like the Arizona defenders were like, damn, this is different. This ain't McCaffrey. And I was like, oh, Kyle might run this, switch this thing up, and thunder and lightning. Didn't happen, but I had that thought, something I jotted down.
We obviously had some bad news with Bosa today. He's going to miss the rest of the season. But this is the 49ers locker room after the game yesterday. Kyle Shanahan addressing the team. A little bit of a pick-me-up here.
Guys, unbelievable job, man. The fortitude of you guys, the resilience, the character, whatever happened in that game, guys, you guys didn't panic. We got it done, man. I tell you, I told you guys last night, whoever ran the ball better win this game. That was awesome football. All right, when I look at that and I go down to the end of that game, all right, Mac, you battling through that. D, you guys gave us a chance to run away with it. Upton Stout, where are you, man?
Let's do it! Let's get ready for next week. Appreciate y'all.
Love you guys. Hell of a win. Enjoy it tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man.
Let's go, baby! Family on 3. 1, 2, 3.
All righty, that was Kyle Shanahan in the locker room after the game. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you make up for the loss of Nick Bosa if you can? And by the way, if you're not doing anything on Saturday, this weekend, I'll be at Friedman's Appliance, where you can take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Electrolux, Bosch, L&G, and Maytag. If you haven't been to Friedman's, you got to get there. The store is huge with appliances everywhere, live working vignettes. What are vignettes? A vignette is like a model kitchen or a laundry room, so you can see what the appliances look like. They all work, and I guarantee you'll be impressed. It's the greatest showroom I've ever been in. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales. It's their event, and it's this weekend, September 26th through the 28th. That's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So this is the best time to save on new appliances for your home. Come see me and say hi. On Saturday, September 27th, I'll be there from noon to 2 at 2304 Monument Boulevard. Evan and Mark Grandy will be there to do the show. Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. See you there this weekend.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save 20% on bone-in beef short ribs with Prime through September 23rd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make a Korean-inspired meal with a banchan spread. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, San Francisco 49ers find out, and their fans find out today that Nick Bosa is going to miss the rest of the year with an ACL injury. Adam Schefter reporting that earlier today. I'll play the whole thing from Adam Schefter right now. Just know that this is the initial report, and he just made one small mistake by saying it was the same ACL as the one that occurred in 20. He later corrected this report and made sure everyone knows it's a different one, the different one. But nevertheless, here's what Adam Schefter reported this morning.
Well, it turns out, Matt, that the tests on Nick Bosa's knee showed a torn ACL, a season-ending torn ACL. It's a clean tear, but nonetheless, he's going to require surgery that's going to end his season. When we saw Nick Bosa walk off the field yesterday, he flashed a thumbs down. He sensed that something was wrong at that time. Now, after the game, Kyle Shanahan said that they felt like his ACL was intact. That's what the first test on the field showed. But further testing today, an MRI showed just minutes ago that ACL was in fact torn. It's the second time in his career that he has torn his ACL. It's on the same knee. He did it against the Jets at MetLife Stadium, and now he did it again yesterday against the Arizona Cardinals. A huge loss for a 49ers defense that was off to a strong start. They now will have to make do without their best defensive player.
All right, one more time. It was a different knee than he hurt in 2020, but he did hurt the knee that he hurt yesterday in high school.
Yeah. And, oh boy, Steiny. And I thought to myself, watching that in real time, I know you said you didn't catch that part where he put I'm like, okay, he'll be back out there next week for Jacksonville if he doesn't come back, Jacksonville. But Aniston Howard, Steiny, I don't know who she is, but she tweeted me and you and I on Twitter, and she said, when are we going to hold the coaching staff accountable? And I would just tell young lady, what's that look like? How can you do that when it's a violent game and injuries happen? And just look at the other side of the field yesterday. Connor went out. So, young lady, I don't know what you want us to do and who you want us to hold accountable, because if they knew that they were doing something wrong and why they were being victimized or hit with the injury bug, Steiny, I'm sure they would stop it.
I mean, I think it's, I don't know if Kyle Shanahan has made any connection on why it happens to them, maybe more than other teams, or why not?
Do you think he would get irritated if a reporter asked him that? And they may have already have.
If Kyle Shanahan, if the numbers are correct and that no team has been injured in the last 8+ years as much as the San Francisco 49ers, then that's just a fact that under Kyle Shanahan they've been hurt more than any other team, or more than 90% of the teams. That he might get mad, but it's a fact, and it's a fair question to ask him, even if he says it's been 8 years of bad luck, which it might be. I have no idea how to explain it. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. He does want to talk about the injuries in football, though. What's up, Paul? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, Steiny and Guru. How are you guys doing today?
Hey.
So let me preface my call by saying that I'm a longtime high school football coach in the Bay Area. So my take is going to be kind of from that perspective. I think if you look at the 49ers and offense, specifically the style of offense they run is a running game built offense. It's extremely physical. It's an impose your will style of offense. Zone blocking involves tons of combos, climbing the linebackers, and it's got to be practiced in a very physical manner in order for it to be successful. So if you go back into Kyle's history, and this is just my take on it, where did he learn his football? Well, from his dad, Mike, and where did Mike really make his name? And that was with the Denver Broncos. And he had an offensive line coach with him back in that day named Alex Gibbs, who was kind of one of the fathers of zone blocking. And I've listened to Alex Gibbs speak at clinics over the years, and he begins each one of his presentations with, this is physical, this is impose your will, this is dominant, and if you're not willing to practice it like that, then you're not going to be successful. With all that being said, I think there's a lot of different styles of run game in the NFL and offense. Some are less physically imposing. Some are more trapping-oriented or outside reach-oriented. A lot of the teams in the NFL have gone to the quarterback-centric, we got to throw the ball a ton. So what I'm asking or suggesting is it could be just the style that the 49ers employ, much like what Denver did, and then when Shanahan was in Washington, could lend itself to that and then build on top of it. This is my last point for you guys to think about. The manner in which NFL teams practice now is far different from what it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And if you're going to try to be a physically dominant run team and you don't have the practice time and you're not doing that in your sessions at practice, and I'm not talking about just scrimmaging 11 on 11 all the time. I'm talking about what are you doing in your individual groups with your group work? Are you imparting that physicality even to NFL guys? You're going to lend yourself susceptible to that. And the injury thing, to me, another element is in the NFL, it's professional football. It's the closest to that baseball adage, you're only as good as your last at bat. These guys are paid to win, and the 3 49er games this year, even with acknowledging that McCaffrey is coming off of an injury,
right?
They've all been 1 or 2 score games.
Yep.
They're all games where you got to be getting the ball to your guys relative to how you do it to win those games. And if Kyle doesn't do that, we're going to be talking about 6-11 this year, and your callers are going to be talking about a new coach.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe Kyle Shanahan's, if they're practicing harder and more physically than other teams, that might just be something that Kyle Shanahan says, if we don't do that, we're going to be an ordinary football team. So the only way we can be as good or better than other teams is if we practice harder and we replicate game speed in practice. That may be a non-negotiable for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and the NFL jumped in, Steiny, and tried to make it difficult for NFL teams to practice that hard, as you guys talk about, or that much, not just in the offseason and just in particular for reasons like this, but I do see similarities between Kyle and his dad, Mike Steiny, and I know you don't care. I played a lot of Madden in my day, but outside of Terrell Davis, Mike Shanahan had guys like Orlandis Gary, Mike Anderson, Reuben Drones, Clinton Portis, Tatum Bell, and I see similarities with Kyle where he has running back by committee up until he got his high prize possession in Christian McCaffrey. But the fact that Kyle gave him the ball that much yesterday, Steiny, I'm not saying I'm against it, is telling me he feels like, Goo and Steiny, I ain't got no pitch count. I know last year was last year. McCaffrey's ready. And Steiny, for the most part, McCaffrey was handling the load yesterday.
Orlando in San Bruno. What's going on, Orlando? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to chime in and say, Bob Beal Jr., he's from the practice squad. He's obviously going to need to help out big time. But I have faith on Huff that he'll be able to try to duplicate the quickness of what we're going to miss. The other thing is, the last one is the reason why Mac is doing so much is because Shanahan has more faith on his arm than he does with Purdy. But that's all. We'll be okay. It's going to be a challenge, but it'll be all right. Thank you, guys. Have a good afternoon.
Back at you.
Thank you, Orlando. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I don't even – Steiny ain't trying to be messy. I do scratch my head a little bit. It's damn. Normally you dial it down with your backup quarterback, with the air. In this case, it's more. But like I said, Brock Purdy's job is secure, and he's the quarterback of the future. But it is interesting to watch Mac Jones just – I don't know if the word is freedom, but throw it around the yard like he's doing.
Yeah.
It almost cost him yesterday.
Yeah, he's thrown 80 times in the last 2 games, and they've run 46 times in the last 2 games. So, they try to be a 50-50 team under Purdy. Maybe they try to be a 50-50 team under Mac Jones, but the defense is making it easy in terms of what to call if you're Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and I was football surprised, Donnie, that Jennings didn't play, but it goes back to what I told you. It's like with this Niner team, you're waiting and yearning for that day where everybody's going to be healthy, but guys just keep dropping like flies, but they're winning. But you just wonder, how long can you keep that up when, Steiny will be back in 2 weeks. Then when you're back, I'm gone. Then when I'm back, Pasta's gone. Like, it's just musical chairs right now. And now we know who's not coming back, and that's 97.
Yep. Let's go to Doug in Wichita. Hey, Doug, what's going on, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
So, hey, man, I'm just disappointed, obviously, with the injury to Bosa. And then I think Guru was asking, how do you feel, or something like that. What's your expectation for the rest of the season? And so my first initial reaction is just, all right, I had really high expectations for the year, and then they fell. But now my mind's getting back into, well, it is next man up, and as long as you just win the next game. So that's all I'm worried about is the next game. I hope Bosa gets well, you know. I do have a little bit of a pessimistic outlook on it, being his third overall knee injury, as I understand it. I mean, you can only bust your knees up so many times, but, hey, man, I hope he comes back strong, and let's just get to next week and win the next one.
Appreciate the call, Doug, and that's where 3-0 comes in. If you guys were 1-2 or 0-3,
could you imagine?
I think it would look a lot different. But the reality is, you're 3-0, and now you play the Jacksonville Jaguars. So good chance to go 4-0 with or without Nick Bosa, with or without Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but I'll say this. The one thing you do know, and I'm not saying this is a positive, about Bosa, Steiny, is he's not coming through that door. The Purdy thing fluctuates, you know?
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. Nick Bosa is going to be out for the rest of the year. He tore his ACL yesterday against the Arizona Cardinals, and not the same knee that he hurt in 2020, but he's going to miss the rest of the year, and takes a little of the positivity away from the 49ers, who've started 3-0, but they're still in first place in the NFC West. They've still won one more game in the division than they won all of last year, and their schedule, while you never get an automatic win in the NFL, their schedule still gives the 49ers an opportunity to be very competitive, if not make the playoffs or win this division, I think. That's where I'm still at. Where 49er fans at 888-957-9570.
Steiny, I look at the production since he got his deal, Bosa that is, and you got 21 and a half sacks, and I'm counting the 2 this year, 10 and then 9, and you kind of wish you could get that in 1 year, but you hadn't. But the bottom line is, you know, you got to out here after next year, I believe. But man, oh man, this is devastating. I'm not saying they can't overcome it, but I just watching that game. And I know you could sit here and you kind of hit me with a bag of bricks early with Connor. That was a gruesome injury. It's football. It happens. But I know Niner fans just feel like, and the numbers are backing you up, Stein, backing them up. This is happening too frequent for the red and gold.
This is Kyle Shanahan. He was asked about how the defensive line stepped up, and he was asked specifically after the Bosa injury.
I just saw him step it up. I mean, as I saw a number of guys make plays, I thought they contained Kyler pretty good, which is a huge challenge. I mean, the whole goal is to keep him in that pocket, and it is extremely hard with how fast he is and how quick he is. And I thought we played the run game very well. They didn't give any big ones, and I was real proud of the whole defense, but especially the D-line.
That was Kyle Shanahan. They held Kyler Murray to 6 carries, 37 yards.
Steiny, how fast is that dude?
I think you take that with him.
Yeah. I'm disappointed in him. Just in his career, I know nobody cares right now. Watching that guy run around the corner, get to the outside, and then just like a little road runner, get the first down. I'm like, dude, you should be better than you are. But I guess if your receiver catches wide open balls, Marvin Harrison Jr., I was feeling sorry for the guy, and then he drops that ball. I'm like, man. But anyway, yeah, they did well holding him to, 37 yards on the ground? Didn't even pass for 200, Kyler Murray.
This from the 650 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Oh, he's okay. He's talking about the injuries. Jennings missed the whole training camp, so this was another one that was bound to happen. I guess that's one way to look at it. Let's go to Jay Will in San Jose. Hey, Jay Will, how you doing?
Good, man. Just talking about these injuries and, trying to find the answer to it. And I'm kind of, it is football, but at some point you try to figure out how much are they pushing them. And, That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because it's happening a lot. But it is football, and it does happen.
Well, the one thing that I would say is that a little distracted here. Sorry about that. No, the one thing that I would say about the injuries is, how do you want Kyle Shanahan to incorporate them, if you know what I mean? Like, should he coach to avoid injuries? That seems kind of strange. But then again, they're so prevalent that maybe you do try to do something different. I just don't know, Jay Will.
Yeah. Now, Bosa going down, huge loss for the defense. Like you said, we're 3-0. We got injuries all over the place. We will be getting some guys back that will help, but it's just, will the defense still put pressure helping out that secondary? And that's what I'm looking forward to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is another silver lining, I think, would be Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh is probably the best defensive coordinator the Niners have had in order to deal with what they're going through now with the injuries, and also having a lot of young players to incorporate.
Now, I know, Steiny, I'm known for my bad analogies, but I'm going to give you another one for Robert Saleh. It's a gym one. So you were asking him to get these youngsters, along with Warner and Bosa, ready to, bend but don't break, and not have them be a weak point of the team. And through 3 weeks, I think it was an A+. But I feel like that task was asking somebody to bench press 150 pounds, but now asking Robert Saleh without Bosa to get pressure week in, week out, and not have this defense go back is almost like saying, okay, hey, can you bench press 300 now? That's double, So we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean
that's a lot, man.
Yeah, this is they're gonna have to get through some short-term stuff with Jennings and with Purdy and with Kittle and maybe even Ayuk a little bit. But they're also going to have to get through the long-term part of the year, which is going to be without Nick Bosa now for the entire year, and how that's going to impact your defense, which was off to a really, really encouraging start.
And if how are the books, Steiny? If you're, we mentioned Hendrickson in Cincinnati, but I feel like he's too expensive. But what's John Lynch doing and company right now? Trying to see, if they get frisky, or they even can afford to try to see if something's out there. Not to get Bosa-like impact, but, get a guy that might be disgruntled, or some situation like Jimmy Butler in Miami to where it was just toxic and you knew the guy was leaving. I'm wondering if that couldn't be an outlet. I'm sure they're trying everything, but this is going to be terrible.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just to recap, if you're just joining us, getting ready for the crossover with Dibs and Willard. 49ers, obviously big win yesterday, 16-15 over the Arizona Cardinals, but unfortunately they find out that Nick Bosa is going to miss the rest of the year with a torn ACL. So the San Francisco 49ers, they're going to have to figure out how to win football games without one of their best defensive players, one of the best defensive players in the league, in Nick Bosa.
Yeah, and forgive me for doing this, people, but I'm probably not the only one. But, Steiny, I know it's about Operation Jacksonville and the Rams after that, and whoever's after that and whoever's after that. But the bottom line is, I'm thinking long-term, Klay Thompson, or guys who just get injured. Is Bosa going to be Bosa when he gets back, when that day does come? And how does this impact next year,
Yeah, this was Fred Warner after yesterday's game, knowing about the cloud around the team with Nick Bosa, but Fred Warner was talking about the big picture here and how much he believes in this team.
Well, yeah, I think it just speaks to how gritty our team is. We got a team full of fighters who are willing to go the distance all 4 quarters and some if we need it. But, we're calling on a lot of guys who probably didn't know that they were going to be needed as much as they have been. And so just extremely proud of the group and finding ways to win, and we'll just continue to try to get better and keep finding ways to win.
Fred Warner.
He's good, man.
Talking about the next man up mentality, and
that's what they've been doing.
And it's what they're going to need from this point on, no doubt about it. This is from the 718 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Fellas, I think we've got a lost season on our hands, okay? The Cardinals let us off the hook. Would any playoff team do the same? The writing is on the wall. I'm grateful for the Shanahan years. I just don't see him withstanding the fallout if we can't put it together this season or next. I'm not ready to call it a lost season. Maybe if you were 0-3 and you just lost Bosa, that might be one thing.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Playing for a draft pick.
But you're 3-0, and it's a division that, to me, doesn't have an overwhelming favorite. The Rams are obviously a real good team. They gave Philly all they can handle yesterday, let one get away.
Blew it.
That's what letting one get away looks like.
Yeah, right.
And, you know, the 49ers, think about it this way, they've been able to hold on 3 straight weeks. And that's why they're 3-0, and that's why we got a long way to go before I'll call this a lost season. I also think, calling it a lost season would be little bit of an insult to the good players they have on this team who've won in the past.
Yeah, but I would just tell that Niner fan, pick your head up. Let me see your shoulders are broad. Like you haven't seen or tasted the stew, Steiny, with all the ingredients in it.
Yeah, I mean.
You know what I mean? Like guys are going to come back hoping nothing go down by the time they get back. I keep saying that, but man, how can you look at this as it's almost like you haven't tasted the finished product yet.
I mean, the problem is they're never going to be a finished product now this year. They're never going to.
Hopefully, offensively, you know what I mean.
They're never going to get. They're never going to get completely healthy this year. So, I mean, what do you want to do? Is Bosa going to be the excuse that we're using at the end of the year if they don't make it, or not, or can they make it in spite of Nick Bosa?
Well, and I'm not asking for excuses, Steiny, but it's kind of, crazy here. So last year you're telling me the Niners are without their best offensive player, and then bam, 2 weeks in you're without your best defensive player, or one of your best defensive players.
That's the way it's gone for the start of the last 2 seasons. Yep. 888-9. Well, I'm sorry. We got crossover coming up with Willard and Dibs on the other side. Good news is the San Francisco 49ers. They're 3-0, and they lead the NFC West. They've done it with some backups. The bad news is that Nick Bosa is going to miss the rest of the season with a torn ACL, and the San Francisco 49ers will have to navigate the next 14 games without him, and then obviously into the postseason if they can make the postseason. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times. But he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
I needed to relocate for a new job, but my house was holding me back.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Brian sell his house quickly and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
They took care of everything, and I could move on time.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Kansas City has not had the most ideal start to the season, but they look to right the ship when they host Baltimore. Two of the league's best quarterbacks will be on display as we get another top-level matchup early on in the season. Will offense continue to be the story of the season for Baltimore, or will Kansas City's defense be able to stop the high-powered squad? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? Well, what is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. The day after the 49ers win 16-15, but they find out they're going to have to play the rest of the year without Nick Bosa. What is up, gentlemen?
It's fun listening to you guys go on kind of the
the live ups and downs of a day like that.
Man.
So what hits you more? The high of the win or the low of Nick Bosa?
Well, it depends on what time you're listening. 10:01, I was telling Steiny this coaching is superseding the play because I feel like this is incredible.
He's doing great.
And then now this.
Right, but so like as it sets in, this is what I would love to talk to people about today. Like as it sets in, which emotion is winning inside your body? They're 3-0 miraculously, and Nick Bosa's out for the year. So
Okay, I got you. It's the latter for me. And it's the way that you've won these games. I'm not saying you can't win them, but you could have easily lost them, a play here, a play there, but you didn't. Can this be the one that you can't overcome? So that's winning right now. Like, you're going to miss 97.
Huh. Well, yeah, you're going to miss him.
Well, you miss 85. And you miss 13. 13's been out.
40. I don't know if Kyle did.
Impressive.
We had to think about it.
You had to think about it for sure.
I definitely did.
80 times in 2 games.
What number is right there?
You missed 13.
Dan Marino's
and you miss 85. And, you'd miss 71 if he was out. And all the rest. 23 you definitely would miss. So, and if 54 was out, you would desperately miss 54.
He's incredible.
You're going to miss 97, Nick Bosa, but you're 3-0. So for me, I'm living in you're 3-0. And yeah, Nick Bosa's gone for the next 14. Can you still win, 7 of the 14? Absolutely.
Oh, they should do better than that. They should do even better than that.
Exactly. So for me, it's more about the fact that you're 3-0. If you were 1-2 right now, which you very well could be, and yesterday you had Arizona drops, and you had
oh my God,
Pearsall with a great catch, and you had a lot of things that they didn't go your way. You made plays. And we talked about this with the Tonjes catch. Tonjes makes that catch on a 50-50 ball. That's not luck. That's your guy making a play. Their guy didn't. You win. And so you're 3-0. Yeah, Bosa's gone again. It doesn't mean that your year is lost.
Yeah. Upton Stout, I told Steiny it was my play of the game.
No doubt.
To finish that play, caught it. Zay Jones had it.
He mostly caught it. It was a great play. It was a great play. There's no doubt. Stout gets a lot of credit. At the same time, Zay Jones was there was a little wobble in there inside his arms.
Wobble.
And a little wobble. And so that had something to do with it as well. And it's just... it's incredible. We were just talking about the last 3 years of 49ers football and dropped balls. And I'm not going to call what Zay Jones did a drop, but
not a drop.
Certainly Marvin Harrison had
my God.
I believe to be 2, and DeMarcado had an unbelievable one. And then
that was Steiny's.
Yep, the Saints.
That was a walk-in.
The Saints had a couple for sure. Cooper Kupp had some. Last year, Ronnie Bell did that and lost a football game. The year before,
Brandon Ayuk last year.
Brandon Ayuk. The year before,
Debo, right?
Debo. And the Lions did it 2 years ago and lost the NFC Championship game because of it. So, I don't know. Yeah, good luck, bad luck. There's already been plenty of both. But at the same time, I don't know what to say to people about just the sheer number.
We've been trying.
I don't know what to say. Other than that, I'm never going to be, the guy who called and wanted the Niners to go to Kaiser. He was mad. He's like, how the hell can y'all have as much money as you have and not, go to Kaiser and get this stupid thing figured out? I'm like, I don't know what to tell everybody about this. It's super frustrating, but at the same time, you're going to have some of these every year.
Look at Connor on the other side. Steiny said, look what happened to Connor and Cardinals.
3-0, and 2 of them are in the division. And the Rams, they pulled a 2024 Niner out of their butt pocket yesterday.
Well,
that was unbelievable.
Kickgate.
Right.
That was a collapse of epic levels.
Yeah, special teams. That's where you.
The whole second half.
You look at Eddie Pinheiro, but Philadelphia is a great team. So to pretend that Philadelphia was not going to make a run and Philadelphia was not going to come back, that to me is a foolish way to look at it because Philly in the first half was awful, and Saquon was bottled up, and Jalen Hurts did nothing, and so Philly was going to make a run. The reason why the Rams lost was they couldn't make field goals. If they make either one of those kicks, they win the game.
I guess. But to me, if you're up by 3 scores in a football game, you should win that football game. Period.
Yeah, on the road, a little bit different. And, going up against the defending Super Bowl champs who've lost once in the past year. So it was never going to be like, oh, we're up by 3 scores. We win. You lose. We're better.
I mean, you're the Rams. You were right there. You were a playoff team last year too.
Oh yeah,
and it was revenge.
Yeah,
and my Twitter fingers were the Rams are the best. Oops.
Yeah.
I
know at halftime.
The Rams actually sent out the same tweet at halftime. The Rams tweet was like, "Yeah, keep this thing rolling."
I didn't see that.
It was something like that, where the Rams official Twitter was like, "Yeah, Rams."
You know what you can blame the Rams for is Philadelphia deciding that they know how to pass the ball too. I don't think they were going to do it all year long, and then they
made them.
I guess we should.
A.J. Brown can catch
over 100 yards.
A.J.
Smith.
Brown, not only can he catch, when he catches it, he is like violent.
He's a great player.
Like he wants to get in your way, and he wants to mess you up on his way to getting some yak. That guy is a monster.
When you asked about how a fan should feel, or how they're feeling today, I mean, today it's okay to feel devastated if you lost Nick Bosa. That'll wear off as Jacksonville comes up. And once the Jacksonville game comes into focus, you'll realize that they're 3-0 and they can go 4-0. And I feel like their job to win the division or make the playoffs absolutely got harder, but it can clearly still be accomplished. And we don't have to worry about if they can make the playoffs, then we'll worry about whether they could make a run without Nick Bosa. You know what I mean? They still have to get to the playoffs first, and I still think that's absolutely within the realm of possibility, despite the Bosa injury.
I like to even say the way you say it.
They might be the favorites right now because they're up.
Again, there could be more devastating injuries, but aside from that, I'd be shocked if the Niners don't go to the playoffs. Shocked. They have 11 wins if they go 8-6 the rest of the way against that schedule. You don't need Nick Bosa to go 8-6 against that schedule. I'll agree with you. You need Nick Bosa, you would think, to win in the playoffs. But guess what? That's a million miles from now. Trey Hendrickson might play for them in December. I don't know.
About it.
I don't right? That's the way a team's going to play it. If you earn the right at the trade deadline to go get someone, they've shown that they'll do that. They'll do that. So they'll go find some. It's not going to be Nick Bosa, but man, absolutely. This 3-0 with 2 division wins, and that Seattle win. I keep saying it every second since the Seattle win. It keeps looking better and better.
They looked up on a team that you took you to the wire in the Saints.
Yeah,
but what were your thoughts, both of you? And Steiny was making fun of me because we know how I watch. Oh, game over. But the interception late in the fourth quarter that Mac threw that got away from him, I'm thinking, oh, man. Now Cinderella has returned the glass slippers, but I'm like, that's the one. That's the mistake, Dibs. But what about the safety? Just walk me through your guys' thoughts on those. Who didn't think it was over at 15-13 after you almost got a safety?
Wow, and there's 3+ minutes to go, and you've got to kick the ball to the other team. And again, Zay Jones just hangs on to the ball. That game is
it's night, Geno Smith.
It's cooked.
That's V formation.
But, I mean, and he didn't hold on to the ball because Upton Stout made the play. And so I would never even pretend to call that a drop because Upton Stout was there. He was through the catch. He was all the way to the ground. His arm was there. And by the time he got to the ground, he kept playing. He kept playing football, and he got the ball out. And so that was the game-changing play. And, Shanahan used his timeouts expertly before that. He used the 2, and then he let it go to the 2-minute warning, and it was a 3rd down play. All right, Arizona, you want to run it, and we'll stop you?
Yeah, man.
And then, okay, fine. We'll either use it or we won't use it, and you're going to give us the ball, or you throw it, and if we break this pass up, we have our timeout, and you have to punt it to us. So I thought Shanahan in that moment, in that sequence, was brilliant because he used them the right way. It was boom, boom, let it go to 2 minutes, 3rd down. All right, Arizona. And it was 3rd and 9. What are you going to do? Do you want to pass it and try to end the game?
Not to Harrison Jr., but to Zay Jones.
Good Lord.
Zay Jones. Yeah. But I mean, that's one thing about, and we won't do a lot of Arizona football until they play again, but the Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison connection is so off.
It's bad.
And there was a pass in the second half in the fourth quarter where Harrison broke off the route and Kyler threw it.
They looked like strangers did.
Right, 17 yards downfield, and Harrison's like, I'm here, and the ball is there.
Hey, Dad, give me a call after
and
this.
And then there's the other one where he had the massive drop
That's incredible.
It was a completely blown coverage. Niners completely blew the coverage, and Fred Warner looks around. He's like, "Oh my God, I have to!" And so Fred runs down, and he's 8 yards behind, and Harrison
man,
drop, and so
the ball didn't even hit his hands.
Wasn't it
the ball went through?
Yeah. Shout out Raymond. It was a Chester.
Listen, you know that this can be fighting words type of a word, and so we all have to be very careful when we use it, and more importantly, when we use it.
Don't use it.
It's too early. It's way too early. He's not a bust, but he is a wild disappointment so far. Marvin Harrison.
Okay,
Jr.
I was like Kyler, but I get you.
The fourth pick in the draft with his dad's name.
Yeah.
And Kyler each week is talking about, they're asking about the targets. And he's, some weeks you get 11 and some weeks you get 4. Not that guy.
He owned it in the post game. I don't know if you guys saw it. He's like, I got to be a better pro. I was supposed to catch that. I didn't. I was like, okay, I'll give you that. It don't mean nothing.
I think he's got 2 100-yard games in his career. I mean,
Pearsall's killing him.
He's just not very good right now. Maybe he will be someday.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. What'd you guys think of the Niners on the 4th and 1 going for it instead of the field goal that I think could have put them up 9-6
with a hampered Mac Jones?
Well, that was my issue with it. And then
he barely got the handoff.
I get that nobody ever kicks anymore on the 1 yard line. It's just like you're something lesser than a man if you kick on the 1 yard line. But Mac can't walk, and then he drops him back. And so Mac predictably is like, I better get rid of this ball way too early and almost got Christian killed.
He should be a Kaiser.
Even if Christian catches that, I mean, he may fumble it. Like, that whole sequence was messy. But I also get that part of that thought process is if we don't get it, then they've got the ball at the 1. And Kyler Murray came within an inch of a safety, which is the idea.
That's just incredible.
So.
And the 4th and 2 upstairs, up top to Pearsall for 34. I'm like, what are you doing?
He's doing what everyone's finally asked him to do, isn't he?
Man.
Aren't we obligated to love it? That'd be my answer to you, Steiny. Aren't we obligated to love what Kyle did? Everyone's been yelling at him for 6 years being too conservative.
How about this? No hands, Mom.
You're not going to kick that.
Why not?
Because you're at the 40 and it's a 58-yarder. And
No. This is the 4th and 1. This is the 4th and 1.
I thought you were talking about the 4th and 2.
At the goal line.
Both for that
where he barely got it there.
And if you're going to go for it on 4th and 2, you're not obligated to hawk the ball down the field.
You're not.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm getting at.
4th and 1, I thought that, you had to go for it, and I don't know what the other play call would be because, and I'm looking at my game log, I watched it again today, and the previous play, you went 3rd and 1 from the 1. You went 23 personnel.
Barely got
2 running backs and 3 tight ends, which means you had no wide receivers. And, Mac Jones could barely even get the stretch to him.
He had to dive. He dove to hand it off.
So you've got a quarterback who can't do that. Right. You can't sneak him because he's also he's kind of broken. So what are you going to do? The only thing you can do is to try to throw for it, and you did, and McCaffrey got absolutely decleated, and there you go.
You can hand it off up the middle. You're allowed to.
You are, but you tried that the previous play, and, you tried to stretch.
You ran a stretch. I just mean run it up the middle.
Yeah, but if you watch, the majority of the game, they had a lot of trouble running it inside, and, that's something that we can talk about going forward about, some of the frailties and the struggles of the Niners. They don't run the ball very well inside the guards or in the tackles. So you get down in that red zone and you don't have a lot of choices. So I didn't mind that they went for it because if you kick it, okay, now it's 9-6 and you kick off and they get the ball at the 35 and you got 3 points, or you don't get it and they're at the 1. All right, Arizona, you haven't done anything, Casey Schmidt, all day. So go ahead and go 99 yards on us. And they didn't.
Yeah, I think one of the things, just from watching games the first 3 weeks, there is way more decision-making on these kind of plays, whether it's 4th and 2 at the 40 or whether it's 4th and 2 at the 2, because the field position is so positive after kickoffs that it may become more valuable to start a team a defensive team inside the 10. If you can somehow get them inside the 10, about 1 out of 14 drives need to go 90 yards these days. You know what I mean? Like, it's an unfamiliar place to be back deep anymore.
It's a super interesting point. Like okay, let's say 4th and 3 and you're at the opponent's 39.
Yep.
Right? Something like that.
I'm going
What are your
for it.
options? You could go for it. If you don't get it, they get it at the 39.
Yeah. All right.
You could try a long field goal. If you don't get it, they get it all the way out there.
At the 47.
At the 47.
Yep.
But you could go for it and get it and have that lead to points, and then you're going to kick off, and where do they get it? Kind of actually at the same freaking place on the field-ish. Like they're out across the 30 either way. So I'm with you, Steiny. Like, people are just firing on fourth
It's
down.
like Madden video
It doesn't
game.
matter what quarter. The score doesn't matter. It's just bow, 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 bow.
Well, New England went forward on their own 15.
Yeah, well,
I
that
was like,
just-
come on, man.
Mike Vrabel's there.
I don't even want to watch
And they got
that.
it, right? And they got it.
That was
Shit, they
stupid.
got it.
That was dumb.
Whatever, they got it.
They lost.
I mean, it feels like the way I was thinking was, I think it was right at the end of the third quarter where it was a 4th and 1. And I'm thinking, like, I guess this is the way they think 30 years ago is kick the field goal. Your defense is great. Kick the field goal, go up 9-6, and then they have to score to beat you, but you got a great defense and it's shutting them down. But, like, it feels like these days there's way more to consider now. And one of them would be, okay, so we don't get it. Okay, well, they got to go 98 yards to get a touchdown, obviously. And I think I'm starting to I was taking note of all the where they started the line of scrimmage, man.
Yep.
It is unbelievable.
It's incredible.
Everybody's starting to 35 or better.
Does anybody here like that? Because I can't stand it.
I don't know. It hasn't.
Yeah, it's not like it was a 50 to 40 game.
Yeah, it
last
hasn't
night.
changed. I mean, look how many games you still have. A lot of teams that are. I mean, the Browns and Packers played 13-10. The Niners and Cardinals.
Everybody's Super Bowl favorite Packers. Yeah,
last night. Good Lord, I don't know what the
I
hell
saw
those
your
two
tweet.
teams were
That was
doing the
bad.
entire night. So, like, I'd be with you if we were seeing that Cowboy Giant game last week. If we were seeing that breakout all the time, that'd be one thing. But hasn't changed how the game feels so far yet.
No, and you get more kick returns. And I'm just looking at the game notes and, the opening kick. And shout out Eddie Pinheiro, who not only is making every kick that he has for points, but he also is kicking the ball to the 1, to the 2. He had one touchback yesterday, but the opening kick, he kicked it to the 2. Yeah. And, okay, all right, Arizona, come out and return it. And so we're getting more returns. And if you have a good coverage unit, then you can get them inside the 30, 35. Then it actually is a benefit to you.
Trying to think of some of the other stuff that I'd written down where the decisions had come in. And, I mean, the 4th and 2, obviously you throw to Pearsall. It's such a gutsy play.
Gosh, man.
Star.
Wasn't like he was wide open.
Star in the making.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Star in the making. Does everybody feel better about that pick now?
Man.
Everyone feel better
remember
about
I was
the
asking
pick?
you, can he be a number 1? I don't know. Come on, man.
Well, and I'm going to say this about Mykel Williams. It's now time for you to have your Ricky Pearsall moment because with Bosa out, Pearsall is going to play more now on the outside. You're going to have Yetur Gross-Matos play out there. You're going to have Mykel Williams play out there. All right, Mykel, not that you have to be Nick Bosa
But he's been popping
automatically.
against the run, though.
He has been, but you have enough inside already that you can move him to the outside now. And now I do think that you're going to have him outside on pass downs and be the first-round pick, dude. You're a first-round pick.
There's going to be a drop-off. There's even if he's great, that'll be his 4th game this weekend. Like,
There's a drop-off, but I'm not saying go out there and be Bosa, but now's your chance to go out there and show that you're a first-round pick.
The concern is I think we've learned over time, and his rookie year was the best example of this. The trickle-down of Nick to the rest of the defense is significant. So when people go, and my son did this right when I saw him right after the news broke this morning, he's like, they still got Huff and they still got Mykel Williams. I said, right, but now they have Huff and Mykel Williams where the offense does not need to pay attention to a Nick Bosa anymore. That's going to make life on everybody. The secondary as well.
Now you get the attention.
The secondary as well. They're going to have to guard longer, and the pass rush is like the data was already even there yesterday. Kyler Murray had, I think, an extra half second on average when Nick was not on the field as opposed to when he was. So there's going to be a drop-off. And the timing is good that the 49ers quarterback is coming back because they're going to have to be a more prolific offense.
Yeah, and we talked about Ricky Pearsall. 16 receptions on the season, 14 have gone for first downs, but they've been money ones too. Like, he just looks smooth as all outdoors.
Stud.
Draft night, I'm like, who?
Stud.
I know now, Pretty Ricky.
There's a lot of them. I was thinking about, who's on that trajectory. Some of them are already there. Like Dibs brought up Malik Neighbors. Neighbors is already, that's a big-time name. But
he's the quarterback.
Harrison was in this same draft, by the way.
I'm not done with him yet.
I'm not done with him, but would you take, like, if you were to do it today and someone was like, you want Harrison or Pearsall?
Pearsall.
There you go. And Ibuka, who's only played 3 games in Tampa, that dude's going to be a star.
He's a player.
Absolute star. Yeah, like the Pearsall, the Pearsall thing's really exciting. He's really, really good.
I mean, he's been.
My gosh.
I can't remember. Did he have any drops last year? Because I don't remember a ball that he's dropped.
Can't remember any.
Oh, and the other thing I wanted to ask is, there's no way they can give a pass defended and a drop on the same play.
No.
Yeah. So that one by Stout was. That's a pass defended.
Yeah, that's not a drop. That's not a drop.
You know how many DBs would have been like, oh, Dibs, you got it. Let me just lay on you. He was like, nah, you ain't holding on to that thing.
No, and you play all the way through the play, and he had his hand in there, and he got it done. The drops that I noted, 2 of them were Christian McCaffrey in the first half.
Absolutely.
2 oh my goodness.
And then he did something that's never happened before. He dropped a ball that he caught. That's never. You know what I'm talking about?
Which one?
The one that he caught it, but he totally bobbled it so bad that he took away his ability to go anywhere.
That's right.
And he kind of caught it going to the ground. But there were 3 balls that hit him in the hands that he didn't receive correctly.
And you had a couple of big ones from Arizona. The DeMercado, which was a walk-in touchdown,
right.
and the Harrison.
Connor takes that in.
Harrison, that would not have been a touchdown, but he goes for an easy 40 or 50. But if he would have
wiggled and jiggled, you might have
maybe. Yeah, and so those were 2 big plays, and so I mean, what Mark was saying before about 3-0 ... but. There's no but when it comes to pro football. You take what you can get.
That's Green Bay. Lost it.
And last year, Ronnie Bell, it's like, oh my God, Ronnie, you catch that, they win. And so that's kind of the way it goes. And a little bit of that is like the NBA. It's a make or miss league, Yeah. It's like, oh, if the Valkyries can hit that last shot, then they go back to Minnesota for game 3, but they didn't, so you lose. And so you take what you can get. But I do agree with you, Mark, about what you're saying about going forward. I think the pressure with Nick Bosa being out is not on Michael Williams. It's on Brock Purdy, because now you need to be a 30-point-a-game offense. That's what you now need. Now the offense is going to be much more important. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take 24.
Okay.
That's a lot.
You take 20.
30 a game. They're not going to average 30 a game.
I mean, can they get to 20?
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Have they yet, other than New Orleans?
No. I mean,
because the run game is nothing to write home about, and we don't know why yet, right?
Well, I would guess that other defensive coordinators are Belichicking the Niners, which is that they're going to come in and focus solely on Christian.
Beat us in the air.
You don't even know who their receivers are, but reinforcements are on the way.
Kendrick Bourne,
Demarcus Robinson,
right.
maybe Juwan Jennings. I don't know the extent, but and by the way, and the quarterback.
Yeah,
the quarterback. The reinforcements are on the way.
And
so
the Kittle factor is something that we cannot underrate, because if you watched yesterday and you had Farrell and you had Tonjes, and they're out there, but when they're out there, the defense is thinking, all right, you're going to block.
1 more week without him.
And maybe 2, but
who? Kittle?
You
have to sit out at least 2 more, right?
Yeah, it's weeks 2 through 5.
Okay.
And then he'll be back.
So, all right, guys, we'll bring it home on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. That's right. This is what I do. I'm going to make you be happy today.
It's a Victory Monday. What's wrong with you people?
I'm going to make you be happy.
I'm already happy.
Not you. I know you're happy.
Super happy.
I mean, we'll see what happens by 6.
Even though I woke up at 3 with the 4.6 earthquake.
Oh, did you wake you up?
Dude, rumble. That thing was a super shaker at my house.
I think 4.3, they said, and it was East
4.6, but
well,
whatever.
I saw 4.6, and then it ended up at 4.3. It was based in Berkeley. Funny story about that. And everybody who calls about the Niners, you can end your call with, did it or did it not wake you? I was a no. My whole house slept through that.
Wow. Okay.
Very deep sleeping family.
Okay.
Like out.
Oh, us too, but that thing was like, I can't even tell you how loud.
The funny thing is the way my brain works when I'm asleep, there's only one thing that might, and it's only a might, it might wake me up, which is if somebody is trying to get in touch with me. So in other words, if you text or call, there's a chance that buzzing phone, because I don't put it on silent, there's a chance that buzzing phone will wake me up. So here's what's so stupid about me. 4.3 earthquake comes through. That doesn't wake me up.
Okay.
But it woke Christy up across town. She texts me 5 minutes later, and her texting woke me up.
That's so funny.
5 minutes later. She's like, wow, what a shaker. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Wow.
I don't even know. But so a text will wake me up. This is how attached to my phone I am.
Okay.
But an earthquake, no, I'm good.
Not an issue.
I'm good. That just means I'm like, we're rolling over here.
And you're far enough away from the epicenter to where it was probably more of a slow roller. And we were about 6 miles away, and it was...
Wow, yeah.
Dude, it was like 5 seconds of kapow, kapow. And, of course, that woke me up. And then my wife, like, launching out of bed and grabbing me as if to say, like, grab the baby, grab the go bag. And I'm like,
go.
It's just an earthquake.
It's an earthquake.
And thankfully the 3-year-old did not wake up, so it was all right.
Phew, yeah.
Back
and
to
then
sleep.
The other thing is to me, I know that there's trouble if the dog will let you know.
Always. Early.
Penny didn't move.
Penny
just
worthless. Worthless.
Yeah, completely. All right. 888-957-9570. And that's what I want each of you to sort of explore within yourself. We've got competing emotions today. There's no question about it. You're 3-0, Niner fans, but you also lost one of your best. And you didn't lose this one temporarily. You lost him for the rest of the year. Nick Bosa is gone with a torn ACL. So those two things get into a little boxing match inside our bellies. You won dramatically. You're 3-0, and you feel like you're stealing right now. You don't even feel like the Niners have played great football. Yet you're 3-0 with 2 division wins. You're sitting there in first place, picking your teeth, looking down at the Los Angeles Rams. Isn't that wonderful? And in the back of your mind, you're like, plus we're going to get better. We're going to acquire a quarterback. We're going to acquire a tight end. We're going to acquire some really good receivers. Acquire. Bang. Nick Bosa's out for the year. Does that knock out your 3-0 excitement? Or does your 3-0 excitement find a way to navigate through the disappointment and just that bummed feeling, that pit in your stomach? And does it end up winning as we move here into the second half of our day? What wins? The excitement of 3-0 or the devastation of another torn ACL for Nick Bosa? So we would love to hear from you. We'll take your calls right now and throughout the day. 888-957-9570. Within you, what's winning? Is it the 3-0 exultation sensation? Or is it the depressive nature? Thank you. Is it the depressive nature of Nick Bosa's out for the year?
It's the 3-0 because 3-0 is 3-0. And yes, Nick Bosa's out for the year, and that sucks. And I feel for him, and I feel for Cheryl, friend of the program, and all the rest of it. And this is now the 3rd time he's torn his ACL. And I was looking back at his history because I was remembering that before he went.
No, come on,
not ACL.
Can I admit something awful? It's not awful, but like I'm driving in today, and I'm like, Is he gonna do the Cheryl impersonation today? Mom, I tore my ACL.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, no, babe.
No.
Not Nick.
I have to admit it went through my head.
Me too.
I hate myself for that. But it did.
I mean, I didn't want to, get to that in the opening segment, but
here we are.
And it sucks. And I was thinking about Nick Bosa and his ligaments because I remembered back in high school, before he went to Ohio State, he had the torn ACL, and I actually looked it up, and Cheryl Bosa was the one who reported it, saying, yeah, it was a partial tear of his right ACL, and then back in 2020, it was the left ACL, and now it's the right ACL again. And so part of me thinks it's really sad for Nick because
for sure
he may never be the same player again. He's now torn his ACL 3 times, 2 on the one side, 1 on the other. That's for another day. I know he can rehab and still be a very good player, but in the short term, yeah, you're 3-0, and you have a really good defense without him. You played really well yesterday without him. You have an offense that is getting healthier and getting better, and you're 3-0. And, it's football, Mark, and you've talked a lot about it. Like, injuries are 100% guaranteed for everyone, maybe not this bad, but you're a team that is 3-0. You can't be better than 3-0. You're not going to go 17-0, but can you be? I mean, you're allowed to.
You are.
Only a few teams are allowed to still in the NFL. And so I feel really, really bad for Nick because, God, he's playing so well. And you watched it happen. And I actually thought immediately the worst. I didn't know if it was an ACL, but the way his knee bent and the way he was kind of pushed and contacted, I thought, oh, boy.
Yeah, it's non-contact.
Yeah. I mean, it was minor contact, but the knee just went boom. And so I thought, oh, my God, the worst. And so, yeah, you feel terrible for Nick, and you realize that the team has got to go forward. But you're 3-0. That's awesome.
They're 3-0.
3-0.
And they're kind of 4.5-0. They're 2-0 in the division, and one of them's on the road. So that's worth 2, and the Cardinal game's worth 1.5. The Niners are 4.5-0.
Whatever you want to do with your fractions.
That's what I want to do.
You get crazy with your fractions.
Well,
if you beat Jacksonville and you lose to the Rams and you're 4-1 and the Rams are also 4-1, well then
you're in second place.
Right.
So that's worth a loss and a half. So then you're down to
whatever
6.5.
However you want to do
carry the 2. You get what I'm saying.
I totally do.
All last week, this game is bigger. This game is bigger than your sexy matchups against the Cowboys or the Packers or the Lions or the Eagles or whatever. This is bigger. It's a Cardinal division team. And by the way, they lost a really big horse too. They lost I think very highly of Trey Benson. I think their running game is going to survive for now, but they lost a really good football player too. And they lost a game. So to them, that feels like they lost 1.5. Plus they had the lead with 2 minutes to go, So anyway, let's talk it out. Again, we want to hear from you. Let's do it. 888-957-9570. What is winning inside your emotions? The high of the 3-0 or the low of Nick Bosa? Let's go to Rob in San Jose. Hi, Rob. Thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, for me, man, it's definitely the Bosa winning out. Just having it happen again to him. Having all the injuries that we already have, being down the players that we are. The wins are great, but the wins are temporary, and Bosa's out for the rest of the season. And obviously there's going to be a means to regression where we're not going to be, 4, 5, 6, 7-0. You got some tough games coming up against the Rams, against the Bucks. And, yeah, man, he's the leader of the defense, right? It's like losing Fred Warner. Like, Bosa and Fred Warner are the cornerstones that we have now. And so losing a cornerstone on the defensive side, we've lost a couple cornerstones on the offensive side. It's great they're finding ways to win, but just really kind of sucks.
I get it.
Yeah.
And by the way, I want to, I was kind of joking to be like, I'm going to make you be happy today. I don't think there's not a right or wrong answer here. It's just how long you want to take thank you, Rob, to process something and sort of like what wins out in the end with the way you look at it. For me, this is why the 3-0 start outweighs the bummer nature of the Nick Bosa injury. The reason it wins out is I try like hell in these seasons to stay right where we are. It's absolutely why I reject Super Bowl or bust on you every year. I don't ever like it. I don't care.
That's not it this year.
No, but
that was last year.
To me, but it's never. It's never, because it's why I don't like playing win-loss on the schedule game. I don't know who's going to be available in December. But I will tell you, same thing here in the positive direction. I don't know who's going to be on the team in December. Trey Hendrickson might be on the team. Cam Jordan might be on the team. There's a bunch. Have you all watched the NFL? Some sucky teams out there who are not going to care about their players come trade deadline. And they're going to be looking to shed. And the 49ers have the cap space to do it with expiring contracts. Hendrickson comes up because his agreement with the Bengals was not a big deal. They agreed on a 1-year expiring deal. He's perfect. And you could say, well, but the Bengals are 2-0. Give me a break. They're not going to be they're 2-1 now. Did you see them yesterday? They're done.
I started Jake Browning.
They're done.
Well,
they're done.
I mean, he's allowed to play better, but that was a struggle yesterday. And it was not all him. They turned the ball over 71 times.
It's incredible.
I mean, wow.
They have a bad defense already, and now their offense is missing their quarterback. Like, they're not going to win a lot of football games. So that's an interesting target. And I don't know where this is going to go, but if the Niners record, when does the trade deadline come around? When is that?
Usually about the end of October.
Right. And so the Niners will be, 9 games in?
Something like that.
Like if they're 7-2 or something like that, which is beyond reasonable, they'll make some moves if that's what they feel like is necessary. So I don't run the Nick injury through the Super Bowl prism. I just run it through right now. And can they continue to function over the next couple of months without Nick Bosa? Yeah, at a lower level. But yeah, they can still. I don't think they're going to win all the games, but they can still win some of them.
Of course.
For sure.
November 4th is the trade deadline. So you've got another, basically a month and a week. So roughly 6 games until you get to the deadline. And, you're allowed to trade before that. Famously, they had the Jimmy Garoppolo trade, which was on Halloween, October 31st, way back when they picked up Garoppolo. So they could make a move earlier than that. And, it all comes down for me to see what you have. You drafted all these young defensive players, and now you got Mykel Williams who can play outside. Your interior defensive line has been really, really good with Collins and Davis, and Huff has quietly been better than you would have thought. So I don't know if you are going to be that desperate just yet in the short term, and we'll see. You play 2 or 3 games, you see how everyone else can fit into your defense, and you act accordingly.
We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford, and this is what we're doing today. We'll have our 3 things at 3:15. Other than that, let's hear from you. And Matt and Jonathan and Mike, stay right where you are. We're coming to you. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is winning inside your emotions? The high of the 3-0 or the low of the Nick Bosa news? This is Willard and Dibs.
Serramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Serramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at serramonteford.com, your Bay Area Ford store. Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
It's time to trade in and trade up during Lazy Boy's Trade-In Day sales event. Save 20% store-wide on recliners, sectionals, sofas, and more. Plus, get an extra $100 off when you upgrade your comfort. Trade in the old, bring home the new, and save big at Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Don't get it twisted. We're going to take your phone calls, and we're here on a Victory Monday.
Victory Monday, through it all.
Don't get it twisted, though. We are not burying the lead. The man sitting across the table from me is 11-2.
What?
The man sitting across the table from me had the cojones to pick against the Niners, get the pick right, and still have the Niners win the game.
You play to win the game.
Cardinals plus 2.5.
Hello?
You play to win the game.
I'm impressed. And then you had the Stones, forget picking the game right, to watch last night's game from beginning to end.
I mean, it was a hold your nose special.
Jeez. To come out of that Niner-Cardinal game and then watch a different game and go, ooh, this is ugly. Like, that's how bad last night's football game was. I don't even know what the hell the two teams were attempting to do.
I was trying to have a tweet about Jackson Dart, and our friend of the program, Nick Costos, actually said it perfectly, and I'm like, you know what? That's the tweet that I wanted to send.
What did he say?
He said, Russell Wilson should never take another snap ever again. End of sentence, end of tweet.
He's right. He's right.
That fourth down throw where, okay, you need to score a touchdown and you throw it into the 17th row. What are you doing, Russ?
Yeah. Wow. And he's just hucking the ball up. Like he's playing disinterested. You know what I mean?
Terrible.
I'm going to predict right now, like some sort of sideline fight between Russ and Malik Neighbors next week. And then I will also predict that next week will be the final game that Russell Wilson starts.
Yeah.
In the NFL, because
they play the Chargers.
Which is a really good defense. I'm not putting Jackson Dart in front of a New York crowd to do that.
Nope.
But they play at New Orleans the week after that.
Yep.
There's your spot.
There it is.
There's your spot.
Yep.
So anyway, that's all the Giants talk for this week.
Sure.
Both football and baseball combined.
My God, equally bad.
Let's get back to you. 888-957. And by the way, there's another pick tonight. He's 11-2, and it's Monday night, and it's a good one.
And the pick is in.
I know it is. Can't wait. I can't wait to find out what this one is. The Ravens and the Lions tonight for the Monday Nighter. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is winning out inside you? The excitement of 3-0 or the bummer of Nick Bosa's out for the year with a torn ACL? How about we go out to Jonathan in the city? Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Hey, the sweet emotion is because of the winning. 3-0, first place in the division. What a start. And especially love the way they're winning. I mean, Kyle Shanahan is, doing a masterful job of using the air yardage right now, especially with what you guys are doing, what we all saw, that very gutsy fourth down play down the sideline. That was beautiful, guys. And also, I want to say, hey, what a super gutsy performance by Mac Jones. He got kind of injured there. Hopefully it's not too serious like Knicks, because they're just falling like flies again, man. I don't know what it is. It's probably the water in Santa Clara. But, hey, it's also, I want to say, thank God that the special teams is special again, man. Eddie kicked a game-winning field goal. I thought we were really going to get undone by the safety. Thank God the offense was able to engineer a drive to get that field goal as time expires. And, hey, Nick's injured, but it's like a blessing in disguise. Now we get to see more of the young guys that they picked up to the draft. And, hey, let's just keep this going. Go Niners.
Jonathan, thanks. I wouldn't call it a blessing in disguise. I do love the positivity. I do want to point something else out, though, for special teams. I know that we see field goals go through the upright, and we get excited, and we think special teams are all set. The safety is on the special teams, and you've got to keep little things like this in mind. Here's what I mean by that. There used to be a rule. I see it get broken now all the time. And I know Sky Moore is new to the Niners. I don't know to what level this conversation has happened, and I don't know if the 49ers even agree with me. But the deal used to be, if you're a punt returner and you're standing on the 10 and the ball is over your head, let it go, because there's a very high chance it's going to go into the end zone. Did you see what happened on the next Cardinal punt? Sky Moore.
Fair catch.
No, he let it go over his head, and it went in the end zone. So the Niners started at the 20, and they ended up with a game-winning field goal. Instead, the prior time, he does a fair catch all the way back at the 5. That's a losing play. What are you really gaining there? Are you stopping the chances of it being at the 4 or the 3? You're already at the 5. There's no point in catching the ball there in a fair catch situation. You are much better off letting the ball go, see if it goes into the end zone. If it doesn't, maybe you're at the 3, maybe you're at the 2, whatever. You're already at the 5. You're already kind of buried back there. Do not catch the ball back there, especially with an immobile quarterback who is dinged. Like that set Mac Jones and the offensive line up for a lack of success, and then it's exactly what happened. So obviously Pooney shares some responsibility. I'm not saying otherwise, but the special team, those are little things that are that are still happening that I would love to see be cleaner.
Special teams, though, getting better.
Yes.
You can't deny that it's getting better. And the second punt that you're referring to, that was a no-brainer. That thing was already going to bounce at the 2 or the 1. The other one, he's backing up from the 10. And, yeah, you need to know where you start at the 10, and if you're backing up, you should probably let that one go. And that turned out to be a bad play. And, you're at the 6, though. That doesn't automatically mean that it's going to be a safety. And
of course not.
I look more at Dominic Pooney on that. And, the Niners offensive line had 3 holds in the second half, and that is an issue that's going to be there. And, you look at, actually, it wasn't all the offensive line. Tonjes had a hold, and Pooney had a hold, and that one in the end zone, that was an easy call. That was a no-brainer.
Well, it was an easy call except for this. Here's my question about the 2, the safety and then the almost safety with Kyler Murray. It feels like we're getting into a real fuzzy picture here, where Kyler's got 86% of his body's in the end zone, but it's not a safety because little pieces of his...
the ball. It's the ball.
The ball, partially in the end zone, then out of the end zone.
It has to be all of him and all the ball.
But then I would say, why not the same for Dominic Pooney's hold, which clearly started at the 2-yard line. So, to me, it's just... I'm not saying it wasn't a hold. It was. But the letter of the law tells me that if anything and any part of your body is out of the end zone, then that's what plays. And Pooney's hold, he got dragged into the end zone holding the guy.
Right. So when did the hold start? The thing.
To me, it started at the 2-yard line.
Yeah, I don't know if it started that early, and obviously the ref didn't see it or didn't call it until it got in the end zone, and so it's a little bit of a gray area. But for me, it's partly Sky Moore, yes, and I do think that the special teams was, by and large, much better. You had a kickoff where I think it was Garendo caught it in the end zone, and he just took a knee. And so, lesson learned, yeah, exactly, touchback. Here we go out to the 35. So I do think they're making progress. They gave up one big kick return, but other than that, they were much, much better.
This is going to sound mean, but here's another reason for Garendo to take a knee if he catches it in the end zone. He doesn't appear to be very good at returning kicks.
No.
He's not very good at it. Dude, when you do catch it at the 2, you get knocked down by the first guy. You pick the wrong spot to run every time. I don't even know if he ever gets out to the 30, which is just kind of like the baseline now.
I got him with a 20-yard return in the fourth quarter to the 28. He caught it. That was a low-line drive. Yeah. He got 20 yards to the 28, but otherwise it was, Sky Moore had a 30-yarder, and beyond that, there weren't that many big explosives.
No, it does not look right. Isaac Garendo is arrow down for me right now. You know what I mean? I think there's the injury thing that keeps happening with him. Not very good at returning kicks. I think the 49ers got Brian Robinson for a reason. I don't think they love him as a backup running back. And they got to see him, obviously, in a situation that was low leverage late last year. And, he had some moments. It's some moments that were nice. He broke some runs here or there, but I don't love Isaac Garendo's vision, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and so, you've got Sky Moore, who's got questionable hands and questionable judgment. So what are you going to do with kick returns?
Better returner, though. He's been, I don't love that he caught that ball that I was just talking about, but his returns have been much better than Isaac Garendo's.
Yep, I got him here for a 30-yarder after Arizona got that field goal in the second half. He got a 30-yarder out to the 36, and that was the one where he broke a tackle and got a little bit of a positive impact on that play. But special teams for me last year were a flat F across the board.
Totally.
And so now, yesterday was probably their best game, better than a C, but overall it's still kind of middle of the road, but improving.
Can you imagine if that was Jake Moody that went out there?
For the game winner?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, people would be like...
Would you have left the TV
nauseous,
on?
yeah.
I'm going for a walk. Tell me later if it went in or not.
And when you watch his kicks, Eddie Pinheiro, they come off the foot and they are...
right
dead straight.
Down Broadway.
Even if they're not
actually,
if they're not right down the middle.
His first one was a little dicey yesterday.
But they're not going like left to right or right to left.
Correct.
They are straight.
They're straight.
Whether or not it's like a little bit of a block or a little bit of a pull, it's dead straight off the foot.
Let's go to Matt in San Jose. 888-957-9570. What's hitting you today? What's winning inside your emotions? Is it the high of the wins or the low of Bosa? Hey, Matt, what's up?
You know what? What wins more so is the 3-0 start. And I'm going to, I guess, use the Schedule Sam conversation we had last week, talking about, it's just the Saints. And if the schedule's they're playing the Jaguars. Like, are they good enough to beat the Jaguars without Nick Bosa? Well, yeah, sure. I mean, are they good enough to beat the Rams? Maybe. We'll see. Like, they have enough time to get the offense healthy, get players back, get the reinforcements, and still keep pushing this thing forward as Saleh figures out how to work with these guys without Bosa. Maybe they do make a trade. They have so much time to figure it out. What if they develop into a championship defense over the course of the season and Robert Saleh's doing the thing and they're high-fiving and jumping on the sidelines and stuff, and here's Brock Purdy. He's healthy. He's got Ayuk back. He's got Jennings back. Ricky Pearsall is Ricky Pearsall. I mean, good God, this guy, he looks like he could be a Pro Bowler.
Baller.
I mean, they have the pieces that could make a really, really good team, and the schedule doesn't really give them too many challenges.
Matt, I agree with you, and even more so because, and thanks, Matt, I don't love looking at schedules 6, 7, 8 weeks down the road and assuming we know what that's going to look like because, 2 weeks ago you would have won, hey, Vikings-Bengals, that's an interesting game, and then it ended up being Carson Wentz against Jake Browning.
Right.
I have no idea what this is all going to look like in November. But what you're buying yourself right now is wiggle room. Like, the Niners probably will have some sort of a valley at some point this year. Why? I don't know. Like you have to go to Indianapolis. That was going to be easy. Now it looks like it's going to be hard. There might be some weird games. There might be other injuries, but you've bought yourself a lot with a 3-0 start and 2 of them being within the division. You have bought yourself a lot. You have more division wins this year than you had last year.
Exactly.
That's incredible. It's incredible. I have a hard time believing that this 3-0 start is not going to sort of come into our collective consciousness later on and go, it's a good thing you won those games.
For sure.
You know
Especially
what I mean?
when you didn't have Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So Mac Jones, who again was good enough, and he wasn't necessarily great, and you got in the fourth quarter and he threw a bad interception, and you thought, oh, God, okay, that pick's going to cost you the game, and the defense stood up, and then you got the ball back, and you gave up a safety, and that was not on Mac Jones, but you fell behind again, and then you had to give the ball back, and the defense stood up again, and then Mac Jones, okay, go down there and drive us down here and get us into a spot where you can win the game, and he did. So you went 2-0 with Mac Jones, and you probably should have Brock Purdy back this week, I would guess. I would put it at very probable. And
seems like it, yeah.
It seems like if you have Brock back, and so if Mac comes in and he goes 2-0, if Mac Jones goes 2-0 as your backup, including 1 divisional win and 1 road win, what are we even talking about? That's found money right there.
Completely. That's actually a great phrase for what I think the Niners season has been so far. It's found money. 2 of these 3 on the road. 2 of these 3 are in the division. Other players are dropping passes constantly, seemingly that could put the game away, and they're just not doing it. So things have gone their way, even in the face of all the injury luck not going their way. Mike in Santa Clara is next. Hi, Mike. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call, man. So many mixed emotions. I don't even know where to begin. I'm happy with the win, but obviously the Bosa injury is huge. I think that they do make a move to get an edge rusher just to, just basically back him up at this point. The other thing that worries me is this offensive line. I do worry especially with Mac Jones. especially if Brock Purdy is not going to be back. We don't know that for sure yet. But if Mac is going to be hobbled as he is already, where is that going to be? The special teams, it looks a lot better than it used to be. And I'm not just talking kicker. I'm just talking in general. Yeah, there were some mishaps on that. But, again, guys, I'm just all over the place on this. I'm just curious what you guys think about where the Niners go at this point. I think they do need a new edge rusher to back up the Nick Bosa injury. But, man, I'm still a little nervous about what the hell is going to happen moving forward. So that's all I wanted to kind of get across.
Mike, I get it. I think you speak for many people where it's like it's really hard to define whether this is a good day or a bad day. It's a lot of both. All I can do is kind of share what I try to do in these situations, and I have found, admittedly, this is one of the hardest things to do in life. But how to think about what the Niners should do or where they are, it's Monday. It's Monday, September 22nd.
Yep.
So let's do Monday, September 22nd. In a football sense, because there's no game for 6 days, I would say, what do? You go play Jacksonville. That's what you do. Don't even worry about the Rams in a week and a half yet. No, I would not make a call and overpay for a star defensive lineman today. I would not do that. It's that's blinking. You're 3-0. Be 3-0. And go face the team you're favored to beat again this weekend in the Jacksonville Jaguars, hopefully with your starting quarterback back on the field, and hopefully that's a healthier outcome in terms of the players and all of those things this weekend. I think the time will come as to, A, do the Niners need to pick up someone else? B, is someone else available? C, does their record at the time call for that? And I think that the answer to all three of those things is probably yes, but that's why I'm stoked. They're 3-0.
Yeah.
And it's Monday, September 22nd, and the Jaguars are on a plane this weekend, and I like the Niners' chance to beat them too.
You've got 6 more games until the deadline. And the deadline's on the 4th of November, and you've got the Giants 2 days before that, and you go to New York at that point. And so in 6 games, Cincinnati might be in sell mode. The Giants probably will be. Who knows who else is going to be looking to move off of pieces that you may want to acquire. And you may find out that Mykel Williams is actually really, really good on the outside. And he's played inside, he's played outside, he's kind of moved around a little bit, but you're going to find out what you actually have on your team if you can have Mykel Williams go out there and be more of a defensive end, and C.J. West and Alfred Collins and all the rest of the guys in the interior who've been so good, and Sam Okawanu, who's been good, and Yetur Gross-Matos. You've got a really deep defensive line. You may not miss Nick Bosa as much as we all think that you do right now. Now, I know he's a star, and he is your best defensive player in the front. I think Fred Warner's your best defensive player overall, but you may find that you can make do with what you have and still be a good defense.
Maybe. I don't think by any stretch the defense has now totally got their pants around their ankles. I just know that the presence of Nick Bosa makes everybody else a better player. He is one of those players, and that's my concern today. It's not even just about the Bosa production in and of itself in a vacuum. It's about the fact that his presence means that you've got more one-on-one time for the other pass rushers. You have in coverage, those guys need to be good for a second less than they will need to be now. It doesn't mean they can't do it, but it is going to be harder. It's going to be harder for all of those other players, and many of them are going to have to grow up fast. Let's go to another Jonathan in Alaska. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, I actually got a couple thoughts. I'm actually down the middle on the whole thing here. So super thrilled with the win. I mean, that's the kind of game we would have lost last year. So they came through when they had to. This Nick thing, it's just a bummer because the rookies were looking really good. The team, they're getting better game by game, and with Nick as one of the leaders, and with him out now, I think we can still be a playoff team, but with him out, I think our ceiling is significantly lower. Because we could get there, but he's the kind of guy who could just wreck a game, a playoff game, make one play, can swing a game. And I don't know. It's not quite the same example because the Lions had a lot of other injuries last year, but, they lost Aiden Hutchinson last year, and they had a great year, but got to the playoffs. They couldn't stop anybody. So I just think it lowers our ceiling, and that's what bums me out about it.
No, there's no question.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, too.
It is. At the same time, though, again, the way I'm going to choose to look at this is to say the lower the ceiling, you're already flashing forward to December and January. And I don't know who's on the team yet. So that can change. That absolutely can change. And I also don't know how many of you were looking at the 49ers as a true Super Bowl contender, even with Nick. Is that how you were thinking about this?
No, of course not.
So,
of course not.
Depends on what perspective you started with, I guess.
Yeah, and I started with the perspective of they couldn't win the division. They can be a team that wins a game, and then you get down to the final 4 teams in your conference, and you're going to have a hard time. Green Bay, wow, even though yesterday was, a little bit sideways, and Jordan Love, bad game. Is it a trend? We don't really know.
They have a good defense.
Philadelphia is a really good team, and they found a way to beat the Rams, who I think the Rams are also a really good team. Tampa Bay is interesting without Mike Evans, and we don't know how long he'll be out, if it's 4 weeks or longer with the hamstring. That sure looked like a classic grade 2, like kind of a George Kittle, where he might be out for longer, but Tampa's a team I think that is dangerous. So even if you get to that divisional round in the playoffs, you're going to face a really good team. And if you beat that team, you'll face an even better team. And if you win that game, you'll face a team in the AFC who is unlike any team you'll face all year.
The only bad news in looking at the framework of the NFC is that the Niners play in what is, and we told you this before, is a very high floor division. I don't know if it's great at the top, but boy, it's great at the bottom. The Niners are in first place by themselves. They're also a game out of last place. Like, everybody's got a winning record, and that by far and away is the only division who can say something like that. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Your phone calls don't stop now. So, Dan and Guru and Miguel, keep them coming. 888-957-9570. We take your calls, continuing right now. What's winning inside your emotions? The high of the 3-0, the low of Nick Bosa. This is Willard and Dibs.
This hour is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Looking to get out there and feel in your hair? Chevy EVs have you covered. Like the Blazer EV, with bold style that's sure to you away. And with Silverado EV, towing is a breeze, with the capability to hitch up and tow with ease. And Equinox EV helps you keep moving along with confidence. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Grove Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Edwin from Pacifica. Dale and Clay serviced our chemical storage bunker and dock doors in our commercial warehouse. They were highly professional and thorough. Thank you, R&S, for outstanding service.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Jones takes a shot. It is Pearsall. Did he hold on? He did. One-on-one ball, and number one hauls it in for the best catch of the day. It's 1st and goal, San Francisco.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Adam Amin on Fox. He does a great job. You know who else does a great job?
Who?
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, he does.
I don't get a lot of stuff right. I'm certainly no 11-2 fancy pants.
Okay, all right.
I'm not. But
you can victory lap this every single Monday.
I would like to.
You
even though, the season could turn around and go the other way any moment. But I spent all August letting everybody know, don't worry about Juwan. The Niners have their number one receiver. Don't worry about Brandon. The Niners have their number one receiver. He goes by the name Ricky Pearsall. I got to protect him from himself now.
Thank you. You got to do it right.
But
Ricky Pearsall now.
He can play. And he can play. I remember, boy, I'm old enough to remember when you all called me nuts for saying that he was going to go for over 1,000 yards this year. He only needs another 700 and change.
Right? 700.
I mean, we're in week 3. What is he, like, what is he, 3rd or 4th in the league right now by yards? I mean, we're 3 weeks in.
On his current pace, he would break 1,000 if he plays just 11 games.
Week 11. So I don't know where this is going to go. And yes, other receivers are going to get thrown back into the mix. That's part of this too. I'm not expecting that many targets for Ricky every week. You're also switching quarterbacks, blah, blah, blah. It's not even for me really about where these numbers end up. It's about the baller that we're watching. And Ricky Pearsall, of these year 1 or year 2, because he's kind of year 1.5, as we know, of these receivers, he is in very, very elite company. You know, Ibuka and Malik Neighbors. I'm scratching my head. We'll see him this weekend. I don't know what's going on with Brian Thomas Jr. I think he's fantastic, but Trevor Lawrence has decided that Parker Washington is maybe more worth his. I don't know what's going on in Jacksonville.
Right.
But there are a handful of guys from the last 2 drafts that really pop, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is not one of them, and Ricky Pearsall is. Ladd McConkey, throw some other names in there, but this is one of them dudes, and I think the Niners got this one right, big time.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, if you want to go back 3 drafts, which is, probably a little bit too much of a cherry pick, but you've got Puka Nacua, 3rd year, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Those are the only 2 guys who have more yards than Ricky Pearsall right now. Malik Neighbors in his class is behind him. Even Jamar Chase is behind him. And, so many of the guys, Ricky Pearsall 3rd right now in the league in just receiving yards. And you're right, it'll probably go down when you get DeMarcus Robinson back and eventually Brandon Ayuk back and you get George Kittle back.
And Juwan Jennings back. There's a lot of pass catchers coming.
A lot of guys who are going to be coming back. And that's actually good for Ricky. It's good for everybody. But in the meantime, when you need a big play, you go to Ricky Pearsall. And that's just the way this goes. And even looking at the first half where 3rd and 10 on your own 31-yard line and you're trying to get that field goal and you're trying to do the score now, score later thing that Kyle Shanahan loves. And you got a Ricky Pearsall explosive play, 20 yards, boom. Move the chains on 3rd and 10, and you eventually got a 51-yard field goal to give you the halftime lead. And, of course, the big play late on that 4th and 2.
Unreal.
Where great throw, too, from Mac Jones, but Ricky went up there and he got it. He eye-pointed it and got the 2 feet down, and that turned out to be the play that led to the Kyle Juszczyk touchdown.
Yeah, the only touchdown.
The only touchdown of the game. But that was a huge throw, and just even plays where he doesn't get the completion, the routes he runs, and the trust that Mac Jones has, you can clearly see that he's the dude.
That's the word, trust. I mean, I could not believe, and I don't know to what level, I don't know what call was sent out there, but 4th and 2, you're already in like what's lengthy field goal range, but you're in what you could try a field goal, and they go for it on 4th and 2, and Mac didn't even blink. He just snapped, 1 foot drop, go, just hucked it up to him right away. And so that's a lot of trust. That's a lot of faith in the players.
And a great call from Mark Sanchez on the commentary where they got up to the line. There was no pre-snap motion. They just got up there, and it was like right away. First thing that they did is just, boom, snap it. And Pearsall got free, got a free release, and he had one-on-one down the sideline, and the throw was there. I can't wait to talk to Greg Cosell about that on Wednesday. And
he's
the design, and
he might have a bromance with Ricky Pearsall.
And also the play design on. Yeah, thank you. On the McCaffrey screen that set up the game-winning field goal.
Really good. That was a really good play call too. 888-957-9570. That's the number. We're asking you, what's winning inside your emotions today? The 3-0 start or the devastation that Nick Bosa is out for the year with yet another torn ACL. Let's go to Guru in San Jose. Guru, what's going on?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Dan. Thanks for taking my call once again. So, I mean, the news is still fresh, right? And I mean, it's still fresh in my mind. Yesterday, I was very, very psyched about 3-0. Eddie Pinheiro hits the field goal. I go straight to the gym because I'm on such a high. But, yeah, I mean, I guess I go back to one of the main reasons I'm excited about the 3-0 start has been because of the defense and how good it has looked through 3 weeks. And I mean, you can put the credit on Solid, you can put the credit on the rookies, but I do think Nick Bosa, and he has been playing better this year than he has been the previous 2 years, at least through the first 3 weeks. That you cannot help but think that this is like a crushing blow to them. And we saw the numbers, the pressure numbers with and without Bosa over the course of this game. The Niners defense they do have their work cut out for them. But I guess I'm looking for another reason to be excited about the Niners. And hopefully with Brock Purdy returning and with Demarcus Robinson and Juwan Jennings, does that help the running game a little bit more? I hope so, because I think that's what the Niners are going to need now to win games. They're going to need sustained long drives on offense so that the defense can get a little more rest. I think the time of possession for the Cardinals was way more than the Niners was on Sunday. I don't think they could get away with that anymore, especially with Bosa being out. But yeah, it's just sad news, and it's fresh on my mind. Maybe tomorrow I think differently. Who knows?
That's fair. Yeah, Guru, thank you for the call. Look, this is a gut punch. We can acknowledge that. This is a brutal, brutal injury for him personally, for the 49ers, for their season. I just know that these things, they happen, and teams have survived them before. I mean, the most famous, at least in recent years, hell, the Philadelphia Eagles were on a track to win the Super Bowl, and they lost a quarterback to a torn ACL. And then they won the Super Bowl anyway.
Yep.
In fact, they won the Super Bowl with a quarterback who then showed that he's not worthy of being a starting. Like, what happened that year? I don't know. But sometimes you catch lightning in a bottle, and the 49ers will need to do that too. And in a way, I would argue this might sound weird, but if you're going to have a devastating injury, let's know about it in week 3 so that you can game plan around it. You might be able to acquire more players around it. You can do something about it. This is, for example, easier to deal with than what happened to Dre Greenlaw at halftime of the Super Bowl.
For sure.
Nothing you can do about that.
Or what happened to Brock Purdy in the NFC Championship.
Exactly right.
Where, okay, Josh Johnson, get in there and do good things.
Seriously.
And he led him on a touchdown drive, and then he got hurt, and it's like, okay, what are we even doing here? But you're right. You got 14 more games. You have a trade deadline. You've got a bunch of rookies you drafted who you can now move around. You've got a defensive coordinator that you love and you brought back, and your defense looks awesome. And you have an offense that is most likely getting healthier and getting better. So every time you go out there and play, you can win a football game in a different way. And I don't know if this 16-15 style of victory is going to really be sustainable. So yeah, go out there, offense. Now it's your turn. The defense carried you for the first 3 weeks where they were the better unit for the most part. And you're 3-0, not because of them, but they were, clearly to me the better unit. So now offense, it's up to you. Go ahead and pick us up.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dan and Miguel and Fabian and Larry, stay right where you are. Here we come. We're going to keep going with this. We normally do our 3 things at 3:15. Let's push it a little bit. We want to keep getting to as many of you as possible. 888-957-9570. What's winning with your emotions? Is it the 3-0 high or the Bosa news low? 888-957-9570. That is the number. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco, and that was a ton of fun for everybody. Hope you had a great time and joined all of our Laughing Monk crew led by Lo Neal and Evan Giddings to do all the pregame festivities for the game on Sunday. We get to do it again, same time, same place this Sunday with the Jags coming into town. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans, and this is Willard and Dibs.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey everybody, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned field. They are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community. I'm so glad that I switched to Fremont Bank 7 years ago to become a part of this good local bank because of all the great customer service that I get. They're celebrating 61 years in business. When they built this back in 1964 with one branch, they wanted to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem that is created around relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area. They're proudly independent, and they're active members of our communities, all the communities that they serve for their 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. They're one of the top local nonprofits and also a great corporate philanthropist organization. When you deposit your money, it stays local right here, and it gets reinvested into business, organizations, and activities that make the Bay Area so much better. I encourage you to go into a branch and see exactly for yourself what Fremont Bank is all about. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Hey, it's Evan Giddings, and I want you to join me and Mark Grandy at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 p.m. for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to make you answer it now. Are you happy or sad today?
Yeah.
And I know that everybody's a little bit of both, but I want to know who's winning the fight. You know what I mean? Who outplayed who yesterday? The Niners or Cardinals? Oh, a little bit of both.
That's a great question. That's a hard question.
But in the end, the Niners won.
Right.
And it can be close, but the Niners won. And so that's kind of what I'm after today. I want to know who's winning that internal struggle between, yay, we're 3-0, and, oh, crap, Bosa's out for the year.
It's obviously a mix, and, it's a victory Monday, so you want to stay in that moment because winning NFL games is very hard, and you're 3-0, and there aren't a lot of those teams that are 3-0, and then you think about the future, and you realize, okay, 3-0 without Bosa is going to be tough. It's going to be tough to get to 4-0 or 5-0 or whatever. If you get to the playoffs and you don't have Bosa and you won't have Bosa, what does that mean for your overall bigger picture? So for me, it's kind of a micro macro. In the micro, you come off a game, you won the game, and it was a hard fought game. They lost a guy, you lost a guy, you lost Mykel Williams for a while. He came back. You had backup lineman, you had a backup tight end, you had a backup quarterback, and you found a way to get the job done at home. It wasn't pretty, but you got the win, and they didn't. That is awesome. But the macro is, oh my God, Bosa is gone for the year again, and when will he be able to come back next year for the start of the year? And it's now his third ACL, and will he ever be Nick Bosa again? And so when you think about it macro, you start to think about the really, really, really bad part of what the injury means.
Well, and even the macro of the season. In other words, you could sit here and go, well, Mykel Williams and Bryce Huff, they can fill in. Are we all crazy enough to think that this is the last injury the Niners are going to suffer this year?
Right.
That's it? 14 more games and everything's just going to be hunky-dory? Your depth takes a huge hit because there will be more. There will be more. And you have to be ready for that. And testing depth is a big part of any team. And then to your point, I'll admit something that I wish, wasn't really true this morning, but I'll admit it. I already Googled the 3 words, Nick Bosa contract, in search of when's the out.
Yep.
And it's not this next offseason.
No, he's guaranteed next year.
It's another one after that. So, and he'll be able to play next year. But will he be Nick Bosa? I mean, even if he is, we always are told that first year coming off of the torn whatever, you're usually not your full-blown self. It's the year after that you can really, really get it going. And so, yeah, man, it's tough because I think there's also a realization today that this Nick Bosa experience has been very topsy-turvy. It went from, superstar rookie to torn ACL.
And then
to DPOY.
Right.
To contract holdout, to some feel underperformer, to great start to the season, to torn ACL again. Right. So,
it's interesting you point that out
up and down.
Because 2020, he played 2 games, tore his ACL, and then the next year he played all 17. He had 15 and a half sacks.
Yeah.
So if we think about next year and his ability to return and be Nick Bosa, well, the last time this happened, he came back and he was Nick Bosa. Now, he was 23. He was not going to be 28 turning into 29. A little bit different, but he was able to come back from that. And the first time he tore his ACL in high school, he went to Ohio State and he sat out, and then he turned into the Nick Bosa, number 2 pick in the draft. And so he has this ability to recover from this injury and be awesome again. And so I don't doubt that he will, but to your point, for this year, there's no more Nick Bosa.
No, and his brother has suffered some major injuries too, and in fact was very kind of left for, he's on the downside. And he's had a great start up in Buffalo. He looks really good again. So no, I don't think Nick Bosa, I don't think the Niners are done with him, but the Nick Bosa experience is a roller coaster. It just is. He's a great player, but it's been a roller coaster. There are some valleys, man. 888-957-9570 is the number, but I don't know, man, ain't nothing going to break in my stride. I can't get over the fact that this team is 3-0. The list of what they've been through already this year is bananas. And I want you to try to put that into perspective. Like, just think within games and outside of games, what they've been through. They did that in the second half yesterday without Nick Bosa. They did that. Like, Brock Purdy has missed 2 games. George Kittle has missed 2 games. Nick Bosa's missed a half a game. Trent Williams sat out a portion of the game. Jawan Jennings had a holdout. Jawan Jennings had an injury. Brandon Ayuk's never been here. Malik Mustafa has never been here. Christian McCaffrey had a scare. There was a safety. Somebody held in the end zone of a tie game with 3 minutes to go. Like, there has been so much crap, and you're 3-0. That's crazy.
Yeah, you've survived all of it. Yeah.
So that's really good. I don't care who the opponents are when you're talking about stuff like that. I do not care who the opponents are. I'm not saying that they would have beat the Ravens. They would have lost to the Ravens.
Or the Bills or the Eagles or whatever.
But the 3-0.
Yeah, they beat the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And they're in their division. So, and they beat Seattle. And they beat New Orleans on the road.
And those teams aren't bad, by the way. Seattle and Arizona. New Orleans is. But Seattle and Arizona are not bad teams.
No.
In fact, they are undefeated outside of the Niners, the Seahawks and Cardinals.
Right.
Undefeated outside of the Niners.
And you've got to face them again, and hopefully you can beat them again. So I never worry about, being schedule Sam, because your schedule is your schedule, and it's the way it all lays out. And so you've got Jacksonville on Sunday, and, Jacksonville is not a slouch. So you either will beat Jacksonville or you won't. And if you're good enough to beat Jacksonville, you shouldn't apologize the fact that you're better than Jacksonville. They're a good team.
888-957-9570. We're about to go back to the phones. However, an interruption from Mark Grandy with this Kyle Shanahan conference call update.
Yeah, we'll hear the full thing coming up in a little bit once we get it cleaned up. But just to give you some of the injury updates, Kyle Shanahan said Nick Bosa's ACL tear is, quote, as clean as it gets, meaning there's no other damage to the knee other than the ACL itself. Kyle Shanahan says he expects quarterback Brock Purdy to continue back at practice this week. He'll be ready to go on Wednesday, and they'll evaluate him from there. Some other injuries. C.J. West broke his thumb. Oof. He'll be reevaluated later this week. Could miss a game, but will be back soon. Mac Jones, day-to-day. Micah Williams with that wrist, day-to-day. Renardo Green with a neck issue is day-to-day.
I'd say that's a pretty good update. Like, you lost Nick Bosa. You knew that. C.J. West is a maybe for a little while. Maybe a game, maybe 2 at the worst.
Maybe none with a broken thumb.
Maybe none. But everybody else, when you get the day-to-day on a Monday, that's as good as you're going to get.
And then one other, Jawan Jennings, is also considered day-to-day at this point.
Okay, I like that. So Purdy and Jennings are solid maybe to probables, I think, for this week. And then same for Renardo Green and Micah Williams, and I already forget who the other day-to-day person
Mac
was.
Jones.
Mac Jones, right, who obviously, as much as we love the job that he's done, I'm hoping Mac does not play this weekend.
Yeah.
I hope he's available, but I hope he doesn't play.
I mean, day-to-day, he sure looked pretty limited. He was pretty banged up toward the end of that game.
Well, I guess there's an aggravation of a PCL.
Right, from the preseason.
Right.
Which, I mean, it'd be great if he was able to be your backup, and then you put Martinez back as your emergency third.
I always have an affinity for whenever somebody injures their PCL because I think that was the name of our league in high school. Maybe we were I can't remember if we were the PCL or the PAL, Peninsula Athletic League, Peninsula Coast League, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it always makes me think of high school.
Okay.
So thanks, Mac.
And the PCL is the Pacific Coast League, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which, does that even exist anymore?
I don't think so.
I don't know if they
that was
call it
the
that anymore.
old school baseball league back when the Seals were playing and all the rest of it.
Let's go to Dan in Alameda here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dan.
Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that being 3-0 for the Niners is like a miracle. And you guys are right. We should concentrate on Ricky Pearsall because, in the movie Boys in the Hood with Ice Cube and Cuba Gooding Jr. and Morris Chestnut and Larry Fishburne, Ricky is the star. And even Cuba says, Ricky! And then you got Pop Smoke with Run, Ricky, Run. Run, Ricky, run. So it's all about Ricky Pearsall, and he's going to lead this offense next week against Jacksonville, and we're going to win some games because to go 6-0, we might be able to get to the playoffs in a year where, we could easily be 0-3 right now. Let's just, come on. We all watched a lot of football since Montana and them. We could be 0-3. It's not a stretch. And, with this offense, you're just going to have, and it makes me wonder, why didn't we take Shedeur Sanders in the draft? Because, with our quarterbacks hurt, I think Shedeur he'd be stepping in right now with all these young receivers and that would want to play with Ricky and my man Shedeur. And we're going to go all the way. And remember, fire Buster Posey. Come on now. Don't draft LaMelo Ball.
Oh, Dan.
Come on, Dan.
Oh, Dan.
And
your energy is infectious.
You can't invoke Ricky from Boys in the Hood.
Hello, thank you. What happened to Ricky in Boys in the Hood?
Yeah, the same thing that happened to Ricky at Union Square.
The only difference is this the real Ricky lived. But Mike, thank you for noticing that. Like, Dan, you lost me the second you're like...
Come on, Dan.
It was like Cuba Gooding Jr. screaming Ricky was because he just got shot. Not because he loved him and he was like, whoa, he's good on the football field.
Not because he converted a 4th and 2. Ricky!
Oh, my God.
That
was beyond inappropriate.
Just 10 seconds on that. That still is one of the hardest scenes for me to watch in any movie ever.
Cinematic history. It's brutal.
Still heartbreaking. Even like that movie will come on and I'll watch it and we'll get to that part. It's like, no.
Yeah, I'm going to go bathroom.
I'm going to have to put on MTV or something.
Oh.
I'm going to put on The Office. I can't watch that. Anyway, Ricky, your guy, Ricky Pearsall, third in football in receiving yardage.
Mom starts hitting Ice Cube when he gets home. What you hit me for? What you hit me for?
Right.
Yeah, well, because you ain't going to be the cash cow. That's why.
Right.
Oh. I hated that scene. Bring that up with Ricky Pearsall. And Buster Posey should not be fired, and your Shedeur Sanders take is beans.
But
other than that, it was a great call.
It was a great call, Dan, from the media.
Oh, my God. That was...
lose a couple more games, Buster. You may have to pack your stuff. Just 10 seconds on those Giants.
Oh, yeah, what did you want to say?
What a bummer. Like,
what's the bummer?
The bummer's the way that this season is ending.
Oh.
It's one thing to not make the playoffs. It's another thing to go down to Dodger Stadium and basically get, like, patted on the head.
You were surprised?
I wasn't surprised.
You were surprised.
No, but it's just, it's just disgusting.
It was over when they arrived there. That.
It's just the fade. The fade is disappointing.
Hey,
don't fade me.
Hey.
I wouldn't fade the Dimmer. And I would love to hear the clip of the Niner pick because I think I said exactly what was going to happen, and it all happened.
I think you did, and I told you, the pick was nauseating.
Yeah.
As was the game.
Totally.
The pick was like spot dead on, and all I could do was look at you and be like, I can't argue with you.
We're not doing that.
But I hate the concept, and then it happened, and I hated it, but it's okay because the ball went through the little yellow thingies.
And Eddie Pinero, and I would love, maybe we get him on the show just to get exactly what he's saying because he's pointing like, this is my house, dude. Or I don't know exactly what he was saying, but there's the moxie in that young man.
Thank you. There's nothing better than kicker trash talk. It's absolutely amazing. Kicker trash talk reminds me, do you remember that minor league manager who lost his mind years ago?
And it was like,
he's arguing with the umps, and then he decides to like just put on a whole display.
Yes.
Like he was a soldier, and he like pulled the pin on a grenade, and he was hiding behind the pitcher's mound, and he was down on all fours crawling around the infield. It was just like, hey, manager, what are you doing, dude? Like, you're not a player. You're not a soldier. What's happening right now? It's the same thing when a kicker puts one through and kind of does the like, my house.
Right.
This is mine. It's like, no, you're allowed on the field for 2 minutes a day. Other than that, stand in the corner and just don't mess everything up. Kicker trash talk is the best. The best. I'm with you. I don't know what he was saying.
I don't either. But he was pointing to the ground like, this is my house. This is my first time ever being here. I own this mother jumper.
I'm told that this is our home field. Right. I don't know any of you. We won, and I don't even know who he is.
Exactly. He's perfect.
People are hugging him, and he's like, "What's your name?" Hi,
I'm Eddie.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Eddie.
I'm Eddie.
I just won the game. And what's funny, and I mean, this is going to be not a shot at Brock Purdy, but back-to-back games where the Niners had fourth quarter comebacks with Mac Jones.
Back-to-back games?
I think
were they down in New Orleans?
Were they?
Or were they down in New Orleans?
Okay.
No, they weren't down in New Orleans.
All right.
They should have been.
Boy.
They should have been. Chris Olave was standing by himself in the end zone. That was the first quarter, though.
Yeah.
But, no. Brock was down in the fourth quarter in Seattle, too.
Benefiting from drops, though, is one of the sub-headlines from this year, for sure.
Hello. I mean,
yesterday was crazy.
Crazy. All right. Let's go to Miguel in Modesto. Hi, Miguel. Thanks for hanging. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So I'm definitely feeling pretty high about the 3-0. I'm not going to give up on the season because Nick Bosa went down. I refuse to do that. The off seasons are just way too long. I kind of look at this as like a balance. Our defense was hanging in there, and now offense is going to have to step it up with guys coming back. I expect Jennings to play next game. DeMarcus Robinson is going to be in there. And I expect Ricky to be Ricky. And, of course, Brock Purdy with his mobility. I think they'll have no problem really getting another debut against the Jags, even if it's a close game. It's a long season. This isn't the last guy that's going to go down, whether it's season ending or not. And I think with players like Bryce Huff, who also has 2 sacks on the year like Nick Bosa, we got to give these guys a chance to prove that they can fill his shoes before everyone goes crying looking for a fancy trade. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for taking the call. I'm
with you, Miguel. Thank you very much. And that's what I mean. You know what Miguel's doing? Miguel's going week to week. Like, how do we, our ceiling went down. Your ceiling was a figment of your imagination to begin with. Like,
we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, I don't know where, like, this whole, like, what if we played Green Bay in January? Good Lord. You're getting ahead of yourself.
Right.
Like, play Jacksonville. Can you beat Jacksonville? Because, by the way, if you beat Jacksonville, you're 4-0. And I don't need to give you the analytics on 4-0 teams. They go to the playoffs.
A lot of times, yeah.
Like pretty much all the time.
Yep.
And so, but the other truth is they're a game out of last place. So they could lose to Jacksonville and the Rams and just everything stinks. And you feel like you're out of it. So, like, I'm with Miguel. Maybe the right thing to do is to make a big trade, but not yet. Like, I don't even think anybody around the league is discussing that stuff yet.
No, not in September. You're still trying to figure out who you are and what you have. And the other reality of being 3-0 is your point differential is plus 10. You're 3-0 with a plus 10.
That's unbelievable.
You won by 4, by 5, and by 1.
Yep.
So 3 one-score games. Now, is that sustainable over a season? It can be. It's not sustainable over a long, long span over multiple years. But, yeah, right now you're getting it done without a lot of offense. You're getting it done with timely defense, very timely defense, and also timely plays on offense. So that formula is probably not sustainable over the long haul against really good teams. But the good news is you don't play a lot of, quote, really good teams. You've got the Rams and Tampa coming up. Those 2 teams are better than a lot of other teams you're going to face.
Yep.
Houston is right now, they're in turmoil. I don't know what's going on with Houston and their quarterback, C.J. Stroud. Atlanta, is it Penix? Is it Cousins? We don't even know what Atlanta's doing right now. So even in your upcoming 5-game schedule, even if you want to go to the Giants 6 games out, you've got a lot of opponents coming up that are in flux. Like the Giants, will it be Jackson Dart then? It probably should be by then.
Week 5.
Right. But you play them week 9. So I'm just looking at your schedule upcoming, and you've got a winless Houston. You've got the Giants in turmoil, Atlanta with a possible quarterback question, whether it's Penix or Cousins. You've got a lot of games that are going to be winnable even without Nick Bosa.
Teams that start 3-0 since 1990, more than half of them win their division.
Oh, wow.
Teams that start 3-0, more than half of them since 1990 win their division. Since 2020, teams that start 3-0, 86% of them make the playoffs.
There you go.
So there's some, and that's on 3-0. Forget if you beat Jacksonville this week and go 4-0. I could give you some AI analytics on that. If they beat the Jags, if they can beat the Jags, postseason chances at 4-0 get you to, north of 85%. I'd have to do some more digging to get the exact number, but anyway, yeah, you're moving into about a 9 in 10 chance.
Yeah.
Of making the playoffs already at 3-0. Definitely if they win this week and go 4-0. So, 888-957-9570. How about Fabian in Maryland? Hi, Fabian. Thanks for the call. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up? I just feel like I think we should be more up than down. Obviously, this is a messed up situation with Nick and it. But, like you said, it was a gut punch, but I think things are in our favor, like you guys were just saying, 4-0. I was just talking to my girlfriend, and I was like, so the way I was breaking it down was like, all right, each win is one, right? But I kind of look at like a conference loss or win, like Green Bay just lost, but they lost to Cleveland. So I was like, dang, it's not like a conference loss, but I feel like out of conference, win or loss is like 0.75, and then a conference win is like 1.25. And then division wins like 1.5 wins. So when you look at that, we got all the metrics going in our way, and then we might be looking at 4-0. So I think there's more to smile about than be upset about. Plus, what we can do in the trade deadline.
Fabian, I think you're on point. The only thing I would change is that if you get a division win on the road, then it's worth somewhere between 1.75 and 2. Which is why today I think the Niners are 4.5 and 1. 4.5 and 0.
4.5 and 0.
4.5 and 0.
They played 3 games, and they're 4.5 and 0.
Yeah, but a win over Jacksonville is only a half a win.
Right.
So they'd be 5 and 0 if they win this week.
Even though you've played 4 games, you'd be 4 and 0. Which all this crazy math, it's fun and it's funny. I do think that there is a point to what you're saying about divisional games and divisional road games, certainly. But right now you're 2-0 in the division, and it's not to say that, you dismiss Arizona, and you certainly don't dismiss Seattle, but it's the Rams for me. The Rams are the team that
no doubt
you need to worry the most about, and even though they lost yesterday, and it's a game that they probably should not have lost, I don't know what the win percentage was when they were up by 20 points in the second half, but probably north of 90%, and yet they couldn't get it done, and they had a couple of kicks blocked, and that's the way that went. But the Rams are going to be a really tough out.
I'll tell you why yesterday was so big, though, for Niner fans, and I know it makes you throw up in your mouth to root for the Eagles, but that was a huge comeback because the difference between the fourth-place schedule and the first-place schedule is that game. Like that game and a couple others.
They have Buffalo, too, right?
The Rams have to play Philly, they have to play Baltimore, and they have to play Detroit. And those are the games that they're playing that you're not. You're subbing out those games with Chicago, with Cleveland, and the New York Giants. That's what you get. And so if they win those games, then it's kind of like it's an even-Steven deal. So the Rams at Philly yesterday, they host the Colts this weekend. That's monstrous. Then they get the Niners on Thursday night, and then they go to Baltimore. That's their 4-game stretch. And so I think the Niners need to make some hay during that stretch while the Rams are playing such tough teams, and the Niners aren't, including one game against each other, and the Niners took that first step yesterday.
And they both have Jacksonville, and then they have each other, and so that's in the next 4. If you can find a way to beat Jacksonville and beat the Rams, well, now you'd be 3-0 in the division, you'd be 5-0 overall, and you'd be in a good spot.
Kyle Shanahan's conference call happened a short time ago. We'll get you some of the particulars from that. We'll do 3 things. That's our top 3 observations from the game yesterday. We'll continue with your calls. What's winning inside your emotions? The 3-0 high or the Bosa news low? 888-957-9570, the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs. And okay, Bay Area, I got an even bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalant for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. That's this weekend. We really need you to get on the horse here. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, help save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. It can be accident victims. Kids in chemo, it can be anything, real people who need you. So I hope that you take this as a call to action. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Blitz coming. Murray batted down by Warner. Captain of the defense comes up with a big play on 3rd down for San Francisco.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Makes me happy to know, Grandy, that you have pieced together rejoins filled with great questions, and then you decided to go in the lab and make another one, and there's enough in there. I mean,
well, that's a great question.
Can you make even more? Like
probably.
I love the Broussard there. Something about the way he talks, I like it.
Charles Davis also in there,
really good.
And yeah,
Grant Brisbee. That's maybe my favorite ever.
High rent district right there.
I wish we could have him on again, but I mean, we won't.
No, I mean, probably between now and 2028. Jesus Rodriguez has got a locker at Oracle Park, apparently.
Ooh.
Do you know who that
are
is?
You?
Yeah, he's the catcher that I loved when they acquired like 14 different guys.
Why do you love him so much?
I just liked his trajectory, and the other guy I liked was Blade Tidwell.
Yeah, but
partly because his name, and also
Blade.
Well, and also because my sources deep inside Tennessee baseball said that he's a great guy.
What did your source tell you about Drew Gilbert?
He said that he's a lot. He's a lot.
I love your pivot. That's exactly what he said.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
that was cleaned up for air big time.
Sure.
I love that.
He's a lot.
And he is. Right. He is a lot.
Right.
Oh, man.
I think he's a classic, like, you love him when he's on your team, but you probably don't if he's on the other team guy.
Hello, Draymond Green. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. It's funny that because, Americans, we love a lot. We love a lot. We got ballparks that are competing with each other now for first we had a cheeseburger, then we had a double cheeseburger. Now we've got 18 cheeseburgers on a bun, and can you eat it? And they're sprinkled with drizzled onions and
even beyond that, we had a ballpark with a giant green fence, and then we had a park with a hill in center field.
Thank you.
And then we had a swimming pool out in right center. And, we've got the bay over the fence and right with kayaks.
We love a lot. But when we describe someone that way, we're not complimenting them.
Usually not.
No.
Oh, he's a lot.
He's a lot.
Yeah.
All right. You want to do it right now, or you want to take some calls first? What are you guys thinking? What are you thinking? Now?
Let's go to the phones.
So, Ralph, Javier, stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. Take as many Niner calls as possible today. But very important for you to hear on a Victory Monday and an Injury Monday, the words of Kyle Shanahan on his conference call. Here it is.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. C.J. West, thumb. He'll have surgery tomorrow. We'll update later in the week on him. Mac Jones with his knee. He'll be day-to-day. Mikael Williams with his wrist. He'll be day-to-day. Renardo Green with his neck. Day-to-day. And I know you guys heard, but Nick Bosa, ACL, out for the year. Go ahead, guys.
Kyle, what was the injury to C.J. West in his thumb? How did he hurt that?
I don't know exactly how he did it, but he broke his thumb. That's why he's needing surgery, and he'll have a chance, they say. We'll see how it goes this week, but he'll have a chance at the end of the week with a cast, and if not, he should be good the following week. But we got to see how this week goes with him.
Coach, just interested to know, have you talked to Nick Bosa since he got the news? How's he doing? And also, Yetur Gross-Matos, any update on how soon or how long it'll be before he returns back to the field?
I got to talk to Nick last night. It wasn't confirmed till this morning. I haven't been able to see him yet today, but talked to him last night. He had a pretty good idea what we were going to find out today. But obviously he's bummed down, but Nick can handle anything, and he's going to handle it like he always does, which will be great. But obviously he was bummed out from it not being able to finish out this year, and especially how good of a year he was having so far. And then he's been out there the last 3 weeks. So hopefully, as he keeps going and doesn't have any setbacks, hopefully he can continue to progress with that and handle more reps. But we got to see how that goes.
Kyle, what goes into picking up the pieces and moving on after something like this with Bosa?
I mean, nothing in particular. You don't just replace a guy like Nick. I mean, it just puts, everyone's got to continue to get better at everything. Just like same thing I'd be preaching if we did have Nick too. When you lose your better players, it gets harder. But I also expect throughout this year, I expect all of our players to get better as it goes, and that's stressed even that much more when you lose a great one like Nick. Lots of guys obviously will have to step it up as it goes, but I believe that'll be more by committee than any individual.
Will you be looking at trade options?
We'll look at trade like we always do, but there's got to be trade options that make sense for you and another team, but you can't just do that stuff just to do it.
Kyle, did Nick explain to you how the injury happened, whether the knee actually was impacted? I looked like he was double teamed, but like the leg just splayed out wide.
No, he didn't explain it to me. It's just how those things happen a lot, especially with ACLs. They happen on air majority of the time, and I know it was his right leg, and he just got it caught right there and went right away. And a guy who's done it 2 times before, he was pretty confident that he did it. You could tell walking on the field, seeing his face, and you could tell talking to him last night just how sure he was of it and knowing his body. And then MRI confirmed it this morning.
Do you have a sense of whether Brock will be? Kyle, what's your expectation for Brock this week?
Expect him to get back in practice this week. So hopefully we'll see how it is on Wednesday. I don't know whether he'll have limitations or not, but I expect him to get back out there and get some stuff in, and we'll see on Wednesday how much he's able to do.
Was there anything else with Bosa's knee, like meniscus, MCL, and any other additional factors?
I was told it's as clean as it gets. So in terms of if you have an ACL, I was told that it's the kind that you want.
Like you said, Kyle, you can't replace Nick Bosa, but does it give you some hope with the progress that Mykal Williams has been making and the rest of the young defensive linemen?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was crucial with Nick. So, we need guys to step it up to play along with Nick, and now that he's not out, you need him that much more. Now that he is out, you need him that much more. But I've definitely been happy with those guys. I think they've done better each week. I thought Mykal had a really good game yesterday. I think Huff's done some real good things. Sam O, all our edge players, I think, have been contributing, and hopefully they continue to get better throughout this year.
Kyle, what did you see from the young offensive linemen? Your guards seem to have a little bit of a struggle, especially with Dominic Puni on the safety.
Yeah, I thought, that there was definitely a number of plays in the game that we needed to hold up longer. The backed up one especially, happened too fast, and number one wasn't open, and when that happens that fast, that is an issue. There was times that we did protect well in the game, but it definitely came up a few too many times, especially in some tough spots, and they had some challenges there on the inside, but ones that I think we can do better with.
Kyle, I saw that Upton Stout was able to address the locker room after the game. How impressed have you been through just 3 weeks of his rookie season?
Real impressed. Been impressed with the guy since really he's gotten here, and just that play that he made to give the offense a chance to get that ball back for that final drive was just huge, and it was so similar to so many things that have happened in practice, to where he was beat a little bit on the play where the guy had a couple yards on him, but I can't tell you how many times this happened in practice where I think we have him beat, and I think we for sure have a completion, and I'm kind of moving on to the next play, and then at the end of the play I see the ball's on the ground. It's just kind of how he's been since he's gone here. The guy never stops. He's always going so hard, never hesitates, never flinches, and doesn't stop till the whistle blows. And I think that was a perfect example of something that really doesn't surprise us because of how many times we've seen it in practice.
How do you feel Connor Colby did in his first career start?
I thought the fact that Connor was able to battle and do some of the stuff that he did, especially with the injury that he had on Thursday, just had a ton of respect for him getting through that game. It wasn't perfect. There was definitely protection. There was a few that he missed. But overall, I thought he played good enough for us to win and just earned a lot of respect with the guys actually just being able to play with what happened to him earlier in the week.
But with DeMarcus Robinson coming off the suspension list, what's your plan for him this week? And also, how is Juwan Jennings?
DeMarcus, I'm pumped to get him back. I know it's a long 3 weeks for him, so we're real excited to have him back working with us. We'll kind of see where he's at when we get out on the practice field Wednesday, physically at least. And then JJ, same boat as last week. We'll evaluate him as this week goes. And so I guess we'd call that day-to-day with JJ.
Kyle, this is only like a few times since you've been here that you've had the ball for that little amount of time and won a game. I mean, what are the problems that go into being play calling and rhythm when you don't have the ball?
That's tough. I mean, we were struggling to run the ball what it felt like, and then you realize, man, you've only had 4 runs. You're struggling to get plays going, but then you realize, it's halfway through the second quarter, you've only had 6 plays. So it is tough. It was an unusual time. I mean, there was one time where I thought they held on the ball for like 20 minutes, but they'd only gone 20 yards. So it was just kind of unusual how it all panned out. But when you do that, when that's the case, it becomes such a big deal on third down. And then for them to be controlling the ball that well, and then for us to go 2 of 10 on third down is not a very good recipe. You're not going to have the ball that much. I thought we recovered in the second half and balanced it out a lot more. But usually when it's like that, it's going to come down to the wire. And that's why I was so proud of our guys, because for us to have the ball at 13-13 with 5.5 minutes left, I feel like we kind of created the momentum where we went down there and scored the first touchdown in the fourth, and then they went in and answered with their first touchdown in the fourth. But 13-13, we're driving, 5.5 minutes left, and we get our first turnover with that interception. And then the next time we're up, we basically get a turnover because we have a safety. But anytime you have 2 turnovers like that in a tie game with under 5.5 minutes, it is extremely rare to find a way to win. Usually that has to do with something kind of out of the ordinary, like a blocked kick return for a touchdown or something like that. And for nothing really unusual to happen, just normal football and executing stuff, our defense getting it back, and then that play on third down, and the offense to just be able to go down there and kick it on a final play with the field goal. I just thought it just showed our guys didn't waver, kept going, and found a way to get it on the last play of the game. Is good? All right, guys. See you guys Wednesday.
All right. You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. So am I. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 49ers are winning in just a multitude of ways. It's like you look at the Seattle game and remember it was like Christian McCaffrey touched the ball 31 times and everyone's all freaked out about it, but everyone's like, yeah, but hang tight because they had the ball for like 40 of the 60 minutes, and then you had kind of a middle ground thing in a game that you led most of the way against New Orleans, and then in this one, all of a sudden it kind of flips. Like you seemingly never have the ball.
Ever.
And if there's one thing that if I'm the Niners right now, I'm concerned about, the reason that they're scoring so few points, less than 20 per game, is not because of their inability to throw the ball downfield, even with a backup quarterback. It's not because they don't have the weapons right now. I know that they don't, but they still have enough. The issue is chain moving. The issue is chain moving, and the fact of the matter is, whether this is Christian, whether it's a little bit of B-Rob, whether it's the offensive line, I don't know whether it's the defense is just stacking the box. The 49ers right now are not able to consistently move the chains with their run game. They're not getting enough on the ground. And this is so bread and butter for Kyle Shanahan that's what's going to need to be better down the road of the season if they want to actually become a somewhat prolific offense. They're throwing the ball almost twice as much as they're running it.
Right.
Because they're having more success throwing it than they are running it. It's just very eyebrow-raising. It's not normal.
It's totally different
for Kyle Shanahan.
And, I've done the numbers on all the Shanahan era, and when they don't run it 30 or more times, they usually don't win. They win actually at a 32% clip when they don't get 30 carries. This year they're 2-0 when they don't have 30 or more carries. And also, when they don't win the time of possession battle, they usually don't win, but they won yesterday.
Yep.
They're 1-0 this year when they don't win the time of possession battle. And I was listening to Grandy and Sterling yesterday on Overtime a lot as I was running around getting takeout, and he actually made a great point about targets. And so I was thinking about touches, and McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall accounted for 35 of the 47 touches, carries, and catches. Those two guys, 35 of 47.
And 26 of the 41 targets.
Right.
Yeah.
And so to your point, though, about running the ball, McCaffrey was 17 carries for 52. And you mentioned B-Rob. He only had 2 carries.
2 carries. And
one of them was great.
One of them was for 19 yards.
Exactly. And then the other one was just a garden variety 3.
Yep.
And so it's not so much that, McCaffrey's not able to run it. They're not able to run it. And again, 3.1 per carry for McCaffrey yesterday. And if you take, B-Rob's in there, 3.7, one of those was an explosive run. They're not getting explosive runs. And thank goodness for the Brock and Mack to Pearsall connection, because that's basically the offense. It's McCaffrey out of the backfield or on the line of scrimmage. And it's Pearsall, and that's it. End of offense.
I don't think it's ideal, but I also understand it. I mean, look what we're looking at right here. 2 of the 3 games, you're throwing a backup quarterback in there. Now, okay, who's he going to throw to? Well, I'm sorry, George Kittle's not there. All right, well, I'm sorry, Juwan Jennings is not there. Okay, who's that guy over there? Well, it might be Marquez Valdez-Scantling. It might be Sky Moore. It's some ex-chief. I'm not sure.
Valdez-Scantling,
I don't know who that is, but he's wearing a jersey. Maybe throw to him. Kendrick Bourne, I do remember that guy, not from the Niner days, but I used to throw to him in New England. And then there's Ricky and Christian. And these are, I know Ricky didn't do a whole lot prior to this year, but this is somebody who was a first-round draft pick a year and a half ago. He was a big piece of the offense at the end of the year last year. And I know he missed some of OTAs and the early part of camp, but he was there in August, really working with the people and there the whole time, unlike Juwan. It's not surprising. That's who Mac is comfortable with. And I think this is a big piece of the offense, is that the comfort food is coming back. Demarcus Robinson had a full camp. That's a little bit of comfort food. George Kittle been here for the better part of a decade. That's really comfortable. There's a security blanket there. And at a certain point, then you're going to start to sprinkle back in Juwan and Brandon Ayuk, et cetera, et cetera. And I do think at that point the ball gets spread around a little bit more, plus you get your quarterback back. It's not ideal, but I get it. You understand why it ended up this way. It's a ragtag group. It is. It's ragtag, but you would also hope that you'd be able to run the ball. That to me is the ragtag part of it. You're right. No Demarcus Robinson, Juwan missed a game, no Kittle. I get all that. And, Valdez-Scantling is new and Kendrick Bourne is fresh back, and Sky Moore, you'd rather not play on offense, but he was getting snaps and all the rest of it. Kyle Juszczyk, the only touchdown on the game. You don't have a rushing touchdown on the year. Nope.
And 3 games in, that's really, really odd, and yet you're 3-0. So we can look at all these things that are shortcomings and failings, and it's all there, but you are 3-0. So the real challenge to me is, how do you figure out a way to run the football? Because right now, you just can't, and you're not getting consistent running from anybody, even Christian McCaffrey. So by and large, you have to throw him the ball to get him involved in the offense and be really successful. And that, to me, becomes the big, overarching, non-sustainable part of what we've seen so far. Yeah, Bosa going to be gone. That's going to hurt you defensively. But offensively, you mentioned moving the chains. Yesterday it was 3 and out. You moved down, you kicked a field goal, and then you kicked another field goal. 4 possessions, 6 points, 2 punts. That's not good enough.
No. 888-957. 957 is the number. We'll do 3 things. Our top observations from yesterday coming up at 4:15. We've also got a pick for Dibs to get in. He is 11-2. Woo! But we're asking you, in the wake of the Nick Bosa injury, he is out for the year. What is sort of winning within your emotions today? The high of the Niners being 3-0 or the low of Nick Bosa being out? Let's go to Javier in Vacaville. Hey, Javier, thanks for the call. What's up?
How you doing today, Mr. Willard, Mr. Dibley?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How you guys doing today? So
good.
I didn't do that. Did y'all do that? Did he do that?
Yeah.
Javier hung up on himself.
It was crazy. Something happened.
Whoop. Boom. Boom. Yeah. He's going to call back.
He's calling back already.
Call back. Get Javier back on the line because I want to hear what he has to say. But yeah, we've got you just heard from Kyle Shanahan a short time ago, and I know the Nick Bosa situation is a total gut punch. But outside of that, some of the other injuries throughout the day that we were concerned with seem to have come back as kind of a thumbs up, from Michael Williams to Renardo Green, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of day-to-days, and so hopefully the week goes well and the Niners start to get those reinforcements that I think will change this dynamic we're talking about.
And CJ West is going to have surgery on his broken thumb, but he's not ruled out for Sunday. And that's all you need to know to hear how they're not like us. And shout out Kendrick Lamar. So he's going to have surgery on a broken thumb, and he just might play on Sunday.
Dude, football.
Go ahead and cast me up and let me go out there and just club people with my broken hand.
It's the most football thing you'll ever hear.
Right.
Yeah, CJ West, it's great. You should spotlight that part from Kyle. Yeah, CJ West is hurt. He'll have surgery tomorrow, and he might play this weekend.
Right.
What?
Right.
Like, the word surgery in the real world means, like, I'll see you next month, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
He did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday.
I mean, questionable concern around CJ West.
Exactly.
Questionable.
Yeah.
And
questionable concern.
I mean, questionable concern, and you actually need him, and you need all these guys now without Nick Bosa, and, you figure out if you can play Michael Williams more on the outside and stuff, and then, you're going to figure out if CJ West can play with his broken hand in the interior, and you've got Kalia Davis, who I think has been really good far this year, and Sam O, and, the defensive line has really played well, I think, for the most part, over 3 games, but now they all have to play even better without Nick Bosa.
Let's go back to Javier in Vacaville for take 2. Hey, Javier, take it away.
How you doing today, Mr. Dibley and Mr. Willard? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We got you.
Very good. I would say, very impressed for a team that had low expectations for. I thought 500 team, maybe above 500 team. Prove me wrong. Obviously, the Bosa injury is very concerning. What I'm concerned about is, heaven forbid, knock on wood, I feel like with the touches that McCaffrey is getting, we're going to have, unfortunately, unless we have a reshaped figure of who we give these touches to in the backfield, McCaffrey is something that we've seen this over and over again, and Shanahan's tenure of getting McCaffrey friendly. I mean, he's on pace right now. He's at 25.6 touches a game right now, on pace for 426 over the year, 436 for that matter. Brian Robinson is a starting NFL running back. For him to have 17 carries in 3 games is abysmal and quite frankly just an abomination of using him correctly. If he got 7 more carries yesterday and 7 less touches from McCaffrey, and he played 10 less snaps, the 49ers are still winning this game. We need to keep him fresh for all 17 games and the postseason if you want to make any run. And Brian Robinson can take 5, 7, 10 carries a game and not 3 or less throughout the first, 3 games or so, or whatever it may be, because he hasn't had a lot of pitches since the Seattle game. If we use Brian Robinson the way that he should and has been used in Washington, the way we had all envisioned him to do, not only McCaffrey will be better, the team will be better, but he'll last longer and there'll be longevity. Because it's not a sprint, we all know, gentlemen, it's a marathon. We got 14 left and then the tournament. And we need to make sure McCaffrey's not utilized to where he's coming into a Super Bowl fumbling in the second drive of the game. We're not having his best playoff performance because he's tired. Brian Robinson can tote the rock 7 to 10 times a game and take 7 to 10 touches away from McCaffrey. He's averaging 3.4 yards a carry. Whether our guards are good in the interior or not, he's not to be used like this if we want to have him out for the next 4 months every week playing at his best ability. And I want to see what you guys thought, because Bosa is a huge blow. We can't afford to lose McCaffrey or any of them other guys, going into the next weeks, going into the latter part of the season, gentlemen.
Yep. Yeah, Javier, I mean.
He's not wrong.
No.
Yesterday was a little curious, though.
It was, and again,
the game flow,
I mean, 17 carries in a vacuum I have no problem with. It's just that they also fed 15 targets his way, and he happened to catch 10 of them, and by the way, he should have caught 12 of them, which would have been 2 more touches and really ruined those averages. But I'm always conflicted on this. Like the one statement in there, you give Brian Robinson 5 of those carries, the Niners still win this game. I don't know that. I don't know how we can hypothetically throw that out there and say that. Now, but I also don't know about this idea of just like, hey, if you limit touches now, well, then it's going to be great at the end of the year. I don't know that either. But it's not an unfair point. It's not an unfair question in terms of, if it were to continue to go at this pace, it certainly feels like you're tempting fate. I mean, sure, that's not a sustainable number. Then again, I understand a coach is like, within the game flow, it's like we're trying to win the game.
I'll elaborate more on the other side. A lot of it was that they just had 6 plays in the first quarter. That's all they had.
6 plays.
6 offensive plays.
Were they fun?
Not many of them were very fun.
Okay. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Our 3 things coming up next, our top observations. We got a pick coming from Mr. Dan Dibley, 11 and 2. It's Monday night. 888-957-9570. Where are you emotionally? The high of 3-0, the low of Nick Bosa. Which emotion is winning inside of you today? This is Willard and Dibs.
This Game Day Traffic Report brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water 280, and northbound 101 looking at slow traffic, getting to the game. If you're traveling over the Bay Bridge westbound, the metering lights are on, but once you're on the span, it's a clear ride. That's your Game Day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California ace scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. You said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set, hut.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
Let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Warm weather today and warmer weather on the way for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
The analytics say that was a lie, but you know, do what you will with it. And then also do what you want with this phrase. This is my least favorite phrase. Granted, this isn't a shot at you because I do this all the time too. But if you asked me if there's one phrase that we could remove this time of year only from the English language, it's this phrase. You ready for it?
Yeah.
In my other league.
Oh.
In my other league.
Okay.
Which is just usually followed by some sort of like, it's either a complaint or it's a qualifier to let everybody know that even, like what just happened to you in this league is not that bad, because in my other league, like for instance, if somebody beats you tonight with Amon-Ra St. Brown, that guy's going to call you and be like, I have him in my other league, so it's actually a good thing. I'm rooting for it. I don't like saying it, and I don't like hearing it. It's just a conversation that never goes well. In my other league. In my other league, especially when you're a doofus like me, and I've always got another league.
You're in 5 leagues.
I could do this all day long in my other league. You know, I tell you this. Jude asks me every Sunday, do you have anyone in this game? Yes.
Of course.
I have someone in every game.
Right.
So anyway, apologies to Grandy, because apparently he lost by 0.2 of a point.
No, not tenths. Hundredths. 0.02.
2 hundredths of a point, ... in his other league.
Sure.
In his other league.
Yeah, way to rub salt in the wound.
I'm sorry. Well, it might be happening to me tomorrow. Y'all like my chances tonight? I got a true 50-50 draw in the 95.7 The Game League. I'm up by 8, and I have the kicker for the Ravens.
Yeah.
And I'm going against Amon-Ra St. Brown. 8-point lead in the kicker against Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I think coming up when we fade the dimmer.
Yeah.
I'm down by 23, and I've got Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, that's a maybe.
It's a definite maybe.
That's a solid maybe.
Wan'Dale Robinson.
Come on. If you had any giant on your
I had Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah, that's just
and he had a big catch, but he stepped out of bounds, and he became the first person to touch it, and the ref threw his hat in the air, and I thought, oh, God.
Oh, now you don't
Keep
like
your
refs.
hat on.
Now you don't
but
like
I know
refs.
when the hat flies that we're going to have an illegal touching. Now we're going to touch our two shoulders.
I hate referee
And
dibs.
so my 22-yard catch that I kind of needed.
By the way, illegal touching is another uncomfortable phrase. I don't like it when the refs do that. They throw a hat, and they're like, it's illegal.
You better be careful.
Illegal touching. I'm like, ew. Who's doing that? No illegal touching.
If you think about a lot of the verbiage on a lot of the calls in the NFL, most of them are wildly inappropriate. Illegal use of the hands, that's going to be a felony. Okay? Illegal touching.
Illegal touching.
Yeah.
What else do we got?
Holding.
How about personal fouls? Like, well, I didn't mean to get personal. Like, what? Whoa.
No doubt. No doubt.
It's a lot.
Yep. I mean, yeah, you can get into a lot of it.
I can't wait for your pick. And we're also going to do three things, but can we take one more phone call first?
Do it.
Let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Hi, Matt. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I just got in the car, so I may have missed all the conversation, but I want to bring up the Bosa thing and my thoughts on it. First, I was at the game yesterday, which is why I sound a little odd. It was brutal for 3 quarters and then just as compelling as it gets. I was talking to a buddy of mine this morning before we found out about Bosa, and we were quite excited about the fact that these young guys are going to have weeks to improve while they're getting players back, hopefully. They get Robinson this week. Maybe they get Purdy. Maybe they get Jennings. Certainly within the next couple of weeks, look down the road, they're going to get Ayuk back. Maybe they get Mustafa. Meanwhile, we're thinking these young guys are going to get the playing time that's going to be necessary. With the Bosa injury, it really changes things in my mind, not in the pass game, although it will, because you're going to miss that pressure, because I think they bounce Williams outside and they get something. They're not going to get Bosa, but they're going to get something in that turbo package. But the concern I have is in the run game. The first week, I know Williams was doubled the most in the league, and I don't know if that carried over, but he's been playing quite well, particularly against run. He's a big, strong guy, and they can't put Bryce Huff in the game in the run because he's too small and they need that explosion. I'm worried about what they're going to do. I don't think Gross Matos is the answer. I don't know what they're going to do about the run game on the opposite side of Michael Williams. There are going to be other things. But to me, that's where I'm concerned because, honestly, I think this team, I was starting yesterday, I was like, we could be talking about these guys making a run. This is a possibility. But the Bosa loss is just tremendous. It's just such a bummer.
No, I Matt, you're spot on. And so that's kind of what we're talking about today. They're 3-0. I don't know how you can't be just overwhelmingly impressed and excited about the way they've been able to grind out these victories. But to think that there's not going to be a ripple effect with the loss of Nick Bosa is crazy. Like, there flat out will be. It leaves a hole. It's going to make every defender out there a lesser player. My only saving grace is, as I said, it's week 3. So you've got time. You've got time to come up with plans. You've got time to make acquisitions if you need. And now you have a little bit of slack because you've won these games. The Niners would be in real trouble, even if they were just 2-1, and certainly if they were 1-2, they would be in real trouble. But now you've got some time to rebuild your anthill. It's not going to be as strong, but it can still sort of be figured out. But you have some time to do it because you've gone 3-0. And quite frankly, you said 6 more games till the trade deadline.
Yep.
If you want to circle the trade deadline, dude, you can win half of them. You can go 3-3 until the trade deadline and be 6-3 and feel like you are a buyer and in position to go make a run for the playoffs. That's doable. And you've probably already bought yourself that because you've found a way these first 3 weeks.
And you'll be a buyer most likely anyway, unless you find that all these young rookies on your defensive line especially can come in and be nasty and make your defense as good as you can possibly have it without Nick Bosa. So a lot of things can change between now and the deadline. You know, certainly more injuries could come and likely will come, unfortunately, in football. And, you know, you get to the deadline and unlike other sports, a lot of these deals don't happen at the deadline. They can happen beforehand. And you look at teams like New Orleans, for example, they've got some defensive linemen that might be available. And, you already talked about Cincinnati. They don't have their quarterback for 3 months. They might be a team that goes into free fall mode. And
New York Giants.
As you start to get closer to, the middle of the season, you're going to see more teams who are not only willing to shed talent, but probably eager to lose games because you want to get into that spot and, be a team that is going to be a team that loses games. Right now you've got New Orleans and the Giants, Houston and Tennessee, the Jets and the Dolphins. Those are your 0-3 teams. Now, the Jets with a new head coach, I don't think that they're going to try to fold up their tents just yet. The Dolphins probably going to go through a coaching change. Houston fancies themselves as better than 0-3. Tennessee, I think, is a team that you could look at and say, all right, you're probably not going to be in the quarterback market next year, but you're going to be looking to reboot. The Giants are another one where you may have a coaching change, and they may be in a reboot, and they're going to have a new quarterback coming here sooner rather than later. So you're already starting to see certain teams that are going to be in that reboot mode.
Well, you're looking for the team, and you're looking for expiring deals. That's the other thing. You're looking for deals that are coming up because the Niners are not going to want to take on a lot of salary for future years, but they certainly can use up a little bit. Not a lot. I know they want to roll it over, but they could use up some this year in this situation, especially if they feel like they've got a shot to go for it. All right, we'll do the pick coming up in about 15 minutes. Monday Night Football is less than an hour away, but right now let's do three things. This is becoming a Monday or at least day after game tradition. Our top three observations, the top three things on our minds after a Niner game. You want to lead us off?
I'll lead us off.
Fire away.
Defensive rookies, stand up. I'm going to channel my inner Ludacris with boom, boom, stand up.
Luda.
And you look at the rookies and how they stood up, and Siegel and Michael Williams, and, of course, Upton Stout, who made the play of the game, in my opinion. Siegel was great. He was a tackling machine. Michael Williams had a couple of big tackles, one tackle for loss, and he's really patrolling the middle of that defense like a veteran. And then Upton Stout, it goes without saying, you stay through that play all the way through, and you hung in there, and you needed to get that ball out, and he got the ball out, and it forced a fourth down, it forced a punt, you got the ball back, you won the game. He addressed the team in the locker room afterward. Week 3, the Rook is holding court. I'm just really kind of blown away at how these defensive rookies, and I didn't even mention C.J. West, who apparently played with a broken thumb and probably will again, but this draft class is looking really, really fancy, Mark, on the defensive side.
Stout's a fighter, man. That was, I'll just tell you, like, if you're watching the game on TV, as Zay Jones goes to the ground, I had a good solid 2 seconds of, like, the game's over.
Right.
The game is over. And then you see the ball just kind of trickle away, and you're like, oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
We still got life. And then the next thing you know, here comes Mac Jones with a knee brace, and Pinheiro, and the Niners win the game. Just crazy. All right, my first observation, it's a pretty obvious one. I'm pretty excited about it. Ricky Pearsall's a star. I don't think that this is too early to say it. He is absolutely everything that I was predicting and hoping that he would be. He's everything that the Niners thought he would be when they made him a first-round draft pick. I know that the wide receiver experience for the Niners and for many teams around the league has been a bumpy ride the last couple of years. The contracts are out of whack. The negotiating ploys are often very, very frustrating. The Brandon Ayuk thing left a mark, and the Deebo Samuel thing was not far behind. But what you've seen so far in these 3 games at least takes a little bit of it back for the 49ers. When you look at the way they strategically played Ayuk and Deebo, lots of mistakes there, but the idea all along was this guy's going to replace at least one of them, and my goodness, he has. Actually, for these 3 weeks, he's replaced both of them. And so what a pick, what a job, and what a player on a rookie deal the Niners have in Ricky Pearsall.
It's fantastic. And just to watch him make the big plays, watch him make not ordinary plays, but 8 catches for 117 on 11 targets, and the big one on 4th and 2 that got you in position to actually score a touchdown, which was kind of fun to see the Niners get
touchdown,
6 points on one play, not 2 plays.
Whoa.
6 points on one play. My second thing was CMC and RP, but I'm going to focus on the CMC part of it because you said it so eloquently about Ricky Pearsall. But just looking at the two of them, they had 35 of the 47 touches for 257 yards in totality. And for me, it's Christian McCaffrey, 10 catches, 17 carries, 140 yards in total. And the thing about McCaffrey is if he's not running it well, and he's not because the blocking's not there, and he had an explosive, he had a 15-yard carry, and that was about it. But he's so darn versatile that you don't need him to be a running back. And there were so many formations where you broke the huddle and he started in the backfield and then he'd scoot out there into the slot. And he is a very tough cover. And so you got Pearsall running deeper routes. You've got McCaffrey running screens, running, dig routes, and able to, even though he's not running it well as a ball carrier, he's still such a threat in the pass game. Christian McCaffrey, watching him run with so much violence and anger, yeah, you'd love to see Brian Robinson and you want to see them run the ball more. But even when they don't run it well, McCaffrey is still just an incredible threat.
You think he looks like himself?
Close enough.
Close enough.
Yeah, he does, but he's 30, and they're not.
Well, I do.
Thank you, Alex Pavlovich. Yeah. But they're not blocking up a lot of these plays. If you watch on a couple of the pass plays where he got out into space, the burst is there, and he's able to make some big plays, but it's not happening with the same frequency, and I'm not putting that on his doorstep.
Yeah. It was just a conversation that's been bouncing around a little bit. Does he look like 23? Does he look like 24? Is it somewhere in between? I wanted to get your thought on that. Here's my number 2, and it might be a little divisive. So I'm sorry ahead of time, even though the Niners are 3-0. But I'm a big enough man to admit, the Niners are catching some breaks. You make your own breaks in life, and you take advantage when others provide one for you. The difference in winning and losing games is often the mistakes you don't make. And so the Niners have not made those mistakes, and they get credit for that. But it's also okay to admit in the very next breath, my God, the teams that are wearing the other jerseys keep dropping the damn pill. Marvin Harrison Jr., dude, you're the MVP. You're the real MVP so far of this thing. And DiMercado and Cooper Kupp and Chris Olave and Juwan Johnson. The names, the list is from the ceiling to the floor of Niner opponents so far this year, flat out dropping the pill. And so the Niners, no matter what the injury situation is, they're going, and we know this, they've got to be better. They got to be better because so far this year, there's just a wee little drop of 2024 Kansas City Chiefs in the Niners drink. They are getting away with some stuff late in games and then kicking field goals to win it at the very end or whatever. And so I think it's okay to admit that and not plan on that all 17 weeks.
You would hope to not plan on it. And, you mentioned the Harrison Jr. It was 1st and 10 at their own 24, and that play goes for 40, 50. Maybe it goes all the way to his house, but he dropped it, and they ultimately converted. And then later in that drive, 3rd and 6 at the Niners 10, DiMercado, you're going to walk in. You're going to walk on in.
Yeah.
You're going to walk on in now. And he just flat dropped it, and they had to settle for 3 to tie the game at 6. So you're right. You don't want to rely on the breaks, but when you get the breaks, you take them.
Yep.
We went to the Lafayette Art and Wine Festival on Saturday.
Oh, whoop.
About 40,000 people there.
Oh, God.
Good luck finding a parking spot.
Where the hell did you park?
We happened to get lucky.
Oh.
I pulled in. Somebody was pulling out. 3-point turn. Kaboo. So, you take the breaks when you get them. We were about a block away from the beer tent. Kaboo. So, you're not always going to get lucky, but when you do, you got to take it and run.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Yeah, wife drove home, thankfully. I was more like 3/4 of the way in the bag anyway. But
brought your own DD. That's awesome.
My third thing, Mac Jones. Mac Jones was huge. Yep. And I know he threw a late pick, and it was not a good throw. It was a bad throw at the wrong time. But 27-41. He's your backup quarterback. He had to slap on a brace on his bum knee. He's out there limping and gimping. He's diving to hand the ball off on a stretch play. I thought that Mac Jones, in totality in the game, he was not spectacular, but he was good enough to get you the win again. So I wanted to just highlight Mac Jones because you and I both agree, Brock Purdy is the sauce, not Gardner, but he's the real deal. And so you go with your backup quarterback and you win on the road, and then you come home and you win a rock fight over a division rival. That's not nothing. No. Mac Jones, baby, 2-0.
It's all you can hope for out of a backup quarterback. Absolutely. To grab these 2 wins, huge. And you sort of expect some wobbly possessions, maybe a pick or two. Maybe it was a fumble last week. It was a pick this time. But it's not repeated. It's not over and over. It's not back-breaking. And so I'm with you, man. Nothing but a high five for Mac Jones. All right, here's my last one, and I wonder if you agree. We're only 3 weeks in, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to say this with my chest. The NFC West is the deepest division in football. I don't even think it's arguable. I'm going to stop short of saying it's the best division in football because I don't think it's as sexy as some others at the top, but it's bottom. Ooh, you got to back that thing up now. It's got the best butt in the NFL by far.
Okay.
There's no bottom. It's like Joe Coy, who makes fun of himself.
What is going on here?
No, he has no bottom. He's got no bottom. You should look behind it. He's got no butt. And it's just what the NFC West is. There is no butt. All 4 teams, they beat their butts. Thank you. They've got a winning record. All 4 of them now. And actually, of the 3 losses in the division, 2 of them are just against each other. They're against your butt hurts. There you go. Think about what these other division teams get. Think about it. The Bills get the Dolphins and the Jets and the Patriots. The Ravens, they get the Browns, and now they get the Browning-led Bengals. The Colts, I guess they're good. Is anyone else in that division? Let me answer it for you. No. I thought the AFC West was super deep. Turns out the Raiders are still the Raiders, and I don't even think the Chiefs are very good. Rock it over to the NFC, where a lot of the divisions have 2 teams that can threaten you. Eagles, Commanders, Lions, Packers, Tampa, and never mind. But the NFC West offers 4 games. Everybody in it, go for your game now. They're going to offer you a game and make it tough. And so keep that in mind, again, with the importance of what the Niners have done so far. Not just 3-0. 2 of them come within what I believe is the deepest division in football.
It's definitely, right now, the deepest, and you've got the teams that are combined 9-3, all with winning records, the only division to boast such a mark. I do think that the NFC North would be the next most intriguing. I know the Vikings are, 2-1 and a team that probably isn't as good as their record right now. The Bears are stock up, but they beat Dallas, and I don't know what Dallas is doing on defense. And, if the Lions win tonight, they'd get to 2-1 as well. But by and large, you're not wrong. I think the West is the deepest of the divisions.
CeeDee Lamb, by the way, reportedly possibly headed for IR. Source, Jerry Jones.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, CeeDee Lamb is, and by the way, they lost an offensive tackle today, their rookie offensive tackle. The Dallas Cowboys are now here for your survivor pool pleasure. They suck.
Oh, yeah.
They're not beating anybody. They are terrible.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that they won a football game last week. And you've seen what the New York Giants look like against anybody else. It's not good. Not good. So the Dallas Cowboys, they're here for your survivor pool luck, and they're here for your fantasy team. If you've got any players going against the Cowboys, that's a start. You start them.
Yeah.
That defense stops no one. Wow, Caleb Williams actually looked good against that team.
And you look at, there are so far 6 or 7 teams that have given up 90 or more points, and those are teams that are either tanking or just terrible teams.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dolphins and the Cowboys are among them. And your first-place Bengals, they've given up 91 points.
Wow.
They're a minus 33, and they're in first place.
They were a ridiculous 2-0. They didn't deserve to be 2-0,
right.
But they're 2-0. And
they're
now
2-1.
Now they're 2-1.
That's a big one.
Oh, my God. and their quarterback's out, so that's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to drop Jake Browning. That was a failure.
We have arrived at a very, very important point. Forget your fantasy team. Nobody comes to you for fantasy football.
They shouldn't.
They come to you for real picks.
Locks!
Real, live, juicy picks.
The pick is in, Mark.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and coming up next. The 11-2 Dan Dibley reveals tonight's Monday Night Lock. Just call it a winner. So that's coming up next. And then, as soon as we do that, which will be quick, we want to re-invite you to open up our lines and take your calls right now. 49er fans, what an emotional roller coaster this has been. They are 3-0, but Nick Bosa is out for the year with a torn ACL. 888-957-9570. Those two facts are fighting your emotions inside you today. Which is winning? Are you happier and high on the 3-0, or are you down and low because Bosa is gone? Your calls right now, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Get your favorite cheeses at Whole Foods Market. Save 25% on select Goudas with Prime through September 30th. Assemble a crowd-pleasing cheese board for your upcoming fall gatherings. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation. Can I use the free phone?
Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely.
Face tattoo?
Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Blitz coming. Murray batted down by Warner. Captain of the defense comes up with a big play on third down for San Francisco.
I've got a major bromance with Fred Warner.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Just a lot going on, so it's easy for things to kind of not slip through the cracks, but I mean, you can only get to so much when you're talking this all out. Plus, it's becoming old hat. Fred Warner and D. Winters, my goodness. We're 3 weeks in, and we're just expecting both of them to be exactly where they're supposed to be and make every tackle. And quite frankly, they mostly are. Fantastic again yesterday, both of them. And they were clean, too. You know, we didn't have the 15-yard penalties and things like that. Fred Warner and D. Winters were just awesome. And I never, James Conner or anyone else, never celebrate any injury, but I do like to look, like we all do, at our favorite teams and see strategically where they've gone right and where they've gone wrong. And from someone over here who was standing up on the chair here last year going, please keep Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
As he heads to IR yesterday.
Yeah.
And has not played yet for the Denver Broncos. And here's D. Winters out here doing what he's doing. Score one for the Niners. Even though I think that they tried. They tried to keep Dre Greenlaw.
They did. And I think that
anyway.
Wasn't D involved in the offsetting face mask penalties on that opening drive with James Conner? I think that was D.
I think you're right.
Conner put his hand on D, and then D
it was both of them.
grab each other. I mean, that didn't really matter. It was offsetting, and it was weird because Conner just did the stiff arm thing where you got up in his face mask, and then D returned the favor.
You can't grasp.
Yeah, and so that was the only thing. But other than that, the defense was mostly clean from a penalty standpoint. The offense had a few of the holds that got a little bit sideways, but you're right about Fred and D. And I looked through my notes again this morning, and there's a lot of Fred and a lot of D.
Mostly clean. What a phrase.
Yeah.
What a phrase to just throw out there right now.
Mostly clean.
You know what else is mostly clean?
Talk to me.
Your record.
Yeah.
Let's fade the Dibbers. Well, we've arrived at Monday Night Madness after Dibs got back up off the mat to right the ship, if you will. Had lost 2 of 3 heading into the weekend. But then, oh boy, the Niners. He goes against them. They win the game, but he's still right. And then Sunday Night Football comes around, and nobody doubted that Patrick Mahomes, as annoying as he is, was going to finally win a football game this year. So here we are, 13 games into the season, and Fade the Dibbers is still turned into Ride the Dibbers, 11-2 through 13 games. Tonight, we've got two of the NFL's best playoff performers locking horns in Baltimore. The Detroit Lions visit the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens -4.5. A Dibs?
Well, the Ravens, by all measurements, should be 2-0. The way they lost against Buffalo with the late fumble and the furious comeback from Josh Allen and company. So you look at a 1-1 Ravens team and you think, yeah, you should probably be 2-0. And the Lions with a revenge game, an absolute beatdown of their former coordinator against the Bears in week 2. They're 1-1, and the Lions are mostly primed for a regression. And they have to go on the road to take on Baltimore at home, and M&T Bank Stadium, not an easy place to play. The Lions are catching 4.5, and I look at that and I think, you know what? That's enough for me. I think this is going to be a fairly tight game, so we're going to roll with the road team. We're going to be biting kneecaps. We're taking the Lions and the 4.5. Cuckoo! Is that Lucas too?
Oh, yeah.
We are back.
Come on. Hey.
11-2, and all y'all are trying to fade the Dibber?
I wanted to ride the Dibbers so bad. I told you this 4 hours ago. I walked in, and I went, sometimes I look at a game that's so damn juicy. I can't wait. I can't wait for Ride the Dibbers. I can't wait. It's 4:53 in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
So I got to do what I got to do and then just pray. I hit my knees right by my bed just before bedtime.
And just pray.
I just pray. I pray that the Dibbers agrees with me because he's on a hot one. He's hot.
I'm on a heater.
He's rolling. So I want alignment. But I also want $100 million. I don't have that either. So sometimes you got to go with what you got. I've been agreeing with you a lot.
Oh, you didn't on the Niner game?
Well, no, the Niners I always abstain. I just told you that I don't bet against the Niners. How am I going to agree with you?
I only bet against the Niners when I'm going to be right.
Well, and you were, and they won, and so they found that little hole where everyone's happy.
Thread that needle.
But I agreed with you last night on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
And we've just arrived at a spot where I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me anything. I'm not saying that the Lions are going to win this one outright, but I can't see them getting blown out. Baltimore may be the best team in the NFL, and they probably should be 2-0, but they're not. I do think that Detroit has the ability to score with Baltimore, even though the game is outside, 71 degrees, a beautiful night in Maryland. So this is not your garden variety outdoor game, and I think that the Lions' offense is good enough to make this thing the kind of shootout that I expect. 38-35 Baltimore. Cuckoo!
Sounds like we should actually be betting the over is what we should be doing.
53.5.
I wanted to ride the Dibbers so bad. Yeah.
53.5. It's a big number.
It's personal foul.
Yeah, and I can see this one being
illegal use of words.
Sure. Yeah. Take the Lions. Cuckoosh. I'm 11-2. I'm actually only.
You're 11-2.
I'm 8-7 on the week.
But nothing bad can happen. The worst thing that could happen is you come back tomorrow and you're 11-3. There's no shame there. So, I'm not coming down your road. I'm
not worried.
Yeah, I know you're not.
My road is not come downable right now at 11-2.
I just like the Ravens tonight.
I won week 1 in my spread pool. I won week 2, and I can finish no worse than 3rd this week. Even if I lose the pick, I take 3rd.
That's awesome. That's great.
It's been a great start to the year.
Great.
You're due.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, and you thought so when I picked the Cardinals and took the 2.5.
Yeah,
it's different. That's a Niner game. It's just
different. It's not different.
It is different.
It's not different because I make the pick. I make my pick based on what I think. I take emotion and I put it on the side.
I'm not saying we disrespect your pick. I'm literally telling you the same reaction every time. If you pick against the Niners, I don't care if the Niners are minus 1,000 or plus 1,000. Like I'm never going to just be like, yep, I like it. Go against the Niners. Yes, it worked yesterday in a perfect little spot where the Niners won and so did you. That's wonderful. That's perfect for everybody. I love it. I'm rooting for you. I'm just never going to I'm going to abstain from every Niner pick.
Niners -3.5 on Sunday at home. The pick is in.
Oh, I bet it is. I already know what your pick is this week. I already know what your pick is this week.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
You don't.
I do.
You've got no clue.
I know. I've been working with you for a while now.
Yeah, and you know how much I love Trevor Lawrence. Ooh. Long, flowing locks.
Yeah.
A big right arm.
I wanted to ride the Dibbers so bad. I did. I thought for sure he was going to say Ravens. I was very convinced.
I make my picks this time I made my picks on Wednesday, maybe Thursday morning. And I took Detroit and 5.5 in my pool. And even though it dipped to 4.5, I'm not gonna waver. I'm on a heater. Yeah. You got to ride with what you've been doing.
Listen, I would suggest to the listeners, go ahead, ride the Dibbers. That's what you should do. That's the smart thing to do. So Detroit plus 4.5. Enjoy your evening. That's my suggestion to all of you.
There will be a time when I fall off this high horse upon which I'm currently riding.
It's true. All right, so pick is in. And those of you who want to ride the Dibbers, it is Lions plus 4.5.
Kakoosh. Thank you, Randy.
There you go.
Thank you. Make it official. Make it official for the 5th time.
Okay. All right.
Let's do the legal.
Are we good? Okay, I can do the legal. Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries and Dan Dibley. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right. You know what? Listen, the Niners are 3-0. Nick Bosa's out for the year. And we've been taking calls all afternoon. We've got plenty of room for more. 888-957-9570. How about that emotional struggle that's happening inside your belly today? Nick's out for the year, but the Niners are 3-0 with 2 wins within the division. So we're talking it out on which side of that emotion is sort of winning the day for you. For Dibs and I, both of us, it's 3-0. There is this other side to it, though. That was one of my 3 things, one of my 3 observations that I did want to dig into a little bit more today. And just sort of like, look, this is not meant to be a but. It's not meant to be a criticism. I think Kyle Shanahan has put on largely a coaching clinic so far this year with the way they've been able to kind of navigate these wins. Even though it is not the most clean thing, it's certainly not visually pleasing. It's not all of that. It doesn't look very high-powered. But I'm fascinated by just sort of the juju that's around all of this thing. You know, last year, the Niners had how many of their 11 losses were you like, good Lord, it was the opposite of pulling a rabbit out of a hat? You stuffed a rabbit into a hat.
Yeah.
How many times did it happen? It happened against...
Probably 3 times, I would say.
At least, right?
I'm thinking about the 11 losses, and you got motorboated in Green Bay, you got housed in Buffalo, and then the last 2 games of the year were... Who cares?
Yeah, Detroit
clobbered you, and Arizona you didn't even try.
I mean, Detroit
so
didn't
that's
really
4 of your
clobber you,
11.
Yeah, no, but I'll agree with you that it didn't. Yeah,
so that's 4 of the 11, and I'm thinking about primarily Arizona, LA, and Seattle. Those 3 games where the LA one, you mentioned it. It was a 5-play parlay where 5 plays went against you. There was a big punt return, a big PI, a big pass reception, and you lost a game. There was the Ronnie Bell drop in a game that you were going to close it out. That might have been Arizona.
No, that was the first LA game.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the Seattle and the Arizona games were very winnable that you found a way to cough up 4th quarter leads. So I looked at 3, if not 4 games that were winnable that you lost.
I think you're right. It's 3. The only other one that would even threaten to be in this conversation is the other Rams game, where they played in the rain on a Thursday night.
Right, 12-6.
And Deebo Samuel dropped that ball that was going to be an absolute walk-in touchdown at the 10-yard line after squawking about not getting the ball enough. And so, you know, maybe that would have been a win, maybe not. But, yeah, at least 3, maybe 4. And if they win those 4, do they go to the playoffs? I mean, technically, yes. You don't win all of your close games. I get it. But, my God, it is the exact opposite this year. It's stunning. It's stunning. I could sit here and think, and maybe not, look, they outplayed the Saints. I'm not going to say otherwise. But I even had somebody who worked for the Niners use this phrase about the Seattle game, because we had no business winning that game. Now, you had all the time of possession, but you fell down late. Your kicker and kicking game was a complete and total mess. Cooper Kupp had a very key play go right through his hands. And even the game-winning touchdown that you eventually had, I know you don't want to use the word lucky, but whatever we want to call that, it was an unorthodox kind of a play. That was not the plan, if you will. So all of those things happened in Seattle. New Orleans, I felt like the momentum could have been very different if Spencer Rattler just hits Chris Olave on what in the NFL is an easy pitch and catch by himself in the end zone. And they missed him, and he dropped it. Juwan Johnson drops multiple balls.
That was the opening drive, right?
Yes.
The Olave.
Yeah, but it changes everything if they go up 7-0. Instead,
and they missed the field goal.
Yeah, they settled for a field goal that they didn't even hit.
Yep.
And then the Niners took the lead and sort of led the game most of the way. And then I don't even need to remind you all about what happened yesterday. And I know you don't want to do this. I do. Marvin Harrison did not have a drop. He had two. I know the one in the end zone's a harder play. You're the fourth pick in the draft.
Yeah.
That ball is in your hands, and you are open. And he flat out just missed it.
Well, he's diving backward in the end zone headlong. That's not a drop. That would be a fantastic catch if he comes down with it.
I would argue that that's not a fair description.
I think you're being too harsh on the ordinary effort that he would have to have in order for that to be a classic drop. I mean, that was... And I don't even know if that pass was intended for him. There was two receivers in that area.
Well,
that was kind of a weird...
Yeah, P.I. got called on the other guy.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's because Renardo Green was absolutely all over the receiver. And so Harrison dives. And that to me would have been not an extraordinary catch. It would have been a great catch. And so that to me doesn't go down as a drop. You're diving all the way backward and the ball is in your hands and then you jar in the end zone.
Yeah.
But the other one was absolutely... just an egregious drop where you beat the defender, broken coverage, and you catch that, you run for another 15, 20, maybe more, easy. That is a field-switching, game-changing play that 100%. You didn't make.
And we didn't even bring up the DeMercado one. And look,
that was even worse.
It's even worse. And if you don't want to use the word drop, that's fine with Harrison in the end zone. It's a catch that I believe a big-time NFL receiver should make. I don't think he was bending over backwards or diving or whatever. I think he was jumping, and the ball went right to him, and he didn't catch it. But it doesn't even matter. The point is the Niners have gotten some breaks. I think it's okay to say this. In a way, it's a compliment. The 49ers have not created these breaks for their opponents the same way their opponents have created them for the Niners. So that's a compliment. But I look at these football games, and if I'm being fair, I got to say the same thing about the Niners right now that I said all year about the Kansas City Chiefs last year. This is not sustainable. You cannot win every game by one score with like, whoa, he dropped it, and Ton just stepped in front of someone, and there's a safety, but Upton Stout made somebody drop it on the line. Like, holy hell. You are walking the tightest of tight ropes right now if you're the 49ers, and it's brilliant. It's tremendous that they've won them all, and we're cool with it because there's a reason. We can look at it and go, well, this isn't the Niners. They're missing all kinds of key players. But at the same time, that's my hope for the future of this team. You take it week by week, but as the reinforcements come, as DeMarcus Robinson shows up, Brock Purdy starts playing again, George Kittle comes back, Brandon Ayuk comes back, Juwan Jennings comes back. As all that happens, this team is going to have to be a much more efficient and effective football team if they would like to continue to win games. You don't do this for a whole year. You just don't.
I mean, you can.
It's going to well.
It's tough.
And the Chiefs did. And then they didn't get their comeuppance until the Super Bowl. That's very rare, though.
Right. They won by 7, 1, 5, 7. That was the start of the year. Then they beat New Orleans by 13. They beat the Niners by 10. Then they won by 7. They won in overtime. They won by 2. And then they lost to Buffalo. Then they won by 3 at Carolina. They won by 2 over the Raiders. They beat the Chargers by 2. So there were all those games, and it started in the opener when the tight end for Baltimore landed with a toe on the end line.
Toenails. Yes, Isaiah Likely.
Otherwise, that game is tied, and it goes to overtime. Maybe they go for 2, whatever. But through 3 games, yes, this feels a little bit like the Chiefs last year where, whether or not you want to call it luck or good fortune, I look at the way these games have ended, especially yesterday where, okay, Niners, you get the ball back, and you've got to go from your own 20, you have to get down into Eddie Pinheiro field goal range, which is probably the 30, we'll call it, the 35. So you need to get 45 yards with 1 timeout and 1:45 to go with your backup quarterback. Can you do it? And they did it. And they did it through, great play calling, great execution. Mac Jones on that drive was pretty spectacular. And he went to Tonjes, he went to Moore, he went to Kendrick Bourne twice. Tonjes, Sky Moore, and Kendrick Bourne. Those were your targets as you found your way down the field, then the screen to McCaffrey, then the kick, you win.
And that's why I'm okay with it. Because, again, this is a patchwork group. It's a patchwork group. And so, you look at the offense right now, and we're telling ourselves it's okay that it's going this way because XYZ. But when XYZ comes back, this is going to have to look very different, and I don't know exactly that it will. I mean, look, how did it look in Seattle? Because that was patchwork-ish, but Brock Purdy played in that game. George Kittle played in that game. Juwan Jennings played in that game. Ricky Pearsall played in that game, and Christian McCaffrey played in that game. I know some of them left. I know George left. I know Juwan Jennings left. And so in the end, you're throwing to Jake Tonjes. But even when all those guys were in, the offense was not moving the ball very well, and Seattle appears to be a pretty good team, a pretty good defense, and that's a hard place to play. So I guess that's what I'm getting at. So far, the reasoning, the excuses, if you want to use that bad word, they're there. And so that's okay. But they're not going to be there for much longer. I don't know how you feel about this weekend. Obviously, there will still be no Kittle, but if you get Purdy back, and if Robinson is in good health, and Jennings is back, and Pearsall's there, and Tonjes now has games under his belt, McCaffrey's good to go, B-Rob's good to go, Juszczyk good to go. Yes, I would like the 49ers to score 24 or more points. To feel, by the way, weather's going to be great. You're at home, all of those things. This feels like a game where the Niners on offense need to be a little bit more prolific to kind of calm us down a little bit.
I would like to see them be able to run the ball effectively. And that's the biggest thing for me right now that is missing, because you're asking Mac Jones the last 2 games and Brock Purdy the game before that to throw the ball a lot. And you mentioned it last week that they're more of a passing team than ever before. And I'm okay with it when you're winning games, but I do think that the Shanahan formula, and I'm thinking about the Seattle game, and I'm just looking back at my notes where you open up your first possession and they went 95 yards down the field and they ran it. They passed it to Pearsall and they were able to move the ball down the field with running and passing, and they possessed it. They possessed it almost 40 minutes in that game, and they beat Seattle. And that for me is the classic Shanahan blueprint. And then you look at yesterday where Arizona was doing what Shanahan likes to do, which is long drives. And fortunately, the Cardinals had a couple of plays that they didn't make that would have led to touchdowns, and they had to settle for field goals. And so even though you lost the time of possession battle, it didn't burn you because the Cardinals made those classic mistakes. And then when they lost James Conner in the third quarter, now they were really hamstrung offensively because their running game largely went away when they didn't have James Conner.
Kyler Murray is a tough watch when you're rooting for the other team. It's a tough watch. I don't mind when somebody else is carving you up and they're really good. I don't feel like Kyler Murray is very good. But he's so fast. He's so fast. And so, look, that's part of his makeup. And he was able, I think that's why you had this dynamic of like, oh, the Cardinals have the ball constantly, but they didn't go anywhere. Like the Cardinals yesterday were the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, like those the Flintstones, whatever. All those cartoons back in the day where their legs would spin in a circle and you go nowhere, because he can do that. Every time it's 3rd and 6 and no one's open, he's like, oh, I'm gonna run and I'm gonna move the chains. But we're just, instead of being at the 20, now we're at the 26. And so they never really went anywhere. I thought the 49er defense largely yesterday was phenomenal. Like, they're phenomenal because that's a really hard assignment. And anytime you're a lineman and you end up out of the pocket and you're face-to-face with Kyler, fans will be like, get him. And I'm always like, you're not going to get him. Like, that's a no. You can't get him. You just can't. You cannot be 300 pounds and get him.
Well, even Jair Brown on the one where he blitzed and Murray sees him. And it's funny watching Kyler Murray because I have a toddler. She's 3 years old. And he runs the way my toddler runs with these tiny, tiny steps, but unbelievable, like, leg turnover. The way he runs is just like, and you just can't catch him. And Jair Brown chased him all the way around the corner, and Kyler Murray just kept going and kept going. And there were a couple of different runs where he just, with those little small choppy steps, and he gets 10 yards and he holds the ball out. First down, move the chains. And it's interesting you say about, Arizona doing all this stuff and not going anywhere. Their opening drive was a 9-play, 22-yard drive that they wound up missing a 57-yard field goal. 9 plays, 22 yards.
How are you even allowed to do that?
They got 2-7-0, 4th and 1, they picked it up. McBride for 5, false start, back it up. Connor gets 10, delay a game, back it up again. Murray with a boop, 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 boop for 6. Benson for 1, knocked down a pass, time for a field goal.
That's what I'm saying.
And they miss it.
Yeah, like they're not good. They're just really like frustratingly annoying because you can't get them to go away. There's just like this little annoying bug that, when a bug follows you around, you're in a park having a picnic and the bug's in your face.
Usually it's a yellow jacket.
Yeah, you're just like, stop following me. That's kind of what watching the Cardinals offense feels like.
And that's how the whole game felt like. Yeah. And I'm looking at my chart. The Cardinals had one explosive play in the first half, and that's a run of 10 or more or a pass of 20 or more. James Conner had a 10-yard run. End of explosives. And the Niners only had 2, and they both came on that last drive. CMC for 10, Pearsall a 20-yard catch. That whole game was like, we get 3 yards, we get 4, we're going to punt, or we're going to get a field goal, and Arizona was doing the same thing. So neither offense until deep in the second half. That game was 6-6, right?
Yep.
In the fourth quarter.
Yep.
So every game is different, and you're not going to win all the games 38-35, but I do think without Bosa, you do need to kind of think about ramping up this offense.
Well, and I look also at, like, to me, the Niner defense is young, and you can see it sometimes. They're talented, they're fast, they're ferocious, and they're pretty good. But then, like, once a quarter, you're like, whoop, oh, boy, they left the whole half of the field open and someone's there. And so far this year, those plays have either been dropped balls or missed passes, just miscues by the other team. You're not going to play those teams every single, like Sam Darnold was coming to a new team. Spencer Rattler is a baby who just got a starting job. And while Kyler Murray's been around for a while, they're okay. They're not great. But in a week and a half, for example, if you flash like that, now with no Nick Bosa, Matt Stafford's your quarterback, Puka Nacua is on one side, Devontae Adams is on the other, you have smart veterans who are going to make you look stupid if you are making young player mistakes. And so I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I promised I wouldn't.
Yep.
It's Jacksonville. But that type of defense, now especially without Bosa, that's what would worry me if I were Robert Saleh. I feel like an experienced team with players who've been doing this for a while and really know what they're doing, and they're buttoned up. I think that's the kind of offense right now that could give the 49ers trouble, even more than an offense that has a really fast, scat-back type quarterback.
And we can look more at Jacksonville as the week rolls on because just, revisiting yesterday's game, which was a 17-10 win over Houston, not a great offensive performance, but Jacksonville does have some interesting receiving options that could pose a problem. But yesterday, you were mentioning like a young defense and mistakes, and their only touchdown drive for Arizona, Harrison gets a 32-yard pass where he was pretty wide open. 2 plays later, Renardo Green, PI in the end zone.
Yep.
And boom, all of a sudden now it's a touchdown.
Yeah, no, when they went up 13-6, the way that game was going, you're like, I think they've got it. And then 4 minutes later, you're like, we don't got it anymore.
2 minutes and 13 seconds later, in fact. And it was a big pass to Harrison finally where he was wide open down the middle, and then the PI. And so, you talk about a young defense, and no defense is going to be perfect, but that was the kind of a drive, quote unquote. It was basically 2 plays, bam, bam, and, that game was tied again.
I want to ask you a question about McCaffrey, but we'll do so after we check in with Jay in Richmond. Jay, thank you for calling the show. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
You guys been my morning show for the last 3 months. I'm almost off night, so, man, you guys are doing a great job.
Okay, so, what do you do, Jay?
I'm a crane operator in one of these beloved refineries in the Bay Area.
Okay, so when do you get off work?
I get off work at 6 in the morning.
You get off work at 6 in the morning?
So I tune in to the Joe show in the morning for a little bit, and that's about it. Then I catch you guys in the morning.
Okay, so then you go to bed, and then you wake up to us.
Yes, sir.
Look at that! Wow. Okay. Well, good morning, Jay. What's up?
I'm sure you guys already. Good morning. I'm sure you guys already covered it, but man, that last. So when we got the safety and we punted, when we got the safety on us, it seemed like the Cardinals had all this momentum. And you're talking about that Marvin Harrison drop. I'm surprised Fred Warner did not get a taunting call. And after watching that, I just have one request. Next time you talk to Fred Warner, I need to know what he said to Marvin Harrison when he was circling him, man. That was hilarious.
I think I know what he said, Jay. I think he said, "Hey, did you hear I'm having another baby?" Because by the way, we talked to Fred last week, and I didn't know that she's pregnant again.
Yep,
they're having another baby. Thank you, Jay. Good morning to you.
Yeah. He probably said, hey, Marvin, I was thinking about having you be the midwife in the delivery, but the way you dropped the football, I don't think I can afford to have you in the room in case you're going to drop my baby now.
That'd be amazing. I was going to have you come over and hold the baby, but you would drop it.
Yeah.
So you're not going to hold the baby.
And by the way, Jay, it was a quick taunt. It wasn't like a super taunt, but he definitely stood there. He's like, I'm not, whatever. You can say, so what? Rules are rules. And
no, but what is the rule?
Rule is
you're not allowed to talk. All he did was talk.
Right, and he did not taunt. He didn't stand over him. He didn't taunt. He didn't point. He was there, and he was in pursuit because it was a blown coverage.
Yeah.
And he runs up after the fact, and he said, "Oh man, thank you for dropping that."
He might have.
I was gonna have to run a lot further to try to catch you, Marvin.
Fred, he might have leaned in, but boy, you had me on that one. Who knows what he said?
He probably said, your dad wouldn't have dropped that one. Marvin Harrison Sr. takes that to the Heezy. Junior.
He's been a
Junior.
I'm not going to call him.
It's early.
It's too early, but he's been a disappointment.
Do you know that Ricky Pearsall has more 100-yard receiving games in the last 5 games he's played than Marvin Harrison Jr. has in his 20 career games?
In his career, yeah. I don't think there's any way to run from it. He's been a disappointment.
Right, and it's very early, year 2, and I do think a lot of it goes to the quarterback and the connection. And if you watch Arizona football, and I don't watch every snap, but I've watched enough of it to know that when Calamari gets back there, he's looking for 85. Trey McBride.
As he should. That's his best player.
If he's not looking for 85, he's checking that thing down. And I have Michael Wilson on my bench, and I think I had him last year.
Yep.
Actually, I did have him last year. So I watch a lot of Arizona, and Kyler Murray does not look down the field. He looks down the field, and then it's either, where's my check down, or let me get these legs a moving, because that is the safer, smarter play.
I think the bigger concern, if you either, if you're a fan of Marvin Harrison or you have him on your team or you thought more of him or all those things, the bigger issue is that when it's not Trey McBride and if it's not a check down, like the target share after that gets spread kind of evenly. It like between Michael Wilson.
Yep, that's my guy.
And whoever else they've got at receiver, and that if you're the 4th pick in the draft and you have that name and that body, that it shouldn't be that way. Like you should be a dog where they're just like, we're gonna look directly for you in those situations, and they don't. So that's all. It's not a big deal. I just think he's been a disappointment. No question.
What if you look at ones across the league, like we're watching Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he's going to get the lion's share of targets, pun intended. Nico Collins in Houston, and you were mentioning Jacksonville. We'll get deeper into Brian Thomas Jr. and how
later in the week
strange it is the way they distribute targets, but just look no further than Ricky Pearsall. And I know it's skewed because you don't have George Kittle, but Pearsall and McCaffrey accounted for about 70% of the targets yesterday, and that's the way that's going to go. When you've got Pearsall is the one, and when Ayuk comes back, it'll be interesting to see how he's integrated and how the target share is spread out. Somebody we talked to before is like, oh no, when Ayuk comes back, he's the one. There's no doubt, and I don't know if that conversation has changed now.
I don't see it that way at all, especially not this year.
That was Hushmanzada who said that.
Yeah, well, of course Hushmanzada thinks that. Opening drive touchdown for the Lions. Jameer Gibbs is already into the end zone.
Man, y'all don't know the game, man.
Yeah,
TJ want to get paid.
TJ is Brandon's coach.
Oh, that's not fair.
So I get what and TJ's thinking was he
ain't better than me.
You can pay someone $30 million and not have him be your one. Well, if he's not producing, then yeah,
that don't have nothing to do with me.
Like he's got to come back from the injury, and I don't think he's going to be his full best self. And I also think that Ricky Pearsall is a first-round draft pick, just like Brandon was.
And I don't even know what being a one is like.
Well, in this offense, it's different. It is.
Right.
It's different than Jamar Chase.
Fine.
Who they just lean on.
Right,
you know
and
what I mean?
Justin Jefferson,
Sure.
who is the clear-cut best receiver.
Right.
Even with Cincinnati, though, you got Higgins and you've got Yoshivash and, you've got other targets.
Sure.
And I was looking just at Jacksonville yesterday. They targeted 11 different receivers. 11 different human beings got targets.
It's the weirdest.
That's crazy.
It's the weirdest offense.
LaQuint Allen Jr. got a target.
It has been for a while.
Johnny Munt got a target.
It feels like every single time the Jacksonville Jaguars have sort of some definition at receiver, they then bring someone else in and muddy the waters. Example being, they were the ones. Were they the ones or were the Cardinals the one? Who gave Christian Kirk the big contract?
It was Jacksonville.
Was it Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Okay. So they give him the big contract, and they're like, okay, we're going to make Christian Kirk our one. And then as soon as he gets his feet on the ground, they're like, you know what we're going to do next? We're going to sign Calvin Ridley out of gambling suspension.
Wow.
And we're going to bring him in. And then he kind of becomes the one. And you're like, all right, we got Calvin Ridley. So then what are we going to do? We're going to draft Brian Thomas Jr. in the first round, and we're going to have him be the one. And then, okay, now he's the one. And then what are you going to do? Oh, we're going to draft Travis Hunter, and we're going to tell you that he might be a receiver, but then he also might not be. How about that? Try to figure that out. And then the whole thing shows up week one, and they go, we're going to target Parker Washington a lot.
11 times yesterday.
And nobody even knows who that is. Nobody even knows who that is. I'm so confused by what they do every year. The only thing I can count on is that they'll lose most of their games. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, not this year.
Oh, no.
2-1.
Aye.
Division leaders.
Yeah, no.
Whooped up on Houston.
They are not the division leaders. Have you heard of the Indianapolis Colts?
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
The Colts.
The Colts. But anyway, I got a McCaffrey sort of a question for you. Because here's what I want to know from people. Obviously, if you just go, let's watch it in a vacuum, the touch total is too much. It's too much. Now, I always defend teams when they do this because I'm like, I never understand when people go, oh, you got to limit the touches. And I'm like, so what does that look like when it's 3rd and 3? What does that look like to you? Mac Jones drops back, and he looks over the middle. It's 3rd and 3. He's about to deliver the ball, and he goes, oh, wait.
Touches.
That's Christian. I can't throw it to him. He won't be ready for us in January. I better look for some. You're sacked. Like, I don't understand what that means. You're out there on the football field, and if you're the person where the ball should be delivered, then you're the person where the ball should be delivered. And that's it. The other side to it, though, is obviously there's a limit to this entire conversation, and you can't run someone into the ground. Meantime, Najee Harris yesterday, out for the year. James Conner yesterday, out for the year. Aaron Jones is already on IR. Jordan Mason looks reminiscent of, Jordan Mason.
Yeah.
He looks exactly like him. And so you always see all of this stuff with running backs. And my question is, if there's a limited number of touches left for any one of these players, is the right thing to do, let's stretch it out, because something fun might happen in February. Or, I don't know, man, let's use this. Let's use this. We're here now. Why worry about December, January, or February? None of this is guaranteed for any of these players. Let's use him while he's out here ready to move the chains for us. I mean, I know the way coaches think. Usually, it's like they don't. Matt LaFleur had a whole rant today that I thought was great because one of his players, I guess, prior to the game in Cleveland yesterday, was caught on a microphone telling some reporter, I feel like we're good enough to go undefeated this year.
Wow.
And LaFleur went on a rant. He goes, I say this all the time. Apparently, I have not said it loud enough to my team. Your goal each week is to go 1-0. That's it. Stop thinking about next week, let alone November, December, or January. It's a week-to-week league. The roster is different every single week. He's right. So if that's it, if all you're doing is thinking about this week, well, then why would you limit Christian McCaffrey in some sort of a way?
You wouldn't. And why would you think that by limiting him, you're going to prevent him from getting hurt? And I'm thinking about James Conner yesterday, where that game was a very physical game. I know all NFL games are, but there was a lot of hard hitting going on both ways. And Conner had 9 carries, and he had 3 catches. And on his 12th touch of the game, something really, really, really bad happened, and he got tackled, and somebody fell on his leg. And I don't know if the official injury is broken ankle, torn ligaments, or all of the above, but you knew immediately when you had players waving to the sideline, and you see James Conner down, and Kyler Murray can't even look at it, and he takes his helmet off, and he goes away, and everybody's taking a knee. That was on touch number 12 for James Conner. So if you would have limited him to 11 touches, and he never had that 12th touch, does he not get hurt? Well, maybe, but that happened because he's a football player being tackled by humongous individuals. So you look at McCaffrey in the same way where, McCaffrey yesterday had 17 carries, and he had 10 catches. That's 27. That's too many. He didn't get hurt. Maybe on his 28th touch, something bad would have happened. Maybe on the 27th one, something bad would have happened. So I don't think that in general you can look at it as a certain number and bubble wrap them. The thing about yesterday, Mark, is twofold for me. One, the first half, the Niners almost didn't have the ball at all. So you didn't need to spell McCaffrey. And the second piece is
that's a good point.
You couldn't run the ball, and he's a much better pass catcher than Brian Robinson. So if you can't run the ball and you have to throw it to your running back, you want McCaffrey.
Well, and can I add a third piece, which is that we're all looking at this receiving core going, man, they're just beset by injuries. We don't even know who the hell's out there. Somebody's out there running around, they're number 9. Somebody else is, what number is Sky Moore wearing? Is he like number 7
number 9.
or something?
I think you had it right.
Like number 9, there's number 8. People are just running around out there. You might throw them the ball once a quarter, maybe once a half. And then I bet like the best Niner fans in the world are like, who the hell is that? I don't know. But that's why Christian McCaffrey, I feel like, is getting so many targets right now. He is basically one of their receivers. There's no tight end. There's one receiver, That's it. And so, yes, they are using him a little bit more in the pass game right now than even they normally would. That's what I feel like is going on, and I hope that the steady return of some of these other players will also be a help in lessening the weight that is on Christian's shoulders.
Yeah, and I always go back to 2 years ago when you look at the touch distribution when they went to the Super Bowl, and the touch distribution in the pass game, the targets was very evenly distributed, and that's what ultimately I think Kyle Shanahan wants, but right now you don't have that luxury. McCaffrey leads the league with 77 touches, more than Bucky Irving, more than Jonathan Taylor, more than Saquon Barkley. Those are your top 4 in overall touches. And so for right now, that's the only way I think you can go about it. Yesterday's a good example where Sky Moore, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Kendrick Bourne, Kyle Juszczyk, and Jake Tonjes, other than Ricky Pearsall, that was your group of eligibles. And you're talking about a fullback, a third-string tight end, a couple of street free agents that you just found and threw on your team. These are not guys you really want to target in a tight game like that.
See, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line just sent this in. And hello, 650. Simple answer, win by more than 7 points. Some touches were unnecessary. If you lose, they're wasted. If you barely win 3 weeks in a row, every single one was required. Wouldn't it be wonderful if your NFL team was so good that you could just, by control, head out there and be like, well, today we're not just going to win. We're going to win by double digits. The goal is so that, like, we're going to rest our starters in the fourth quarter. In my life of watching sports, I'm 50 years old. I've seen one team in one sport sort of have that ability to where they were almost upset if their guys had to play at the end of the game. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. It's when Kevin Durant played here. There was one team that was so head and shoulders above the rest of the league that it was like an inconvenience if they had to go out there and finish the game. That's how good they were. You don't have that. And I don't think anybody in the NFL has that. I don't think the Ravens or the Bills are even that good to where, I mean, maybe some weeks, but my God, give the Niners a little bit of slack here. Their quarterback's hurt. Their tight end's hurt. A couple of their receivers are hurt. Their best defensive end went out in the game, and you're telling them to go win by more? Hell, like, I'm just glad they were in a position to win it all. This is incredible. If you had laid out the adversity they've faced before the season and then said, okay, how do you think they'll be after 3 games? You'd be nuts to say anything better than 1-2.
Yeah. So you got George Kittle for a half. You've got Brock Purdy for a game. You don't have Ayuk. You're going to lose an offensive lineman, and you're not going to have Nick Bosa other than for 2 games in a quarter.
And
what's your record?
Jennings has played in barely more than half the quarter.
And you had to swap out your kicker.
Yep.
You had to find a kicker off the street. And, yeah, how you doing, Niners? Oh, you're 1-2, and you beat New Orleans, and it's going to be close, and I don't know how you're going to get it done, but you're not going to beat Seattle on the road and Arizona at home. Heck, I mean, even Dan Dibley thought you should take Arizona in the points, and he was right. So you're doing it with smoke and mirrors. Help is on the way. Hopefully Purdy comes back, but to me, the bigger issue of the McCaffrey touch conversation is you've got to find a way to run the football more effectively. That way you can get Brian Robinson Jr. to be more a part of the offense.
The Lions and Ravens are tied at 7.
Yeah.
Okay? The game is less than 10 minutes old. Do you know how many touches Jahmyr Gibbs has?
Probably 5?
7. On one drive.
Yeah, I got to check my fantasy now.
Well, he got a touchdown.
I saw that.
Yeah, there's not a lot of yards.
I got a catch, though.
Yeah, you got a catch.
PPR.
2 yards of carry on the ground.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm now at a 50-50 chance to win. I love these percentages. Where are you at, Giddings?
No, don't do that.
Where are you at, Evan Giddings?
No, but you gave up. You
didn't give up.
Yes, you did. Before the show, you're like, I got killed. I got no chance. Of course you have a chance.
I just mentioned that I'm bad at fantasy, and I said this before I even joined this cockamamie 16-team league. Quinshon Judkins. Good game now.
He looks pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
Looks pretty good.
He is.
Looks pretty good.
My problem is I started Jay Sanders at tight end, Jatavion Sanders, and now he's out. I've lost 4 tight ends in 3 weeks.
Who else have you lost? Kittle
and Evan Ingram.
Okay. Well, that'll get better.
Jatavion Sanders.
The NFL should play the Ravens and the Lions every Monday night.
Pretty fun.
I mean, I don't know anything.
Did I tell you to bet the over?
7-7, Derrick Henry. Like, no fantasy game is over because half of everybody's players are in this game. They're like the two, and they're a great example, I think, of what we're talking about. Do you think either of these coaches, you think Harbaugh's like, man, we got to limit all this Lamar Jackson stuff? It's a lot. I mean, he's out there every single play, throwing it, running it, getting tackled, sliding, cutting on legs. We got to limit this. No, Herm Edwards.
You play to win the game.
Herm Edwards.
Hello?
You play to win the game.
So anybody who's worried about Christian touches, I hear you. And as you pointed out when Javi called earlier, you're not wrong. But it's beaten by that thought right there. You play to win the game. And that's what the 49ers are doing right now. So I don't know what the fix to this is. I really don't.
The fix is be able to run the ball, and then you can have Brian Robinson Jr. do more of that. And I do think that yesterday was a byproduct of the fact that your opening drive was 3 and out. Your next drive was, you had the ball a little bit. Robinson got a carry in that second drive, and then ultimately things kind of progressed from there. And you didn't really need Robinson in the first half because you didn't have the ball enough.
Yeah. I just know that, I wonder how many have that opinion when you're watching the game. It's super easy, I think, to call Willard and Dibs on Monday and be like, I looked at the box score and Christian had, and what was it yesterday, 27 touches? Christian had 27 touches. Okay, so on 3rd and 3, when you're watching the game, and Mac drops back and you see Christian run that route over the middle, are you in that moment, don't throw it to him? Or in that moment, are you like, why is he in the game? Brian Robinson should be in the game. I don't feel that way. Do you feel that way?
No.
That never, ever. I did at one point, it crossed my mind where I'm like, ooh, B-Rob's not getting a whole lot of run today. I get that. But I think your reasoning there explains that. The Niners had lengthy periods of time of rest on the offensive side of the ball. So that's why they kept putting him out there.
Right. Yeah. And also the skill set that was needed was a pass catcher. And so that's why you had him out there. You didn't target Tonjes or MVS or Sky Moore much. It was, is Ricky open? Okay, he's not. Where's Christian? We're going to go ahead and throw to Christian this time. And that's what got the win.
888-957-9570 is the number, and we're not done taking your calls just as of yet. So fire away. This is Willard and Dibs.
This Game Day Traffic Report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. The metering lights are on at the Bay Bridge with westbound Bay Bridge backups that begin near Yerba Buena Island. They clear as you get into San Francisco. And then northbound 101 tough too from Cesar Chavez. I'm Tiffany, and that's your Game Day Traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. And that means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek for just $239 per month. Just $239 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease, no security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Acquisition fee $650. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number JF2GU ABC 8SH271247. Stock number 1250885. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win.
like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reservebusiness to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Pinheiro, the 6-year man out of Florida, who made his San Francisco debut last week, has 6 game-winning field goals in his career. Last 3 years with the Carolina Panthers. Started as a soccer player in Miami before he started playing high school football as a senior. Trying to do what he's done a half dozen times before and win the game with his leg. Sweeps it. delivers it, and San Francisco is in first place. They win it at the Horn. Mac Jones steps in for Brock Purdy and delivers the drive. Pinheiro delivers the winner.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's some high-quality play-by-play right there. That's some build that drama. Adam Amin with the call. Eddie Pinheiro with the kicker trash talk. Sent that thing up through the uprights, and then I think turned and looked at all the fans and yelled, "I know the names of my teammates. I've been here now for 2 weeks."
You like that? I met them all recently.
Dude, has there ever been a more satisfying, at least recent memory, a more just relieving, satisfying kick? Can you imagine if he had missed that thing?
You said it earlier. Can you imagine if the mustachioed Moody had come out for that?
I was leaving.
Yeah.
I would have gone in the backyard.
And I'm happy that Jake is on a practice squad, and I think that he'll wind up kicking in the league again this year, and maybe somewhere soon after yesterday. That had to be the wildest, especially the morning, the wildest day for kicking that I can remember, with like blocked kicks and block sixes and off the upright and all the rest of it. Dude, that thing was just madness.
I don't know. Do you ever do this when you're still red zoning? Like the Niner game hadn't started yet, so we're red zoning.
I was zoning.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like a drug, dude. Just big shot of red zone.
Especially after Milo usually goes down for a nap about 12:45, so I've never done crack. The witching hour.
Well, I'm like grinding on, at this moment, my mind was on survivor pools. And the Browns and Packers are doing their thing. And a lot of people had picked Green Bay. And so I'm watching that and kind of freaking out a little bit. My pick had been later in the day. I picked Seattle. Little did I know that would be over in 12 seconds. But it hadn't started yet. So I'm grinding on the Green Bay thing. And then I went and did some stuff. And drove over to Christie's or whatever, and popped the TV on, and the Jets are ahead of the Bucs. I'm like, wait a minute. I had moved on from that game.
Aaron Glenn with a great celebration after that one.
How do you feel when a head coach does that?
Mixed.
Right?
It's mixed. My buddy is on that staff, so I'm really kind of a closet Jets fan.
Granny didn't like it.
No, I liked it.
Oh, you did like it?
I don't like your guys' reaction. He's trying to get his first win as a head coach. Go crazy.
I don't have a reaction to it. I'm asking a question.
It was mixed for me because I know the game was not over and you end up losing. So,
well, okay. A lot of people, you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing when the coach runs with the player. That's funny. There's McVay who once went into the end zone and started high-fiving people. But now Aaron Glenn entered into the, he did his own dance after the whole thing was. I never fund police. I have no issue with it, but I just know that a lot of people do. They want the head coach to just be stoic and nod and be like, okay, that's exactly what we had planned to do. We scored a touchdown.
How about
there.
Shanahan's reaction after the kick goes through?
Yeah, that was a red-faced bleep, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
And, I could see him thinking, this is what it feels like when you've got a kicker who makes kicks, when we need a kick made, and I've got that guy. So there you have it. That was a great reaction.
Well, it's a nerve-wracking moment because of everything you've been through. That's not Jake Moody out there, but if the kick misses, the problem
exists.
Rebirthed.
Yep. No doubt.
And so that's very stressful. Very stressful. And the fact that it was right down the middle, you didn't even need to give it a little bit of that body language. You didn't need to do any of that. Just like the minute he kicked it, you're like, we're gone. This thing's home. We won. Beautiful. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. Thank you for calling the show. What's up?
Hey, guys. Do you realize how many TVs were saved from being broken yesterday? I mean, so many people would have smashed the TV if Moody had been there. And, I mean, I don't mean to pile on the guy. He's no longer in the team. I mean, I wish him nothing but the best, and I really do hope that he get signed either by the Packers, the Eagles or the Chiefs. I wish him nothing but success and go on and play with them. Hopefully we'll see them, in the playoffs. Because if he does sign one of those teams and he has a game-winning field goal, we know we can put that one in the back. Okay. You know what? It was so stress-free to have Pinheiro doing that that field goal. If it had been Moody, I probably would have just turned off the TV and just read, later on whether they won or lost, because I had no faith in him. As far as Christian McCaffrey, it's a catch-22. If you don't play him, I mean, you could say don't play him so much, we can save him for a game during the playoffs, but we won't get to the playoffs if you don't play him. The way the offense is right now. He's basically the offense.
That's it. That's the conundrum. You just touched on it, Jose. You save him for the playoffs, you may not be in the playoffs.
That would be like, Major League manager saving his best pitcher for, Game 7. You might not get to Game 7. So, you know what? You might as well just go all out, just like Bruce Bochy used to do. But like I said, it's kind of a catch-22. The only thing they can do is just try to protect him, and hopefully the guy won't get injured. Other than that, I can wait for reinforcement to come in, as far as the receivers. Maybe that will change that a bit. Other than that, you know what? I'm really enjoying this season, to be honest with you.
3-0. How can you not? Jose, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement, and, the only reinforcement that we know for sure is going to be there this weekend is DeMarcus Robinson, and I was excited about him in the preseason. He's a talented guy, and I think that he really could find a home here. We'll see. And it would be nice if Brock Purdy is also the one delivering him the ball. Don't know about Juwan Jennings and all that, but yeah, the reinforcements are on the way, and I would think that the hope is that means more chains moving and less reliance on Christian in the passing game. That's the hope.
Yeah, that's the hope, but the reality might be totally different, and I just can't help but think about the olden days, Mark, and you had me thinking about Roger Craig and touches, because we're all trying to bubble wrap Christian McCaffrey, and there was a year Roger Craig had 310 carries and 76 catches. That's a 386 touch season, and I don't remember in 1988, well, there wasn't sports talk radio, but I don't remember fans or people talking about how, they're giving Roger the ball too much. He had 26 carries for $143 in a game. Then he went 26 for 162. They gave him the ball every single play, and we never cried about it.
We didn't watch football that way back then. We didn't, there was no analytics. There was fantasy football, but nobody knew about it.
Right.
It was like 12 dudes, who had phones and actually answered them when they called each other. There were newspapers, you made your picks, and that was it. Like, you rooted for there was no fantasy football, sports bars, all that. You just rooted for your team. It was so less overthought. And I'm not against that because, again, that overthinking leads to some good, some bad. That's what leads to, load management, for example. But at the same time, it also leads to probably, some smarter play, longevity of career. I don't really know. But it's not going back in the tube. That's for sure. But, yeah, you're right. Nobody watched that way back then.
Right. And you had, Roger Craig was, I don't know if he's more durable than McCaffrey. He was injured less throughout the course of his career, but just looking at his biggest year, 386 touches, 1988, and it was, all right, we should probably give him the ball a little bit more. And now we're, McCaffrey, they're using him too much.
Talking all that out here on 95.7, The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count